194. Labor theory of value. 195. Extreme, the laborer's sleep takes time and is essential for production to take place but surely does not count as labor? Second, even if what counts as labor is resolved, which of that labor counts towards value itself? Should it be everything that is designated as labor, or should the latter be handled selectively, some of which counts as value and some of which does not? And, if so, how is this demarcation to be made? The sleep might not be counted as labor, whilst making the bed might and yet still not count as part of value. Third, even if we now know what is to count as labor, and what labor is to count as value, how do we add up across it? Errant labors to compile value of products? Bear in mind that this issue prevails across it. Errances in both dead and living labors, since the labors that have gone into a product both directly and indirectly derive from it. Errant laborers doing it. Errant tasks at it. Errant times. Fourth, both in the present and at any time in the past, it. Errant labors will have been exercised with it. Errant levels of productivity. So how are labors that count as value, but of it? Errant productivities, to be added up with one another? Are some labors to count as contributing more value than others, or do we simply average across the it? Errant labors? For most treatments of the LTV, these are merely tedious issues that are not so much addressed as wished away and unrecognized. It is simply presumed that it is obvious which labor should count as value, by how much it should count, and all labor should be treated as equal irrespective of its type, skill, and timing. There are two, generally unconscious, reasons underpinning this casual disregard of what would otherwise be fundamental issues. One is that commodity production is unwittingly taken as the standard. Labor counts as value only if it contributes to the production of a commodity. This means that we do have a strict criterion for what counts as labor. On the other hand, it tends to be presumed, erroneously, that such a standard can be carried over to non-commodity production and allows possibly non-wage labors to be identi-ed and added up to make for the value of products where commodities are not involved. As it were, conditions of commodity-producing society are universalized as if they applied to all societies and circumstances. Note, though, that this still leaves unresolved how to count labors of it. Errant skills, types, productivities, and time. It is simply presumed that these add up with one another. A second reason for dismissing this problem is that it has become second nature to do so within economics, irrespective of whether the LTV is under consideration or not. This is notable in neoclassical economics with its presumption of a production function in which the labor input is taken as a single aggregate for a country as a whole, for example. In these treatments of the LTV there is a paradox in that a far from well-grounded understanding of capitalism as the basis on which to do any value, with some continuing fudges around it. Errant types of labor, is extrapolated to a universal definition of value for non-capitalist societies. For Marx, this gave rise to a paradox in that he strongly praised classical political economy for using the LTV as an analytical tool for understanding capitalism, but, equally, Marx was harshly critical for not having grounded the LTV in its social and historical preconditions and forms of existence in capitalist commodity society. This is perfectly illustrated by Adam Smith's approach to the LTV. He argues that it does hold as an explanation of 195, 196. Price in what he terms the rude or primitive society where there is no property in either capital or land and so no proteus or rents, so that labor can command all that is produced. But, by the same token, he suggests that the LTV breaks down outside the rude society where capital and land stake a claim on output. What is striking here, irrespective of the merits of the argument, is that the LTV is being extrapolated to a society in which there is no exchange and so no prices. There is no need for a value theory other than in a make-believe rude society in which we ask at what prices products would exchange if they were exchanged, and as if in a commercial society without property. Smith's error $X. His use of the LTV as an instrumental theory of value, how well does it allow us to explain prices, and the same is true of Ricardo's instrumentalism taken to extreme in his LTV. Ricardo denies value as labor time of production without regard to the problems previously raised and then asks, does value explain price? Whilst correctly dismissing Smith's argument that the presence of pro-TS and rents necessarily invalidate the LTV in this respect, he does conclude, however reluctantly, that price will depend not only upon labor time of production but also upon how slowly capital is turned over and the level of capital composition of production, with each of these increasing price relative to value in order to allow for equalized profitability on capital advanced. Subsequently, instrumental approaches to the LTV, especially but not exclusively as a theory of price, have focused on varieties of solutions to the transformation problem, SRA and otherwise, some claiming to reject LTV, others to rescue it. So, on the face of it, the LTV as traditionally conceived, both before and after Marx, raises a number of issues of purpose, definition and scope of application. Some of these issues have been overlooked, some have been highlighted, but they are only resolved through close specification of the peculiar and more subtle approach adopted by Marx himself. Marx's value theory. This has been laid out on numerous occasions, that value should be seen as a social relation between producers and of exploitation, admittedly with a quantitative element but not one that can be reduced to a physicalist and instrumental content. Marx's LTV is often associated with that of Ricardo and the LTV, but it is both different and differently motivated, not least for being socially and historically grounded. This is best understood by detaching Marx from an instrumental theory of value and seeing him as implicitly asking the question of under what circumstances does value exist in society itself. This is part and parcel of his materialist method in which concepts deployed should not be sheer inventions with instrumental purposes but be seen to correspond to how society itself is organized. More specifically, for Marx, for the LTV to be valid, there must be some social mechanism by which different labors are specified to be counted as value and by which they are added together. The answer is to be found only in a commodity-producing society. 196. Labor theory of value 197. Why is this so? First and foremost, for commodity production, the social and historically specific property that commodities have in common is that they are the product of different types of labor that are brought into equivalence with one another through the market, or via their exchange values. When we say that one table is equivalent to 3 chairs, say, we are expressing the relative values of two products in terms of their use values. But, through this mechanism, the different types of labor that have gone into producing the commodities are also being brought into equivalence with one another even if indirectly and through the medium of the market. This is the basis of Marx's theory of money and also his theory of commodity fetishism, since these represent the form and the consequence, respectively, of the way in which concrete labors are brought into equivalence and count as value. But what of the conundrums previously raised around what counts as labor, what counts as value, and how can these be added together? The crucial point here is that these issues cannot invalidate Marx's value theory. For this is based upon the insight that the processes of production, and corresponding labors, associated with commodity production are routinely and necessarily brought into equivalence with one another. The question is not whether the multiplicity of processes and determinants along the route from production to exchange invalidate the LTV or not, but how these take place and how they are to be reproduced in theory, something that cannot be proved by definition of labor value, but only by following the processes from production to exchange. Second, Marx acknowledges the problems involved by drawing the distinction between concrete labor, associated with a particular production process and production of a particular use value, and abstract labor. The latter is the form taken by labor in general in a commodity-producing society. Once concrete labors are brought into equivalence with one another, they count as abstract labor much the same as apples, pears, and cherries can count as fruits by conventional classification once some equivalence is established between them by which they can be measured. In contrast to both concrete labor and fruits, abstract labor is a social property, a consequence of the equivalences established between commodities through the market. Making a bed is definitely concrete labor, but it is not abstract labor unless it is brought into equivalence with other concrete labors through the market system. Third, in this light, Marx's political economy should not be understood as the axiomatic deduction of properties from the LTV but the more concrete development and renewment of that value theory. It requires a closer specification of the relationship between concrete and abstract labor. This has been captured by Saad Filho in terms of the normalization, synchronization, and homogenization of labor. Normalization involves the equivalence between the living labors producing a given commodity at any one time, each of these labors potentially involved in different aspects of the process of production and of different skill, intensity, and productivity. Synchronization concerns the equivalence between different, dead and living, labors that create a given commodity over time, since each commodity will incorporate concrete labors that have been expended in the past to provide for the constant capital deployed. And homogenization addresses the equivalence established between different labors engaged across different 197 198 commodities as relative prices are formed. For each of these processes, it is inappropriate to approach them as simply seeking to work out how much an individual's labor should count abstractly. Rather, it is a matter of exploring the social processes by which the equivalences are established, not least, for example, as production processes evolve with the accumulation of capital, with deskilling and reskilling, the formation of the collective and cooperative worker, and the processes of competition between capitals. Fourth, by denying the LTV as specie to commodity-producing society, it is not only society itself that brings different types of labor into equivalence through the market as abstract labor, this also determines what labor counts as value and what does not. On a RST cut, value is only produced by labor that is directly geared towards the production of commodities. This would count out domestic labor, for example, or labor that is hired for the provision of personal services. It would also count out state #chales and so on. Significantly, much of this depends upon distinguishing between productive and unproductive labor. But, as with other categories of analysis in Marx's political economy, the distinction between labor that does and labor that does not produce value is subject to further renewment. In relatively advanced production processes, many only produce commodities cooperatively and only indirectly as cogs in a wheel along a production line. But such workers are under the command of capital, subject to the imperative of profitability, as opposed to production within the household or otherwise not for commodity production. And wage labor for profit, within the sphere of exchange, is also deemed within Marx's value theory not to produce value because it is involved in its circulation rather than its creation. Continuing value controversy. In short, Marx's value theory is both a starting point for unraveling the capitalist economy and a point of return for renewing the notion of value in light of logical and historical analysis. As such, the LTV has remained extremely controversial, even with sympathizers to Marxism, and the LTV's more general propositions concerning class and exploitation, rejecting it as inadequate and erroneous. This all begins with Ricardo's dilemma of extreme commitment to an instrumental LTV but ending that it needs modification if value were to be able to explain price. This has its modern counterpart in neo-Ricardianism, with the rejection of Marx's value theory other than as at most a sociology of exploitation, or its complete abandonment in light of the so-called transformation problem. Value cannot explain price, so it is suggested, so value must go. This long-standing antipathy to Marx's LTV is, as explained, a consequence of instrumentalism and the axiomatic deductivism associated with mainstream economics. but it goes much further than the presumed discience in Marxist value theory as a price theory. As observed in Fine and Fine et al., the very same developments within capitalism, such as divergence of value and price, that lead some to reject value theory, are understood by its proponents to make it essential. For the critics, it is not just erring compositions of capital that render value theory invalid. Rather, it is more or less anything taken from the panoply of factors that might indolorience the nature and 198. Labor theory of value 199. Course of the capitalist economy, with renewal of rejection as new factors come to the fore. In the past, it has been the presence of erring compositions of capital, monopoly, and of insufficient demand. More recently, it has been the role of labor in economic and social reproduction, and most recently the knowledge economy has been presumed to invalidate Marx's LTV. These issues certainly present challenges to Marx's value theory, but they are challenges that can and must be met. Of course, as indicated, value analysis of such phenomena cannot simply be deduced from an abstract theory of value alone. Whether it be monopoly or knowledge, realization of commodities or domestic labor, the material relations involved have to be located in relation to the continuing accumulation of, and exploitation by, capital. Indeed, Marx seems to have anticipated much of these points in a letter to Ludwig Kugelmann of July 11, 1868. The chatter about the need to prove the concept of value arises only from complete ignorance both of the subject under discussion and of the method of science. Every child knows that any nation that stopped working, not for a year, but let us say, just for a few weeks, would perish. And every child knows, too, that the amounts of products corresponding to the erring amounts of needs demand erring and quantitatively determined amounts of society's aggregate labor %. Where science comes in is to show how the law of value asserts itself. So, if one wanted to explain from the outset all phenomena that apparently contradict the law, one would have to provide the science before the science. In short, to return to our three opening themes, the social, ethical and material roles of labor in the capitalist economy are themselves part and parcel of the value relations out of which that economy, and society, are constituted. In this vein, Marxists often refer to capitalism as dominated by the law of value. Although this can be mistakenly interpreted to mean that Marxism implies the economy is subject to iron laws, in extreme requiring that commodities exchange at their values, it is more appropriate to understand the law of value as a mode of investigating how labor is globally organized and reorganized under the indolorience of a world economy dominated by capitalism. 199. 200. 32 Market socialism. Makoto Ito explicitly incorporates the market into the socialist economic order in contrast to a model of a totally planned socialist economy which seeks to eliminate the market. This notion has historically attracted broad attention on two occasions, RSTLY, in the period when the Soviet type of centrally planned economy was being formed in the 1920s and 1930s, after the Russian Revolution, and, secondly, half a century later, when the Soviet-type economy stagnated and eventually collapsed. The Chinese experiment can be conceived as a practical model of market socialism, though it does not #Chally present its theoretical basis. Market socialism and the socialist economic calculation debate. In the RST 2 decades after the Russian Revolution, the argument for market socialism was presented in the so-called socialist economic calculation debate. The idea was to defend socialism against the theoretical critiques aired mainly by von Mises and Hayek in the Austrian tradition. At this point, their critique was still based upon a theoretical view close to neoclassical static price theory, though Hayek's position eventually changed. According to them, rational economic calculation under socialism, in order to determine the most efficient combination of means of production among technically available options, and the social allocation of resources, was impossible with the means of production publicly owned and allocated by collective economic planning. If the labor time necessary to produce goods and services is calculable, including the labor time consumed in the form of means of production, von Mises and Hayek accepted it might serve as a common unit for rational economic calculation. But, following Baumgart's critique of Marx's labor theory of value on the grounds of the theoretical difficulty of reducing complex labor to simple labor, for example, they argued that the neoclassical notion of prices balancing demand and supply in the market on the basis of the private ownership of goods and services would be indispensable for rational economic calculation. Several socialist economists defended the rational feasibility of the socialist economy based upon the public ownership of means of production. They sought to show how prices of publicly owned means of production could be decided by the Central Planning Board to satisfy consumers' needs and secure the full employment of available resources. Dickinson, for example, replied to von Mises showing that the Supreme Economic Council can calculate rational prices to achieve full employment in accordance. 201. With consumer demand. A demand curve for each type of consumption good can be derived by observing reactions in the market, in which selling agencies raise prices when stocks fall short and lower prices when stocks accumulate. Similarly, a demand curve for the ultimate factors of production can also be obtained. When the quantities of these ultimate factors of production are known, the SEC can X their prices according to demand and supply functions to ensure full employment. The problem could be resolved into a set of simultaneous equations as in general equilibrium theory. Hayek accepted this solution in theory. However, he insisted on its being academic for two reasons. Firstly, all minutely detailed knowledge and information on changes in technologies, the possibilities for economizing means of production and the shift in consumers' tastes, could not be collected by the Central Planning Authority to incorporate them into their calculation of prices. Secondly, even if this difficulty was somehow overcome, the number of different products entering into the system of simultaneous equations would be hundreds of thousands, and too large for practical annual solution. Lang responded to Hayek's polemics, formulating a classic model of market socialism where the time-consuming process of calculation is omitted. In this model, a socialist society includes public ownership of means of production, but it allows freedom of market choice in consumption and jobs. The preferences of consumers, as expressed by their demand prices, are assumed to serve as guiding criteria in the production and allocation of resources. The income of consumers is composed of two different portions. One is the receipt for labor services. The other is the individual's share in the income derived from the capital and natural resources owned by society. This social dividend could be distributed in many different ways, for example, equally per head, or according to age, or size of family. The Central Planning Board strategically determines the rate of accumulation before distributing the social dividend. Two rules are imposed on the managers of public RMS. Firstly, the factors of production must be combined in order to minimize the average cost of production, so that the marginal productivity of factors is equalized. Secondly, the scale of output should be determined at the level where marginal cost equalizes the price of the product. Prices of services of labor and consumer goods are determined on the market, and managers operate according to these rules. The prices of means of production are initially put forward by the CPB as parametric indicators by which alternatives are quantitatively compared. Given such prices, the quantities of means of production demanded and supplied would also be determined. If the prices failed to make demand and supply meet, the error would appear as a surplus or deficit of the goods or resources in question. The CPB must raise the price of a commodity if demand exceeds supply and lower it if the reverse is the case. Thus, a set of equilibrium prices can be determined through a process of trial and error, much like a competitive market. In this model, as Lang points out, the CPB need not compile complete lists of demand and supply functions, nor does it need to solve hundreds of thousands or millions of equations. The trial and error procedure would work better and more swiftly to identify the equilibrium prices in a socialist economy than in a competitive capitalist market, for the CPB has much wider knowledge of what is going on in the entire economic system. Lang's model of market socialism actively counters the assertion by von Mises and 201 202 Hayek that, in a socialist economy, the rational prices of means of production under public ownership could not be determined, at least as far as static economic conditions are assumed. They could do as well, if not better, than in the capitalist economy. This is surely the substantive content of the model, turning on its head the neoclassical arguments for the superiority of private capitalism, even if the practical consequences were limited. Thereafter, Hayek shifted the emphasis of his critique of the collectivist socialist economy to the comparative advantage of a real market economy in generating innovation, drawing upon the role of localized knowledge. Dobb and Sweezy observed that Lang's model of market socialism gave a complete answer to the question initially raised by von Mises and Hayek. They thought, however, that the model did not yet fully demonstrate the advantages of a socialist economy over a competitive market economy in a model of general equilibrium of prices, stressing the ability of a socialist economy to set up long-term and progressive investment strategies with more egalitarian goals, thus avoiding problems due to the short-sighted and narrow-minded rationale for investment in a capitalist economy. Ecological considerations might have also occurred, had this debate taken place today. The Soviet-type economy grew steadily through VE-year plans, in contrast with the disastrous Great Depression of the 1930s in the capitalist economies. It also managed to endure the debilitating impact of World War II, spawning follower countries, while continuing to grow faster than most capitalist countries. With the defeat of anti-socialist critiques in the theoretical debate on one side, and the apparent success of the economy through Soviet planning on the other, the socialist economic calculation debate ceased to attract attention for several decades. Models of market socialism for the economic reforms of socialist countries. The debate re-emerged as the demand for the reform of Soviet-type societies intensified across Eastern Europe. Models of market socialism were regarded as desirable alternatives to the Soviet model of centrally planned and undemocratic socialism. The need for reform of the Soviet system strengthened with the progressive deterioration of its economic growth from the mid-1970s. Favorable factors such as easily mobilizable labor and natural resources for the construction of heavy industries, which facilitated economic growth through the Soviet-type central planning, were being exhausted and economic reform became essential. Hayek's critique of the irrationality of the centrally planned economy was recalled by Lavoie, among other neo-Austrians, with special attention to Hayek's view of the limited capacity of the capitalist market economy to promote innovation through the use of locally dispersed knowledge. The socialist economic calculation debate was rekindled on a broader terrain, encompassing a wider variety of models and considerations. Is it possible to build a spontaneous motivation for economic dynamism under the conditions of socialist ownership of the means of production? Can socialist economies rapidly generate and deploy new technologies? How can socio-economic decision-making be democratized by reforming the excessively centralized state bureaucracy? Bruss, who had cooperated with Lang in Poland, reformulated his model into a 203 more functional model of market socialism, by classifying economic decisions into three categories: basic macroeconomic decisions, such as those concerning the growth rate, the division between communal and private consumption and regional industrial structure. These must be more actively addressed by the CPB than is the case in Lang's model. The choice of private consumption goods as well as occupation should be undertaken in a free market, as with Lang. Operational decisions concerning the size and the composition of inputs and outputs, the methods of production, the selection of the suppliers and purchasers, as well as the detailed determination of remunerations, should be undertaken by individual enterprises or industrial sectors. In this respect, the model was a more decentralized version of market socialism, weakening centralized bureaucratic power and broadening opportunities for democratic participation of workers. It served as a guide for the social reform movements beginning within Eastern Europe. A British economist, Alec Nove, sought to sketch a model of feasible socialism, achievable within 50 years, drawing upon his examination of the historical experiences of the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and China. The political system is assumed to be a multi-party democracy. There can be many different types of production unit, to encourage citizen initiatives, including socialized enterprises with workers' self-management, cooperative enterprises, and individual agents such as craftsmen. There would be no large-scale private ownership of the means of production. The functions of central planning would be the determination of major investments, the monitoring of decentralized investment to avoid duplication, the administration of infrastructure such as electricity production and railway services, and some regulation of foreign trade. Democratic voting would determine the boundary between consumer goods and services to be provided free and those to be purchased on the market. Romer formulated a new model of market socialism drawing upon analytical Marxism. It incorporates a system of joint stock companies as the most important economic unit for producing goods and services. Both the public ownership of companies and the basis of egalitarian economic life among people are to be realized by distributing equal amounts of vouchers for purchasing shares to all the citizens when they become adults. If a person manages to purchase shares of an #ciently managed RM, she or he can earn higher dividends and make capital gains through the increase in share prices. As long as all the shares held by individual citizens are returned to the state upon death, the fundamental nature of public ownership of shares and, therefore, also of joint stock companies is sustained. The choice of investments by individuals and institutions in the stock market would monitor and induce managers of companies to maximize profits and pursue innovation. However, a problem remains of how to monitor and discipline the managers of RMS in accordance with the interest of general citizens. Practical and theoretical significance. It is striking how the models of market socialism had no lasting impact on social reform movements in Eastern Europe and in the Soviet Union. Instead, a shock therapy for rapid and complete transition to a capitalist market economy was adopted. By contrast, in the systemic change in China since 1978, the market has been introduced more. 203 204. Gradually under the continuing Communist Party leadership. This model has delivered high economic growth, while the CCP has declared a socialist market economy in the constitutional law of 1993. Whether theories of market socialism have indulgenced the Chinese road is debatable. The Chinese economic reforms have been implemented through continuous experimentation, rather than being led by theoretical models. Indeed, the Chinese socio-economic system now contains various forms of enterprise, economic units, management, and ownership of means of production that are much more complex than in the models of market socialism. Thus, these models have lagged behind the variety and complexity of our historical experience. There are issues of political forms, collective ownership other than through the state, distinctions between different types of goods and services whether produced through the market or not. Consideration must also be given to how to ensure democratic workers' self-management in the workplace. Therefore, models of market socialism may remain tolerable, and they can be selected according to the social and historical conditions, and may not easily converge towards a single correct model. We need further to consider how the models of market socialism can be understood on the basis of Marxian theory. To a large extent, the discussion of market socialism so far has not been grounded on Marxist theory. In extreme form, this is characteristic of the RST market socialism debate, which was conducted within the context of neoclassical theory. Although Marx himself did not draw a blueprint for a future socialist economy, unlike the earlier utopian socialists, his conception of a future society was based on a community of free individuals. However, we do not need to narrow down the alternatives beyond capitalism just to a democratically planned economy, as Mondale, for example, argued against Nove. Moreover, there is certainly room to utilize Marx's basic economic theories in order to understand theoretical possibilities for market socialism. 2 points are illustrative. Firstly, in neoclassical economics, as well as in classical political economy, the market is conceived as a natural economic order of liberty, originating from the natural human propensity to exchange and better oneself. This is a naturalistic view of the market economy, without objective understanding of the real origin and the roles of the market economy throughout history. In the same vein, the market economy is always conceived to be fully developed and indistinguishable from the capitalist market economy. Within such a frame of reference, the systemic change in the Soviet bloc countries towards a market economy tends to be conceptualized only as a transition to a fully capitalist economy, since market socialism must continue to leave more or less significant unnatural planned economic aspects within society. In contrast, Marx clearly recognized that commodity exchange originated before capitalism, as external trade between communal societies, separate from communal intrasocial orders of pre-capitalist societies. Accordingly, forms of the market economy, such as commodity, money, and some kinds of capital, coexisted with various communal social orders. Only when human labor power is commodified on a social scale could the market economy develop fully into a capitalist economy. By the same token, the market economy can also exist in post-capitalist forms of societies as market socialism, in combination with associational public ownership of major means of production. This can be regarded as a preparatory stage for socialism, prior to full communism where the market is fully subordinated or eliminated as in Marx's own idea for a future society. But, as long 204 205 as the labor market persists, a fundamental issue remains about how to overcome the alienated, commodity-ed form of the labor power of the wage workers. Lang already suggested an avenue for the solution in his model, at least as far as the choice of jobs and goods on the market is concerned. Secondly, most models of market socialism have been based upon the neoclassical theory of price, bypassing Marxian value theory. Nor has Marx's idea to use labor time as the unit of account in an associational economic plan been put to use in Soviet-type planning, with its calculations based more on SRA and type physical input-output analysis. Although Stalin once asserted that economic laws, such as the law of value, must be utilized for the construction of socialism, he confused the law of value specific to the market economy with a natural law, far from discussing market socialism or how to apply Marx's value theory to Soviet planning. After de-Stalinization, Lieberman suggested introducing a more prominent role for pro-T in the USSR in order to promote productivity growth. His argument remained, however, within the framework of the Soviet system of public prices, and was not linked with theories of market socialism, nor with Marx's idea of using labor time as an accounting unit. Marx's law of value based upon labor time has thus not easily been applied or used in models of either planned economy or market socialism. Can we really apply labor time as an accounting unit in a practical model of market socialism? One solution is a full socialist wage model of market socialism. In this, all the social income annually produced is distributed to the workers according to their labor time, without leaving a social surplus or pro-T to the enterprises. The social funds necessary for communal consumption and accumulation are collected ex post, as a tax on wage income. Since the education and training costs for socially necessary skilled or complex workers are covered by the social funds, these costs need not be retrieved by individual workers or families. Everybody is thus basically paid the same. As a social foundation of economic democracy with socialist egalitarianism, labor time expended by any worker, including complex labor, is thus to be counted equally as physical time for purposes of remuneration. Equilibrium prices can be achieved by trial and error, and would tend to be in direct proportion to labor time crystallized in goods and services. This model would render the social relations among workers, both towards their labor and the products of their labor, transparent as a true basis of associational democracy, as was proposed by Marx. But the later Hayek problem of how to ensure incentives for innovation would need to be addressed as an additional consideration within this basic model. 205 205. 206. 33 Marx and Underdevelopment Moro de Meglio and Pietro Massina. In Marx, the systematic critique of political economy is indistinguishable from the political and ethical commitment towards the overturning of the capitalist system and the making of a more egalitarian world. Given this thrust, Marx's repeated assertions of a progressive role played by the bourgeoisie and capitalism has bewildered some of his readers. For example, it is often claimed that Marx was unable to grasp the historical impact of British colonialism and free trade policies on the economic development of the so-called backward countries. These critics claim that Marx optimistically believed that British expansion would promote industrialization and, therefore, capitalist development, ignoring the development of underdevelopment implications of European domination, which was, later, emphasized by the neo-Marxist dependency theories. At a more general level, Marx has been criticized for his supposed Eurocentrism and evolutionism, that is, for privileging the history of Europe as the conceptual framework for understanding the rest of the world, considering pre-capitalist European history in terms of a set of necessary and inevitable stages, and using these stages as a way of conceptualizing non-European history. In other words, Marx and most Marxist thinkers reproduced rather than challenged their predecessors' biased interpretation of non-European history. This was, presumably, due to Marx's inability to overcome historicism, or the theory of development underpinning liberal philosophies of history. This conception of history sees it as the narrative of the development of modern subjects and cultures, originating in Europe and then spreading outside it, according to a RST in Europe, then elsewhere structure of global historical time. Marx's progressivist view of capitalism is typically condensed by a binary. It is true that capitalism is the most brutalizing and dehumanizing economic system history has ever known %. Yet to Marx, capitalism is still a necessary step toward NAL salvation, since only capitalism can create the economic and technological infrastructure that will enable society to allow for the free development of every member according to his capacities. Evidence in support of this interpretation can be found in some of Marx and Engels's writings, for example, the Communist Manifesto, the writings on India published in the New York Daily Tribune, and numerous passages of the Grundrisse, written in 1857–58. Indisputably, the notion of progress runs throughout Marx's work, redirecting the indolence of British political economy, classical German philosophy and French proto-socialism. Nevertheless, this interpretation is problematic in several ways. For example, it takes Marx's thought as monolithic, whereas his views on the progress wrought by capitalism changed significantly over time, and the traditional 206 206. 207. Interpretation tends to downplay the shifts in Marx's thinking between the 1840s to 50s and the 1860s to 70s. Furthermore, one should not forget that Marx was caught up in the basic epistemological tension of any and all attempts to analyze large-scale, long-term processes of social change, that is, to work simultaneously at a very abstract level, describing the basic principles of the capitalist system, and at a very concrete and historical level, analyzing the capitalist development process in specie contexts. Since this tension could not be eliminated, Marx resorted to alternating emphases in his writings, depending on the specie purposes that those writings were addressing. This epistemological tension makes it particularly difficult to reconstruct Marx's thinking on colonialism and underdevelopment. These issues were mostly discussed in newspaper articles and letters, that is, in texts that did not have the same theoretical coherence and depth of his major works. It is therefore not surprising that Marx's writings in this context have generated heated debates in which different and even contrasting views have emerged in the attempt to reconstruct Marx's true thinking. The progressive role of the bourgeoisie and colonialism. In considering the future of the countries subjected to European colonial domination in the 19th century, Marx and Engels acknowledged the progressive implications of capitalist modernization, looking at the bourgeoisie as an active economic and political force able to transform the world, destroying non-capitalist societies through its global expansion and planting the seeds of progress in lower civilizations. This progressive role of the bourgeoisie is particularly evident in the Communist Manifesto. Since the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and it is in need of constantly expanding markets, it increasingly operates on a world scale, transforming the economic and social structures of the so-called backward nations. Draws all, even the most barbarian, nations into civilization. The cheap prices of commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, i.e., to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. Traditional societies, both the European feudal system and pre-capitalist systems in other regions, were not idyllic, built as they were upon pervasive forms of exploitation. The diffusion of capitalism implied the replacement of traditional forms of exploitation veiled by religious and political illusions with naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. Marx and Engels were, therefore, well aware that capitalism meant bringing exploitation to a higher level, and that the destruction of pre-capitalist formations could imply more miserable living conditions for the proletariat and for the populations subjected to colonial domination. However, at least until the 1850s, the prevailing theme for Marx was the progressive historical mission of the bourgeoisie. Liberation could only occur after the establishment. 207 208 of modern forms of production. And, outside Europe, the transition to capitalism depended on the extension of colonialism and imperialism. Marx's views on colonialism are expressed in a number of articles on India published as part of his journalistic collaboration with the New York Daily Tribune. In these writings, England is seen as responsible for a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying the material foundations of Western society in Asia. There is no complacency here in describing this ruthless historical process, but the prevailing argument supported by Marx in the 1853 articles was that the transformation of the underdeveloped areas stemming from the inner logic of the capitalist mode of production had a progressive nature. That is, regardless of the darker sides of the destruction of the pre-capitalist modes of production in the colonies, plays a progressive role due to its superior ability to create the material preconditions for development. In Marx's own words, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about revolution. A similarly critical appraisal of the worldwide expansion of the capitalist mode of production is expressed by Marx in his speech on the question of free trade, where he denounces the myth of free trade leading to a sort of international brotherhood in which each country would specialize on production in harmony with natural advantage. Rather, free trade is a form of cosmopolitan exploitation reproducing on a larger scale the same destructions that capitalist development unleashes within a single nation. All the destructive phenomena which unlimited competition gives rise to within one country are reproduced in more gigantic proportions on the world market. Although he acknowledges the importance of protectionism for establishing large-scale industry in any given country, he also warns that protectionism would not prevent dependence upon global markets dominated by free trade. Marx's support for free trade is, therefore, motivated by the need to hasten the development of the capitalist system and accelerating the process of its demise, underdevelopment and the extraction of surplus value. Despite some degree of ambivalence, until the end of the 1850s, Marx emphasized the progressive role of the colonial expansion of British capitalism, and he conditionally supported free trade policies. However, Marx's views changed significantly in the 1860s, when he explicitly disavowed his earlier thesis about the double mission of British industrial capital. Critical remarks had been formulated in the New York Daily Tribune in the 1850s, where Marx talked of a transfer of surplus value from India to Britain because of the colonial arrangement, and made careful calculations of this drain. In the same period, Marx also expressed his support for Chinese resistance during the Second Opium War. Despite these earlier doubts, a real change of perspective only occurred with his involvement in the Irish question and his studies of Russia and the Russian revolutionary movement. As many commentators have pointed out, 208, 209. The theoretical position towards which Marx moved from the 1860s was that the destruction of the old society would not necessarily create the conditions for a new and more advanced one. On the one hand, he showed a growing awareness that capitalist development in the metropolis was supported by an incessant extraction of huge amounts of surplus from the colonies and semi-colonies. On the other hand, Marx recognized that the destruction of old societies through colonial domination, rather than creating the basis for regeneration, often prevented the autonomous development of a modern economy in those colonies. Colonial rule not only impeded the development of industry through coercion, but also used the forcible integration into the world market to strengthen the dependence of colonies on the metropolis. In this sense, British free trade deprived pre-capitalist societies of the conditions for the autonomous development of their productive forces and the creation of an independent national economy. This change of attitude in Marx's analysis went along with a shift from a unilinear to a multilinear philosophy of history. The evolution in the analysis of the relations between metropolis and colonies allows not only a better understanding of the creation of dependency for the colonies but also a reassessment of the importance of the extraction of surplus value for the metropolis. Marx seems to recognize that the so-called primitive accumulation should not be considered as con net to the genesis of capitalism, but as a continuing process, a point subsequently made by Rosa Luxemburg and by dependency theory and world systems analysis. This change of perspective seems evident in his writings on the Irish question, where Marx talks of a regime that since 1846, though less barbarian in form, is in ect destructive, leaving no alternative but Ireland's voluntary emancipation by England or life and death struggle, and where he argues that very time Ireland was about to develop industrially, she was crushed and reconverted into a purely agricultural land. What the Irish need is self-government and independence from England, an agrarian revolution, which the English cannot accomplish, and, in open opposition to his views of the 1850s, protective tariffs against England. Thus, Marx is moving away from 19th-century modernization theories towards an understanding of what later generations would call dependent development. Similar remarks on the connections between different areas of the world capitalist system can be found in capital I, especially in section 7, ch. 15, where Marx stated that a new and international division of labor, a division suited to the requirements of the chief centers of modern industry springs up, and converts one part of the globe into $y agricultural eld of production, for supplying the other part which remains $y industrial eld. The intolerance of the Russian populists on Marx's views on the effects of capitalism also played a role in the change of his theoretical stance. The populists assumed the possibility and desirability for Russia to bypass the stage of capitalism, and promoted a non-capitalist strategy of industrialization relying on the advantages of backwardness, supported and controlled by the state, based on the Russian peasant community. While in subsequent years Lenin criticized the Russian populists as a petit bourgeois and conservative version of European Romantic thought, Marx was apparently aware that 209, 210. They gave voice not only to the problems of small producers against large-scale capitalist production, but also to the specie problems of a backward agrarian country against highly developed capitalist economies. The search for such a strategy was bolstered by the awareness of the #culties stemming from their coexistence with the capitalist countries of Western Europe, whose competition was considered an insurmountable obstacle to capitalist development in Russia. The idea of uneven development, RST, formulated by Peter Chadaev, according to which Russia was turning into a proletarian against the bourgeois nations of the West, provided the theoretical core of the populists' political analysis, and their world historical perspective allowed them to raise the issue of the problems faced by a peripheral country in the development of its productive forces within a hierarchical world system. In this sense, Russian populism can be considered not only as a petty producer's ideology, but also as the RST ideological expression of the specific features of the economic and social development of late-coming countries. Marx's involvement in the issues raised by the Russian populists spurred his interest into a new set of problems, which were peculiar to countries engaged in the search for a non-capitalistic way to overcome economic and social backwardness. In the drafts of his letter to Varazay Sulich, where he expressed his optimism about the perspectives and revolutionary potential of the Russian rural communities, Marx focuses his attention on problems such as unequal development, the advantages of backwardness, the possibility of technology imports accelerating industrial development, the role of cultural contact and, more generally, the problem of the global interdependence of societal transformations. In his redirections on the Russian revolutionary perspectives, Marx came to a new understanding of uneven development. In a famous passage in the preface to the first German edition of Capital, Marx had suggested that the nation more developed industrially would show, to the less developed, the image of its own future. While in that context he was clearly referring to England and Germany, a subsequent Marxist tradition used that notion to deny a general rule of capitalist development. This deterministic vision was noticeably confuted by the late Marx, for whom the prevailing forces in the international trading system would prevent the autonomous industrial development of the backward countries. As it has been suggested by Shannon, although the idea of dependent development was not explicitly formulated, its foundation was laid. Marxist traditions on development and underdevelopment. In parallel with the gradual change in Marx's views of the role of capitalism and the relationship between development and underdevelopment, the history of Marxist thought on these issues during the 20th century also showed two phases. Simplifying, the RST phase, until the early 1960s, exhibits the optimistic evolution of the RST Marx, the second gained significance since the 1960s, emphasizing the global scope and the uneven consequences of global capitalism as a world system. The Second International promoted a version of Marxism that was far more positive than the RST. Marx himself was on the progressive role of capitalism. A deterministic reading of capitalist development prevailed, according to which capitalism 210 211 would develop the productive forces and then eventually break down through its own contradictions, paving the way for a socialist revolution. Such a view was further reinforced by Bolshevism, which, after 1917, became the most indulgential interpretation of Marxism in the world. This approach deeply indulgenced the analysis of the so-called colonial question, which occupied an important space in the debates within the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Comintern. During the 1920s, the debate within the CPSU on the modes of socialist accumulation and on the national question saw the Stalinist line prevail. This emphasized the priority of building socialism in one country, and implied a strategy of isolation to overcome the constraints imposed by capitalist encirclement. This strategy for the communist movement was based on an evolutionist interpretation of Marxism, which postulated that each country should go through successive stages of development in order to reach socialism. These stages had to be reached in each country in which socialist revolutions had succeeded. This version of Marxist thinking became dominant during the 1930s and continued to prevail until the mid-1960s. This evolutionist version of Marxism was symmetric to contemporary liberal thinking, only erring for the country identified as the most advanced, the Soviet Union against Great Britain and the United States. The liberal view that underdevelopment was the result of persisting feudal economic relations exerted a strong and protracted indulgence over the Latin American communist parties, that is, the same region which eventually gave birth to the main alternative view on these issues. In the Marxist literature, the bourgeois democratic revolution was, therefore, denied as a revolution against the old relations of production, and considered a prerequisite for backward societies to achieve autonomous development. This revolution should overthrow the old political system and liberate the country from imperialist dependence, making possible a new economic expansion. This bourgeois democratic revolution required an alliance between the progressive sectors of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat against the traditional rural oligarchies, and it should promote the development of capitalist industrial sectors against the pre-capitalist monopolies and privileges. Imperialism and colonialism had prevented social and economic progress, and the bourgeois democratic revolution would bring not only political emancipation but also economic development. Since the 1960s, this evolutionist Marxist interpretation was eventually rejected by the so-called dependency theories and, later, by world systems analysis. The historical sine qua non of these critical approaches, beyond their inadequate understanding of specie historical circumstances, was their challenge to orthodox Marxist analyses on development and underdevelopment, which colluded with liberal thought. This was, in turn, part and parcel of a geopolitical collusion between the United States and the Soviet Union on the world scene. Although not unchallenged, and even charged with not being Marxist, this neo-Marxism, with its emphasis on the development of underdevelopment and corporifery capitalist relations in the longue durée, seems consistent with, and inspired by, the views that Marx expressed since the 1860s, and it is especially valuable in the understanding of past and present inequalities. 211 211 212 34 Marxism and History. George C. Comynal. Only a broad and selective account of Marxism, and historiography can be aired here, neglecting much that is profoundly important. The historical works and ideas Marx had to confront were thoroughly Eurocentric, notwithstanding his own interests in Asia and the Americas. At the same time, Marxism has had a tremendous impact on non-European historiography, and the relationship between European and other histories is enduring. Even in English, there is the work of C.L.R. James and Eric Williams on the Caribbean, to say nothing of the historiography of India. While the omission here of much of the history of the world is unavoidable, it is regretted. This account should be taken as a starting point for further inquiry. Marx was born in the Francophile Rhenish city of Trier only 3 years after it was taken over by reactionary Prussia following the defeat of Bonaparte. Across Europe, the French Revolution posed the issues of the day, and its meaning and place in history were matters of great political import. In innumerable ways, the revolution cast a long shadow through ideas and movements during the next 2 centuries, and not only in Europe. The impact that the French Revolution had on historiography is so intertwined with the ideas of Marx and the development of Marxism that it requires special attention, but with a critical eye as to what was specie to Marx. History and theory. The connections between Marxism and the study of history are enormously complex and the subject of intense debate among Marxists and their critics. The indulgences Marx and Marxism have had on historical conceptions and research do not necessarily recite the nature and meaning of either Marx's own ideas or those of subsequent Marxists. Many would argue that for the most part these indulgences have been based on misinterpretations of Marx's work, not least by those considering themselves to be Marxists. The ideas that have been most indulgential include, that and make their own history, but they do not make it as they please, that history has been determined by a succession of forms of class exploitation, generally conceived in terms of modes of production, and that economic forces and relations, and their contradictions, have been the primary determinants of history within the forms of class society and between them. These ideas, however, have frequently been understood in terms of historical determinism, economic and/or technological determinism, the historical necessity of specie stages and processes of transition, the subordination of politics to economics, with class fundamentally being an economic category, and the limited role of human agency. 212 Marxism and History. 213. Running through the debates over the relationship between Marxism and historiography is the question, too often obscured, of whether what is at stake are issues of theory and method, or issues of research practice and interpretation. In the structuralist Marxism of Louis Althusser, this question is meaningless and inherently anti-Marxist. Theory is taken to be the foundation of all scientific knowledge. The theory required for history is understood to have been established once and for all by Karl Marx. Historicism, history unshaped by Marxist theory, is a most profound error. In polar opposition to this view stand both genuine empiricists, denying that theory has a role in the acquisition of knowledge, and post-structuralists, and others who instead push the social construction of knowledge towards the point that all accounts, especially in history, are conceived to be equally valid. Even among those inclined to adopt such positions, however, it is rare to find scholars, again, especially historians, who do not in practice give attention to both the terms of analysis and the implications of evidence. Certainly, all historians work with a given framework of concepts and at least a broad sense of an overarching story to history, even if only absorbed from general culture and pre-specialist education. At the same time, whatever one's theoretical approach, one must be able to reconcile it with evidence however constructed and selected. If these sets of issues broadly constitute, respectively, the terrains of historical social theory and historiographical research, it is clear not only that there is a relationship between the two, but that the line between them is blurred. The huge literature on Marxism as historical social theory cannot really be discussed here, but one cannot consider Marx's impact on historiography without some attention to theory. The centrality of historical social theory is immediately evident in Marx's work. The Manifesto of the Communist Party asserts at the outset that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, a conception framing Marx's entire revolutionary political project. It is fundamental to his thought that the history of class societies culminates in the self-emancipation of the working class, not merely ending the capitalist form of class society, but engendering the emancipation of all humanity from oppression and exploitation. Throughout the critique of political economy that formed the greatest part of his work, Marx took pains to locate the specifically capitalist forms of social relations of production within history, challenging those claims of classical political economy that the fundamentals of economics are timeless and universal. The historical specificity of his critique is especially clear in the theoretical ground clearing of the introduction to the Grundrisse. His analogy of learning about the anatomy of the ape from the anatomy of humans depends precisely on that they are different. Marx wanted not simply to interpret the world, but to change it. He never approached history merely as an academic scholar, but drew upon it to inform his political analysis and critique of capitalism. The terms of his analysis, for both the nature of capitalist society and the political objective of the working class, are grounded precisely in that overview of history developing through processes of exploitation and struggle articulated in the manifesto. Yet, while his own conception of history focused on class oppression and struggles against it, he consciously drew upon historical accounts of class that were prominent in the historiography of his time. Marx wrote to Joseph Wade Meyer in 1852 that 213 214. Now as for myself, I do not claim to have discovered either the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle between them. Long before me, bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this struggle between the classes, as had bourgeois economists their economic anatomy. Although Marx's own ideas must be understood in relation to the dominant liberal ideas of his time, this and other references make it clear that, in contrast to the liberal economic thought that he so systematically subjected to criticism, he never undertook a comparable critique of liberal historical conceptions. Any appreciation of Marxism's contribution to the study of history therefore must take into account not only the impact of earlier historical social theory on Marx's own ideas, but the continuing indulgence of liberal historical conceptions within Marxism as well as without. During the 17th and 18th centuries, a materialist and economistic conception of historical progress emerged in association with liberal political and economic ideas. In 1748, the future political economists Adam Smith and A.R.J. Turgot independently conceived human society to have developed through four stages characterized by distinct modes of subsistence: hunting and gathering, pastoralism, agriculture, and commerce. Within a decade this concept had been applied to the history of law, asserting that the characteristic forms of property of each mode of subsistence provided a corresponding legal foundation. Historical development through the stages of these modes was conceived in relation to economic and social improvement, constituting the underlying substance of humanity's progress. In many and varied forms, whether emphasizing climate, population growth, technology, trade, division of labor, rationality, or some other source of change, this stagist conception of history as unilinear progress has figured prominently in social theory ever since. The idea of bourgeois revolution. During the French Revolution, this idea of progress through stages was adapted to defend the struggle of the non-noble bourgeoisie against the aristocracy as historically necessary, ending an outmoded form of rule in favor of one promoting modern commerce. In reality, less than 10% of the bourgeoisie were merchants or engaged in industry and, when successful, they almost invariably purchased ennobling *CES and joined the aristocracy. That nobles were formally barred from engaging in commerce, however, lent plausibility to the claim that the struggle of the bourgeoisie to establish political equality, and access to higher *CES, was tied to the rise of trade, and so marked a decisive transition between historical epochs. The moderate revolutionary leader, Antoine Barnave, wrote the RST such account of bourgeois revolution while awaiting execution in 1793, and works written from this perspective were widespread during the RST half of the 19th century, as liberal progressivist social theory informed historiography, political economy, and philosophy. Marx's historical ideas were fundamentally shaped by this pervasive liberal perspective. The July Revolution of 1830 gave France a moderate liberal constitutional monarchy, and it is telling that its leading politician was François Guizot, a historian long renowned for his view that progress in civilization was driven by a rising bourgeoisie, culminating in bourgeois revolution. In most of Europe, however, reactionary states held sway, and 214. Marxism and History 215. Even the most anemic liberalism remained subversive and revolutionary. Yet opposition was widespread. Many concurred at least that the liberal revolution of 1789 had been necessary. Others looked beyond the revolution's early days to embrace radical Jacobin republicanism, the egalitarian direct democracy of the sans-culottes, or even the socialism of Gracchus Babeuf's conspiracy of equals. Certainly, there was no shortage of adherents to the reactionary party of order, but everywhere there were liberals, republicans, Democrats, and socialists, all of whom measured historical progress in relation to the high water mark of the French Revolution. This was the context in which Marx and Engels composed the Manifesto. There was nothing novel about the account of the French Revolution in the Manifesto. What was new was the call for proletarian class revolution. As the 1848 revolution in France seemed to repeat the course of 1789, but, as he famously observed, the second time as farce, Marx had occasion in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte to engage in more specifically historical analysis than usual. What is striking is the extent to which this analysis corresponds to historical evidence rather than to the idea of bourgeois revolution. Despite the claim in the manifesto that industrial capitalism had already developed to the point that the working class was ready to be its gravedigger, putting an end forever to class rule by the capitalists, Marx here makes clear that the industrialists were far from dominant even within the bourgeoisie, having to contend with aristocracy of Nantes, the large landowners, and the high dignitaries of the army, the university, the church, the bar, the academy, and the press, in addition to the Republican faction that initially came to power in 1848. His account stresses the continual growth of state #CES from the old regime, through all the phases of the revolution, and each successive regime down to 1851, when 500,000 civil #chales were matched by another 500,000 in the army. It is not easy to reconcile these historical details and the political processes to which they speak, the roles of state Nance and state #CES looming large in the structure of dominant class interests, with the classic conception of bourgeois class revolution. That Marx put complicated historical analysis ahead of a simple #remation of the account aired in his call to arms gives insight into his priorities. Marx's extension of progress to proletarian class revolution would have been anathema even to the most liberal bourgeoisie, but his ideas remained little known outside radical circles prior to the Paris Commune of 1871. Thereafter, with the establishment of the Third Republic, political polarization within France intensified, throwing Republicans into an enduring but uncomfortable alliance with the radical left. Most famously in the Dreyfus era, but throughout the Third Republic, authoritarian political movements and gers associated with the military and the church constituted a real threat. Against the anti-republican and anti-democratic reactionaries among the clergy and social elites, even conservative Republicans found it necessary to defend not only the liberalism but the radicalism of the revolution, accepting that these formed a bloc, in Clemenceau's words. This defense of historically necessary bourgeois revolution as the true foundation for Republican France was carried into the increasingly professional halls of academe when Alphonse Allard became in 1885 the RST chair in the history of the revolution at the Sorbonne. Allard embraced democratic Jacobinism, but neither as a socialist nor a defender of Robespierre. The leading French historians of the revolution that followed. 215 216. Allard not only embraced the republican mission of the bourgeoisie, but did so openly as socialists, and increasingly as Marxists, from Jean Jaurès, leader of the Socialist Section Française de l'Internationale Ouvrière, the French section of the Workers' International, through Albert Mathis and Georges Lefebvre, to Albert Sobol, a member of the Parti Communiste Français, the French Communist Party. Outside of France, meanwhile, it was not unusual for mainstream historians to shun the overtly class analysis of bourgeois revolution, yet often they just substituted a diluted version of the liberal progressivist original. The defeat of France by Nazi Germany in 1940 brought reactionary forces to power behind the actively collaborationist Marshal Pétain, strongly supported by the Church. Following the liberation, the revived republic continued to suffer from a broad lack of credibility, worsened by the Cold War and anti-colonial struggles in Vietnam and Algeria. After Charles de Gaulle established the politically stable, moderately liberal, yet fundamentally conservative Fifth Republic, further undercutting the old right, tainted by Vichy, the unity of Republican defense lost its urgency. By the late 1960s, challenges raised abroad to the idea of bourgeois revolution nally had impact within France, and the previously unacceptable view that the originally liberal revolution of 1789 became radical by skidding course rapidly gained favor. In the wake of 1968, a profound reaction took root not only against Marxist historiography, but Marxism in general. At the same time, ironically, genuine problems of reconciling the classic account of the revolution with historical evidence were being recognized even by Marxists like Eugene Robin. Following 1917, the idea of bourgeois revolution had become increasingly important not only in France, but within Marxist theory generally. Its widespread acceptance was taken to vindicate Marx's ideas, and it was incorporated into the historical analysis of many national contexts. Given not only its once vaunted preeminence, but its political significance within some forms of Marxist theory, it is not surprising that many Marxists have been disinclined to abandon the concept, despite its liberal origins. Notwithstanding the great body of evidence that the French bourgeoisie of the old regime had not been capitalist, and that capitalist social relations of production existed in neither industry nor agriculture, Most Marxist historians of the revolution continue to accounts that seek to reconcile history with this theory rather than consider other explanations of the role of class relations. This allegiance to the idea of bourgeois revolution has opened a gulf between Marxist and mainstream historiography precisely where once they coincided: history, economy, and society. Besides the idea of bourgeois revolution, there have been other points of connection between liberal social theory and Marxism. Max Weber's contributions to social thought were in important ways reactions against Marx and Marxism. Weber conceived himself to be an economist rather than a sociologist, going so far as to characterize marginal utility theory as a primary tool for understanding social action, especially in modern capitalist society. His terms of analysis often gave different meanings to those used by Marx, marshalling them against Marxism. While he incorporated the idea of class, he 216 Marxism and History 217 reduced it to a purely economic category, indeed, merely a market position. At the same time, his work has been noted for stressing the roles of institutions, the state, and status within a broad historical framework emphasizing the growth of rationality. Many theorists and historical sociologists have therefore taken Weber's ideas to be an alternative or supplement to what, ironically, they have understood as Marx's purely economic conception of class. Still others have sought to develop original approaches informed by both Marx and Weber. Barrington Moore Jr., Charles Tilly, and Michael Mann, among others, have made use of the ideas of class and class $ICT in important works of non-Marxist historical sociology that have verged on historiography, and indulgenced many historians. Among Marxists specifically writing in relation to historical social theory, the work of Perry Anderson and Ellen Meixens would have had particular impact, though Marxist historians in general have engaged issues of theory to a greater extent than non-Marxists. While Marx's work has often been criticized for being economistic, the focus on economic factors attributed to him has contributed to the development of economic history. Far from being inherently Marxist, much economic history has been anything but, as may be seen from the work and indulgence of the German, English, and French historical schools of economics. Aside from economic history as such, however, significant currents of social historical research have emerged from the study of broadly economic issues in history. In France, Marc Bloch and Lucien Febvre founded the Annales d'Histoire économique et sociale, from which the Annales school of social history developed into a major force. This school set itself against Marxist approaches from the start, and has grown increasingly far from its original emphasis on the connection between the economic, social, and cultural in the formation of mentalities. Nonetheless, its contribution to viewing history over the longue durée, as in the work of Fernand Braudel, clearly must be taken in light of Marxist perspectives. Bloch's work on feudalism and French rural history also opened the way for the study of social history in the ancient and medieval eras, in which Marxists like Guy Bois have girt importantly. The existence of formal institutions of unfreedom, and other social, political and cultural differences highlighted by the classic liberal idea of historical progress leading to modernity, have on the face of it given credence to conceiving ancient and medieval societies in terms of class. In Britain, however, such a pointedly social interpretation of history continued to face entrenched conservative opposition within historiography not only into the second half of the 20th century, but into the 20th. Still, inspired by the wrenching dislocation of rural society by early modern enclosures, and the devastating effects of the Industrial Revolution on workers, significant contributions to social history were made by non-Marxist but socialist or left-liberal historians in the half of the 20th century, notably R.H. Tawney, G.D.H. Cole and John and Barbara Hammond. Following the Second World War, the Communist Party historians group formed in Britain, including some of the most significant historians of the 20th century, Maurice Dobb, Christopher Hill, Rodney Hilton, Eric Hobsbawm, George Rood, Raphael Samuel and E.P. Thompson, among others. What is especially striking is the way in which members of the historians group played pivotal roles in both transforming the 217 218 practice of history, and advancing historical social theory. They did so in the RST place through conscious commitment to making historical experience available and relevant to ordinary working people. Not only did they write in clear, plain English, but they focused particularly on the historical struggles of laboring people and the oppressed against the powerful. In the perspective from which they wrote, and their emphasis on struggles, this work went beyond social history to establish a new historiography of history from below. This dedication required unearthing and restoring evidence previously ignored by historians, such as police records, reinforcing their commitment to the labor of historical research. As Marxists, they continued to work with well-defined theoretical concepts, but as historians they followed the evidence. Where Christopher Hill wrote an unalloyed account of the English Civil War as bourgeois revolution in 1948, he came instead to embrace a far more nuanced conception of that $ICT, without abandoning the ideas or centrality of class and class struggle. Inspired by broad unity among anti-fascists before and during the war, a small group within the historians group founded, on their own initiative, the journal Past and Present in 1952, in the depths of the Cold War and rampant American McCarthyism. It was conceived from the start as an independent journal of social history, with non-Marxists on the editorial board as well as among its contributors. Launched with explicit commitment to the tradition of Bloch and Febvre, it has maintained greater continuity in this regard than the Annals. Its enduring attention to the relationship between social theory and the practice of historiography is evident not only in periodic contributions on the subject, but in the notable debates that have appeared in its pages. History and Debate. A series of debates, comprising both exchanges among Marxists, and between Marxists and non-Marxists, have been central to the continuing indulgence of Marxism within historiography. Setting aside debates over the legitimacy of Marxist thought as such, these have clustered around concepts of analysis, particularly regarding historical periodization and transitions, the relationship between theory and practice, and the validity of the premises underpinning historical social theory. There have been too many issues of debate even to summarize here, but several have had especially broad implications. One important debate has been over the transition between feudalism and capitalism, sparked by the historical analysis of Maurice Daub, which engaged Marxists from many countries during the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. E.P. Thompson's work went significantly beyond the enormous contribution he made to the study of history from below, advancing theoretical ideas that had an important impact, and also generated considerable controversy. As Harvey K. and Ellen Wood have emphasized, Thompson's key theoretical contribution was his conception of class as a relationship, not a thing, one formed through historical processes, not through the articulation of an abstract, ahistorical structure. This conception has been the subject of much contention because it has been taken to reduce class to class consciousness, whereas 218 Marxism and History 219. Thompson conceived class to exist prior to its realization in fully formed classes, and even in its seeming absence. This conception of class as a relationship, grounded in oppression and existing and/or developing exploitation, and entailing collective forms of struggle as well as common experiences, focuses on historical processes of social and cultural class formation, in contrast to conceptions of class as either a social or economic position, or a form of consciousness. Beyond this particular contention over the meaning of class, Thompson engaged in a lengthy and far broader debate with Perry Anderson over the latter's structuralist Marxist conception of English history, as well as an even more polemical critique of Althusser. Thompson's approach to the processes of class in history, sketched in theoretical terms, but more fully realized in his historiography, played a crucial role in the development of what has been described as political Marxism. The work of Robert Brenner built upon Thompson's ideas, and was pivotal to the political Marxist regrounding of historical materialism in historically concrete processes of class struggle and social change. Brenner argued in a seminal article in Past and Present that, on the basis of specie differences in the nature and outcome of class struggles during the later Middle Ages and the early modern era, the processes of historical development within class societies took profoundly divergent paths not only between Eastern and Western Europe, but also between England and France. Brenner's article gave rise to a celebrated debate comprising a number of prominent non-Marxist scholars and the Marxist Guy Bois. As Brenner further established through his reply to critics, and has since been supported by a growing body of research and analysis drawing upon his and Wood's contributions, the evidence does not support the idea that England and France shared a common history of progress through fundamentally identical social, economic and political forms down to the era of the French Revolution. On the contrary, these two societies differed profoundly in their legal and political forms of social property relations from early in the Middle Ages, leading to vastly different forms of class society. As Brenner, Wood, and other political Marxists have emphasized, this broad challenge to what has largely been presumed within historical social theory since the 18th century does not at all constitute a challenge to Marx's essential conception of history as the history of class struggles. Capitalism did not emerge through the ahistorical articulation of a mode of production, but through concrete processes of class relations, and did not emerge everywhere, but uniquely in England, and far later than is usually conceived. This, as Brenner and Wood have argued, is a very serious challenge to liberal social thought, while implying an analysis of contemporary capitalism that returns to Marx's most basic ideas. When Marx's historical materialism is taken seriously as an invitation to explore the oppression and exploitation revealed by historical evidence, as well as the processes of struggle by producers and other oppressed people, it can only strengthen the validity of his insights, and lend credence to his political project of human emancipation. 219 219 220 35 Method of Political Economy Branwen Gruffit Jones. Marx's major contributions to political economy include both the substantive content of his theoretical and historical analysis of capitalism, and the distinct method of historical materialism. To a significant extent, the developments in method enabled Marx to produce his profound theoretical analyses of the workings of capitalism. The method of historical materialism as developed and practiced by Marx and Engels has been subject to rival interpretations. Engels, and later Lenin, characterized Marx's approach as having been informed by German idealist philosophy, French socialism, and English political economy. In considering these three components, it is possible to illustrate how Marx's method differs from that of classical political economy, since it was in part through his critical engagement with it that he developed and distinguished his own approach. The method of historical materialism can also be considered in relation to the vexed question of science and explanation, drawing upon the work of Derek Sayer, Bertel Ohlmann, and Roy Bhaskar, who underline the non-positivist features which define Marx's method. Finally, it is also worthwhile examining in some detail another methodological concern which has arisen since the time of Marx, the question of Eurocentrism. Marx and philosophy. Marx's early works were indulgenced by Hegel, and through his critique of Hegel's thought Marx arrived at insights which became central to the development of his own thought and, especially, his method of inquiry. Hegel proposed an analysis of human history, historical change, development, and progress in terms of the development of ideas and consciousness. The historical movement propelling development was located in the dialectic. $y. The dialectic entails a notion of tension between antagonistic elements, and development through the resolution of such tensions in a manner whereby aspects of both are retained in the new form. Historical movement is not arbitrary or predetermined, but emerges through the development and resolution of contrarists, tensions and antagonisms. Marx greatly admired Hegel's presentation of the dialectic, but rejected the idealist basis of Hegel's thought. Marx therefore incorporated some of Hegel's insights into a totally different, materialist conception of history. Historical change is not rooted in or characterized by the development of ideas, as Hegel proposed. Rather, Marx argued, ideas and consciousness, as well as culture, norms, institutions, and so on, are shaped by material conditions and practical experience. Marx and Engels developed their approach in the German ideology, emphasizing in contrast to Hegel and subsequent German idealists that consciousness does not determine life. 220. Method of Political Economy 221. But life determines consciousness. Marx placed the activities of productive labor at the center of his analysis, understanding production and labor in a broad sense, in order to highlight that individuals can reproduce themselves only in the context of society on the basis of shared, social activity, and that individual and societal reproduction entails practical interaction with and transformation of material nature. The ways in which production is organized and practiced differs enormously between societies and epochs. However, in most societies there is an uneven distribution of resources, with some groups maintaining themselves by means of appropriating the labor of others. This constitutes the root of differing and contrasting interests between groups or classes in society, distinguished according to their differing position in relation to the distribution of resources and organization of production. Marx located the struggles between classes as the basic source of dynamism and historical change. Having settled accounts with German idealist philosophy, Marx devoted the bulk of his life's work to developing an analysis of capitalism. His critique of capitalist society shared much with the French socialists such as Proudhon, Fourier, and Saint-Simon, especially their identification of private property as the heart of the alienation and impoverishment of workers in capitalist society. However, Marx was critical of French socialism for various reasons. He argued that socialists must start by examining current conditions and contradictions, rather than try to design solutions for the future. He criticized their proposals for change, which, for example, sought to realize equality of wages, or advocated a return to agricultural labor in order to move beyond capitalism, as not being based on an adequate understanding and analysis of the operation of capitalism, and the real relations between private property, money, accumulation, exploitation, and immiseration. Marx and Engels thus referred to their own approach as scientific socialism in order to distinguish it from the utopian socialism of their French counterparts. Marx and classical political economy. Marx wished to analyze capitalism in its purest and most developed form. He identified England as the locus classicus of the capitalist mode of production, and London the best place to observe bourgeois society, and hence focused his empirical analysis primarily on England. He likewise identified the major works of political economy as naturally arising in England and Scotland, in response to the developments taking place there. This primarily included the works of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, but also others such as Thomas Malthus, Richard Jones, James Mill, and John Stuart Mill. Marx's main criticism of bourgeois political economy, the reason why he termed it bourgeois, was that it saw the relations of capitalism as being eternal and natural, rather than historically specific, demanding of explanation and potentially transitory. Marx respected and praised the work of the major political economists, and built on their insights in his own analysis of capitalist accumulation. William Petty had recognized labor as the source of material wealth. Adam Smith had pointed to the importance of the division of labor, and that value arises somehow from labor. David Ricardo, whose analysis of value Marx considered to be by far the best, distinguished between use value and exchange value, and saw that prices $ect the cost of production, rather than 222. Simply supply and demand. Thus they had advanced far beyond earlier economists who saw value as the property of things, and riches the property of men. Marx identifies in Ricardo's work the beginnings of analysis of contradictions, the antagonism of class interests, of wages and protests, of protests and rent, but sees Ricardo's contribution as taking the bourgeois science of economics as far as it could go. However, Marx's crucial insight and criticism was that the classical political economists did not see these economic forms as historically specific, as the product of a particular historical development of a unique system of social relations of production, and therefore demanding of historical explanation. This is because they failed to distinguish between the historically specific and transhistorical aspects of social phenomena. Instead, they analyzed the economic and social forms of bourgeois society, and assumed these to be valid for the whole of humankind throughout all history. For example, Marx criticizes the bourgeois political economist's notion of the free isolated producing individual. He argues that the classical political economists take as their starting point the individual of bourgeois society, a society of free competition, who, at least within the market, appears to be free from the bonds of society. They do not see beyond this apparent condition to the real social relations through which these free isolated individuals are dependent upon each other, in a state of unfreedom. This dependence is not manifest in personal relations of domination, as with tenant and landlord, but in the impersonal relations manifest only in the exchange of things. They fail to see the historical specificity of this situation, and so assume the isolated individual to be common to all societies throughout history, rather than the particular product of a specific historically produced form of society. Marx accuses the political economists of starting at the end point, assuming as given precisely the historically produced social and economic forms which require explanation. In contrast, Marx is conscious of transhistorical features of all societies. Human beings produce the means of their own subsistence. This is necessarily a social process involving cooperation, and consisting of interaction with and transformation of nature, by means of tools and knowledge, which are themselves the products of past human labor. These and other features, including some form of division of labor, are common to all societies, indeed are part of what is definitive in being human. But Marx recognizes that this in itself does not enable a sophisticated understanding of any specific society. In order to arrive at such an understanding, it is necessary to distinguish the particular ways in which such common features appear in different forms in different societies, focusing not on what human societies have in common, but on what differentiates them. In contrast to the classical political economists, Marx's approach enables him to identify the social relations which generate the empirical or experienced forms specific to capitalism, and to reveal what he calls the fetishism attached to capitalist economic forms. The opening chapter of Capital I analyzes the commodity, the basic cell form of capitalist production. This analysis not only forms a crucial core to Marx's political economy, but also reveals some of the key features of his method and how it differs from that of the classical political economists. Marx's analysis of the commodity distinguishes the transhistorical and historically specific aspects of production and social organization presupposed by the commodity form. Marx claimed that, for all their insight into value, the classical political economists failed to unravel the mysteries of bourgeois economy because they did not distinguish between value and the form of value. After identifying 222 Method of Political Economy 223. A key aspect of capitalist production, commodity exchange, they stopped, assuming this feature to be eternal, and inherent in human society as such. Marx's recognition of the historically unique differentiation between concrete and abstract labor in commodity exchange enabled him to unravel the form of value, in addition to the substance and magnitude already identified by the political economists. Adam Smith identified the general proposition that labor as such is generative of value, and in this respect Marx noted that Adam Smith made a great advance. However, Smith failed to see this as definitive of a particular social formation or mode of production. Marx argues in contrast that it was precisely the particular nature of relations of production under capitalism that led to the historical reality, and therefore the concept, of labor in general, as identified by Adam Smith. As with the isolated individual, so with labor as such, the classical political economists assumed unproblematic and natural what required theoretical and historical explanation. Marx's recognition that social labor is expressed in value, and that value is measured in money, revealed the social relations contained within the material body of the commodity. Thus he identified the fetishism of the most basic element of capitalist production, the relations between people manifest as relations between things. Marx credited the achievements of the classical political economists, but showed them to be blind to the historical specificity of the features of bourgeois society that they had so carefully analyzed, because they obliterate all historical differences and %. See in all social phenomena only bourgeois phenomena, Appendix 1. Historical materialism, science, and abstraction. This brief look at Marx's critical engagement with the classical political economists highlights a defining feature of his method, the need to distinguish carefully between the trans-historical and historically specific, and to acknowledge the historical specificity of all social phenomena. This capacity to denaturalize the social world by underlining the historically produced and potentially transient or changeable, rather than natural and eternal, features of the present is of tremendous political import, but carries further demands in terms of method. How does historical materialist political economy make sense of specific features of capitalist or other societies? How are social conditions and processes explained? What is the relationship between historical analysis and theoretical development? These questions of method rest in part on underlying assumptions of ontology and epistemology, the theory of how the world is made up, and to what extent and how it can be known. There remains considerable debate over what are the principles of method and, more specifically, of ontology and epistemology, informing Marx's work. This is in part because Marx's explicit treatment of method and philosophy of science is confined to relatively few brief statements and remarks scattered throughout his works. Some important discussions of method are provided in the German Ideology and in Grundrisse, but the argument of scholars such as Derek Sayer derives as much from attending to Marx's practice, as evident in his many substantive works of theory and historical analysis, as from specific statements of method. Marx never completed a fully elaborated 223 224 argument and justification of his own method and the ontological and epistemological principles upon which it rests. After elaborating his critique of Hegelian idealism, largely for purposes of self-clarification, he did not present a detailed elaboration of his own position but went on to the more pressing task of addressing substantive problems of political economy and political struggle. Marx and Engels frequently insisted, however, that theirs was a scientific method, in contrast to that of bourgeois political economy as well as others on the left, idealists and utopian socialists. Both the weight of the indulgence of positivism in social inquiry in the 20th century and the strength of the critique of positivism has resulted today in the widespread condoleration of any mention of science with a positivist understanding. But, while an adherent of the values of the Enlightenment, the principles of method informing Marx's work and his understanding of science were not positivist or empiricist. The model of social ontology underpinning Marx's approach consists of social relations which structure the interaction of agents, roles, and practices. In Marx's formulation, society does not consist of individuals, but expresses the sum of interrelations, the relations within which these individuals stand. Marx based his claim that his approach had the status of science by airing a theoretically adequate analysis of the necessary causal properties, tendencies, and powers of the historically specific social relations of capitalism. This brings us to the role of abstraction in Marx's method, and the relationship between abstract and concrete analysis. Marx employed forms of abstraction in order to separate analytically the essential and necessary qualities of social phenomena from the effects of contingent or extraneous processes, circumstances and interactions, to be able to develop a theoretical understanding of social relations as they operate in their pure form. As mentioned above, this is evident in that in order to understand capitalism Marx focused mainly on the context of England, where, in the 19th century, capitalist social relations had developed to a greater and fuller extent than elsewhere. In trying to understand theoretically the relationships between certain dynamics of capital, Marx at times deliberately chose to ignore or hold to one side other intervening processes, such as foreign trade. This is only ever a form of abstraction employed for the purpose of theoretical development regarding one particular aspect of capital, however, and in abstracting in thought from complicating circumstances. Marx was not suggesting that such circumstances did not prevail in any specie context. The theoretical knowledge gained through analytical abstraction does not map directly onto existing circumstances and processes, precisely because of the greater complexity of concrete reality. This aspect of his method is important in all sorts of areas. For example, in emphasizing theoretically the two main classes of capitalist society, the bourgeoisie and proletariat, Marx was well aware that, in practice, class relations are manifest in many complex and varied forms. In returning to concrete analysis, therefore, theoretical understanding must always be combined with careful and detailed examination of the specificity of historical context, contingency, and circumstance in order to explain prevailing conditions, processes, events and outcomes. In discussing Marx's method, it is also necessary, if only $y, to distance the principles and practice of Marx's political economy from the myths and stereotypes which persist in airing a distorted caricature of historical materialism. First, Marx's political economy is not characterized by economic determinism, as implied by dwelling solely. 224 Method of Political Economy 225. On the poorly understood formulation of a determining relationship between economic base and superstructure. The principles of historical materialism entail that the sine qua non of the economy in any particular society or era is in itself historically specific, depending on the particular configuration of social relations and material conditions in and through which social life is organized. As Derek Sayer has elaborated, when Marx discussed the economy and relations of production, he used these terms not as precise and neat empirical referents but as multidimensional and relational abstractions, which encompassed political, cultural, material, and ideational dimensions. Second, a historical materialist analysis of capitalist development does not entail subscribing to a teleological or evolutionary view of historical change or progress involving a linear and necessary transition through various stages of development. Marx did distinguish different forms of economy or modes of production in the long history of European societies, and moreover did suggest an understanding of historical development in the sense of non-accidental or non-trivial processes of historical change. But Marx explicitly did not see such stages as necessary or inevitable, nor as making up the sole path of historical change that all societies were destined to follow, sooner or later. Historical materialism and Eurocentrism. Stereotypes and caricatures aside, there are other problems and challenges which merit serious consideration. Limitations of space permit brief consideration of only one: Eurocentrism. Was Marx's analysis of capitalism and its global expansion limited by a tendency to view the properties of European or Western culture as superior to other societies and, therefore, to judge Europe's domination of them as essentially progressive, and to overlook the violence inherent in European capitalist expansion through colonialism and imperialism? If approached in terms of the content of Marx's work, evidence can be marshaled both to support and reject this view. Marx was a severe critic of the dispossession of non-European societies, acknowledging the notorious fact that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, by force, play the great part. The methods of primitive accumulation are anything but idyllic, methods of undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder. He abhorred the profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization which lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies, where it goes naked. Marx also highlighted, though did not elaborate in depth, the central role of transatlantic slavery in the origin and development of capitalism. On the other hand, writing in Europe in the 19th century and largely reliant on the work of others for his knowledge of non-European societies, Marx could hardly but have reproduced some of the prejudices of the age which post-colonial scholarship has rightly subject to profound critique. The method of historical materialism % is by its nature not Eurocentric, however, but anti-Eurocentric. The method of historical materialism demands that the specificity of all societies and contexts be apprehended on their own terms. This is wholly contrary to the dominant tendency of Western scholarship to approach non-Western societies through, at best, a comparative, and more usually a teleological and hierarchical lens, comparing and judging non-Western forms against the 225 226 European norm or ideal. In this sense of method, a proper historical materialist analysis of the political economy of colonialism, for example, would necessarily emphasize the irreducible sine qua non of racial ideology. Therefore, analyses such as those of Fanon and Cabral are in part consistent with the method of historical materialism, which would precisely require, as Fanon put it, that Marxist analysis be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. 226 227 36 Mode of production Jaris Banaji. Marx's own sense of history was best encapsulated in the view that societies historically had assumed distinct economic forms, and that much of the history of Europe at least revolved around the differences between such forms or modes of production, as he called them. In a broad historical perspective, the history of Europe was denuded by an exuberance of economic forms, compared to what Marx saw as the monotony and stagnation of Asiatic development. Here Asiatic included Russia and embraced the most diverse cultural formations from the Islamic regions of the Near East to China. It was clearly a residual category, a sort of non-Europe which Marx believed embodied a common economic structure where the ruling class, if one could speak of one, was subsumed in the state and the mainspring of the economy lay in the tenacity of unchanging village communities. This model is usually called the Asiatic mode of production and was a sort of default category, the most sense Marx and Engels could make of societies whose history was largely inaccessible to them. The two most general senses in which Marx used the term mode of production are as an epoch of production or economic formation of society, of which the best example is capitalism itself, and as a mode of labor process or form of production, that is, an organization of labor based on the requirements of a given type of industry or branch of production, for example, agriculture. These are different senses of the term, one more historical than the other and broader in scope. The second, less historical, sense is used repeatedly by Marx in results of the direct process of production when discussing the formal subsumption of labor under capital, and it is this subordinate sense that Marx retains when he refers to the specifically capitalist mode of production, meaning by this the real subsumption of labor into capital, that is, the restructuring of labor processes to generate relative surplus value, the form best adapted to the nature of capital. This sense is exemplified in passages of the following type: the subordination of the labor process to capital does not at rst change the real mode of production in any way, and its only practical ECT is as follows: the worker comes under the command, the direction, and the overall supervision of the capitalist. Under formal subsumption, yet there is no difference in the mode of production itself. The percent labor percent process, seen from the percent technological point of view, percent continues exactly as it did before. By contrast, with the real subsumption of labor under capital there takes place a complete revolution in the mode of production itself. It is in this more technological sense that Marx refers to the mode of production of the guild, or to agriculture as a mode of production, or to the mode of production of small holding peasants which isolates them from one another. It is the RST, more purely historical meaning that is celebrated as encapsulating Marx's view of the way we should visualize the general evolution of Europe from antiquity to the modern world. References dispersed across Marx's writings have generated a canonical genealogy which sees Europe's past moving from slavery to feudalism to capitalism in a sort of indolorexable succession spanning whole centuries. Yet Marx himself had to emphasize the contingency of that process when he referred to his description as a historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe, not the percent march general imposed by fate upon every people. Marx paid scant attention to pre-capitalist modes of production, and much of the subsequent literature on these re-x the uncertainties and formalism this engendered. How were modes of production to be understood? How much complexity should we attribute to them? Could one simply read them some register of forms of exploitation of labor? Did the feudal mode of production mean much more than the prevalence of serfdom? How widespread was it historically? Which modes of production could best account for the evolution of societies outside Western Europe? And, most crucially, because of its political implications, should Marxists see transitions to capitalism simply replicating some universal model or XED sequence such as that implied in the meta-narrative of Europe's development? On the last issue, Marx's own response was emphatically negative. Marx and slavery. Marx thought that much of pre-capitalist history could be mapped out in terms of just three basic modes of production: the slave mode, the feudal mode and the tributary mode. The Asiatic mode has been called the Loch Ness monster of historical materialism because of the huge amount of controversy it generated, but the slave mode of production is no less problematic, unless all one means by it is any form of production based on the use of slave labor. In fact, Marx avoided the term, preferring alternatives like slave system, slave economy and so on. At the very least, a slave mode of production would have to imply a concentration of slave labor in enterprises other than households, for example, in the mass production workshops that turned out highly standardized products for the ceramic and building industries of southern Italy in the last 2 centuries of the Roman Republic, or, even more obviously, plantation slavery. But the idea that the whole of the ancient economy was characterized by these forms of production is no longer accepted today. Moreover, as Wendy Davies points out, since it is axiomatic that the slave mode gave way to the feudal mode, Marxists have to deal with the gap between the end of classical antiquity and the fully dollar-edged serfdom which characterized the feudal model of the late Middle Ages, a gap of some 600 or 700 years. It scarcely makes sense to see a transition between modes having a longer shelf life than the mode it supersedes. In fact, closer attention to the way Marx himself handled 228 Mode of production 229. Slave production shows a more sophisticated grasp of the nature of Roman slavery. In Capital 3, Chapter 20, he writes, in the ancient world the ECT of commerce and the development of merchants' capital always resulted in a slave economy, depending on the point of departure, only in the transformation of patriarchal slave system devoted to the percent production of immediate means of subsistence into one devoted to the production of surplus value. It may seem odd to ND the idea of surplus value coupled with the slave system, but Marx repeatedly reasoned in terms of the analogy with capitalism itself. In Capital 3, Chapter 47, Section 1, he described the agrarian economies of Carthage and Rome as showing the greatest analogy to capitalist agriculture. He repeatedly suggests that the investment in slave labor was a form of XED capital. For example, in the slave system, the money capital invested in the purchase of labor power plays the role of the money form of the XED capital, which is but gradually replaced as the active period of the slave's life expires, or, more concisely, the slave owner buys his laborer as he buys his horse. If he loses his slave, he loses capital. When Marx deals with modern slavery, this aspect is even more pronounced. In the plantations, where production is intended for the world market, the capitalist mode of production exists, although only in a formal sense. The business in which slaves are used is conducted by capitalists. Again, the fact that we now not only call the plantation owners in America capitalists, but that they are capitalists. Or Nally, where the capitalist outlook prevails, as on the American plantations. However one characterizes classical or Roman slavery, modern plantation slavery was certainly a form of capitalism, and one implication of this is that modes of production are more complex sorts of entities than the labor relations on which they are founded. Relations of production are not reducible to given forms of exploitation of labor. Marxists and feudalism. A major theme to emerge from recent historiography is the persistence of slavery through late antiquity and the early Middle Ages down to about the 9th century. If the use or even widespread presence of slave labor were #seen to justify talk of a slave mode of production, this would mean having to posit the existence or survival of such a mode until fairly late into the Middle Ages, an option favored by Bonacy, who links the extinction of slavery to the agrarian expansion of the 10th century. This strand of history sees feudalism emerging from a violent and dramatic rupture around the year 1000. The general model has been extensively debated and heavily critiqued, but the least it establishes is that the degradation of peasant status which we call serfdom was a late phenomenon, in Catalonia, which inspired the thesis of the feudal mutation, not much earlier than the 13th century. For Marx, serfdom was a central feature of the feudal mode and peculiar to that form of society, so the problem raised by a belated serfdom is how we characterize the late Roman Empire and the early Middle Ages. In some general sense, there clearly was a transition from slavery to feudalism, but how or at what level? 229 230. Do we grasp that? The kind of bondage that denuded serfdom evolved only gradually and much later, so that the mancipia of the post-Roman world were not serfs in the strict sense but a conglomeration of slaves and freed people of whom the majority were provided with service holdings and more like farm workers than peasants. The manner, in contrast, was a purely Frankish innovation, a model actively propagated by the ruling classes of Frankish society and bound up with the creation of peasant tenures. R.O.S. Faith's monograph on the Anglo-Saxon inland is a model of how a newer Marxist historiography can tackle some of these issues, while Wickham's book O.E.R.s a wide-ranging basis for discussing them, even if his own theorizations are scarcely convincing, especially the view that we should identify the feudal mode with coercive rent-taking or that the feudal mode was the normal economic system of the ancient and medieval periods. Periodizing capitalism. Marx refers in the Grundrisse to the mercantile system as an epoch where industrial capital and hence wage labor arose in manufactures %. Industrial capital has value for them %. Because it creates mercantile capital. When exactly was that? In Capital I, Chapter 26, the 16th century is the watershed that inaugurates the capitalist era. In the 16th, and partially still in the 17th century, the sudden expansion of commerce and emergence of a new world market overwhelmingly contributed to the fall of the old mode of production and the rise of capitalist production. Yet Marx was willing to allow for a sporadic capitalism in the Middle Ages. The clearest reference is Capital I, Chapter 26. We come across the RST beginnings of capitalist production as early as the 14th or 15th century, sporadically, in certain towns of the Mediterranean. Indeed, the distinction implied in these passages can be theorized more than it has been. Marx himself argued, in the preliminary stages of bourgeois society, trade dominates industry. But what were the preliminary stages? Maxime Rodinson grappled with the problem in Islam and capitalism, suggesting that the Muslim world of the Middle Ages had a highly developed capitalistic sector, meaning one largely dominated by merchant and financial capital. Because a specifically Marxist historiography of capitalist origins is so mesmerizingly Anglo-centric and focused on developments from the 16th century onwards, there has been no systematic attempt to map the origins of capitalism on a wider Mediterranean canvas, using the hints given by Marx. Commercial partnerships, bills of exchange, transfer banking, the widespread availability of money, the growing power of the merchants' guilds and the evolution of business RMS were all signs of the emergence of a substantial business economy by the 13th century, which it seems strange not to characterize as capitalist. But of course this was a form of capitalism dominated by moneyed capitalists and drawing on traditions inherited in part from the Islamic world, where the partnership was a highly developed institution with a strong legal tradition. The Annals historian Frédéric Moreau suggested that the period between the Renaissance and the French Revolution should be seen as the era of commercial. 230 Mode of production 231. Capitalism. However, the origins of this epoch go much further back, even if, like all origins, they are impossible to pin down with any precision. What can be argued with some plausibility is that the preliminary stages that Marx referred to straddled a long history from at least the 12th century to the late 18th. The powerful rivalries of the age of company capitalism were completely different in character from the banking and commercial capitalism of the 13th and 14th centuries. Portuguese expansion, driven by the commercial bourgeoisie and backed by the monarchy, marks the 15th century as the true watershed. It was this phase that ended in the decline of Dutch commercial supremacy and the subordination of commercial to industrial capital, as Marx put it. Commercial capitalism spawned the slavery of the Americas. The plantations were capitalist creations par excellence. The Dutch merchant capitalism which Marx saw dominating the 17th century was a capitalism founded, in large measure, on sugar. But long before that and indeed throughout the era of commercial capitalism, capital extended its sway over whole sectors of production through the Verlag system. In short, the theoretical distinction we need here is one between capitalism in this more general sense, a sense which allows for the commercial capitalism of the 12th to the 18th centuries, and what Marx himself called the capitalist mode of production. The latter is only a historically developed form of capitalism in the more general sense which in this way acquires a wider purchase and helps resolve problems that continue to mystify Marxists. The model here is one of combined development rather than the linear succession between modes of production familiar from the transition debates. The preliminary stages, as Marx called them, threw up distinct congregations of capitalism, from the foundries of northern Jiangsu in the 11th century or the capitalist groups who dominated the economy of Venice in the 13th to the massive syndicates that controlled the Glasgow tobacco trade in the 18th century. The slave plantations of the 17th century and later were one congregation within this general landscape, capitalist enterprises but not quite of the form that Marx would see as typical of the spically capitalist mode of production, that is, industrial capitalism. Articulation. Whatever one thinks of the distinction just proposed, there is the separate issue of how capitalist production can integrate diverse forms of exploitation and ways of organizing labor in its drive to produce surplus value. This is particularly clear in agriculture where it often accounts for an integration of household labor into capitalism. The use of sharecropping and labor tenancy on capitalist farms in the late 19th/early 20th centuries is a striking example of a capitalism based on family labor systems. The literature on agrarian capitalism displays an impressive variegation of labor systems and general ways of controlling and exploiting living labor that capitalist landowners deployed according to the special requirements of different crops, landscapes and labor processes. Indeed, agrarian studies is one area where Marxists or Marx-Indolerians scholars have 232 turned out superlative work, which includes the rich South African debate to which Tim Keegan and Helen Bradford were major contributors. The upshot of much of this work is that relations of production are not reducible to forms of exploitation of labor, since capitalist relations of production are compatible with a wide variety of forms of labor, from chattel slavery, sharecropping or the domination of casual labor markets, to the coerced wage labor peculiar to colonial regimes and of course free wage labor. Indeed, the widespread use, under fascism, of forced labor in large industrial concerns like Daimler-Benz shows how simplistic it is to read relations of production some imagined register of labor types. To construe the ways labor is exploited and controlled as distinct relations of production is to end with a model that sees the capitalist world economy as structured by an articulation of different modes of production. But historical materialism needs to move beyond this motionless paradigm to a construction of the more complex ways capitalism works. The huge commercial expansion of the 19th century very largely involved an integration of peasant agriculture into industrial capitalism, which in turn spurred the expansion of more local systems of commercial capitalism and a widespread dispossession of the peasantry. Thus what the world economy of the 19th century threw up was an articulation of forms of capitalism more than a combination of modes of production, in other words, economic changes driven by the gigantic expansion of industry and the rapid growth in demand for cotton, tobacco, silk, indigo, and so on. The gravitational pull of European and American industry wrought changes in the distant countrysides they drew on through local trajectories of accumulation and dispossession. The prehistories of a more fully developed capitalism and the struggles bound up with primitive accumulation were only ways in which capitalist world commerce, in Marx's expression, destroys all forms of commodity production which are based either on the self-employment of the producers, or merely on the sale of the excess product as commodities, revolutionize %% the entire structure of society in a manner eclipsing all former epochs the world over. 232 232 233 37 Money Paulo L. dos Santos. Marx's contribution to political economy contains at its most fundamental level a distinctive and robust monetary theory, which underpins his understanding of the commodity form, value as the regulator of economic and social intercourse, the sustainability of capitalist accumulation, crises, and of the forms taken by the social relations of capital. The 3 volumes of Capital and the Grundrisse lay out a comprehensive theory of commodity money. This contribution resolved the problems of monetary theory facing political economy in the mid to late 19th century. It identified all functions of money in capitalist economies, grounding its ability to perform them on its embodiment and command of value. It aired an endogenous, logical account of the emergence of the money form of value from the contradictions posed by systematic commodity exchange. It provided a definitive refutation of the quantity theory of money as well as of Say's law. And it provided the foundations for the analysis of capitalist credit systems, credit money, and their relationship to the accumulation of capital. While founded on the existence of a commodity money that embodies value, Marxist monetary theory provides solid analytical basis for tackling contemporary monetary systems, in which money has lost all direct connections with bullion. Specifically, Marx's identification of the value of money as the basis for the performance of all monetary functions, and his corollary endogenous theory of money, provide unique tools for tackling contemporary money. Money in exchange. Marx's theory of money is an integral part of his analysis of commodity production and exchange, airing 2 distinctive and innovative insights over classical political economy. First, Marx grounds money's most immediately evident function as a means of exchange on its ability to measure capitalist value relations. Second, Marx sketched out the logical foundations for the endogenous emergence of money in commodity production. Money's most fundamental function is to commodities a measure of value. Commodities contain the dialectical unity of use value and exchange value. They come into existence as species physical/material usefulness is imparted into them by concrete labor during production. They are also consumed on the same basis. But their sale requires the negation of species use values, as commodities interact with each other in markets in accordance to their exchange values. Money helps resolve the contradiction posed by the process of sale, during which commodities need to act simultaneously as particular, physical/material use values and as general, socially determined exchange values. 233 233 234 By airing a measure of exchange value, money allows commodities to be use values as themselves and exchange values as denied quantities of another, money commodity. While the exchange of products and the use of money are antediluvian practices, these did not constitute the core of social reproduction until the development of industrial capitalism. Systematic market exchange, generalized competition among capitalist producers and the development of the wage-labor relation established socially necessary labor time or abstract labor as the substance of value. Under such conditions the money commodity itself contains value. As with all commodities, this value is conditioned at the most abstract level by the socially necessary labor required in its production, and more concretely by the equalization of risk-adjusted pro-TS across capitalist enterprises. At this level of analysis, because commodity money embodies value, it can provide a measure of value and function as a means of exchange. The value of commodities is anchored on the technical and social conditions, and relative probability, of their production and sale. The money commodity expresses those values as prices, based on its own value. Value forms and the riddle of money. Marx tackled the riddle of money, airing an original logical account of the endogenous emergence of money as the monopolist of direct exchangeability with all other commodities. His account centered on the distinction between the substance and forms of value in commodity exchange. Here, however, a task is set us, the performance of which has never yet even been attempted by bourgeois economy, the task of tracing the genesis of this money form, of developing the expression of value implied in the value relation of commodities, from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline, to the dazzling money form. By doing this we shall, at the same time, solve the riddle presented by money. Analysis begins with the most basic form of value, which arises in simple, isolated, or accidental exchange. Here a commodity seeking sale expresses its exchange value in the material form of a given quantity of another commodity. This expression does not assure exchange, as the owner of the equivalent commodity may or may not agree to the proposed terms. But it does bestow upon the equivalent commodity a limited degree of moneyness, as it may now provide a measure of the value of the relative commodity and a means of exchange if its owner accepts the seller's OER. The generalization and spread of the commodity form of social reproduction is predicated on systematic and repeated exchanges between commodity producers. The second value form discussed by Marx, the total or expanded form, points towards such repeated interactions. Here the relative commodity expresses its exchange value in the material form of given quantities of all other commodities. As before, the expanded expression of value bestows on all equivalent commodities a limited degree of moneyness or ability to buy. But the existence of equivalent expressions of a commodity's value in the bodies of all other commodities already points to the existence of a common, socially determined substance of value, which shows itself in its true light as a congelation of undifferentiated human labor. For the labor that creates it now stands expressly revealed as labor that 234 Money 235 ranks equally with every other sort of human labor. However, the expanded form of value suffers from important limitations. In the RST place, the relative expression of value is incomplete because the series representing it is interminable. The chain %. Is liable at any moment to be lengthened by each new kind of commodity that comes into existence %. In the second place, it is a many-colored mosaic of disparate and independent expressions of value. In addition, each commodity possesses its own expanded form of value. There is no reason to expect all expanded forms to be mutually compatible, nor can any of them provide the basis for the universal expression of commodity values. These limitations are overcome in the general form of value. Here all commodities express their value in the form of particular quantities of the same equivalent commodity. It develops as a particular commodity is regularly chosen to act as the equivalent for all other commodities, acquiring an additional use value because it is directly exchangeable for all other commodities. Here the value of each commodity is not only distinct from its own particular physical/material use value, but from that of all other commodities. Value appears as exchange value, common to all commodities, in the body of the general equivalent. The general form of value is the fundamental form of money for Marx. Marx motivates the emergence of the general form of value by reversing the equivalent form. but such a simple reversal does not provide a logical foundation for understanding the choice of a particular commodity as the universal equivalent, or the social action % of all other commodities sets apart the particular commodity in which they all represent their values. Two types of properties of commodities may help account for the choice of a particular commodity: money. First, their particular physical/material qualities. Durability, homogeneity, divisibility, and ease of transport render commodities like precious metals particularly good candidates. This is also true of commodities whose physical/material use value can be most easily attenuated, facilitating the development of their exchange value as additional, social use values. More significantly, Marx also points to the species origins of commodity exchange in trade between societies as conditioners of the selection of particular commodities as universal social equivalents. The particular kind of commodity to which sticks is at rst a matter of accident %. The money form attaches itself either to the most important articles of exchange from outside, and these in fact are primitive and natural forms in which the exchange value of home products and ds expression, or else it attaches itself to the object of utility that forms, like cattle, the chief portion of indigenous alienable wealth. This ability to buy confers it a new use value, making it more likely to receive further requests for sale. As a result, the social norms established in the RST instance in external exchange will tend to spread into internal exchanges, helping isolate particular commodities as universal equivalents. Once a commodity is XED as the universal equivalent, the money form of value emerges, in which all commodities express their exchange value on the body of the money commodity. The standard of price is set on this basis as institutions, typically states. 235 236. Determine the conventional subdivisions of the money commodity. In this specie-ed form, money performs a distinctive additional function as the standard of price. Money as money. Marx also identified important functions performed by money apart from its functions in exchange. These were termed money as money, and include its capacity to function as a means of hoarding, means of payment or settlement, and as world money. Money can perform these functions because it is the most general embodiment, and thus command, of value. They may be understood as the foundation for Marx's rejection of Ricardo's quantity theory and Say's law. Together with money's functions as capital, not discussed here, they also underpin the Marxist approach to credit systems. As the most independent and general embodiment of value, money is a means to store value in the form of hoards and has the ability to settle obligations entered into when exchange is mediated by a promise of payment in the future. These functions facilitate the withdrawal, injection, creation, and destruction of means of exchange in the economy, conditioning the endogenous determination of the quantity of money actively circulating in commodity exchange. Money has the ability to serve as a store of value because it is the universal representative of material wealth, because it is directly convertible into any other commodity. Hoards of money concentrate the ability to buy and bestow social power on their holders. Marx well understood the subjective motivations for money hoarding, noting the Sisyphean character of seeking to use quantitatively night money to satisfy the insatiable desire to hoard wealth. Marx, however, did not found his analysis of hoarding and its role in accumulation on such subjective motivations, preferences, or on factors bearing upon them, such as interest rates. In Capital 2, Marx considers a range of structural reasons why money hoards emerge spontaneously in the course of social reproduction. The movement of value through the circuit of capital poses inevitable delays, giving rise to stagnant pools of money. The accrual of sales revenues is lumpy. The pace of their dollar back to accumulation via reinvestment hinges on the existence of prospects for pro-table investments. Fixed investment is also lumpy, and commodity inputs are purchased gradually. Finally, precautionary hoards of money are formed as capitalists attempt to ensure the continuity of the circuit and prepare for possible input price dollar fluctuations. The resulting money hoards form the systemic basis in capitalist social reproduction for the advance of loanable money capital, the creation and circulation of credit money, and the development of the credit system. Marx also identified money's function as a means of payment. Money can settle obligations entered into when a commodity is sold against a future promise of payment. Consequently, money also provides the foundation for the circulation of such promises of payment, which economize on the need for money to mediate exchange. When promises to pay mediate exchange, money functions only ideally as money of account, as a measure of value. This development is spontaneous and gives rise to natural intermediaries, who specialize in the acceptance, issuance, transformation, and clearing of the resulting credit money. 236. Money 237. There are of course limits to the diffusion of commercial credit. Imbalances in obligations do at the same time force net debtors to settle with money proper. More significantly, while during booms capitalists may increasingly rely on credit substitutes for money, the inevitable subsequent credit or monetary crises see the spread of doubts about debtors' capacity to make timely payments on those substitutes, sparking a desperate and destructive dash for cash. Finally, money settles imbalances arising in trade between national capitalist economies. This may only be generally accomplished by a money form devoid of national peculiarities, an internationally acknowledged measure of value. For Marx, gold was the most appropriate form of such a world money. As a result, involvement in international trade required national economies to maintain precautionary hoards of the world money. The later development of international credit and settlement systems, and the rise of particular capitalist states with unquestioned political and military preeminence over others, have facilitated the use of particular national currencies as effective substitutes for such a world money. The quantity theory and Say's law. Hoarding and the creation and destruction of credit money regulate the quantity of means of exchange in circulation. This regulation is anchored on the needs of commodity circulation, in which money mediates exchange and expresses commodity prices on the basis of its own value. So #sciently large departures by money prices from the underlying realities of commodity values create, in contemporary terms, arbitrage opportunities involving the withdrawal or insertion of means of exchange into circulation. At the same time, this regulation takes place through natural mediations that introduce distinctive contradictions to the process. The consequent endogenous and potentially problematic determination of the quantity of means of exchange in circulation provided the foundation for Marx's rejection of both the quantity theory of money and Jean-Baptiste Say's law of markets. Marx understood and made use of the equation of exchange, which describes, for a given period of time, the relationship between the quantity of commodities traded, Q, their price, P, the quantity of money in circulation, M, and its velocity, V, given by PQ5MV. The total quantity of money functioning during a given period as the circulating medium, is determined, on the one hand, by the sum of the prices of the circulating commodities, and on the other hand, by the rapidity with which the antithetical phases of the metamorphoses follow one another. On this rapidity depends what proportion of the sum of the prices can, on the average, be realized by each single coin. But the sum of the prices of the circulating commodities depends on the quantity, as well as on the prices, of the commodities. Since the value of commodities and money are determined prior to their entry into exchange, stability in money velocity requires the quantity of money in circulation to vary in order to accommodate the needs of exchange successfully. In the RST instance, these variations take the form of adjustments in money hoards and the spontaneous. 237. 238. Creation and destruction of credit money. The management of bank reserves relative to outstanding credit money claims on banks subsequently generalizes these processes. Marx here clearly turns the quantity theory on its head, rejecting the notion that the quantity of money in circulation determines prices in favor of a theory of endogenous money. Adjustments in the volume of money in circulation can ensure the circulation of commodities. but they are governed by financial decisions made on the basis of individual probability and condens among competing capitalists, ensuring recurrent credit and monetary crises. Further, the very intervention of money into the exchange process means that, unlike barter, not every sale needs to be followed by an equivalent commodity purchase by the seller. If such purchase proves counter to the seller's probability, the proceeds of the sale will lay temporarily idle, laying the basis for disruptions in commodity circulation. Here Marx's views run counter to Say's law, according to which every sale lays the basis for an equivalent purchase, ensuring no demand shortages disrupt commodity market equilibrium. The contemporary relevance of Marx's monetary theory. Contemporary monetary systems pose a sine-qua challenge to the letter of Marx's monetary theory. Founded on inconvertible state liabilities possessing no intrinsic value, they would also appear to validate the notion that commodity prices follow from the quantity of money in circulation. Yet Marx's value-theoretic approach to economic and monetary relations lays the basis for fruitful and distinctive analyses of contemporary monetary systems, and for robust refutations of latter-day, monetarist restatements of the quantity theory. All forms of money freely convertible into commodity money will generally command value in proportion to the latter's embodiment of value. This is not the case with inconvertible money, whose command of value may be understood to emerge as the result of more complex and concrete determinations. The timely realization of commodity values and surplus value as prices and pro-TS is conditioned by the economy's state of demand. Under weak demand conditions, realization may be time-consuming or incomplete, possibly lowering prices. Exceedingly strong demand may trigger indolarationary increases of prices. In both cases, the value commanded by money, as established in prices, is linked to the dynamics of production and accumulation, as well as to the cycles of booms and crises endemic to capitalist economies. Without the regulating forces provided by convertibility into a money commodity, conscious interventions by capitalist states into the functioning of monetary and credit systems have acquired an augmented role in such processes. By stipulating the terms upon which it supplies its own monetary liabilities to private, pro-T maximizing credit system institutions, and regulating various aspects of their operations, capitalist states indolorience the pace of credit extension and the circulation of credit money, conditioning aggregate demand. Through these and other complex mediations, they thus indolorience the pace of pro-T realization and the value commanded by their own monetary liabilities. Under this light, the currently widespread indoloration targeting regimes in monetary 238 Money 239 policy can be interpreted as unwitting attempts to manage an inconvertible money by indoloriencing the evolution of the value it commands. The greater monetary, credit and economic stability of such regimes compared to earlier attempts to base monetary policy on target quantities of monetary aggregates is a testament to the primacy of money's value, and not its quantity, in conditioning the performance of its functions. Finally, the Marxian emphasis on the social relations dened by monetary phenomena Ord's distinctive insights into the international realities of contemporary money. The US dollar currently serves as a problematic form of world money. It is the chief currency of international trade, settlements of international balances and of international reserves held by national monetary authorities to support the international price of their own currencies. Yet it has been #chaly inconvertible for almost 4 decades, and actively for much longer. The reasons for this peculiar role for liabilities of the U.S. state must ultimately be sought in its overwhelming political and military dominance. The consequent use of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency significantly enhances international demand for dollar-denominated assets. This in turn enhances scope for U.S. monetary policy and eases costs of borrowing within the dollar zone, with corresponding opposite effects in weaker, smaller, or less developed economies. The resulting active transfers of wealth in favor of the U.S. economy constitute a peculiar tribute paid to the internationally dominant capitalist power that may be distinctively conceptualized by Marxist political economy as an integral, monetary moment of contemporary imperialism. 239 239 240 38 Neoliberalism Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy. At the end of the 1970s, capitalism entered into a new phase, neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is a class phenomenon whose basic economic and political mechanisms, both nationally and internationally, are tightly intertwined. In this analysis, a historical perspective is essential. A phase of capitalism. There are various ways of periodizing capitalism. Alternative criteria are the movements of the pro-T rate, the forms of competition and the configurations of the class structure. The definition of neoliberalism as a phase of capitalism refers to a distinct set of phenomena, the succession of social orders. Involved are the hierarchies and compromises among classes or fractions of classes. Which classes dominate and through which mechanisms? Which social alliances prevail? The interpretation of a new period would be vain if the features of the previous period were not made explicit. Consider RST the emergence of new forms of capital ownership and the rise of the modern financial sector between the late 19th and early 20th centuries, following the major crisis in the 1890s. Capitalism underwent another three structural crises in the following decades: the Great Depression in the 1930s, the crisis of the 1970s and the crisis at the beginning of the 20th century. Structural crises are meant here to refer to periods of lasting perturbations concerning accumulation, growth, and employment, as well as macroeconomic and financial stability. The crises of the 1890s and 1970s followed episodes of declining pro-T rates and, as such, can be denoted as pro-stability crises. The Great Depression and the crisis of the 2000s were the combined outcomes of underlying trends in the real economy and waves of financialization. These four crises marked the beginnings and ends of three distinct phases of capitalism. While the RST and third periods can be characterized by the comparatively unchecked domination of financial interests and upper-income strata in general, the RST post-war decades were a period of social compromise. The RST decades of the 20th century saw the dominance of the bourgeois class, in a new social setting, at a distance from corporations, whose ownership of the means of production was expressed in the holding of securities. Simultaneously, managers were performing the tasks of what Marx had denoted as the active capitalist. This RST phase can be called a RST financial hegemony. The leading social actors during this period can be broadly denoted as the upper fractions of the capitalist classes and the top of the pyramid of wage earners, with a significant overlap between these two groups. Financial institutions played a crucial role in the establishment and in the exercise of this power. Capitalist classes and financial institutions can be jointly denoted as NANs in a broad sense. The Great Depression and World War II destabilized this social arrangement. The engine for the establishment of a new social order was the pressure of the workers' movement, that is, class struggle worldwide. A RST characteristic feature was a form of containment of the interests of capitalist classes. Corporate governance was targeted to growth and technical change, and the primary objectives of policies were sustained economic growth and full employment. The other facet of this social order was an alliance between the popular classes of production workers and clerical personnel, on the one hand, and managerial personnel, on the other, including higher-ranking government #chales. The term compromise refers to this relationship between popular classes and the upper fractions of wage earners under the leadership of the latter. This post-war compromise can be called social democratic in reference to diminishing inequality, social protection, education, and so on, as in most European countries but also in the United States. An alternative denomination is Keynesian compromise when the emphasis is on monetary and fiscal policies and large-scale state intervention in the economy. The two aspects were combined in practice. As the Great Depression and World War II had destabilized the RST financial hegemony, the structural crisis of the 1970s created the conditions for the establishment of another social order, in which the power and income of capitalist classes, in alliance with the managerial classes, were restored. This was the second financial hegemony in the history of modern capitalism, known as neoliberalism. Although the periodization above can be applied to the history of most major capitalist countries, there was a broad diversity of features and trajectories. For example, the containment of national interests after World War II was more severe in Europe and Japan than in the United States, with stronger intervention by governments and more sophisticated welfare systems. Parts of the economy were nationalized, and the national sector worked in favor of accumulation within the non-national sector. Neoliberalism itself underwent successive phases that correspond, more or less closely, to the 3 decades of its history to the end of the 2000s. The 1980s were a phase of implementation, often #cult, with the crisis of banks and savings and loans associations in the United States and the debt crisis in the periphery. The 1990s were the heyday of neoliberalism in the center, notably the United States. During this decade, neoliberalism was imposed across Latin America and Asia, at the cost of major crises. The 2000s can be seen as a period of dramatic expansion, leading to the crisis of neoliberalism in the later years of the decade. The second, financial hegemony. Within the term neoliberalism, the component liberalism suggests a reference to a free market economy, and this is certainly an appropriate characterization of what 241 242 neoliberalism is about. It should be emphasized, though, that this market is capitalist. Liberalism refers here to the freedom to act on the part of economic agents. In any capitalist economy, this freedom is that of capitalist owners to hire and while salaried workers sell their labor power if they can. But, here, there is also a matter of degree. Neoliberalism gradually lifted regulations limiting the initiative of enterprises. One species of deregulation was the national mechanisms. The regulatory framework imposed in the wake of the Great Depression, such as the separation between commercial and investment banking or the regulation of interest rates, was suppressed. After World War II, borders between countries typically placed limits on the exercise of this freedom, in particular on the deployment of transnational corporations. One well-known achievement of neoliberalism was to lift such barriers as much as possible. Most restrictions to foreign trade and to the international mobility of capital have been removed. Despite this, the neoliberal states have remained strong actors when this is required by neoliberal objectives. This RST feature is far from denying all facets of neoliberalism. In each country, the new social order imposed a new discipline on workers, notably more demanding labor conditions, stagnating purchasing power and restrictions on social protection. In the United States, the purchasing power of the great mass of wage earners has not risen since the 1970s, in sharp contrast with the RST post-war decades. A stricter discipline was also imposed on management. However, managers became active protagonists in the neoliberal endeavor, notably national managers. The primary objective of high management is the creation of shareholder value, the central pillar of the new corporate governance regime. To this, one must add the dramatic transformation of policies and regulations in which government #chales are directly involved. Neoliberal macroeconomic policies, especially monetary and exchange rate policies, focus on ensuring price stability rather than full employment, as had been much more the case under the previous period. All of these well-known aspects of neoliberalism point to a social order whose objective was a restoration of the power and income of the upper classes. This class objective of neoliberalism is apparent in the transformation of income distribution in the United States. The share of the total income of U.S. households received by the 1% with highest incomes fell from 17% prior to World War II to 8% during the 1970s. It subsequently soared to about 18% during the neoliberal decades, signaling a new concentration of income distribution to the baneity of the top of the social pyramid. A RST mechanism of concentration of income was the increased profitability of the corporations. The main factors underpinning higher profitability were the stagnant purchasing power of the bulk of the wage earners, investment in countries where labor costs are low, the use of new production and management technologies and so on. Furthermore, in 1979 the Federal Reserve suddenly increased interest rates, generating large dollar outflows of interest to lenders. While long-term annual real interest rates to the strongest U.S. enterprises fluctuated around 2.1% in the 1960s and 1970s, they reached a plateau of 5.9% during the second half of the 1980s and 1990s, after a few years in which even higher rates had prevailed. The sharp rise of the debts of households and the government was the source of large dollar outflows of interest to the benefit of the lenders. The transformation. 242. Neoliberalism 243. Of corporate governance also led to the distribution of large dollar outflows of dividends, and stock market indices began to rise consistently. Setting the value of the New York Stock Exchange Index corrected for the rise of the U.S. GDP to $8 at 1 in the RST quarter of 1980, the index grew to 5.47 in the third quarter of 2000. Taking advantage of deregulation, both nationally and internationally, the financial sector entered into new and very risky innovative procedures in search of high returns. Very large dollar outflows of high income were generated within the sector, to the benefit of capital income and high wages. Neoliberalism, neo-imperialism. Neoliberalism is often abusively reduced to globalization. The global aspect of neoliberalism is certainly important. For example, under neoliberalism several traditional components of globalization that reached unprecedented levels. Free trade, the international movements of capital and the corresponding investment worldwide, global financial mechanisms and currency exchanges are all involved. The crucial role of the dollar, used as international currency, was not created by neoliberal globalization, but it strengthened in the context of dramatically increased international transactions. Neoliberal globalization is another name for imperialism in the age of neoliberalism. It refers to the set of practices and processes that supports the extraction of a surplus from less economically advanced countries, always with the collaboration of local elites. Whether this surplus can be interpreted as a form of surplus value or not is a moot point beyond the limits of the present analysis. This surplus may result from direct or any other type of investment, or imports of raw materials, energy, or consumption goods at low cost. That countries of the periphery may want foreign investment does not alter the nature of this relationship, just as workers are eager to be exploited in selling their labor power. New forms of informal domination have been substituted for the traditional empires of the past, but the political instruments of imperialism remain corruption, subversion, and war. During the 1990s, the dollar outflows of corporate protests from U.S. direct investment abroad, whose two components are protests retained abroad within the *liates of transnational corporations and interest and dividends paid out by these *liates to the U.S. parent corporation, rose from 1.4% of U.S. GDP at the beginning of the decade to 2.0% at the end, with a sharp acceleration during the 2000s. Concerning the income from other investments, a sudden increase occurred in the early 1980s following the 1979 rise in U.S. interest rates. In the case of the United States, there is an asymmetrical aspect to the exports of capital, since the country is financed by the rest of the world. Due to its foreign trade deficit, the main imperialist country in the world is not a net exporter of capital, but a major net importer. By the late 2000s, the U.S. economy was receiving financial investments from the rest of the world at twice the rate of U.S. investment overseas. However, a more detailed analysis reveals that the rates of return realized on U.S. capital exports are about twice as high as the rates obtained by non-residents. 243. 244. Investing in the United States. This is largely due to the composition of the investments, the United States being the leader of direct investment abroad in the world rather than standard portfolio investment on which returns are lower. A broad variety of trajectories. The emphasis in the previous sections is on the United States, Europe, and Japan. In contrast, other regions of the world went through significantly distinct trajectories. The main victims of neoliberalism were Latin America and Africa, while a number of Asian countries, of which China is emblematic, took advantage of neoliberal globalization. The case of Russia is also distinctive. Neoliberalism placed all workers in the world in a situation of competition. This was the ECT of the simultaneous reduction of trade barriers and the increased mobility of capital. China belongs to the group of countries in which labor is cheap, that OERS guarantees to domestic and foreign investors and that benefited from the new global order. A growing share of the total global commodity production is realized in these territories. Simultaneously, the workers in the developed countries were forced to accept deteriorating labor conditions and stagnating or declining purchasing power and social protection. But the availability of cheap labor is only one among the factors that allowed for the prevalence of strong growth trajectories in these countries. Countries like China or Russia are engaged in a process of primitive capital accumulation, a transition to capitalism from their earlier Soviet-style model. In the case of China, a strong government and political stability were crucial elements. The country entered the international division of labor but protected itself against the ravages of neoliberalism with strong state intervention and control of capital dollars and the exchange rate. Latin America switched from the post-war import substitution models to neoliberalism, sometimes with extreme consequences as in Argentina during the 1990s. After several decades of progress after World War II, the purchasing power of wage earners in these countries was comparatively high. Major cuts were realized, especially in Argentina. These countries were the target of international investment, but their earlier growth trajectories were dramatically broken. Neoliberalism caused major crises in this region, as it did in Asia. The crisis of neoliberalism. When assessed from its own class objectives, up to the mid-2000s, neoliberalism could be judged a success. The income and wealth of the wealthiest fraction of the population rose tremendously, in absolute terms and in comparison to the rest of the population. The crisis of the end of the 2000s highlights, however, the contradictions inherent in this bold class endeavor. A RST category of determinants of the crisis can be broadly classified under the general heading of nationalization. Financial mechanisms developed tremendously during the neoliberal decades, both in size and content. During the RST decades, large financial institutions grew rapidly, for example, pension funds. These financial mechanisms were crucial instruments in the imposition of the new discipline of capital and allowed for tremendous returns to the benefit of the most advanced segments of capitalist classes. Most of the ingredients of the years after 2000 were already present, notably securitization, derivatives markets and the cutting-edge financial institutions such as hedge funds. This was true worldwide, but the United States was leading in most respects and opening new paths. There was a sharp acceleration of financialization in the 2000s. Major financial variables reveal steep upward trends during the decade, especially since 2004. The crisis at the decade's end demonstrated the fragile architecture of the new financial EDICE. The second set of factors is typically rooted in the United States. It is the trajectory of external disequilibria of the country. Its main components are the U.S. trade deficit, its financing by the rest of the world and the growing indebtedness of U.S. households. Both neoliberal corporate governance targeted to stock market performance and the high propensity to import of the U.S. economy imposed the rise of household debt to support demand and the continuing production in the national territory. But, in the 2000s, the costs of this arrangement included the mortgage wave, notably its subprime component, securitization, credit default swaps and so on. When this fragile chain was broken, around 2006, the ECT was that of a seismic wave and the entire financial EDICE was unsettled. By the late noughties, the issue is whether neoliberalism can survive the contemporary crisis. If it does, it will be with serious adjustment. The transition to a new social order would not necessarily mean a straightforward return to a social compromise as during the post-war years or, even less, a more radical transformation. Other variants of regulated capitalism might prevail. A new social arrangement can certainly be found between the components of upper classes. Only the pressure of a powerful popular movement can impose a more progressive outcome from the viewpoint of popular classes. Distinct paths could be followed in various regions of the world. 39 Neoclassical Economics. Dimitris Milonakis. Neoclassical economics denotes the body of economic theory that has its roots in the so-called marginalist revolution and has come to dominate modern economic science, especially since the Second World War. It is also variously called orthodox or mainstream economics, although the meanings of these three terms are not identical and vary over time. Neoclassical economics represents the main modern expression of what Marx called vulgar economics, with which I start this entry. From classical political economy to vulgar economics. Marx made the distinction between classical political economy and vulgar economics. The difference lies in their scientific content. By CPE, Marx meant that economy which, since the time of W. Petty, has investigated the real relations of production in bourgeois society. Its greatest representatives were Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Although CPE represented the interests of the bourgeoisie, it did so at a time when this class was on the ascendancy. The class struggle with the proletariat was as yet undeveloped. CPE had true scientific content because it tried to investigate, however incompletely, the essence of bourgeois relations of production. David Ricardo was its last great representative who made the antagonism of class interests central to his inquiry. With him the science of bourgeois economy had reached the limits beyond which it could not pass. After Ricardo, bourgeois economics ceases its investigation into the true nature of bourgeois relations and becomes a class weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The decade between 1820 to 30 was a period of rapid developments in political economy. Was the time as well of the vulgarizing and extending of Ricardo's theory. The chief characteristic of vulgar economics, after Ricardo, is that it stays at the level of appearances, showing no interest in penetrating behind them in search of deeper truth. In doing so, it serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, sharing with them their notion of the capitalist mode of production as the best of all possible worlds. As Marx puts it, vulgar economy % ruminates without ceasing on the materials long since provided by scientific economy, and there seeks plausible explanations of the most obtrusive phenomena, for bourgeois daily use. Thus political economy loses its scientific credentials and becomes pure apologetics. 246. Neoclassical economics. 247. The roots of vulgar economics lie in some of the elements to be found in the political economy of both Smith and Ricardo, alongside its scientific content, which Marx expounded in the 3 volumes of his Theories of Surplus Value. The most decisive factor in the vulgarization of political economy, however, according to Marx, was the maturation of class struggle which took place during that decade, with the year 1830 being of vital importance. In France and in England the bourgeoisie had conquered political power. Thenceforth, the class struggle, practically as well as theoretically, took on more and more outspoken and threatening forms. It sounded the knell of scientific bourgeois economy. It was thenceforth no longer a question, whether this theorem or that was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, politically dangerous or not. In place of disinterested inquirers, there were hired prize-getters. In place of genuine scientific research, the bad conscience and the evil intent of apologetic. For Marx the most superchale and therefore the most adequate representative of the apologetic of vulgar economy was Bastiat. Say was another representative of this group, who took the vulgar aspects of Smith's political economy and developed them into a distinct theoretical system. But, after Ricardo, another trend of post-Ricardian, but less superchale, vulgar economics was developed which tried to reconcile the interests of the bourgeoisie with those of the rising proletariat. John Stuart Mill was the best representative of this group. Such an attempt, however, to reconcile the irreconcilable, was, according to Marx, bound to fail. The Marginalist Revolution. The period between 1830 and 1870 was one of crisis of CPE and of Ricardian economics in particular. John Stuart Mill attempted a synthesis of Ricardian economics with utilitarian principles and was the main representative of CPE in this transitional period. At this time, CPE came under attack from three main quarters: Karl Marx, the German historical school, and utilitarianism. The culminating point of this transitional period was the 1870s. In the early years of this decade, three economists, the Englishman Stanley Jevons, the Frenchman Leon Walras, and the Austrian Karl Menger, writing independently of one another, put forward novel principles for building a new political economy. Their contribution gave rise to what is now called the Marginalist Revolution and became the basis of what was later called neoclassical economics. The latter took shape in Alfred Marshall's Principles of Economics, with its author subsequently considered the founder of neoclassical economics. With him, the transition from political economy to economics is complete. Neoclassical economics then becomes the main form of vulgar economics, although it took some time until it became perfected and dominant. So what are the principles that the Marginalist Revolution established, and, related to this, what is this thing called neoclassical economics? The two basic pillars on which the Marginalist Revolution was erected were the deductive method adopted from David Ricardo and utilitarianism inherited from the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham. The former refers to the method of developing a theory by starting with given assumptions and premises and, through syllogism and the use of the rules of axiomatic logic, moving to what are actively conclusions predetermined by the starting points. The main concern of the economist, says Walras, is to pursue and master pure scientific truths. To do this, economic science should get rid of prescientific vestiges and survivals, such as the social, historical, philosophical, political, and ethical elements. Unlike classical political economy, it must become a value-free science in pursuit of pure truth and devoid of normative questions about what ought to be done. In this way, Walras identifies economics with natural science. To achieve this, the focus of attention should move away from the processes of growth and distribution, as with CPE, to the process of exchange and the determination of prices. Not only that, since value in exchange is a magnitude that is measurable, and the object of mathematics is to study magnitudes, it follows naturally that pure science of economics is a science which resembles the physico-mathematical sciences in every respect. With marginalism, the macrodynamic view of the economy espoused by most classical economists gives way to static equilibrium analysis, by analogy with static mechanics. The basic vehicle of this transformation is the concept of marginal utility. One of the chief implications of the adoption of this concept is that the subject matter of economic science shifts from the investigation of the causes of wealth and its distribution, to the interrogation of the economic behavior of individuals, especially in the form of maximization. I have attempted to treat the economy as a calculus of pleasure and pain, says Jevons, in typical Benthamite, utilitarian fashion. In this way, the objective theory of value of CPE gives way to a subjective theory based on individual utility. The concept of marginal utility, being a mathematical concept, was also instrumental in giving a great impetus to the mathematization of economics. At the same time, concern with economic aggregates such as classes or the national economy gives way to what Menger called atomism, or what later, following Schumpeter, came to be known as methodological individualism. The latter refers to the method of explanation whereby the whole is explained in terms of the properties of its individual parts. Neoclassical economics. The term neoclassical economics was coined by the old institutionalist Thorstein Veblen to depict the economics of Alfred Marshall. Before the publication of Marshall's Principles of Economics in 1890, marginalism, although on the ascendancy, had not yet become the dominant school. Until 1890, John Stuart Mill's Principles of Political Economy was still the basic textbook. It was left to Marshall to make the marginalist principles more widely acceptable. This is why Marshall is considered the founder of neoclassical economics. For one thing, Marshall's book was more tractable and simple than Walras's highly technical analysis. He was also the RST to provide a complete theory of price based on the marginalist principles. Building upon the work of the early marginalists, Jevons, Walras, and Menger, but also on the second-generation marginalists Bombach and Wieser, one of Marshall's basic contributions was the bringing together of the two sides of an exchange, demand and supply, as the 248. Neoclassical Economics 249. Basic determinants of price. The demand curve is derived from the consumer preferences through the law of diminishing marginal utility, whereas the supply curve derives from the law of diminishing marginal productivity. The equilibrium price in a given market is established, ceteris paribus, where the demand and supply curves of the product intersect. This is Marshall's method of partial equilibrium as opposed to Walras's general equilibrium model incorporating simultaneous interaction of all markets. We also owe to Marshall the distinction between short-run and long-run, the concepts of consumer surplus, increasing returns, external economies, and elasticity. The NAL turn in this marginalist transformation of economic science was given by Lionel Robbins in the 1930s. With him the subject matter of economic science was no longer the quest to uncover the laws that govern production, distribution, and consumption of wealth, as with the classicals, not even to understand the business of everyday life as with Marshall, but the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. Hence economics becomes the science of choice. Generally the basic principles that make up neoclassical theory are methodological individualism coupled with the rationality assumption in the form the maximizing individual agent, the abstract/deductive method, the equilibrium theory of price coupled with the subjectivist theory of value and the marginalist principles. Substitution at the margin becomes the basis through which both production and consumption are analyzed. The distribution of income and wealth is also based on the marginal productivity of the factors of production. Hence Pro-T is equal to the marginal productivity of capital and the wage to the marginal productivity of labor. In this way the unequal distribution of income, rather than being the result of the exploitation of one class by another, is justified as being equivalent to each factor's contribution to production itself. With Marshall and Robbins then, the move from political economy to economics becomes RMLY established with all the substantive and methodological changes this terminological switch symbolizes. This transformation brought with it a triple reductionism. First is the reductionism to the individual as the key analytical building block. The economy thus becomes treated as the mere aggregation of its individual parts. Second is an asocial reductionism, where the economy is reduced to market relations and treated in isolation from its broader social context. Third is anti-historicist reductionism through which economic science is divorced from history. Historical specificity is lost and the theory becomes universal in application. Hence, specifically capitalist categories such as pro-TS and wages become factor rewards characteristic of any society, irrespective of the social relations of production underpinning rewards and the forms in which they accrue. Neoclassical economics after the Second World War. The rise of neoclassical economics to dominance was a long drawn-out process with Alfred Marshall playing a pivotal role not only substantively but also institutionally. Indeed, he was the main force behind the institutionalization of economics as a distinct field of study. Until the Second World War, however, neoclassical economics in its Marshallian form, although on the ascendancy, had not yet achieved the nearly complete dominance in the Anglo-Saxon academic world which it came to enjoy after the war. The whole period between the marginalist revolution and the Second World War was a period of pluralism in economic science, with intense debates between the different schools of thought that were dollarizing in different parts of the world at roughly the same time, be it in the form of marginalism in Great Britain and other parts of Europe, the historical school in Germany and the American institutionalism on the other side of the Atlantic. This picture changes dramatically after the Second World War. Following the publication of Keynes's general theory of employment, interest, and money, the distinction between microeconomics and macroeconomics becomes RMLY established. The former deals with the behavior of economic agents such as households and RMS, all treated as maximizing individuals, while the latter deals with economic aggregates such as national product, unemployment, indollaration and so on. At the same time, the process of mathematization also sets in. As seen already, the seeds for the mathematization of economic science were sown early on with the emergence of marginalism, but did not become dominant until the Second World War, when it was given a new impetus by the works of Hicks's Value and Capital and Samuelson's Foundations of Economic Analysis, culminating in the mathematical proof of the existence of equilibrium in a Walrasian general equilibrium model by Arrow and Debreu in 1954. Since then, the Samuelsonian tool of constrained optimization borrowed from thermodynamics became the symbol of the new formalist era, accompanied by Americanization and standardization of the discipline. This process, which has been dubbed the formalist revolution in economics, reached a climax approaching near total dominance by the 1970s. The basic attribute of the formalist phase of neoclassical economics is the fetishism of the deductive model building method. Following the formalist revolution, anything that is not modeled is simply not considered as rigorous, scientific economics, and is left aside. Keynes's economics could be thought of as the RST major victim of the formalist revolution. Only those aspects of Keynes's thought that could be modeled survived, while all novel and radical aspects of his thought were either more or less left out altogether or else were reformulated in mathematical or diagrammatical form, more or less beyond recognition. Macroeconomics thus becomes more and more subsumed under microeconomics, with the principle of methodological individualism reigning supreme. And, although new tools such as game theory have been introduced, they remain tied to these two pervasive principles, methodological individualism and abstract deductive model building. This process culminates in the micro-foundations of the macroeconomics project, which signs the almost total eclipse of macroeconomics as a field of study distinct from microeconomics. This is coupled with Milton Friedman's monetarist and, later on, Robert Lucas's new classical counter-revolution in macroeconomics, propelled by the stagflation crisis of the 1970s. This is the economics of the early neoliberal era of Reagan and Thatcher, based on the twin assumptions of rational expectations and the #scient market hypothesis. It signs a return to the virtual world of the economist's imagination, inhabited by perfectly rational and egotistical human beings, forming rational expectations about the future and exchanging their products in perfectly competitive and #scient markets. This has led within macroeconomics to the overt elimination of Keynes's economics and its transformation into a new diluted form of Keynesianism. 250. Neoclassical Economics 251. Based on the notion of microeconomic market imperfections, with Stiglitz as one of its leading representatives. This literature is known as New Keynesian Economics or New Information Economics, based on market failures arising from imperfect and costly information. The characteristic features of the formalist age have witnessed the near total dominance of the neoclassical paradigm, with its representatives enjoying an institutional monopoly over the positions in top universities and academic journals, attracting the lion's share of funding, occupying central public positions and being awarded 90% of Nobel Prizes in economics. This dominance has brought with it a total indifference and an intellectually frightening treatment of the history of economic thought and of methodology, both of which have been dropped from most undergraduate and postgraduate courses in economics. This is accompanied by an unprecedented intransigence and intolerance towards alternatives and an indifference towards any criticism, even internal criticisms that derive from within its own ranks. At the same time, following the definition of economics as the science of choice, the scope of its application has expanded enormously. Despite dependence on a narrow set of questionable principles, in the last half-century economists have applied their economic tools to issues well beyond what traditionally has been thought of as the subject matter of economic science, such as marriage, drug addiction, politics, and so on. This process of colonization of the subject matter of other social sciences by economics has been called economics imperialism. What has not changed is its vulgar character and its apologetic nature which, if anything, has become more and more pronounced. This is evident following the recent global economic crisis which has brought into question virtually every aspect of mainstream economics but does not seem to have led to self-redirection on the part of its practitioners on anything other than a minor scale. To the apologetic nature of mainstream economics should be added the direct vested interests of many academics, especially in the financial sector, a feature that was exacerbated during the financialization era. Neoliberalism, and the growing power and indulgence of the financial sector this has brought about, has played an important role in the latest developments in economic science. Deep down, however, it is the very nature of the system and the ideological need for its justification that lies behind this type of theory. 40 Neo-Ricardianism Sungur Savran. Neo-Ricardianism is the name given to a school in economic theory that was highly indulgential among the left intelligentsia internationally in the 1970s and 1980s. The school owes its theoretical achievements to the seminal work of Piero Sra. An Italian economist and a friend in his younger days of Antonio Gramsci. Sra. Spent his later years in Cambridge, UK. His magnum opus is Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities, published in 1960 simultaneously in Italian and English. The Neo-Ricardian school used the highly original theoretical framework developed by Sra. To attack, at a RST stage, neoclassicism, the dominant school of thought in economics in the world then and now. After achieving a resounding, albeit ephemeral, success in its battle against neoclassical economics, Neo-Ricardianism turned its arrows on the Marxist critique of political economy. An international controversy then broke out between Neo-Ricardianism and Marxism in the sphere of value theory, consuming the better part of the energy of leftist economists in many countries, and drawing contributions from the English-speaking world, Italy, India, France, and other countries. This controversy subsided in the early 1990s. Sraffa, Ricardo, and Neoclassical Economics. Sra.'s Production of Commodities is a dense treatise of merely 100 pages bearing the subtitle Prelude to a Critique of Economic Theory. In this book, Sra. investigates the relationship between price formation and the distribution of the product between wages and pro-ts under very strict assumptions resulting in the isolation of the question at hand from all other important factors, above all from changes in the methods of production. The theoretical framework Sra. ERS for the investigation of the relationship between prices and distribution was meant to resuscitate the approach to the study of the capitalist economy developed by one of the giants of classical political economy, David Ricardo, in his Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, RST published in 1817. Sra. A wish to provide a corrective to the #culties of Ricardo's labor theory of value, which ran into trouble in its or to explain the ECT of distribution on values. Ricardo assumed values to be determined in some fundamental sense by the labor embodied in each commodity. Not being able to separate the determination of values by labor embodied from the impact of distribution on the values of goods, Ricardo in his later years desperately searched for a so-called invariable measure of value that would serve this purpose, especially in his underestimated posthumously. 252-252 Neo-Ricardianism 253. Published essay, Absolute Value and Exchangeable Value, composed in 1823, immediately before his death. Sra. Sought a solution to this Ricardian problem through the devising of an ingenious measure of value, which he called the standard commodity. This was an average mix of commodities whose total value would in some sense remain invariant to changing distribution between wages and pro-ts. The standard commodity is a composite, if otherwise arbitrary, mix of goods which can be used to show the distribution between pro-ts and wages along a single dimension as if the prices of individual goods within it were irrelevant. On this basis, Sra. acclaimed to have solved the Ricardian problem. Of course, the practical significance of the standard commodity is limited in view of the assumptions on which it is constructed, in particular the fact that it is invariably modified by the slightest change in the production conditions of any commodity. This necessarily brief summary of SRA's theoretical project should make it clear why his followers came to be known as Neo-Ricardians. Despite this or to revive Ricardian economics, SRA's followers were not defenders of the labor theory of value, itself considered by them to be an indefensible and hopelessly contradictory theoretical framework in both its Ricardian and Marxist versions. SRA and his followers used this theoretical framework to stage an all-out attack on neoclassical economics, which resulted in the so-called Cambridge controversy, a name that re-x the fact that the major protagonists worked and lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, for the neoclassicists, and Cambridge, UK, for the SRA#ANS. In a nutshell, the Neo-Ricardian critique of neoclassicism is based on the assertion of the impossibility of measuring the value or magnitude of capital prior to and independent of the rate of pro-t, thus demolishing the basis of the fundamental neoclassical concept of the production function and of the explanation of distribution as an outcome of the marginal productivity of capital as a factor of production. The whole EDICE built around the notion of production function now turns out to hold true exclusively for a single sector economy. This result is reinforced by the possibility of reswitching, a singular result of SRA's study of the relationship between distribution and prices. According to this, in contradistinction to the received wisdom of neoclassical theory, which posits an inverse relationship between capital intensity and the rate of pro-t, once we leave a world with a single good, a more capital-intensive technique can cede its place to a more labor-intensive technique as the rate of pro-t rises, but may again become more pro-table at even higher rates of pro-t. This phenomenon of capital reversing severs qualitatively, let alone quantitatively, the canonical tie established between the marginal productivity of capital and the rate of pro-t. The attack by SRA#ANS on neoclassical theory was so powerful that even the doyen of neoclassical economics, Paul Samuelson, felt compelled to enunciate famously the verdict that we are all SRA#ANS now. However, the resilience of neoclassical economics is proven not only by its continuing domination over the academic curriculum around the world, but also by the continued use of the neoclassical one-sector production function across the discipline. The Neo-Ricardian critique of Marx's value theory. The prominence given to the work of SRA by the Cambridge controversy created the urge to examine the implications of his theory for Marxist political economy. It should be noted that many Neo-Ricardians, including SRA himself, have a Marxist background. The Neo-Ricardian interest in Marxist value theory went through two stages. During the RST stage, lasting throughout a good part of the 1970s, Neo-Ricardians alleged that there were serious deficiencies in the theoretical corpus of the Marxist critique of political economy, but that these could be overcome, and the Marxist project salvaged, through the contribution of the insights of SRA#AN theory. The publication of Ian Steedman's highly influential Marx after SRA was a watershed signaling the transition to a second stage in the controversy, since it baldly asserted that much of what had so far passed as Marxist economics had to be discarded for the sake of logical consistency and replaced, rather than buttressed as had been argued in the earlier stage, by SRA#ANism. The names emblematic of the RST stage were Maurice Dobb and Ronald Meek, two veteran Marxist economists from Britain, while among the economists conducting the all-out assault of the second stage, in addition to Steedman himself, were John Eatwell and Geo Hodgson, from Britain, and Alessandro Roncaglia, from Italy. Economists such as Joan Robinson, from Britain, and Pier Angelo Garignani and Luigi Pacinati, from Italy, who were extremely influential in the spread of the SRA#AN analysis in general, played an inconspicuous part in the debate with the Marxists. In the controversy that pitted Neo-Ricardians against Marxists, the argumentation put forth by the Neo-Ricardians can be broken down into three major propositions. 1. A critical proposition, which alleges that Marx's labor theory of value is inappropriate as a theoretical framework for the analysis of capitalism. This proposition is based on claims that Marx's theory is fraught with logical inconsistencies and or redundant. 2. An #normative proposition, which states that what the neo-Ricardians consider the most fundamental questions relevant to the analysis of capitalism can be treated satisfactorily and in a logically consistent manner using SRA's framework. 3. A theoretical proposition, which claims that a materialist theory of capitalism can be erected on the basis of the SRA#in theory, independently of and without having recourse to the basic structure of Marx's theory of value. These propositions will now be examined one by one, summarizing the neo-Ricardian arguments and $y reviewing the Marxist responses. The transformation problem and negative values. The critical proposition is the aspect of the overall controversy to which most attention was devoted. The notorious issue of the transformation of values into prices of production, allegedly a cul-de-sac for the Marxist theory of value, was the major testing ground for this proposition. The neo-Ricardians buttressed their argument about the transformation problem with two distinct claims. First, they charged Marx's transformation. 254-254. Neo-Ricardianism 255. Algorithm with logical inconsistency. Marx assumes that the rate of pro-T is equal to total surplus value divided by total social capital, but, in the so-called price system, the pro-T rate diverges from this assumed value rate of pro-T. This inconsistency, it is held, is independent of the transformation of the input values into prices of production. Second, the neo-Ricardians claimed that, irrespective of this inconsistency, the value system is redundant and, hence, superdollar use, for the correct price system can be obtained through the use of the SRA#in system based on the physical quantities of inputs and the exogenous determination of one of the variables of distribution. According to the neo-Ricardians, the so-called transformation problem found its definitive solution in SRA's theory. This works in two steps. First, the neo-Ricardians referred to the solution SRA is supposed to have brought to Ricardo's problem of the invariable measure of value, through the standard commodity. From their proposition that Marx's transformation problem was simply a modi-ed version of Ricardo's search for an invariable measure of value, it followed that SRA's framework was also a solution to the equally unresolved transformation problem of Marx. The response of the Marxists to this line of reasoning can be summed up in several arguments. First, although the Marxists diverged among themselves on the issue of the transformation of values into prices of production, all concurred that the allegation that Marx's algorithm is internally inconsistent does not hold. Moreover, the divergence of the rate of pro-T between the so-called value and price systems is not independent of the assumption one makes as to whether input values should be transformed or not. Quite the contrary, Marx's idea that the rate of pro-T is equal to total surplus value divided by total capital is a logical consequence of his choice of not transforming the input values. This is corroborated by the fact that if input prices are not transformed, the rate of pro-T in the so-called price system does not diverge from the value rate of pro-T. Second, the allegation of superdollarity is a simple misunderstanding of the theoretical status of the Marxist theory of value on the part of the SRA#ANS. This theory fulfills many different functions in the analysis of capitalism, and would not be superdollar use even if it were redundant in the determination of prices and the rate of pro-T. As for the argument suggesting that SRA's framework is a solution to the transformation problem, this suffers from three misconceptions. The RST has been relatively neglected in the literature. SRA's standard commodity is, contrary to received opinion, not relevant to the problem Ricardo faced and tried to solve through the invariable measure of value. The problem Ricardo was grappling with was to distinguish the impact on values of a change in production conditions from the impact of a change in the distribution of the product between the classes. SRA assumed the RST impact away through his intentionally restrictive framework, which holds production conditions constant. Therefore, the standard commodity does not, in the general case, provide a clue as to whether the change in the value of a commodity derives from a change in production conditions or from a change in distribution. Since every production matrix has its unique standard commodity, SRA, A's ingenious device simply cannot serve to $ECT in isolation the change in value as a result of the change in production conditions. Second, even if it were true that SRA, A's standard commodity is the right answer to Ricardo's problem, it would not follow that it would equally be a modern solution to Marx's transformation procedure. The reason is that Marx's transformation of values into prices is itself a solution, within the framework of the labor theory of value, to the unresolved problem faced by Ricardo, that of separating two concepts of value, absolute value and exchangeable value in Ricardian terminology. By establishing two different levels of abstraction, Marx distinguished these concepts clearly. Value was treated at the level of abstraction of capital in general, where it was only a question of taking up the relationship between capital and wage labor, while price of production was located at a more concrete level, taking the indolence of competition, and hence distribution, into account. Once this distinction is established, it is possible to determine separately the impact of a change in production conditions and the impact of a change in distribution. The need for an invariable measure of value vanishes. Finally, a common sense issue is overlooked. SRA A's framework involves only a set of prices. In contrast, the transformation is between values and prices. Adopting the SRA hashtag and framework does away with values, removing the very necessity of transformation. So, whatever may be made of SRA A's theory, it certainly is not a solution to the transformation problem. The allegation of inconsistency in Marx's value theory also depends on the generation of anomalous arithmetic results, for example, negative values, when what is held to be the Marxist concept of value is applied to joint production and to the value of XED capital. Since no commodity can reasonably be expected to have been produced through the expenditure of a negative amount of labor, the existence of negative values is adduced as proof that Marx's value theory is logically inconsistent. The argument regarding negative values has been shown to be false. Negative values are obtained on the basis of an equation system that is supposed to faithfully represent the determination of values according to Marx's labor theory of value. Upon closer inspection, however, it turns out that the system disregards the distinction Marx explicitly makes, in capital 3, between individual values and social value when different techniques are used to produce the same commodity. When more than one production techniques exist for a single commodity, Marx's method is to arrive at a social value that is different from the distinct individual values the different techniques would have yielded. But the equation system used to generate negative values assumes an identity, rather than difference, between the individual values that result from the different techniques and between these and the NAL social value. Hence, it is not Marx's value theory but a discrete concept of value that generates negative values. So the contradictions that ensue cannot be attributed to Marx's theory. SRAFA as a solution to Marx's problems. The #primitive proposition postulated that, as opposed to Marx's theory, SRA A's theoretical framework was logically consistent. The Marxist side of the controversy. 256-256. Neo-Ricardianism 257. Questioned this postulate by pointing out that the exogenous determination of distribution led inevitably to contradictions in the SRA hashtag and framework. As has been pointed out above, exogenous determination of distribution can come about as a result of the setting of either the wage rate or the rate of pro-T outside and independent of the system of equations. It turns out, however, that whichever variable is chosen for independent determination, there is no guarantee that the resulting real wage will be #C even for the bare survival of the workers. Since this survival is a presupposition of the equation system set up by SRA, the the system simply does not respond to its own requirements. Finally, the theoretical proposition held that a materialist theory of capitalism could be constructed on the basis of SRA # in economics. This is tantamount to saying that Marx's project of deciphering the codes of the capitalist mode of production can be preserved while jettisoning the theory of value. The Neo-Ricardians located the sole importance of value theory in the exposition of the phenomenon of exploitation, for which they proposed a theoretical explanation that did not refer to value theory. This proposition is a consequence of the Neo-Ricardian misreading of the purpose that Marx wished to serve in writing Capital, and the role and function of value theory in the edice of his work. First, even if it were true that prices and distribution can be established without recourse to values, that is, Marx's value theory is redundant in this sense, discarding value theory eliminates the possibility of discovering the historical specificity of capitalist social relations. It is thanks to his analysis of the value form that Marx reaches the concept commodity fetishism, which shows that, in the domain of the real relations of production under capitalism, and not only in the world of ideology, relations between people appear as relations between things. Further, and most tellingly from the point of view of the transformation problem, the transformation of values into prices and of surplus value into pro-T is not a nuisance for Marx's theoretical edice, but is a source of superiority over competing theories, because it shows that, under capitalist conditions, the form of appearance of the social relations diverges from their essence, even concealing it. Second, exploitation in Marx's sense cannot be demonstrated except through the labor theory of value. The reason is that exploitation here means the appropriation of part of the labor of the worker by the capitalist. Unless it can be proven that pro-T, interest, commercial pro-T and so on have their source in this surplus labor, no amount of or to prove that these are not simply the counterpart to the productivity of capital will #CE. And once the labor theory of value is jettisoned, this becomes impossible. Third, Marx's aim in Capital is not only to decipher capitalist relations of production but, more importantly, to explain the laws of motion of capital. This can only be done at a level of abstraction that isolates the relationship between capital and labor from all other intruding factors, including competition. It is thanks to this level of abstraction, in capital I, where values are logically embedded, that Marx can analyze capitalism as a mode of production rather than a mode of distribution, explain the dynamics of the production and reproduction of the relation between capital and wage labor in addition to the production of commodities, and develop the seminal concept of the subsumption of labor under capital. Conclusion. The critical assault waged on the Marxist theoretical edice by the Neo-Ricardians proved to be a passing storm in the horizon of the Marxist analysis of the capitalist mode of production. All the allegations of the Neo-Ricardians were rebutted effectively. The most substantial bane of the controversy that raged in the 1970s and the 1980s was that it spurred Marxists to sharpen their tools and elaborate their concepts in more re-net terms, which is no small gain. The theoretical framework provided in Capital still remains the indispensable basis upon which a correct understanding of capitalism can be reached. The question of what has remained of SRA and Neo-Ricardianism may also be asked on this 50th anniversary of the publication of SRA's opus magnum. Not much, one is tempted to answer, since the SRA-based critique of neoclassicism has been relegated to the domain of memory and that of Marxism has turned out to be unfounded. However, one should not neglect the present-day alliance between Neo-Ricardianism and post-Keynesianism. The latter school rejects the neoclassical basis of what Joan Robinson once called bastard Keynesianism, that is, the so-called grand synthesis in the post-war period between Keynesian macroeconomics and neoclassical microeconomics. In this, post-Keynesianism is surely comforted by the existence of an alternative value theory whose lineage can be traced back to SRA. It is no small irony to see that Keynes, who, in his own opus magnum, the general theory, set out to demolish Ricardianism, should now come to owe the independence of his theory from neoclassicism to Neo-Ricardianism. 258 258 259 41 New Technology and the New Economy Tony Smith. First-time readers are often surprised by the depth of Marx's appreciation of capitalism's technological dynamism. The bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application of chemistry to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing of whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground. What earlier century had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered in the lap of social labor, ch. 1. But Marx also insisted that this same system alienated working men and women from the things they produced, from their own activities and from each other. In his view, this alienation could only be overcome by overcoming capitalism. For many decades, defenders of capitalism dismissed Marx's criticisms. Beginning in the 1980s and 1990s, however, a growing number conceded that alienation had indeed pervaded economic life. In sharp contrast to Marx, however, they insisted that the fault did not lie with capitalism, but with the technologies and forms of social organization of the old industrial economy. From the industrial economy to the new economy. Mainstream critics of the old economy base their account on the paradigmatic technologies of the industrial period of Marx's day and beyond. These were large-scale, single-purpose machines, requiring massive investment in XED capital. Shifting from one product line to another required scrapping old machinery and installing new equipment, which units of capital did not want to do before obtaining a satisfactory return on their investment. Satisfactory returns on this investment required extended product runs. Numerous mainstream theorists now grant that extensive consumer alienation was the inevitable result, due to the limited extent a single product could meet the unique wants and needs of diverse consumers. They also concede that similarly serious problems and iced work relations. Mass production condemned most workers, in #CES as well as factories, to a lifetime of repetitive and alienating work as mere cogs in a vast apparatus. Fortunately, these writers proclaim, a new information age is emerging, with different paradigmatic technologies and novel forms of economic organization. This new economy transcends the $AWS of the industrial period, making Marx's criticisms of capitalism hopelessly outdated. Information technologies are now embodied in general-purpose machines. These machines do not have to be replaced every time a new product is required. They can simply be reprogrammed, enabling shorter runs of more diverse product lines. For an increasing range of goods, electronic networks also allow individual consumers to communicate to producers instantaneously and almost costlessly the specific features of a product they desire. These technologies thereby allow many categories of commodities to be efficiently produced on a mass scale according to specifications meeting the unique wants and needs of individual customers. For new economy theorists, this mass customization transcends the consumer alienation of the industrial age. Defenders of the new economy also insist that workplace alienation of the industrial age can now be overcome. A $-able production system of short product runs, adjusting rapidly in response to shifts in consumer demand, requires a $-able and empowered workforce. Firms must now mobilize the tacit and explicit knowledge of their workforce throughout the organization if they hope to be successful. But workers will share ideas about improving productivity and product design only if they are treated as partners, rather than as mere costs to be minimized. And so, these authors assert, it is in the interest of employers to provide extensive training, delegate authority to autonomous work teams, compensation schemes rewarding entrepreneurial activity within the RM and so on. The contrast between the hopes of new economy theorists and the brutal realities of contemporary global capitalism could hardly be starker. Mass customization has spread, and product runs have significantly shortened. but stratospheric levels of consumer debt mock the promise of a consumer utopia. And the rhetoric of empowered knowledge workers appears equally ludicrous in the face of involuntary unemployment on a massive scale and stagnant real wages. Nonetheless, theoretical defenses of the new economy continue unabated. Problems are explained away as the fault of incompetent politicians, greedy financial speculators and labor unions stuck in the past. A dynamic knowledge economy in which human dollar-hourishing is furthered to the greatest feasible extent remains within reach across the globe. All that is required is the right sort of political will. Marx would have been very skeptical of the new economy perspective. For one thing, every degree of the development of the social forces of production, of intercourse, of knowledge etc. appears to only as a barrier which it strives to overpower. In other words, capitalism continually generates new economies. From a Marxian viewpoint, however, the main problem lies elsewhere. As long as the essential determinations denying capitalism remain in place, no new economy can overcome the social antagonisms rooted in these determinations. Marx's critique of capital and capitalist technology. Perhaps the most fundamental feature of capitalism is that SE values must therefore never be looked upon as the real aim of the capitalist %. The restless never-ending. 260. New technology and the new economy 261. Process of making alone is what he aims at %. He never-ending augmentation of exchange value. The aim, in other words, is the appropriation of surplus value, formed by the difference between the money capital invested in the production and distribution of commodities and the money received from their sale. It follows that, in capitalism, technologies are never simply means to further human ends. They are first and foremost means to further the end of capital, the never-ending augmentation of exchange value. In any society subjected to this valorization imperative, there will be a strong bias in the direction of technological change. Research addressing the wants and needs of those who lack significant purchasing power will be systematically neglected. And research likely to have commercializable applications in the short term will be systematically favored over investigations of the long-term health and environmental effects of those applications. Marx thought that the pernicious effects of the valorization imperative are most apparent in the capital/wage labor relation. Wage laborers are required to perform surplus labor beyond that, producing an amount of value equivalent to their wages. Insofar as technologies in the workplace reduce the latter period of time, they extend the former. Like every other increase in the productiveness of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities, and, by shortening that portion of the working day, in which the laborer works for himself, to lengthen the other portion that he gives, without an equivalent, to the capitalist. In short, it is a means for producing surplus value. Not surprisingly, the scientific technological knowledge embodied in machinery is experienced by individual workers as an alien force. In no way does the machine appear as the individual worker's means of labor %. He machine which possesses skill and strength in place of the worker, is itself the virtuoso %. Science which compels the inanimate limbs of the machinery, by their construction, to act purposefully, as an automaton, does not exist in the worker's consciousness, but rather acts upon him through the machine as an alien power, as the power of the machine itself. Collective organization can overcome an individual worker's sense of powerlessness. But collective organization may be undermined by divisions within the workforce, and technological change fosters such divisions in a variety of ways. Technologically induced unemployment can set those desperate for work against those desperate to retain their jobs. Technologies may also make the threat of shifting investment from one group of workers to another more effective. Technologies that deskill those enjoying relatively high levels of remuneration and control over their labor process also shift the balance of power between capital and labor in favor of the former. Technologies that undercut the effectiveness of strikes warrant mention as well. Machinery not only acts as a competitor who gets the better of the workmen, and is constantly on the point of making him superdollar use. It is also a power inimical to him %. It is the most powerful weapon for repressing strikes, those periodical revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital %. It would be possible to write quite a history of the inventions, made since 1830, for the sole purpose of supplying capital with weapons against the revolts of the working class. 261 261. 262. It is important to stress that the social consequences of technological innovation are indeterminate in any particular case. Labor history shows that the very technologies introduced to divide the workforce, deskill certain categories of workers or break strikes may in certain contexts contribute to worker unity, enhance the skills of other workers and help labor struggles succeed. Nonetheless, ownership and control of capital grants its holders the power to initiate and direct the innovation process in the workplace. As long as this power is in place, Marx thought, technological change will tend to reinforce the structural coercion and exploitation at the heart of the capital/wage-labor relation. Marx also argued that technological change is a major factor generating uneven development in the capitalist world market. Technology is a major weapon in intercapital competition. Units of capital with access to advanced research and development are best positioned to establish a virtuous circle in which increasing returns provide the funds necessary to operate at or near the scientific technical frontier in the future, making it more likely they can successfully introduce the next generation of innovations and appropriate the next generation of increasing returns. In contrast, units of capital without access to advanced R&D necessarily tend to be trapped in a vicious circle. Their inability to introduce significant innovations prevents them from enjoying above-average returns, restricting their ability to participate in advanced R&D in the succeeding period. This in turn limits future innovations and future pro-T opportunities. Finally, Marx held that the very investments in technological change introduced to further capital accumulation tend to undercut the accumulation process. From their individual standpoint, it is rational for RMS to invest in capital-intensive technologies in pursuit of short-term profitability. But, as they do so, a collectively irrational result necessarily tends to arise, an overaccumulation of XED capital, manifested in excess capacity and declining rates of pro-T. The new economy, a critical perspective. As new economy theorists correctly assert, information technologies have significantly transformed the social world in recent decades. But these developments have hardly made Marx's critique of capital irrelevant. The valorization imperative remains in place in today's so-called new economy no less than in previous variants of capitalism. As a direct result, some forms of knowledge continue to count far more than others in the so-called knowledge economy. For example, less than 5% of privately funded medical research focuses on diseases common in poor countries. And investigation of the long-term health and environmental effects of biotechnologies, nanotechnologies, and other new innovations continues to be severely underfunded in comparison to research directed to commercializing those innovations in the short term. Wage labor remains the dominant social form of living labor in the global economy. The introduction of advanced information technologies in capitalist workplaces has been correlated with an intensification and extension of the workday for some, and unemployment for others, even though gains in productivity could be used to reduce labor time with no loss of livelihood or living standards. Workers' role in determining the design and use of machinery in the labor process continues to be radically restricted, despite 262. New technology and the new economy 263. All the rhetoric of worker empowerment. Information technologies have enabled cross-border production chains to proliferate, making it much easier for workers in different regions of the globe to be played against one another. And the process of objectifying workers' skills in machinery has accelerated with information technologies, as has the use of these technologies to continue operations during strikes. The electronic monitoring of the workforce on a massive scale, and the extreme work process fragmentation that mathematical modeling of labor processes and employees allows, are other features of the new economy corroborating the continued relevance of Marx's account of technological change in the capitalist workplace. In the new economy, as in the old, workplace machinery remains a means for producing surplus value. Uneven development in the world market also continues to be a defining feature of the so-called new economy. Extensive national innovation systems have been put in place in prosperous regions of the globe to speed the development of commodity-able innovations. More than 95% of all R&D is undertaken in these regions. Units of capital in the global north derive tremendous competitive advantages from this. The growth of scientific technological knowledge is not the solution to severe poverty and inequality in the capitalist world market, as new economy theorists blithely assert. It is a major contributing cause, as Marx understood. Finally, key sectors of the new economy have proven to be as susceptible to overaccumulation #culties as core sectors of the old economy were previously. Indeed, the tendency to overaccumulation crises has been strengthened by the spread of active national innovation systems. The moment a new cluster of innovations with significant commercial potential emerges, research expenditures, tax breaks, credit allocations, and a multitude of other direct and indirect subsidies are mobilized in a number of regions more or less simultaneously. In use value terms, the technological dynamism of the new economy is thereby furthered. In value terms, however, things are more complicated. The more national innovation systems are in place across the globe, the sooner overaccumulation #culties tend to arise in emerging industries and sectors, and the more the period in which high progress can be won from a competitive technological advantage is compressed. As overaccumulation #culties persist in the world market, the pressure to increase progress through the heightened exploitation of wage labor intensities. Speculation in financial markets also necessarily tends to increase, since financial bubbles generally are greater opportunities for progress than additional investment in sectors erring from overcapacity. It should not be overlooked that, in the so-called new economy, the largest private sector investment in information technologies, the greatest concentration of knowledge workers and the fastest rate of product innovation have all been found in the financial sector, with predictably disastrous results. Predatory activities in vulnerable communities become more attractive to capital as well, as Marx noted, and contemporary experience tragically confirms. A new economy. The disturbing features of the new economy discussed in the previous section are rooted in the social forms of capital, such as the commodity form and the wage form. In recent years, a new generation of new economy theorists has emerged who believe that, with the proper political support, these forms will gradually cede central place to the acutely different social forms of commons-based peer production. This new economy variant is based upon cooperative knowledge work undertaken within information networks outside the capital/wage labor relation. Its products are then freely distributed within these networks, outside the commodity form. The contemporary significance of commons-based peer production should not be underestimated. Ideas like free web-based email, hosting services for personal web pages, instant messenger software, social networking sites, and well-designed search engines emerged more from individuals or small groups of people wanting to solve their own problems or try something neat than from RMS realizing there were progress to be gleaned. Encryption software, peer-to-peer LE sharing software, sound and image editors and many other examples can be added to this list. Indeed, it is #cult to ND software not initiated by amateurs. Individuals cooperating outside capitalist RMS have also collectively produced encyclopedias that have proven useful to millions, entirely new genres of music, unprecedented access to diverse sources of information and commentary about events across the globe and so on. The potential of this form of production to further human dollar-hourishing is incalculable. The realization of this potential, however, will be severely restricted as long as capital reigns. Capital, of course, is happy to appropriate the results of commons-based peer production as a free gift. The use of open-source software has been estimated to save IBM $400 million a year. Nonetheless, the ceaseless augmentation of value requires the sale of commodities produced by wage laborers. As long as capitalism continues, the resources invested in the production of free knowledge goods will be dwarfed by those devoted to the production of proprietary knowledge and proprietary products. Finally, the time and energy social agents have available to participate in commons-based peer production will also be severely limited by the coercive pressure most face to sell their labor power and perform extensive surplus labor for capitalist RMS. Marx wrote, "Since all free time is time for free development, the capitalist usurps the free time created by the workers for society." The relatively limited time available for the free development of commons-based peer production is a striking illustration of this thesis. Fulfilling the immense promise of commons-based peer production will require more than electing one set of political elites instead of another. It will require a fundamental transformation of production relations, democratizing control of investment and production in all major sectors. Only then will talk of a truly new economy be just ed. 264 264 265 42 Political Science Allison J. Ayres. Relations between political science and Marxism constitute a case of mutual neglect. The enduring debates between Marxists and non-Marxists which have exercised other disciplines are largely absent within political science. This entry outlines the origins and contours of such antipathy and highlights key Marxist critiques in terms of VE myths that govern political science. It also details post-war and more recent Marxist contributions to understanding the political in capitalism, focusing on the relationship between the political and the economic. A case of mutual neglect. The mutual neglect of political science and Marxism, as Bertel Ollman has argued, is rooted in the historical peculiarities of both Marxism and political science. Marx's explicitly political writings include the Communist Manifesto, the class struggles in France, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, the Civil War in France and the critique of the Gotha program. However, the focus on critique of the capitalist economy expounded in Capital led many of Marx's followers to attribute a significance to the different social spheres in proportion to the consideration accorded them in his then published writings. This error was facilitated by the commonplace interpretation of the relationship between the economic base and the socio-political cultural superstructure, and the tendency towards economic determinism within orthodox Marxism. While such readings of base and superstructure have been widely discredited, for many Marxists the view prevailed that the character and development of extra-economic spheres could be largely ignored or, alternatively, determined from the economic sphere. Accordingly, given the minor role attributed to the state within orthodox Marxism, it is little wonder that academics who chose to study politics were not attracted to this theory. However, the history of the discipline of political science has also contributed to this mutual neglect. Prior to the late 19th century, the study of politics was subsumed within philosophy, political economy, history, or law. Since its inception as a formal discipline, political science has focused overwhelmingly on the political process abstracted from wider social processes and relations. In contrast to other disciplines which began as attempts to understand the social whole, the origins of political science lie in jurisprudence and statecraft, and the discipline has continued to be exercised primarily by concerns to make existing political institutions more #sient. From Machiavelli to Kissinger, Huntington, and Fukuyama, political science has been the domain of those who, believing they understood the realities of power, have sought their reforms and advancement within the system. This principal concern with forms and properties of political institutions is traced to historical antecedents in Greek, Roman, and Judeo-Christian systems of political thought, continuing through Renaissance and Enlightenment political philosophy. Formal governing institutions and treatises also dominated the largely ahistorical constitutional and legal studies which occupied political studies in most Western countries through the 19th century to at least the World War II period. but concern with political practice and the real world is most evident in the highly empiricist behavioralism that has dominated political science in the post-war era. Advanced predominantly in the USA under the aegis of systems theory, the behavioral revolution eschewed the analysis of state and power for study of the political system and decision-making. Behavioralism became closely associated with pluralist theory which, linking European political theory with US political science, avers that decision-making is the outcome of $ICT and bargaining between different interest groups in a purported condition of dispersed inequalities. 5 Myths of Political Science. Self-congratulatory accounts notwithstanding, the discipline is mired in a protracted crisis. Numerous commentaries have alluded to the tragedy of political science, the crisis of political science or the dollarite from reality in political science. Indeed, noting that whoever it was who called economics the dismal science should have another look at political science, Ullman details VE myths that govern the discipline, the claims to study politics and to be scientific, the separability of the political, the purported neutrality of the state and the extent to which the discipline advances the cause of democracy. This section outlines Marxist critiques of these myths in terms of methodological inadequacies, the sociology of knowledge and the striking absence of capitalism within mainstream political science analyses. The following section examines post-war and more recent Marxist analyses of the political in capitalism. For all the talk of politics, political science has never established precisely what it should study. Association with methods and techniques has displaced interrogation of the objects of study, such that many minor and superficial matters receive inordinate attention whilst fundamental issues and relations are largely ignored, or not even perceived. Behavioralism narrowed the field of study through its focus on political behavior, abstracted from the embodiment of history, economy, and sociology in political institutions. More recently, rational choice approaches have taken the miniaturization of political science one step further by dismissing what people actually do politically and concentrating on their decisions to do it, on the 266. Political Science 267. Calculations involved %. In making choices. Far from benign neglect, Marxist critics recognize an ideological function within this myopic intellectual political agenda, highlighting the significance of the study of such trivia for what it hides, disguises, and rejects. Political science's method-driven approach has been heralded in terms of the claim to be scientific. Behavioralism sought to extend the methods of the natural sciences to a science of politics. More recently, rational choice, methodological individualism has sought to import formal, deductive, mathematical models predominantly from economics. Despite some differences, both approaches subscribe to a cumulative, neutral, or value-free political science. Yet, as Marx's critique of empiricism laid bare, the naive objectivism underwriting such approaches belies any scientific or objective pretensions. Rather, political science, in common with vulgar economics, everywhere sticks to appearances in opposition to the law which regulates and explains them. Relatedly, scientism disguises the relation between mainstream political science and established politico-economic power, masking a partisan defense of the status quo. The privileging of real appearances is starkly evident in disciplinary adherence to the bourgeois conceptual separation of political and economic domains. Accordingly, political science claims to understand politics and the state whilst wholly disregarding the capitalist context that provides a fundamental part of the explanation for both. Lost in such falsification are the essential relations and exchanges that enable us to understand how the whole works, and how the political works as a part of that. But also forfeited is the potential inherent in the whole %. For becoming something other than it is. That is to say, by obscuring capitalism, political science also succeeds in obscuring socialism, both the possibility of socialism, as well as the contours of a socialism emergent from the radical critique of capitalism. The analytical exclusion of capitalism is also the condition of possibility for treating societies as democratic. Rejecting the examination of political ideas % as free-dollaroting abstractions, Marxists argue for the importance of historical contextualization. Accordingly, as Ellen Meixines Wood has detailed, formal democracy and the identity-cation of democracy with liberalism would have been impossible in practice and literally unthinkable in theory in any other context but the very spicy social relations of capitalism. It was only with the apparent separation of the economic and the political, intrinsic to capitalism, that there emerged a separate economic sphere constituted by its own power relations not dependent on juridical or political privilege. The treatises of liberal democracy which dominate political science leave untouched this whole new sphere of domination and coercion created by capitalism, its relocation of substantial powers from the state to civil society, to private property and the compulsions of the market. Liberal democracy, whether in its institutional or ideational form, was never intended to extend its reach into the economic realm. Rather, protecting the invulnerability of the economic sphere to democratic power has become an essential condition of democracy. Political science has been highly instrumental in furthering such ideological practices, legitimating formal democracy within the narrowly circumscribed limits of capitalist rule. Indeed, Ullman argues that the principal task of political science has been to avoid capitalism. With capitalism absented, political science can then present the state as neutral, that is, comprised of a set of institutions independent of the capitalist class, and therefore more or less available to any group that organizes itself actively to use it. Given the omnipresence of capitalism, its interrogation remains crucial in making our research genuinely scientific, that is, capable of exposing how the state and politics work, and how, with the democratization of undemocratic capitalist social relations, they might yet be made to work for everyone. Marxists within the discipline have made important, although not unproblematic, contributions to such understanding. Marxists on the political in capitalism. Characterization of Marx's writings as economic or political is misleading. Even in his most technical economic writings, Marx portrayed the world in its political aspect. Exposing the historical and political embodiment of the economy and the impossibility of abstracting the economic was, after all, a key aspect of Marx's critique of bourgeois political economy. As such, Marx's critique differs radically from bourgeois political economy in that it does not create rigid discontinuities between economic and political spheres. Marx is able to trace the continuities because he treats both the economy and the political sphere, not as networks of disembodied forces, but rather sets of social relations. Many variants of Marxism have since abandoned Marx's subversive critique, perpetuating instead, in different forms and to varying degrees, the bourgeois conceptual separation of the political and the economic. This apparent separation is obviously not merely a theoretical problem, but rather has a very immediate practical embodiment in the separation of economic and political struggles that has characterized modern working-class movements, undermining the possibilities for revolutionary socialist practice. The conceptual separation of the political and the economic was starkly evident in the base superstructure metaphor which dominated Stalinist orthodoxy, but is also the case in many of the post-war attempts to analyze the political and its relation to the percent economic. These theories have generally sought to address the reductionism of the base superstructure metaphor. Both its denial of human agency and its failure to accord a proper place to superstructural factors, to consciousness as embodied in ideology, culture, or politics. Corrections to this reductionism have commonly taken the form of a so-called Marxist humanism, or else an emphasis on the relative autonomy of the levels of society, their mutual interaction, and a deferral of determination by the economic in the last instance. Several of these theories and debates have been particularly indulgential. Ralph Miliband's The State in Capitalist Society critiqued the pluralism of behavioral political science through historical and empirical analysis of the state in capitalist society. Detailing the means through which capital attained and reproduced its dominance over the British state, Miliband argued that capital monopolized both political and economic Power conferring direct and indirect control over the state apparatus, the economy, and the means of legitimating its rule. In the ensuing Miliband-Poulantzas debate, Miliband's account was critiqued for advancing an instrumentalist theory of the state and a voluntarist theory of class struggle. Missing from such accounts was a theory of the structural relationship between civil society and the state. Accordingly, for Miliband, the class character of the state was not inherent in its form but rather was the contingent outcome of class struggles. Conversely, informed by the structural Marxism of Louis Althusser, Nicolas Poulantzas's theory of the state emphasized the autonomy and specificity of the state in relation to both the economy and class actors. Althusserian Marxism conceptualized the social structure in terms of relatively autonomous, discrete, and externally related regions or instances with economic determination postponed to a distant last instance. As such, Poulantzas's studies of the political in capitalist society focused on the notion of autonomy, seeking to construct the political instance of the capitalist mode of production and establish the type of state which structurally facilitated this mode of production. Underpinning such an approach was the attempt to construct a Marxist political theory, assuming erroneously that Marx's work amounted to a Marxist economic science. The so-called state derivation debate of the 1970s rejected such approaches, examining the internal relation between capitalism and the state. Despite notable differences within this debate, theorists such as Elmer Alvader sought to derive the categories of the political from analysis of the economy. This was not a derivation of categories from human social relations, but a derivation of the political from the economic. The economic was presupposed and the political appeared as a mere derivative of economic categories. Since the 1980s, various forms of post-structuralist Marxism have perpetuated the structural distinction of the economic, political, and ideological instances through attempts to integrate them as levels of a complex totality, whilst emphasizing the relative autonomy of the superstructures. This was evident in the various regulation theories, most notably the Parisian regulation theory of Michael Aglietta and Alain Lippietz, which advanced the functionalist argument that a regime of accumulation required a corresponding mode of regulation in the interests of stable accumulation. The mode of regulation was construed therefore as a functional requirement of the regime of accumulation, reproducing the separation of the economic and the political in the analytical distinction between regime of accumulation and mode of regulation. Drawing on Poulantzas and the Parisian regulationists, state theorists such as Bob Jessup and Joachim Hirsch sought to establish the relationship between the relatively autonomous instances of the economic and political through the reformulation of state theory. Examining the question of social reproduction more broadly, such theorists argued that crises of governance were themselves constitutive of capitalist crisis, not simply the secondary effects of the exhaustion of a regime of accumulation. The notion of a structural correspondence between the levels of a complex totality depended upon the hegemony of a particular class fraction, which could secure structural coherence and 269 270 Systemic reproduction. At any conjuncture, different hegemonic projects existed corresponding to multiple possible regimes of accumulation. Which accumulation strategy emerged depended on the specific hegemonic block of social forces. However, within such accounts, the focus was conned largely to clashes between different fractions of the ruling class, rather than the struggle between capital and labor. Also indifferential within the post-structuralist Marxist turn of the 1980s was the neo-Gramscian school in international political economy, particularly the historical structural approach of Robert Cox. Coxian analysis sought to overcome economistic and structuralist Marxisms, through a Gramscian-inspired historicism and humanism. Apart from the controversies regarding such readings of Gramsci, Cox's account was constrained by the analytic and conceptual framework he deployed, particularly its Althusserian Poulantzasian heritage. Eliding structural determination by indolerating conjunctures into structures, Cox has simply replaced the grand structuralism of the capitalist mode of production by a structuralism and miniature of the historic bloc, without satisfactorily accounting for the process of transition between structures. As such, in common with other post-structuralist Marxist approaches, Coxian analysis can understand social change only within the reproduction of capitalism. Underwriting these various accounts remains the conceptual separation of the political and the economic. Indeed, what unites these disparate approaches is precisely their erring attempts at reworking this foundational conceptual proposition. The argument is not therefore against any particular formulation of the relationship between the political and the economic, but rather, against the a priori categorical separation of the political and the economic itself. Such theorizing, which recurs time and again, rests on thoroughly bourgeois foundations. Marx's destructive critique is thereby actively abandoned for a rhetorically radicalized bourgeois research project. By contrast, open Marxism and so-called political Marxism have been indulgential in rejecting the conceptual separation of the political and the economic. Open Marxism emerged, in large part, as a response to the closed Marxism of the 1980s. As such, openness referred not only to the program of empirical research but, more significantly, to the openness of Marxist categories themselves. It is the openness of theory which construes itself as the critical self-understanding of a contradictory world. The theory of the state is identified as arguably the site where the difference between structuralist and dialectical/critical Marxism emerges most clearly. Despite its insightful theoretical analysis, open Marxism's own methodological position has been sharply critiqued, in particular the highly circumscribed openness of its categories. The designation political Marxism was coined, pejoratively, by a Marxist critic who claimed that such accounts inverted the primacy of the political over the economic. Associated with scholars such as Robert Brenner and Ellen Meixens Wood, political Marxism was engaged in a much more radical critique than the claim of politicism implies. It did not seek to simply invert the supposed order of priorities, but rather was based on a prior denial of the very existence of the economic and political as separable entities. Thus, as Wood argues, political Marxism %% is no less convinced of the primacy of production than are the economistic tendencies of Marxism. It does not deny production out of existence or extend its boundaries to embrace indiscriminately all social activities. It simply takes seriously the principle that a mode of production is a social phenomenon. Seeking to overcome the debilitating dualism between structure and history introduced through Althusser's structuralism, political Marxism draws heavily on the work of E.P. Thompson, including his assertion that, in seeking to study social processes as a totality, historical materialism must reject the reid concepts of the economic and political. Indulgenced by Thompson's own historical writings, political Marxists have provided insightful historical analysis, notably on the transition from feudalism to capitalism, although Brenner's accounts, in particular, have been widely criticized for a latent Eurocentrism. Conclusion. As is well known, Marx initiated a very wide-ranging critique of bourgeois sociality as a whole, which went significantly beyond the more evident concerns of Grundrisse and capital. It included an understanding of the development of capitalism as intimately bound up with wider social changes in politics, law, culture, morality, and exhibited an eminently historical grasp of these interlinked changes. Marx had planned a series of works critiquing law, ethics, politics, and so on, with the stated aim to present these as a connected whole. These works were not completed. The omission has had incalculable %. Our perceptions of Marx's legacy have been skewed by the sheer weight and majesty of Das Kapital. It towers over interpretation, insistently beckoning us to the economic as the alpha and omega of proper historical materialist concern. However, it is crucial to recall that Marx envisaged what became capital as part of a much broader critique of bourgeois sociality that would also embrace law, ethics, politics, and so on. Now more than ever, this wide-ranging critique of bourgeois civilization as a whole continues to be necessary, including the place of the political within it. But such critique is not to be developed on the fetishized foundations of bourgeois thought. It must take as its starting point the unity of human experience, not the fragmentation of that experience in the alienated forms of ideology, politics, and economics which capital seeks to impose on it. 43 Population and Migration. Deborah Johnston. Writings by Marx on population cannot fail to afford some entertainment to the reader. His enmity towards the work of that principle of population theory, Thomas Robert Malthus, was expressed in highly emotive language, with Marx describing him variously as a shameless sycophant of the ruling classes, a plagiarist, a wretch and a baboon. Marx's disagreements with Malthus were twofold: whether or not a law of population existed, and whether there was a positive or negative relationship between fertility and poverty for the English working class. On the former, Malthus had argued that there existed a natural law such that the laboring classes would have children until the point that population growth was checked by famine and disease. Higher incomes for the poor would simply lead to higher population growth rates, as it would take longer for poor households to succeed, the consequence of large family sizes. Underlying this was Malthus's assertion that food supply could not grow as fast as population. Although he did not explicitly analyze the fertility decisions of the poor, Malthus suggested that they resulted from a lax moral stance, which he contrasted to the moral restraint exhibited in the late marriage of the wealthy. For Marx, however, there was no such law of population, and he envisaged instead that every special historic mode of production has its own special laws of population, historically valid within its limits and only in so far as man has not interfered with them. Fertility decisions were the byproduct of the situation of a particular class within the mode of production. Rather than high fertility leading to poverty, Marx argued that, in a context in which children were economically active, poverty forced the English working classes to have higher fertility rates. Furthermore, Marx argued that population pressure was necessary for capitalism. Overpopulation, relative to the needs of capital, kept wages low and workers docile. Given that relative overpopulation, or relative surplus population, was a result of the workings of the capitalist system, it was the nature of labor demand rather than growth in labor supply that led to poverty and starvation. As Eric B. Ross has noted, Malthus's writings acted as a defense of the economic system, with explicit support for private property rights and limited government intervention to relieve the conditions of the poor. Transfers from the rich would not solve a problem rooted in the individual attitudes of the poor. Malthus suggested that, in response to welfare handouts, the poor would simply have more children, while the well-being of the morally superior rich would be diminished. Ross and other writers from a political economy perspective have argued that the enduring attractiveness of Malthusianism has resulted from this ability to obscure the systematic production of poverty and instead ascribe it to the natural behavior of individuals. More recently, neo-Malthusians have expanded Malthus's focus to consider the impact. 272. Population and Migration. 273. Of population growth more widely. This new focus has considered, inter alia, the impact on government expenditure, human capital and, importantly, environmental conditions. However, a key fault line exists between those neo-Malthusians who look at local relationships and those who have a global outlook. A leading writer among the former, the biologist Gerrit Hardin, theorized that population growth in a context of open use of agricultural resources would lead to local economic and environmental disaster, a tragedy of the commons. The corollary of Hardin's model is that private property rights are essential. In contrast, a new institutionalist perspective, such as that of the 2009 Nobel Prize winner, Elinor Ostrom, would suggest that, in certain conditions, active and sustainable self-government of common property can emerge. Political economy writers have also criticized Hardin for his overly simplistic view of common ownership, which is rarely open use. However, they have been concerned about the failure to consider resource rights and fertility decisions in historical context. This can be seen most clearly if we consider the work of another leading neo-Malthusian, Jean-Philippe Plateau. His work on Africa sees population growth leading to the local degradation of natural resources and, in extreme cases, social $ICT. For Plato, the problem is that African social systems do not adapt either their technology or their institutions to larger populations. The victims are blamed for their own situation, and again there is no mention of the historical roots of resource depletion nor of the current economic pressures on African populations. A systematic challenge to neo-Malthusian writing on Africa comes from writers who use both historical investigation and detailed anthropological case studies to reassess the logic of indigenous technology and institutions in agriculture. This approach seeks to show that indigenous people develop technology in harmony with environmental conditions. Rather than a single law of population and environmental degradation, writers such as Melissa Leach argue that environmental problems take different forms in different places. Detailed anthropological studies and revisions to the historical record have been generated. For example, Leach has challenged standard accounts of long-term reduction in forest cover in parts of West Africa, showing instead that, in some areas, human activity has increased forest cover. However, there are important weaknesses in Leach's work, and other work like it. Most important is the absence of any role for commodity cation or of its effects on social structures and resource use. Bernstein and Woodhouse have argued that, by attaching difference to locale, this approach ignores social inequality and social differentiation. Using a study of 4 areas of environmental fragility in sub-Saharan Africa as an illustration, they argue that the interaction of people with their environment is permeated and shaped by species C dynamics and patterns of commoditization, and the species C forms of social differentiation they generate. In contrast, both neo-Malthusianism and the counter-narrative of historicized social anthropology focus on the incentives and knowledge of farmers within an undifferentiated and pristine community, which exists in isolation from the wider market or the state. Other neo-Malthusian writing considers the impact of population in global, rather than local, terms. A leading exponent, the demographer Paul Ehrlich, has argued that growth in the world's population has led to resource depletion and will end in catastrophe. For Ehrlich, each additional person contributes more to environmental degradation than the last, as areas of plenty are exhausted and people switch to the use of more fragile resources. However, writers using Marxist political economy have argued that it is vital to consider how consumption and production occur. Ross argues that in Ehrlich's work, instead of any critical assessment of the unsustainability of a market economy, at least in regard to large-scale environmental problems such as global warming, it is the poor whose lifestyles and habits are meant to change. For Philip McMichael, the expansion of the current agricultural system will lead to ecological crisis, but this is not driven in a simplistic way by population growth. Instead, it is the nature of consumption and production in the current capitalist world system. He argues that corporate food regimes have normalized the meaty cation of diets, with significant environmental implications due to meat's substantial ecological hoofprint. At the same time, industrial agribusiness is dependent on chemical fertilizers, pesticides and herbicides, mechanization and food transport. His conclusion is not that population growth among the poor should be curbed, but that there must be a change in the diets of the rich and in agricultural production systems. Migration, an equilibrating flow. In much neo-Malthusian writing, it is assumed that increasing demographic pressure in poor countries will lead either to intra-country or transnational migration. However, rather than consider such underlying causes, the standard neoclassical theory of migration focuses on the proximate decision to migrate. The seminal neoclassical work by John Harris and Michael P. Todaro, RST, published in 1970, suggests that the migration decision is based on expected income differentials between rural and urban areas. Even if there is urban unemployment, there will be migration to urban areas if the expected urban income exceeds expected rural income. The assumptions are that the wage in urban areas is higher than the wage in rural areas and that the urban labor market does not clear, while the rural labor market is perfectly competitive. A similar approach was developed by Robert E.B. Lucas and applied to transnational migration in southern Africa. In the 1980s, a challenge to the standard neoclassical model was developed by Odette Stark and others using the new economics of labor migration. NELM was a response to two weaknesses in the standard neoclassical model, the focus on the individual and the assumption of perfect information. In contrast, NELM considers migration as a household risk reduction strategy. Individuals within the household will migrate to minimize overall household risk provided that migration income is not positively correlated with other household income. In NELM, individuals may also migrate to mitigate household liquidity constraints, if they ND the pattern of remittances superior to the pattern of other household income. Migration then acts as a way to deal with incomplete markets, for example, hedging the risk of crop failure or with credit market failures that prevent households borrowing. 274. Population and migration. 275. Whether in the standard neoclassical approach or in NELM, migration is an equilibrating $OW, where individuals move from lower to higher paid activities or from higher to lower risk activities. That these differentials correlate with different political territories or different geographic areas is merely incidental, in the sense that there is no theory about why earning or risk differentials prevail. Thus, the variables that really matter are determined outside the mainstream models. A set of complementary theories has been developed more recently to explain how migration is perpetuated over time. These focus on the way that migrant networks spread, institutions supporting transnational movement develop, and the social meaning of work changes in receiving societies. These theories certainly assist in explaining how migration $OWs are perpetuated, but still do not tackle the fundamental issue of why migration occurs in the first place. In contrast, writers from a political economy perspective have been concerned to illustrate how migration patterns, particularly transnational, are structured by particular conjunctions of economic opportunities, political rights, and class and other social relations. Political economy writers have also eschewed notions of migration as an equilibrating force, explaining it instead by a particular pattern of uneven economic development, which favors certain classes, races, and regions while disadvantaging others. There have been two broad approaches, one that considers the way that migrants are used in receiving countries, and the other that considers the factors driving migration in the first place. In the former category, Marios Nikolanikos has looked at the role migrants play in the labor requirements of advanced capitalist societies. For him, migration swells the relative surplus population, thereby keeping labor costs low and creating obstacles to labor organization. The advantages of migrant labor are further elucidated in theories of dual or segmented labor markets. Michael Pior suggests that the labor markets of advanced capitalist economies are characterized by dualism, with primary sector jobs existing alongside secondary sector jobs. Primary sector jobs exhibit high wages, good working conditions, employment stability, chances of advancement, and due process in work rules. Jobs in the secondary market, in contrast, tend to have low wages and fringe benefits, poor working conditions, high labor turnover, little chance of advancement, and often arbitrary supervision. Pior, therefore, rejects the notion that all workers are desk-skilled and homogenized in advanced capitalism, seeing instead dualism as skilled workers in capital-intensive industries perform strategic tasks and so become more valuable than other workers. Capitalists are forced to invest in these workers by providing specialized training and education. These skilled workers are able to earn higher wages and secure better working conditions. Importantly, the allocation of primary and secondary sector jobs $X specie worker characteristics. Secondary sector workers may face discrimination in the primary market, may lack education, or may not have the social networks that can link them to primary jobs. All of these disadvantages may be experienced by migrants, who in addition may face legal restrictions on primary sector employment. As a result, migrant workers may be particularly concentrated in the secondary sector, with few obtaining primary sector jobs. Conversely, Pior has argued that migrant workers are essential for the maintenance of pro-T rates in the secondary sector. 275 276. In advanced capitalist economies, where domestic sources of such workers, especially women and youth, have been exhausted. Consequently, a constant stream of migrant workers is needed to sustain the rate of pro-T in the secondary sector. The conditions that will produce the stream of transnational migrant workers have been the focus of a separate group of political economy writers, who focus on the conditions within migrant-sending countries. Again, a clear contrast with the neoclassical approach is evident. While the mainstream sees migration as a result of limited market development, political economy theorists argue migration has been spurred precisely by the market penetration that has occurred. The penetration of capitalist economic relations into poor countries is seen as destroying traditional systems of land tenure and traditional forms of social and economic organization, creating a population prone to migrate. Elizabeth M. Petras uses a world systems approach to argue that migration from the periphery to the core is a secular feature of the modern world economy. Robin Cohen also links international migration to the penetration of capitalist relations in poor countries, giving as an example the way in which surrounding countries were transformed into labor reserves for South Africa as a direct consequence of the forces that enriched its neighbor. Cohen's work also reminds us that the state has a role to play in regulating or controlling migrant dollars, given the importance of migration to capitalist development. However, tensions exist and states will have to match their immigration policies and practices to the racism of their electorates and the labor power needs of their industrial and service sectors. Conclusion. Writers from a political economy perspective have not only helped us understand the fundamental causes of migration, they have also illustrated the limitations of the neoclassical choice theoretic approach. It is clear that whether migrating to construction sites in Dubai or to peri-urban townships in South Africa, migrants are often choice disabled, in the sense that they face a limited set of opportunities in the face of overwhelming pressures to maintain survival, either for themselves or for their families. The reason for this restriction of opportunities has been at the heart of much political economy work on migration. Political economy work on migration has also shown that the impact of migration depends on the character of labor demand and the structure of labor markets. A similar conclusion is reached in work on population growth. The fundamental argument is that there is no universal law relating population growth to poverty or degradation, and that instead the impact of population growth will depend on the nature of production relations in each and every mode of production. While this does not have the soundbite simplicity of neo-Malthusian writing, understanding this is crucial in denying the argument that the poor are to blame for their own poverty. 44 Productive and unproductive labor. Simon Mahan. Productive labor is labor that creates value and surplus value, unproductive labor does not. The definition is simple, but deceptively so, for whether to make the distinction, and if so how, are among the most controversial issues in Marxist economics. Partly this is because, as with so much else, Marx both built on and transformed the categories of productive and unproductive labor that he had inherited from his predecessors. Partly it is because Marx never developed a systematic treatment in his own work, so that the category has to be recovered and interpreted from widely scattered sources among writings put together for publication after his death by Engels and Koski. And partly it is because capitalist economies have changed since Marx's day, so that what is unproductive has a historical specificity that writings in the late 19th century could not anticipate. Productive and unproductive labor according to Adam Smith. The second half of the 18th century witnessed the beginnings of substantial economic transformation as factories in towns began to supersede rural cottage industry. These new places of work could exploit new sources of energy, and were characterized by closer control over the production process, which enabled further extension of the division of labor. Substantial economies of scale were thereby achieved. At the same time, the enclosures of common land coupled with increasing economic A rentiation in the countryside provided the labor for the new factories, as the rural poor were increasingly forced to seek their subsistence through the market by selling their labor power. In the late 18th century, Adam Smith at least partially recognized the novelty and the scale of these developments. He saw capitalism as an emergent system with positive feedback, governed by an invisible hand. The extension of the division of labor increased productivity and incomes, that, in turn, created the demand which enabled further extension of the division of labor and specialization. But he was then faced with the problem that not all labor contributed to this process. Investment in factory labor did, but outlays on personal servants, while they might marginally contribute to increases in demand, otherwise did not, for their outputs were directly consumed by their employer. If no output is produced for sale, there are no proceeds to cover costs and Nance investment. Hence expenditures on personal servants consumed rather than produced wealth, and their labor was unproductive. Smith then substantially muddled matters by contrasting the labor. 277 278 that produced physical goods with the labor that produced services, the former was productive, the latter unproductive. In an economy in which most services were directly consumed and very few were marketed, the inconsistencies generated by the two different definitions, one based on the contribution to wealth creation, and one based on the materiality of the product, were not especially apparent. But as capitalism developed, the two approaches were correspondingly increasingly incompatible. The Marxist account of productive and unproductive labor. Nearly a century later, Marx took Smith's RST definition and reworked it in a different framework. Instead of focusing on wealth, Marx focused on value. His general perspective was that what differentiated class societies was the form in which the surplus product was extracted from those who produced it. In commodity-producing societies, this took the form of a sum of money which, according to the labor theory of value, was the form in which surplus value was realized. Consequently, labor was productive if and only if it produced surplus value. The distinction between the labor that produced a physical output as a commodity and the labor that produced a service as a commodity was, therefore, irrelevant. The focus on the production of value rather than the production of use value has an unfortunate implication, concerned with the simple issue of nomenclature. Productive seems to entail that work is done and something is produced. Cooking a meal for oneself is certainly an act of laboring activity and, as long as the meal is edible, produces a use value. But such labor is not a purchased input in a capitalist production process. Of course, people must eat to survive, but the issue is not whether the labor is necessary, it is whether it produces surplus value. For the latter to obtain, labor power must be a commodity. Only when labor power is a commodity is there a wage labor produces commodities for sale, and only when commodities are sold is surplus value realized. In this sense, only commodity-producing wage labor counts. All other laboring activity, no matter whether essential or trivial, fulfilling or destructive, is neither productive nor unproductive. Much of such laboring activity is of course crucial to social reproduction, but the question of what is surplus value producing is considerably narrower in scope. In general, the distinction between productive and unproductive labor is not apparent in capital I. For Marx here dealt with two major themes, each illustrated with copious historical detail. First, he analyzed how capital produced surplus value and, second, he analyzed how surplus value produced capital. In each of these themes, he explicitly assumed equal exchange or exchange of equivalence. This was because Marx wanted to show that, even on the extreme assumption that the seller is always paid the full value of the commodity she sells, he could explain how surplus value arises, and how its magnitude is determined. Thus the worker, free to sell her labor power to any purchaser, and free of any means of production that might enable non-market access to the means of subsistence, sells her labor power at its value. The purchaser, now the owner of the labor power, then consumes the commodity purchased. This means putting the worker to work for a specified period of time. The outcome is that an output 278 productive and unproductive labor 279 is produced that can be sold for more than the cost of the labor time that the capitalist purchased. That is, the use value of labor power to the purchaser is the subsequent work done, which produces greater value than the value of labor power. This value difference is unpaid surplus labor, or surplus value, accruing to the owner of the commodity labor power. But this argument can only be made precise if value equivalents are exchanged, which in turn implies that all the labor concerned is productive labor. If the use value of labor power is the ability to create new value that is greater than the value of labor power, that labor power must be an attribute of a productive worker. For unproductive workers do not create value. Hence in capital I, apart from occasional asides, there is nothing substantive about unproductive labor. If productive labor produces surplus value, what does unproductive labor do? First, if surplus value is to be produced in money form, output must be sold. If wage labor is engaged in a production process that produces no marketed output, then value and surplus value are not being produced. While of little consequence in Marx's day, all capitalist economies have witnessed substantial growth in wage labor that produces no marketed output. This is labor that works for general government, producing output for direct consumption, and financed by taxation and the sale of debt. The state has always been responsible for the management of intercapitalist rivalries, the policing of internal class condolorists through the protection of private property and general executive administration. But the state has also increasingly taken responsibility for the infrastructure for the reproduction of labor power, as well as a dollar-fluctuating number of economic functions. This involves employing large numbers of people in general government, but all such labor is unproductive. The best way to approach the classification of wage labor that does produce a marketed output is through consideration of the circuit of capital. Consider a capitalist with a sum of money to invest, hence with capital in money form. The process of investment means engaging in a set of activities to purchase labor power and non-labor inputs. Capital is thereby transformed from money form to productive form. Then a second set of activities ensues whereby the inputs are transformed into outputs. Capital is thereby transformed from productive to commodity form, awaiting sale. Finally, a third set of activities occurs, which transforms capital from commodity to money form, so that the whole process can repeat. As capital moves round the circuit, it exists successively as a stock and a dollar out. Starting from a stock of money capital dollar outs through a set of processes to niche as a stock of productive capital, call this the phase 1 dollar out. From a stock of productive capital dollar outs through a production process to niche as a stock of commodity capital, call this the phase 2 dollar out. And from a stock of commodity capital dollar outs through a set of processes to niche as a stock of money capital, call this the phase 3 dollar out. Consider then the labor employed in these 3 dollar outs. Phase 1, these are a set of transactions in the market whereby inputs are purchased. While such transactions can be simple, frequently they are not, because non-labor inputs of XED capital are expensive because of their lumpiness. Hence credit is frequently involved in their purchase. This in turn entails a set of functions in financial markets both to spread risk and to consolidate a large number of small sums of money into the larger sums needed. When debt is sold by financial agencies, the typical payment is a rate of interest. But while the transaction has a commodity form, no commodity is produced, so that there is no immediate value equivalent to match the payment of interest. The interest payments are a claim on the surplus value yet to be produced and realized, and because of this pre-commitment to an uncertain future, there is always an element of speculation involved. Financial instruments can be very complicated, particularly when the sale of debt creates dollars of interest that can be securitized into new financial instruments to be bought and sold. Moreover, the transfer of title involved, as money capital is transformed into commodity capital, can also be complex, involving commercial law RMS, accountancy RMS and so forth. The multitude of non-equivalent exchanges of value involved are all sales of services in exchange for claims on future surplus value. Despite the complexity of these transactions, their function is simply to transform money capital into productive capital, a stock of money into a stock of inputs ready for production. They do not change the total value of the capital, they merely change its form. Thus the labor that transforms money capital into productive capital is unproductive. Phase 2, in the production process, the capitalist consumes the use value of the purchased labor power by setting the labor to work with non-labor inputs. The consumption of labor power is the production of new value and a transfer of the value of the means of production to the NAL product. If value is to expand, the new value, or value added, must be greater than the value of labor power, and that extra value is surplus value. The whole process is a transformation of productive capital into commodity capital of higher value, both a change of form and a change of magnitude. Consequently, the labor that effects this transformation is productive labor. Further, the greater the extent of the division of labor, the more the process of production requires planning and coordination. Such labor too is productive. Yet the way in which technology is developed under capitalist relations of production is not a class-independent process. A capitalist division of labor involves processes of descaling, hierarchies of supervision and a general policing of an authoritarian organization of production based on the giving and receiving of orders. The labor involved in such policing acts as surrogate for capital, and is therefore unproductive. In capitalist production processes, it is impossible in general, both conceptually and empirically, to separate the productive labor that plans and coordinates from the unproductive labor that supervises and polices. Unproductive labor, here, is nanced directly out of the surplus value produced by the labor it supervises. Phase 3, in order for surplus value to be realized as a sum of money, commodity capital has to be transformed into money capital, which requires that the produced commodities be sold. Conceptually the simplest phase, in this transformation of capital's form, no new value is created, and so the labor that effects the transformation is unproductive. As well as the labor directly involved in the sale of outputs, labor generating advertising services aimed at boosting sales is unproductive, as is the labor that is devoted to recording $hours of transactions. Labor involved in promoting the war of competition, fought through market share, is similarly unproductive. Unproductive labor in Phase 3 is nanced out of the revenues derived from sales. For example, advertising agencies charge a fee for their services, and that fee has to be found from the revenues accruing to the RM purchasing advertising services. Advertising revenues originate in the unpaid. 280. Productive and unproductive labor 281. Labor that produced the commodities whose sale the advertising RM is promoting, and similarly for bookkeeping and accountancy services, and all other services designed to facilitate the transformation of commodity capital into money capital. This transformation is again one of form and not one of magnitude. But, although the labor performed in this transformation creates no new value, those who do not supervise are nonetheless exploited in the same manner as non-supervisory labor in Phase 1, in the sense that revenues accrue that are greater than the cost of the labor time employed in generating such revenues. But the value $hours that nance these revenues are produced elsewhere. In sum, Phases 1 and 3 together comprise the sphere of circulation, a set of CMC circuits. These circulation circuits change the form of capital, and not its magnitude. Only labor without supervisory responsibilities in Phase 2 is purely productive, changing both the form of capital and its magnitude. To get some idea of orders of magnitude of productive and unproductive labor, consider the U.S. economy in 2007, in which total private sector employment amounted to 115.4 million. More than 6 million were employed in finance and insurance. About 21.5 million were employed in wholesale and retail trade. About 6.2 million were employed in areas related to purchase and sale, advertising and related services, accountancy and bookkeeping services, management consultancy services, #CES of bank and other holding companies and of corporate, subsidiary and regional managing #CES, and real estate, rental and leasing services. Some 13.1 million in value-producing sectors had some supervisory responsibility. And both transfers of property rights and production activities require a framework of legal services, and, occasionally, investigative and security services. In addition, some 8 million were employed in administrative and support services, whose location in the circuit of capital is often ambiguous, and whose productive and unproductive characteristics are therefore #called to disentangle. Even ignoring this latter category, certainly well over 40% of U.S. private sector employment in 2007 was unproductive. Finally, outside of the private sector, almost 18.5 million were employed by general government. Uses of the concept. The method that Marx adopted in establishing his categories of analysis was one whereby the further development of the category required the supersession of the assumption that generated it. This is a delicate procedure, since it is easy to criticize it for producing a contradictory analysis, results that are inconsistent with assumptions. One example of this methodology is the way in which Marx used the assumption that commodities exchange at money prices proportional to their labor values to show that such exchange cannot in fact be the case, for it contradicts the empirical analysis of competition and its tendency for capital $hours to equalize the rate of pro-T. This latter requires exchange at prices of production, which will in general differ from the prices proportional to labor values because of differing compositions of capital. This entails that unequal or non-equivalent exchange is the norm. At the level of the individual capital, an assumption of equal exchange in order to identify the value-creating process, and hence also productive and unproductive labor, is therefore inappropriate except at the most abstract level. Unequal or non-equivalent exchange is the norm, and the only difference between the output of a purely productive capital and a purely unproductive capital is that the former produces a money value that is different from the labor value of its output, whereas the latter produces no value at all. But this difference is invisible to the observer. Both employ inputs to produce outputs in order to maximize their pro-T, and it is not possible to say how much value is produced by any individual RM. Indeed, what is productive and what is unproductive is not a sensible question to ask of an individual capital. Because, in an unequal exchange, what one party gains the other must lose, in the aggregate all such gains and losses must cancel out. Total value added is invariant to the vicissitudes of exchange. Hence in the aggregate, payments to unproductive labor are enhanced out of aggregate surplus value, so that, in the aggregate, productive labor enhances unproductive labor. The amount of productive labor and the degree of its exploitation are together an index of the total pro-Ts that are potentially available to an economy. But since unproductive labor is ultimately paid out of surplus value, the amount of unproductive labor in an economy determines how much pro-T is actually available. However, unproductive labor is not necessarily thereby a deadweight loss, for its consumption of surplus value might raise overall pro-tability. While any empirical analysis will, therefore, end a clear association between a rising rate of surplus value and a rising ratio of unproductive to productive labor, what is required is to analyze just how the technologies of production and circulation interact to produce such a relationship. Because most work on productive and unproductive labor has tended to remain at the level of the elaboration and contestation of theoretical categories, such detailed empirical work to date remains undeveloped. 282 282 283 45 Race Alfred Zach Williams. Race is a nebulous and indeed a muddled term with at least two basic meanings. RST, it denotes a group of people who share genetically determined features considered by members of society to be socially significant. The second refers to a set of beliefs and attitudes about human Errances and not the errances themselves. Both definitions are premised on the knowledge that race is not intrinsically linked with biological or genetic differentiations among human beings. Thus, as Audrey Smedley has observed, race as a biological concept cannot be supported by the facts that we have learned about human biological variation and their genetic basis. These beliefs, attitudes, and practices are products of human interaction under given material and cultural circumstances. As such, race is a social construct and not a biological fact. Whilst some writers have rejected the notion of race as an analytical concept, people are often classified according to physical characteristics, such as skin color, hair texture, body and nose shapes, all features which superficially belie that all humanity stems from a single biological heritage. Indeed, the obsession with racial taxonomy and hierarchy led 19th-century writers, such as Joseph Arthur Count de Gobineau, to develop classificatory categories such as Negroid, Mongoloid, Caucasoid and Australoid. Such categories soon formed the basis of race science and the racialization of the world, with Caucasian at the top of the racial pyramid, and those further away from Europe spatially and contemporaneously being relegated to the bottom of the hierarchy. In the human sciences, race refers to a group connected by common origin. In this case it is often used intermittently with ethnicity, though the latter refers to groups or people sharing a common history and culture. Marxism and race. The phenomenon of race remains on the margins of historical materialism, and many commentators have observed that classical Marxism, because of its preoccupation with the concept of class, failed to provide a systematic analysis of the dynamics of race and class, though there are references to race strewn throughout the works of Marx and Engels. Furthermore, race and ethnicity were not treated in their own right, but were seen as a product of false consciousness, which would disappear along with all the muck of ages and become to found society anew. For example, whilst reference was made to race as an economic factor in slavery in the United States, it was left to later Marxists such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Eric Williams, Oliver Cox, Stuart Hall, Robert Miles, and Paul Gilroy. 283 284. To present a systematic analysis of the relationships between slavery and racism, between capitalism and slavery, and the continuing alienation of racial groups. Much attention was concentrated on what was seen as the immediate or pressing concerns: class, the national question and division within the working class. Nonetheless, it is important to note that in the last 3 decades there has been a series of neo-Marxist analyses of social differentiation based on race and ethnicity as well as class. Miles has attributed this tendency to the work of the black British Marxist and activist, A. Shivanandan, whom he accused of using the idea of race to refer to distinct, biologically distinct groups of people. Race is as much a reality as class, both concepts referring to some quality that all people possess. In this sense, Miles argues that Shivanandan treats race as a reality sui generis, and a reality, which at once both parallels and mediates class. The migration of former colonial subjects to the cities and towns of the former colonial powers of Northern Europe created the context for further deepening of the Marxist theory of race and racism. The crisis of late capitalism in the 1970s, triggered by cost push in dollaration and information communication and technology, impelled structural transformation, accompanied by widespread unemployment, and attacks on working-class living conditions, which in turn had the effect of dividing the working class along racial lines. Thus Paulism, which sought to impose neoliberal solutions on the working class even before the emergence of Thatcherism and Reaganomics, became the rallying point for the white working class as xenophobia and racism divided the working classes. As a consequence, Marxist analysts turned their attention to addressing the issue of racism within a wider framework of the political economy of migration and, in particular, whether racism is simply an ideology. Writers such as Michael Banton drew attention to the indulgence of colonialism on racist ideology. Others such as Miles and Goldberg cautioned against explanations based solely on the colonial experience, by suggesting that the roots of racism can equally be traced back to pre-capitalist social relations within European societies, and that its reproduction is determined no less than by the rise of the nation-state, and that its origins can be traced back through the European Enlightenment and to the Reformation in particular. The divide within Marxism on the issue of race continues, with some writers defending the utilization of the concept of race on the grounds of praxis, arguing that the concept is utilized by victims of racism in aiding political mobilization in anti-racist struggle. However, these terms are also contested, as witnessed by the emergence of alternative nomenclatures such as Asian, African Caribbean, as well as the generic blacks and ethnic minorities. Racism and capitalism. An early attempt at analyzing how American capitalism impacted on its black population and transformed it into caste-like segregation was the aim of the work of W.E.B. Du Bois. In order to ECT change in African American conditioning, Du Bois in his early writings embarked upon the approach of positivistic sociology, in the quest for objectivity by marshalling empirical data. However, whilst urging sociologists to direct their attention to contemporary problems, for him the vexed issue remained how scientific knowledge could help to liberate his people, and he soon became convinced that empirical data. 284 Race 285 alone could not convince white Americans to undo the workings of prejudice and racial discrimination in order to alleviate the conditions of blacks. He abandoned the scientific method of empirical research embodied in his The Philadelphia Negro in favor of the soulful voice, including subjectivity, autobiographical and historical sociological approaches. This approach has been described as a precursor to the interpretive shift that began to emerge in sociology in the 1980s. Du Bois introduced the concept of the color line, with important subjective or non-rational dimensions, which became instrumental as a heuristic tool in explicating how the colonization and exploitation of Africa and Africans became central to world history. Africa's poverty is inexorably linked to colonization and imperial domination. The wealth of the colonial empires of England, France, Germany, and the United States comes directly from the darker races of the world. Du Bois characterized African Americans as having a double consciousness, as Americans, yet remaining on the fringes of American society, unable to escape the burden of color. Rejecting the notion of black inferiority contrary to the social Darwinism of the late 19th century, which he put down to white prejudice, thus foreshadowing the work of Swedish sociologist Gunnar Myrdal, Du Bois criticized the small number of successful African Americans whom he saw as being too eager to seek favor with whites, as they severed ties with blacks still needing their support. In this respect, Du Bois' argument corresponds to Marx's analysis of alienation, as this relates the subjective experience of the alienated or estranged worker to the mode of production or their position within the capitalist class structure. The work of another African American, Oliver C. Cox, much more than Du Bois, sought to locate the analysis of the African American predicament within a Marxist analytical framework. He set out to construct a Marxist theory of race relations, by pointing out that these were fundamentally different from caste relations, as was claimed by most of his contemporaries. Cox's work, which is situated within the perspective of historical sociology, tried to argue that the racism or race prejudice against African Americans can be traced to the European expansion from the 15th century onwards, which also paralleled the development of the capitalist system. For Cox, racism was an ideology articulated by the ruling class in order to justify the exploitation of non-European labor. Thus Cox noted that racism is a social attitude propagated among the public by the exploiting class for the purpose of stigmatizing some group as inferior so that the exploitation of either the group itself or its resources may be justified. Furthermore, and like later writers such as Cassels and Kozak, Cox argued that racism/race prejudice served the additional purpose of dividing the working class, thus reducing the chances of challenges to the ruling class. Satnam Virdi has argued that, despite the magnitude of the contributions of Cox and Du Bois, their work has been ostracized and marginalized by the predominantly white sociological community of the 1950s and early 1960s. In the case of Cox, Verdi argued that this is the product of the McCarthyism of the post-war years. Miles has argued that the marginalization of Cox's work stems from there no longer being any interest in his central theme, that is, the comparison between caste and race relations. Miles, who is very critical of Cox's work, has described it as functionalist and economistic, and that his analysis of race prejudice is not consistent with the concept of capitalism as a mode of production. The work of Western Marxists on race continued its path with major contributions from Robert Miles, Paul Gilroy, Stuart Hall, and the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies at the University of Birmingham. There are clear differences in emphasis between these contributions, but what unites them is that their work is grounded on the materialist conception of history as it relates to the groups they are studying. However, collectively they have been criticized by Verdi for their relative detachment from any form of emancipatory political project. He observed, "From the miserable Marxism of the Frankfurt schools Theodor Adorno and his claims of working-class incorporation through the culture industry to the structural Marxism of Louis Althusser and his termination of the emancipatory subject via the ideological state apparatus, this body of work has expressed a deep pessimism about the possibility of progressive social change in late capitalism. In this sense, it contrasts sharply the classical Marxism or praxis philosophy of Luxemburg, Gramsci, and Marx himself, who conceived the materialist method as not only providing the means of understanding history, but also of making it through political interventions. The major concern of these writers has been the need to explicate labor market segmentation, whereby some workers were mainly employed as strike breakers, while others were relegated to the least desirable jobs. Not only does this strategy create a dual labor market, but, by pitching white against black workers, this helps the reproduction of capitalist hegemony, and the major beneficiary of this strategy is the ruling capitalist class whose income is augmented. And the major losers are the victims of the racist labor market. Reich argued that racism did not bring material gains for the white working class. Furthermore, Verdi pointed out that there is evidence to confirm that when black and white workers cooperate, the incomes of both groups tend to rise significantly. Reich's argument that the white working class did not benefit from racism has been questioned by Verdi, who observed that such a position creates a caricature of this class as cultural dopes, erring from false consciousness or denuded from the quality of homo economicus. Bonasich too has questioned Reich's conclusion by pointing out that for the working class to remain the primary perpetrators of racism, they must ipso facto have a material interest in reproducing racism. Stuart Hall and the CCCS School. Verdi has noted that Hall's article moved the epicentre of the race/class debate RMLY across the Atlantic to Britain, by privileging political economy and, thereby, focusing the debate on the role of the state, politics, ideology, and culture. For Hall, what was needed in this debate on the heuristic role of historical materialism in capturing the nature of racialized relations in different societies was an engagement with the structuralist Marxism of Louis Althusser and Antonio Gramsci, both prominent at the time. Such a project must be non-dogmatic and be able to address the interface between the superstructure and the economic infrastructure. Thus, borrowing the concepts of 286, Race 287, articulation from Althusser and hegemony from Gramsci, and by drawing attention to the complexity of modern society, Hall was able to focus on the economy, politics, ideology, and culture, which constitute the economic base and the superstructure, respectively, each with relative autonomy from the other, though linked in contradictory ways. This approach is not dissimilar to the neo-Marxism of the French Marxist anthropologists who, utilizing Marxist concepts such as articulation of modes of production, surplus product and exploitation, were able to locate instances not just of exploitation, but also how one mode of production can steadily the progression of the pre-capitalist modes, in order to serve its interests and accumulation needs. According to Verdi, the structuralist approach of Hall and his collaborators at the CCCS set a genuine paradigm shift in addressing racism, drawing attention in particular to racism as far from an epiphenomenon, relatively autonomous within its own reality, and in need of an additional layer of explanation to incorporate the concept of hegemony. In his work on hegemony, in the context of Thatcherism and Annette as a state of total social authority, Hall concentrated his analysis on the political and ideological spheres of the social formation, to establish how ruling classes secure their rights to rule over all of society through manufacturing consent. Though Verdi accepted that Hall has presented us with a productive and non-reductionist method of unraveling the gridlock in the debate of race versus class, which dogged both Marxist and Weberian analysis, he has criticized Hall's attempt to renew Marxism as a non-dogmatic method of analysis and action à la Althusser, thus banishing the idea of human subjectivity in what Verdi called Marxism without guarantees. For Hall, at the level of politics and ideology, there is a dialectical rapport, race operates through class, thus it is appropriate to talk of the racialization of class and the classification of race. The attempt by Hall to restore the subjects into history via Gramsci's concepts of ideology and hegemony is doomed to failure if attempted through the lens of structuralist Marxists. For the latter precludes notions of interpellation, whereby individuals are constituted by their own active ideologies, with self-propelling identities, and otherwise restricting any transition to a higher level of consciousness. Verdi observed that any notion of working-class interpellation challenges the established Marxist theory of working-class self-emancipation, enshrined in the work of both Marx and Gramsci. Thus, he observed that the outcome is that despite his well-intentioned attempt at rethinking Marxism, Hall ends up airing a portraiture of the white working class that, like the utopian socialists before him, reduces this class to a mere victim of the degradations dollarized by the capitalist system, a class with little capacity to resist the power of ideology in fragmenting and dissipating resistance to elite rule. The theme of race and nation was also a major concern of Paul Gilroy, one of Hall's lieutenants at the CCCS, but who later broke from his mentor by rejecting the materialist conception of history. Looking at the cultural politics of race and nation, Gilroy drew attention to how nationalism in post-war Britain became intertwined with racism, to the extent that the white working class attachment to racist nationalism superseded class solidarity with those now burdened by racism. Gilroy explored the possibility of reversing this trend to ensure working class solidarity, in order to further socialist politics. To achieve this goal, Gilroy argued that it is imperative for black autonomous struggles to be reconstituted as class struggles and ipso facto contributing to the process of class formation by synchronizing both race and class consciousness. Whilst some of his burgeoning ideas emerged from his contribution to The Empire Strikes Back, it was in his There Ain't No Black in the Union Jack that saw his attempt to split race from class. According to Verdi, the theory of class was replaced by the theory of social movements, including feminism, ecology, and youth movements. 46 Radical Political Economy in the USA. Al Campbell. The rise and fall of radical political economy in the USA is rooted in the rise and fall of the social radicalization there of the 1960s and 1970s. This radicalization was ideologically dominated by a new left social critique of capitalism, notwithstanding that many radicals rejected such critiques as inadequate. U.S. Radical Political Economy and the New Left. Since the term NL was created to refer to everyone with a radical critique of the system other than the old left, it included many different strands of political thought and ideologies. In addition, in the early years of the NL in the mid-1960s, many prominent members and groups pointedly declared themselves anti-ideological, asserting that pure activism would replace ideology. Most currents in the NL fairly quickly came to realize that they had an ideology whether they acknowledged it or not, and so turned to its conscious development. In practice, this resulted in approaching one or another of the orientations that existed in the US left, above all Stalinism, social democracy, anarchism, radical populism, or Marxism. The various NL individuals and currents typically eclectically mixed these and, in addition, continually made major changes to their theories and ideologies over relatively short periods of time. All of these points together indicate the need for caution when referring to a NL ideology. For a compact treatment of a significant number of the threads in the USNL ideological tapestry, see Young. I will simply refer to the vague NL ideology. It was largely a product of the spicy history of that US radicalization. Above all, it was denuded by things in the existing society that it was against. Critically absent was an alternative based on a radical social theory. By implication, the alternative was just to eliminate the problems. Two central issues divided the NL from the OL. The RST was the issue of class. The OL had always recognized the need to GHT against all forms of oppression. For example, many though far from all of the leaders of the GHT against racism both after and before World War II were part of the OL or strongly indulgenced by it. But the OL at the same time argued that class oppression played a special role in the maintenance and reproduction of capitalism. Capitalism's goal was the accumulation of capital which required and rested on class oppression and exploitation. Other forms of oppression could be just as individually damaging as class oppression, but they did not play the same role in the continual reproduction of capitalist social relations. The NL, to the contrary, argued strongly for the absolute theoretical symmetry of all forms of oppression as sources of exploitation, leading to the political idea of multi-vanguardism. One of the founding documents of 289, 290. The premier NLRPE group in the USA redirected this concept. The organization opposes all exploitation on the basis of class, race, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and other social/economic/cultural constructs. As the NL went on to develop its ideologies, it drew on C. Wright Mills's model of elites based on power, and consciously opposed this to the Marxist concept of class based at its deepest level on economic exploitation. Mills's concept was particularly suited to a view of multiple, conceptually equivalent, exploitations. The other central issue for the NL presented itself Janus-like with two related but conceptually very different faces. Negatively, the NL exuded a politically primitive anti-authoritarianism. This was an important endogenous contribution to the NL's general inability to create sustainable institutions. Positively, the NL championed the concept of participatory democracy against both the OL and bourgeois democracy. Long after the NL disappeared, this latter idea has remained as a permanent contribution, and is still being debated and developed by many social movements in the USA that continue to GHT against capitalism. The decline of U.S. radical political economy. 5 considerations concerning the decline of RPE in the USA follow. 2 are exogenous causes, 1 is an endogenous cause and 2 are measures of its decline. The RST and fundamental cause for the decline of RPE in the USA was the end of the social radicalization and the rise of social conservatism. Second, the eld of economics in which RPE largely operated shifted from bastard Keynesianism to neoliberalism. Both in politics and in economics what used to be conservative became liberal, and what used to be small far-right positions became standard conservative, which in turn became politically and especially ideologically dominant. Symbolically, for example, in many dimensions the economic, and even a number of social, policies of Clinton and Obama are more conservative than those of Nixon. Endogenously, the NL's general anti-authoritarian nature hamstrung its ability to form large and powerful organizations that could both protect its members operating in hostile job situations, and at a deeper level, carry out an ideological battle, with voices large enough to not be ignored, against the new dominant ideology in society and economics. The RST measure of the decline of RPE is conceptually straightforward. By and large, most of the RPE currents that formed organizations, including in particular those that published journals, did not disappear, and this entry will discuss a number of these below. However, the memberships in these organizations, and the number of RPE economists outside these groups, declined sharply. The second measure of the decline was more subtle but more important in a number of ways, RPE's qualitative decline. Some individuals and currents in RPE adopted important parts of the core ideological presuppositions of neoclassical economics, and incorporated them into their work. The most important of these are the related axioms of methodological individualism, human nature as homo economicus, and market fundamentalism. As a RST illustration of this, consider the large amount of work done by radical economists showing that there exist strategies that give cooperative solutions to repeated non-cooperative games such as the prisoner's dilemma. All this work rests on methodological individualism and homo economicus. This includes in particular the unrealistic restriction that players are not allowed the discursive interaction and meaningful bargaining that is pervasive in all social structures, and which gives rise to changes of intended behavior. As a second illustration, consider the degree to which markets have been accepted as #scient, and, as an additional step beyond that, as therefore economically necessary. This contrasts sharply with the dominant assumption of RPE in the 1960s and 1970s that markets and their logic, including the shaping of non-market social institutions in accord with the needs of markets, were the central cause of the prevailing economic problems, and beyond that, of stunted human development. The solution then was either to have markets that were so regulated that they no longer operated according to market logic but rather according to the democratically determined will of society, or to replace markets altogether by non-market democratically planned production and distribution. By the 1990s the majority in RPE of even those committed to socialism had adopted, specifically in the name of #CNC, some vision of market socialism. Radical political economy in the USA today. Despite the decline just indicated, US RPE was never more than a small current in US economics, but nor has it entirely disappeared today. The following is a very brief sketch of a number of the major groups or currents in today's diminished US RPE. The Union for Radical Political Economics was the premier NLRPE organization in several senses. It was founded at the height of the NL, its founders were new leftists, its program was thoroughly NL, and it reached out immediately to NLaureate economists. URPE's stated goals at its birth $ECT the ideology of NLRPE, first, to promote a new interdisciplinary approach to political economy which includes also relevant themes from political science, sociology, and social psychology. Secondly, to develop new courses and research areas which $ECT the urgencies of the day and a new value premise. Such areas include the economics of the ghetto, poverty, imperialism, interest groups, and the military-industry complex. And thirdly, political economics should be sensitive to the needs of the social movements of our day, and have more group research, with an approach that links all issues to a broad framework of analysis. Two institutional characteristics of URPE were key to its survival. First, URPE created a respected RPE journal, the Review of Radical Political Economics. Second, URPE fought for and won from the American Economic Association the right to organize a sine-quant number of its own panels at the yearly National Economics Convention. In line with its goal of promoting a broad approach to political economy, URPE from the beginning was open not only to economists from an NL perspective, but to any others who promoted a political alternative to the mainstream. These include in particular Marxists, non-Marxist socialists, SRA #ANS, post-Keynesians, radical institutionalists, feminists, social economists and many who did not adhere to any particular single current of thought but attacked mainstream economics for being economically unrealistic. 291 291 292 3 sine-quant groups and a current in today's RPE in the USA were founded by URPE members. They are particularly worth mentioning for indicating that the NLRPE's often simplistic anti-authoritarianism prevented it from developing a clear and consistent line and promoting it. Those who wanted to do this had to set up an organization outside of URPE, even though they generally remained members of URPE. The Association for Economic and Social Analysis was founded in the late 1970s and is best known for its journal Rethinking Marxism, launched in 1988. The group promotes a line of postmodern Marxism, and the journal focuses on debates in Marxist theory largely among academics. Dollars and Cents was founded in 1974 to provide clear economic explanations to readers not economically trained. Their publications are also widely used for teaching by RPE academics. The Institute for Women's Policy Research was founded to provide research-based results for intervention into both public policy debates and academic debates on the socio-economic situation of women. While there are always different self-understandings by different practitioners of any paradigm, this has been particularly true for the social structures of accumulation current of RPE. Some present it as a mix between Marxism and American institutionalism. Others present it as consistent with Marxism as a mid-level theory between Marx's overall abstract theory of capitalism and the concrete institutional analyses that Marx carried out and which Marxism requires. As SSA never established a journal nor supporting organization and remained a current, its nature is often understood to be denuded by two books, Gordon et al. And Kotz et al. But hundreds of papers that self-identify as lying within the SSA paradigm have been published or presented over the last 3 decades, and so the interpretation and use of the paradigm is more widespread and diffuse than that. Its central concept is that in some periods capitalism's institutions are coherent, and this has allowed rapid capital accumulation, while between these periods incoherence has erupted, giving rise to crises until new coherent capitalist institutions are established. In the last decade, a major shift to the foundations of the paradigm has been introduced by some adherents. They view the former formulation as confounding the issue of the rate of capital accumulation with the issue of the sustainability of the circuits of capital. They argue instead that there are basically two medium-term sustainable capitalist institutional structures, each with a different primary crisis tendency. The post-World War II type gives more rapid capital accumulation, while the neoliberal type has slower accumulation but nevertheless institutional coherence and hence medium-term sustainability. The largest OL group in US RPE is the Monthly Review School, named for their journal which was RST published in 1949, although the school's Denning theory was not developed and presented until 1966. Also called the Monopoly Capital School, its core tenet is that capitalism has restructured itself since the time of Marx and Engels to a position where monopolies are the dominant element in the economy. Further, monopoly capitalism produces greater surplus than the prior competitive capitalism, and this has caused the primary contradiction within capitalism to have changed from Marx's time to being the absorption of the surplus. Much Marxist political economy rejected this version of 292. Radical political economy in the USA 293. Underconsumptionism as inconsistent with Marx's value theory. The current editor of Monthly Review has given the most sophisticated defense of the school's basic position in Foster, but it remains disputed. Monthly Review and later Monthly Review books have played an important role in supporting U.S. Marxist RPE during its decline. A combination of energy, principled radicalism, and a policy of promoting a non-academic accessible writing style whilst publishing many Marxist points of view other than their own have given them a readership much larger than merely the supporters of monopoly capital theory. They have consistently opposed the drift of many former NL currents ever further away from Marxism and, in particular, have given attention and space to the issue of class, which almost, though not quite, disappeared from large parts of RPE over its decline. Science and Society is the next most influential RPE journal coming out of the OL. Published since 1936, it was loosely associated with the Communist Party of the USA during the rise and early decline of US RPE. It now describes itself as a journal of Marxist scholarship that does not adhere to any particular school of contemporary Marxist discussion. Founded in 1941, the Association for Social Economics is an RPE organization whose mandate is to seek to explore the ethical foundations and implications of economic analysis, along with the individual and social dimensions of economic problems, and to help shape economic policy that is consistent with the integral values of the person and a humane community. Given that this is consistent with RPE in general, the ASE publishes articles by, and has a membership that includes, people from all currents in US RPE. Among all the perspectives that appear in the articles in its two journals or are presented in its conferences, various interpretations of American institutionalism have some degree of predominance, though nothing even beginning to approach hegemony. While as noted above American institutionalism has permeated to one degree or another all US RPE, the ASE is the largest RPE group that could be broadly called institutionalist. Founded in 1979, the Association for Institutionalist Thought is much smaller than the ASE, more specifically and consciously institutionalist and radical, and has no journal. Its members draw most heavily on the work of Veblen, but also on Dewey, Ayres, Commons, Mitchell, and others as a basis for their investigation of social problems. Some members have been more indulgenced by and are sympathetic to the views of Marx, while others more by NL-inspired RPE. Duggar presents a discussion by a collection of authors of the issues of concern to, and the general framework of, radical institutionalist. NAL current of relative weight in heterodox economics in the USA today is post-Keynesian economics. It is debated by both its practitioners and those in other radical currents whether this should be thought of as radical. Noting that the origin of the word radical is from the Latin word for roots, it is argued that the near-exclusive post-Keynesian focus on money and finance precludes it from analyzing the real roots of capitalism's problems which lie in its particular form of social production and distribution. On a more applied level, almost all post-Keynesians advocate reforms that could be carried out within the frame of capitalism, and a large number of post-Keynesians consciously advocate a reformed, more humane capitalism. On the other hand, particularly 293, 294. Those post-Keynesian who describe themselves as radical see their reforms as part of a process, as transitional or revolutionary reforms. They argue that social change does not come about as a big bang result of perfect policy prescriptions, but rather from a back and forth process of the change of existing institutions and social consciousness. Capitalism will not be replaced by a more humane system unless people GHT to change it, and, given that most people in the first world support capitalism despite their discontent with many of its consequences, they will not begin to learn to GHT for a better world around a call to overthrow capitalism. The Journal of Post-Keynesian Economics, founded in 1978, is the leading U.S. journal publishing post-Keynesian research, though such research is also published by many other journals in the USA, including several of the radical political economy journals mentioned above. The Levy Institute and the Political Economy Research Institute are two broadly post-Keynesian institutions important to RPE in the USA today. The latter is more representative of the current of radical post-Keynesians that was referred to above, although, as always, neither is the work at Perry hegemonically dominated by a radical post-Keynesian orientation, nor is that orientation entirely absent from some post-Keynesian works from other institutions. And, once again, it is important to stress the degree of mixing of ideological currents in US RPE. Perry, for example, has Kant NL and Marxist elements mixed in with its post-Keynesianism. In a context for the discipline of economics as a whole in which the mainstream, pure neoliberal or otherwise, exerts an extraordinary stranglehold, the fate of US RPE is itself of great significance, not least because of the extent to which orthodoxy's disciplinary monopoly derives from the Americanization of economics. This comment must not be understood to imply that the global prospects for Marxist political economy and RPE mechanically depend upon the attempt to roll back the near hegemony of the mainstream in the USA and to promote its RPE as an alternative. What is important to understand is the relation between radical alternatives to the status quo and progressive ones, for it is this that makes the state of this small current so important even in the short run. It exerts an undue indulgence, for good or for bad, as opposition to the US orthodoxy or, at times, complicit with it both in analytical content and focus of subject matter. The decline of, and directions taken by, USRPE have been major problems not only for the more coherent but smaller current of Marxist political economy, but also for the broader and larger group of progressive economists, in just the same way that the decline of US radicalism more generally has been a cause as well as an ECT of the decline in global progressive outcomes. 294 294 295 47 The rate of pro-T Simon Mahan. The rate of pro-T per year is de net as pro-Ts divided by capital advanced. While the definition seems precise, there is a great deal of ambiguity over what to include. The numerator, pro-Ts, can conceptually be considered as anything between all net output that is not wages to a narrow accounting definition of what remains after all obligations have been met. As regards the denominator, Marx included wages, because wages were payment for labor power which was subsequently consumed in the labor process as actual labor performed. In reality, wages are typically paid in arrears as workers are compelled to extend credit to capitalists, and are small relative to the stock of XED capital. So the denominator, capital advanced, is conventionally a measure of money tied up in XED assets and inventories. What definition is appropriate is ultimately dependent on the purpose of the analysis for which it is required. As a measure of the return to capital advanced, the rate of pro-T is a crucial statistic for a mode of production based on pro-tability. Competition will tend to equalize all rates of pro-T through capital $hours from less to more pro-table activities, but, at any point in time there will be a range of individual pro-T rates dispersed around such a notional equalized rate. In contrast, the aggregate or macroeconomic rate of pro-T for the economy as a whole is a weighted average of individual rates of pro-T. It is most easily measured as the proportion of net output not returned as wages to the aggregate XED capital stock. Since this macroeconomic rate of pro-T is a measure at any point in time of how pro-table all RMS are relative to the total XED capital stock, it can be considered as a measure of the pro-tability of capital in general, and this rate of pro-T is generally used in empirical work. LTRPF in historical context. Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of pro-T to fall is one of the most celebrated and controversial aspects of his work. It touches on what is meant by a tendential law, it presumes a particular approach to technical change, and it is closely related to his theory of crisis. Curiously, it took some time for this to be established. Crisis was originally interpreted as an expression of the contradictions of capitalism, realized through the anarchy of the market as a break or interruption in the circuits of capital. But by the 295 296 end of the 20th century, the LTRPF as the generator of crises was one of the defining features of orthodox Marxism. And it was interpreted as a matter of necessity. The accumulation of capital was necessarily punctuated by crises because the LTRPF was necessarily produced by that same accumulation. Without an argument for necessity, the way was considered open for reforms of capitalism that could manage accumulation and avoid crises. So intertwined with the argument for necessity are subtexts concerning orthodoxy, delighty to Marx, revisionism, and reformism, but space precludes further consideration of these. However, the argument for necessity is complex. Rather than a logical deduction from a priori axioms, the Hegelian tradition interprets necessity as something that is real. That is, a tendential law explains real patterns of capital accumulation as rational, as theoretically comprehensible, but it does not say anything about what other patterns of accumulation might be possible. A major #culty in the arguments about the LTRPF is a lack of clarity in the distinction between necessity in this Hegelian sense, and necessity as a logical deduction, and this lack of clarity is a recurrent theme in what follows. The idea of a falling rate of pro-T was not specific to Marx. It was commonplace in the political economy of the RST half of the 19th century, deriving from the work of Smith and Ricardo. For Ricardo, the rate of pro-T would fall because of diminishing returns to land and an unchanging technology of production. As cultivation spread to land of inferior quality, landlords of better quality land could extract more rent, with wages given by subsistence requirements. Pro-TS would therefore be squeezed until the incentive for accumulation disappeared entirely, and the economy entered a stationary state. Marx replaced the natural determinants of rent, wages, and pro-TS with social determinants. In so doing, he replaced the Ricardian vision of falling pro-stability and long-run stagnation with a rent vision of pro-stability that depended not on stagnationist tendencies but on the dynamism and technical progressivity of capital accumulation. LTRPF, the issues. Expositions of the LTRPF occur in a number of rent frameworks, but there are two positions that between them embrace most of the arguments. What they have in common is an interpretation that Marx considered that the rate of pro-T would indeed actually fall. What divides them is their assessment of the cogency of what they see as his argument. One position argues that the LTRPF is an empirical law generated by technical change, the rate of pro-T is really falling, and should the empirical evidence show the contrary, then either there is something wrong with the measurement of what is shown or this contrary evidence is but a temporary deviation from the long-run trend. The opposite extreme argues on the basis of the individual behavior of pro-T maximizing capitalists that Marx was wrong in his argument that the rate of pro-T would fall. If it falls, it cannot do so for the technical change reasons that Marx gave, but only in response to wages rising more than in proportion to productivity. So, in the extreme case of a constant real wage rate, the fundamentalist position is that the rate of pro-T must fall because of technical change, and the SRA #in position is that the rate of pro-T cannot fall in the presence of technical change. These two positions frame much of the debate, but they are both misleading. The approach taken here will emerge out of consideration of VE issues. 1. The nature of technical change. Individual capitalists innovate in order to outcompete their rivals. Innovations increase labor productivity through reorganizations of the labor process that increase the means of production per worker. The innovating capitalist will therefore be able to sell at a lower value and take extra market share. What is the adequacy of this description of innovation? 2. Innovation and the rate of pro-T. How does innovation impact on the rate of pro-T? How should the fundamentalist and the SRA #in arguments be assessed? 3. Pro-stability and crisis. Does a falling rate of pro-T lead to crisis? 4. Measurement. How should the variables in the argument be measured? 5. Empirical analyses. What is the empirical time path of the rate of pro-T? The nature of technical change. Why does technical change have to involve the substitution of non-labor for labor inputs? Pro-T maximizing capitalists are interested in any viable cost reductions, so that it is hard to see why labor costs should be privileged over non-labor costs. But putting the matter like this rests on a confusion between the two senses of necessity mentioned earlier. As a matter of logic, no costs are privileged. Yet historical development has indeed seen a fall in the proportion of production labor costs to total costs, and this historical development has to be theoretically comprehended. Were other types of technical change to occur in a historically sine-qua manner, they too would have to be theoretically comprehended. This immediately raises the challenge of how to understand contemporary technical change in the service sector, in which many outputs are inseparable from the laboring activity that produces them. This strongly suggests that there is a historical specificity to Marx's own explanation, in which the cotton industry was particularly important, and that later developments in capitalism require his method rather than his specific answers. Innovation and the rate of profit. A common argument runs as follows. Competition will force the generalization of an innovation across all capitalists, so that in the aggregate, the value of capital advanced rises. Since constant capital can in principle rise without limit, but surplus value is bounded, then the rate of pro-T must necessarily fall. 297 297 298. There are a number of difficulties with this. First, there are counteracting tendencies to the LTRPF. Marx' identity at VE, raising the rate of exploitation, cheapening the elements of constant capital, depressing wages below the value of labor power, relative overpopulation, and foreign trade. The last three are somewhat eclectic, and the list could be added to with little d #culty. The problem rather lies with the RST2, for it is not obvious why they are counteracting, since they are intrinsic to the processes that produce the LTRPF. This in turn raises the more general question of what is a tendency and what is a counteracting tendency. One way this can be understood is to focus on the circuit of capital as an organizing category. The process of production converts productive capital into commodity capital of greater value. Value is added to the value of productive capital, that is, the pre-production process values. Only when post-production process outputs are sold are new values realized. So changes in values are counteracting because they require the impact of circulation for their establishment. What is fundamental is the change in labor productivity, a process that is prior to the consequent changes in values. This locates the LTRPF, not as an empirical fact, but as a tendency of the production process considered abstractly, before the X of circulation are considered. It identifies the LTRPF and its counteracting tendencies as a way of organizing thinking about how the rate of Pro-T is formed in reality through the structures and processes of capital accumulation. An analogy sometimes used is the law of gravity: everything tends to fall to the ground. There are counteracting tendencies such that, for example, people and buildings stay upright, but the processes that give rise to these cannot be understood except on the prior basis of the law of gravity. This same approach explains movements in the compositions of capital. For Marx, it was definitionally true that the only way to gain a productivity increase in the production of a commodity was to increase the mass of means of production per worker. He called this ratio the technical composition of capital, and, given his definition of innovation, the TCC must rise over time. But in value terms matters are more complicated, because the translation of a rise in a ratio theoretically denominated in use values to one denominated in values depends on how the patterns of innovation reduce unit values. This clearly X the conversion of the TCC into a value ratio. One way to proceed is to abstract from the X of productivity increases on values. Then the TCC becomes, in Marx's terminology, the organic composition of capital, a ratio of constant to variable capital at pre-production process values, and if the TCC rises, the OCC must necessarily rise. Allowing feedback X of the fall in values resulting from productivity increases converts the OCC into the value composition of capital. Marx successfully formulated the difference between the OCC and the VCC, but asserted that as the OCC rose, the VCC would also necessarily rise, if not by as much. The pattern of productivity increases and the consequent falls in unit values are contingent, so that movements in the VCC can diverge from movements in the OCC. In general, one would expect the two to move together. But empirical actuality and logical necessity are not the same, and the interpretation of Marx's assertion depends on which sense of necessity is used. The OCC is measured in pre-production values, and hence is the index that pertains to the process of production itself. The VCC allows for the feedback of circulation and the establishment of new values. Hence the OCC is relevant to the LTRPF and the VCC to the counteracting tendencies. Overall then, the issue is not one of the simultaneous consideration of a multiplicity of different factors that impinge on the quantitative determination of the rate of Pro-T. It rather concerns the sequential order of determinations at successively lower levels of abstraction to make sense of a complex yet determined concrete reality. A further #culty with the ECT of innovation upon probability is commonly encountered in the SRA hashtag in literature. Suppose the real wage is constant. Why would innovation take place at all, if it results in lower Pro-Ts after the innovation is generalized? One appealing response is to say that competition forces the issue, each individual capitalist innovates to obtain a temporary advantage, but the actions of all, taken together, produce a fall in the rate of pro-T, behind the backs, as it were, of each individual capital. This argument is, however appealing, logically incorrect. The Ocasio theorem shows that, provided the real wage is constant, the overall outcome after the innovation is generalized cannot lower the rate of pro-T. This result depends upon the specie-cation of a linear technology, a particular notion of competition, and an equilibrium methodology establishing prices of production that support an equalized rate of pro-T. Then whatever are the new equilibrium prices consequent upon a technical change, the rate of pro-T can be no lower than the rate of pro-T that obtained prior to the innovation, as long as the real wage is constant. In this approach, the only way to guarantee a fall in the rate of pro-T is through a rising real wage rate, then labor-saving technical change might be considered a counteracting tendency. As an exercise in the comparative statics of equilibrium prices, the Ocasio theorem is well established. But its relevance to the LTRPF is controversial for three reasons. First, methodologically, its simultaneous equation approach is different from Marx's sequential successive determinations approach, and this requires some caution in identifying causality. Second, as a matter of logic, to assume a constant real wage is quite different from assuming a constant value of labor power. Third, and empirically, the theorem fails accurately to re-ECT historical patterns of both competition and capital accumulation. The typical historical pattern of accumulation and technical change exhibits rising labor productivity, rising compositions of capital, falls in the value of labor power, rises in the rate of exploitation and rises in the real wage. Assuming a constant real wage means that all the gains of technical change accrue to capital, and historically this is just not true. Profitability and crisis. It is not obvious why a falling rate of pro-T should in and of itself lead to crisis. Forward-looking competing capitals will try to do the best they can whatever the prevailing conditions of general profitability. If the general rate of pro-T falls to 5% or from 10% or say, then nothing is implied, other than that less money can be made today than yesterday. For this to result in an interruption in the circuit of capital, more information is required on how RMS have nanced their past and current activities. And different methods of nancing are historically contingent, sometimes they will lead to crisis and sometimes they will not. Hence falling profitability alone will not result in crisis, greater specificity and more detail are required in order to show whether and how crisis occurs. Measurement. In Marx's theory of value, at the level of capital in general, commodities are denominated in money, formed out of the ratio of the value of the commodity in question to the value of money. Marx generally took the latter to be gold with an assumed value of unity, so that the value of a commodity was the same numerically whether measured in units of socially necessary labor time or in units of money. Prices thus formed are incompatible with the formation of a general rate of pro-T through $hours of capital in competition. So the notion of a value rate of pro-T is not logically coherent, unless two conditions hold. First, pro-Ts are equal to surplus value divided by the value of money, and second, the sum of the money invested in non-labor inputs is equal to the sum of those non-labor inputs measured in units of socially necessary labor time divided by the value of money. In general, these two conditions cannot both hold. This problematizes the sine cans of the value rate of pro-T. One response is to assert the irrelevance of value analysis to economic analysis and to propose an analysis based entirely on prices. In the SRA #an approach, labor values are indeed unnecessary, and arguments such as the Ocasio theorem proceed as expositions of the implications of price of production equilibria. What is lost from this excision of the labor theory of value is any notion that total value added represents total labor time expended. The labor theory of value is thereby misidentified with the theory of equal exchange. A second response is to argue that the rate of pro-T in terms of prices is a more concrete expression of the value rate of pro-T. Retaining the notion of pro-T as unpaid labor time then requires some account of the unequal exchange that quantitatively transforms constant capital from value terms to price terms, and a precise and convincing account of this quantitative transformation has not thus far been forthcoming. A third response is to argue that this second response is misconceived. The labor theory of value requires both that aggregate value added exactly represents total social labor time expended, and that the value of labor power is the money wage multiplied by the value of money. Then aggregate pro-T exactly represents unpaid labor time. This framework applies to any set of prices, not only the equal exchange prices necessary for the meaningfulness of the value rate of pro-T, and not only the unequal exchange equilibrium prices of production necessary for the Ocasio theorem. With generalized unequal exchange, unlike in the other responses, the labor theory of value retains its explanatory power in the empirical analysis of aggregate relations of production for any prices whatsoever. The higher-order determinations and abstractions thereby retain their encompassing explanatory power. The art and science of empirical work are not easy. Research must show how theory can comprehend the data. But at the same time, great care must be taken to identify any anomalies that appear to contradict the fundamental determinations of the theory. Adding immunizing ad hoc explanations in the face of anomalies renders theory tautological and thereby discredits it as a theory. But neither is theory merely description of empirical reality. It is a self-determined articulation of concepts which can explain significant features of the historical processes of capital accumulation and technical change. Successful explanation is then confirmatory of the theory, but anomalies must always be interrogated to understand whether they can ultimately be understood by the theory or whether they undermine the theory. There has been considerable empirical work on the rate of pro-T through the last quarter of the 20th century, mostly focused on the U.S. economy because of the long runs of data that exist for the USA. The RST issue concerns the reliability of that data. For the U.S. economy, productive and unproductive labor can only plausibly be estimated from 1964, and the distinction relies upon combining rather different data sets using annual data. If the distinction is ignored, then quarterly data are available from 1948, and annual data from 1929. Prior to 1929, the data have to be drawn from a variety of sources. While aggregate annual net output and wage data are reasonable back to around 1890, the XED capital stock data prior to 1925 are much less reliable. Rent studies are rarely directly comparable, sometimes because the time periods are different, but more generally because the data are very sensitive to different assumptions made. These include whether analysis should consider the whole economy, the corporate sector or just the manufacturing sector, whether the focus should be on the pre-tax or the post-tax rate of pro-T, how general government should be treated, and how the self-employed should be treated, whether the imputations in national accounts data should be eliminated, whether the housing stock should be included in the stock of XED capital, and what sort of data should be used. Further, rent studies have rent aims, ranging from whether the data support some interpretation of Marx to how a Marxist approach can understand what has happened. Choices made are not arbitrary, but depend upon theoretical presuppositions, and upon what the analysis is designed to show. A second set of issues concerns the decomposition of the rate of pro-T. To consider the rate of pro-T as the ratio of the rate of surplus value to the VCC raises the issues of how, if at all, to account for the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, and whether it makes conceptual sense to think of a Marxian rate of pro-T as behaving differently from the actual rate of pro-T. Of course, the same issues arise with an alternative decomposition of the rate of pro-T into the product of pro-T share and capital productivity, but this decomposition is in many ways easier to use. The pro-T share depends on the ratio between real net output 301 302 per hour, or labor productivity, and the real wage rate per hour, rising when the former increases faster than the latter. Capital productivity depends upon the ratio of labor productivity to real XED capital per hour, rising when labor productivity increases faster than the TCC proxy. The advantage of this decomposition is now transparent, for it focuses directly on the relationship between labor productivity and the TCC, and labor productivity and the real wage. The classical Marxian decomposition is less transparent in this regard. Figure 47.1 extends the data presented in Mahan to cover the period 1946 to 2009. In terms of the major choices that have to be made, the data are pre-tax, at current prices, for the whole U.S. economy. General government and private households are excluded entirely, as are all imputations except employer contributions for health and life insurance, and the income of the self-employed is divided into a wage and a pro-T component. Pro-Ts are net as net domestic product less wages, and the XED capital stock includes tenant-occupied residential structures and inventories. Several features are of interest. First, there is no simple long-run tendency for the actual macroeconomic rate of pro-T to fall. Rather, the post-war period was characterized by a sustained downswing, and a sustained upswing. Second, a focus on secular rather than cyclical movements throws a sharp light on capital productivity. There were periods when it was broadly dollar-at so that there was little change in the increase in the TCC required to elicit a given productivity increase. There were periods when it fell, so that given increases in labor productivity required the TCC to rise more rapidly. And there were periods when it rose when labor productivity rose faster than the rise in the TCC. Moreover, while the pro-T share and capital productivity tend to move together, this is not true for the years 2000-09. Third, there have been just two significant crises since 1946. One of these, culminating in 1982, was a classic falling rate of pro-T crisis. The other, beginning in 2007, was more ambiguous. Conclusion. Arguments concerning the LTRPF and its counteracting tendencies require some care, both logically and methodologically. The method of determination through greater concretization is a #cult one, because the successive abstractions are both ordered and net each in relation to all the others. Further, greater concretization can produce X that appear to contradict higher-order abstractions. But those X still derive their meaning through the higher-order abstractions and their determination. Further, this self-redolorexivity of the whole nexus of abstractions and their development does not mean that the articulation of concepts cannot be investigated for logical coherence, neither does it mean that their articulation is arbitrary. The ultimate test is whether that articulation comprehends and illuminates actual concrete historical development. Neither the fundamentalist nor the SRA#in approaches pass that test. The LTRPF is an essential part of the theoretical framework with which to comprehend the world. But it is only a part, and it should not be interpreted as some sort of mechanistic empirical law of a falling probability. Empirical reality, just like the theory that has to comprehend it, is both richer and more complex than that presupposed by any mechanistic interpretation of the LTRPF as an empirical law. The LTRPF and its counteracting tendencies provide a framework, but no more than that. The challenge then is to explain the historical reality of significant periods both of falling and of rising probability. 303 303 304 48 The regulation approach Stavros D. Mavroudias. The regulation approach was pioneered in France in the 1970s by political economists including Michel Aglietta, Alain Lipietz, and Robert Boyer, investigating capitalism's long-term dynamics of change and stability. It enjoyed considerable international impact until the 1990s when its indolence receded. However, it continues to command considerable indolence in certain areas of radical political economy. Moreover, concepts coined by the regulation approach, such as Fordism and post-Fordism, have acquired a life of their own and are being employed in several fields. Regulation's popularity stemmed from its purported ability to provide an intermediate analysis which would gear abstract Marxist political economy to analyze concrete historical processes. In addition, it promised to resolve the structure-agency riddle and unify the analyses of economics and politics under capitalism. These expectations were not fulfilled, and the current state of demise of the regulation approach is testimony to this. Regulation's declared aim is the analysis of the crisis-ridden process of capitalist development. It is argued that crises, far from leading to the collapse of capitalism, generate structural transformations that facilitate its survival and longevity. Systemic contradictions aggravate social antagonisms and produce economic failures, which dictate significant reconfigurations of the system's modus operandi in order to secure its existence. The key to this survival is the support to capitalist economic relations by appropriate institutional frameworks. Underneath this assumption lies the belief that capitalism's purely economic mechanisms are unable to secure its reproduction. However, for regulation, these institutional supports are not generated by a general mechanism but are always conjunctural historical products. Regulation's starting point, then, places heavy emphasis on historical specificities and institutions, while historical accidents play a far more important role than in classical Marxism. Institution building is, ultimately, considered as the prolonged but impermanent solution to systemic contradictions but, despite their importance, the regulation approach lacks an explicit theory of institutions. Finally, its emphasis on the bumpy, but ultimately successful, reproduction of the system mars regulation as a functionalist approach. Theory and concepts. In order to study this crisis-cum-transformation process, regulation constructs its fundamental conceptual pair. 304. The regulation approach. 305. The regime of accumulation $x. The way surplus is distributed between capital and labor in each period so that production is coordinated with demand. It encompasses the essential economic conditions for the operation of the system and is posited at the level of given economic structures. The mode of regulation designates the institutional forms and social compromises that are necessary for the reproduction of the ROA. The more is less determinate than the ROA, since it relies on historically specific factors. It encompasses the modalities of wage determination, the forms of competition and coordination of economic activity, the structure of the international system, the state management of money and the cultures of consumption. Each ROA is compatible with several potential mores, and which one will prevail in practice is an open historical question. Despite this potential dollar-excibility, each more is especially compatible with a particular ROA, because the coupling of a ROA with an inappropriate more leads to a dysfunctional socio-economic architecture requiring a systemic transformation. The regulation approach recognizes two specific types of ROA. In extensive accumulation, pre-capitalist production processes were incorporated into capitalism's framework without major changes. The traditional forms of production and consumption were not radically recomposed. The coordinated development of the departments producing means of production and means of consumption was achieved with #culti, and the pace of accumulation encountered recurrent obstacles. In intensive accumulation, which followed, the production process was reorganized radically along capitalist lines, and the workers' way of life was restructured. The two departments of production were integrated, and the pace of accumulation became more stable. Similarly, two historical mores are recognized. In the competitive more appropriate for extensive accumulation, pure market mechanisms predominate. Thus, output adjusts to price which, in turn, responds to changes in demand. In particular, wages are very dollar-excible and adjust to price movements, so that real wages are either stable or rise slowly. In the subsequent monopolist more appropriate for intensive accumulation, market mechanisms are modified radically via state intervention. Pure market relations play only a minor role in adjusting social demand and production. These adjustments are exercised mainly through a complex set of institutions, conventions, and rules which constantly aim to develop Active demand at the same rate of growth of production capacity. Wages are set according to social compromises between capital and labor. These canons of regulationist analysis have not remained stable. Rather, the regulation approach is infamous for the easy transformations of its theoretical architecture. 305 305. 306. It began by slowly distancing itself from Althusserianism and, subsequently, moving towards post-structuralism and postmodernism. The notion of regulation, inspired from cybernetics, itself facilitated the relaxation of Althusserian structuralism. The latter's concept of reproduction argued that structures condition the behavior of agents in order to ensure their reproduction. The regulation approach introduced degrees of indeterminacy and feedback relations. The more encompasses all those relations that motivate the social agents towards fulfilling the roles which the structures attribute to them. However, neither the structure's ability to motivate nor the agent's conformity to them are guaranteed. The agent's actions can diverge from the requirements of social reproduction, and these divergences are resolved by the more, unless they accumulate to the point of setting a major crisis. In the meantime, minor crises help to change the structures until a major crisis breaks out. Additionally, the more encompasses relations that are primarily economic but also institutionally organized, thus politics enters the scene. Aglietta's definition of regulation's conceptual pair, in his 1974 PhD thesis and its 1979 published version, bore heavy Marxist and structuralist overtones. As Aglietta admitted, these concepts were elaborated as means through which Marx's general theory of capitalism could analyze historically concrete social situations. Hence, he superimposed the law of capital accumulation upon the ROA and the more. Following regulationist work sine Cantley Modi ed this theoretical conjuration. The Spremap Cordes collective paper discarded the superimposition of the law of capital accumulation and relaxed the one-to-one correspondence between the ROA and the more. But even Spremap's definition of the more was later considered too functionalist. Therefore, in later versions it acquired even greater autonomy from the concept of the ROA. For example, the more may or may not secure the reproduction of the given ROA. Thus, the more became almost equally important and co-determining with the ROA. This became the orthodox regulationist version. In later works the correspondence between the ROA and the more was relativized even further, with political relations assuming equal importance with the economic, while discursive and ideological elements acquired an increasing status. In Aglietta's initial formulation, the more was the economic cum institutional mesoperiodic basis of social hegemony. In contrast to the ROA, it also covered ideological and political factors. Subsequently, their correspondence became dynamic, since historical contingency could lead to several mores being associated with a given ROA. Hence, their relationship was founded simultaneously on the structural level, and on the individual or subjective level. In even later formulations, the more was posited almost exclusively within the realm of politics. Thus, it became even more historically concrete and almost totally autonomized from the ROA. Some newer regulationist formulations slid openly towards methodological individualism, with individual agents becoming the main subjects of the more. Social classes disappear almost completely, and are substituted by trans-class social groups of short-term duration. The creation of these groups basically depends upon the individual's subjective motivation. This change of scope is even more pronounced in other works where class analysis is openly discarded. These conceptual 306. The regulation approach 307. Changes have weakened the regulation approach. The definitional obscurity and the equalization of economy and polity have led to the confusion or the condoleration of regulation's fundamental concepts of more and moa, as recognized by many regulationists. It is no longer obvious that the ROA is the fundamental and determining aspect in periodizing, with the more as its more dollarexable, institutionally supportive outcome. Because many of the institutional regularities formulated under the concept of the more are economic, and because the ROA is also increasingly de net in terms of struggle, the two notions tend to be condollerated. So there is confusion over levels of abstraction and determination, as well as inting the whole scheme to the continuing evolution of capitalism itself. Periodization and stylized facts. The regulation approach periodizes capitalism on the basis of the historically contingent correspondence between ROAs and MOAs. From the mid-19th century until World War I, extensive accumulation predominated, accompanied by competitive regulation. Mass production was limited as output was produced mainly on numerous small-scale enterprises. In turn, mass consumption was non-existent since workers did not purchase capitalist consumption goods but covered their needs through non-capitalist products. During this period, the extraction of absolute surplus value predominated and the subjugation of labor to capital was only formal. The intra-war period is considered as an unstable transitional phase characterized by the emergence of intensive accumulation, but without mass consumption. The real subjugation of labor to capital was introduced and, with it, the predominance of relative surplus value. The 1929 crisis, perceived as an underconsumption crisis, marks the beginning of this period. Fordism, introduced after World War II, is considered the golden era of contemporary capitalism because it coupled the intensive ROA with its functional counterpart, the monopolistic more. Capitalist mass production found its outlets in the workers' mass consumption of capitalist products. Finally, the regulation approach maintains that, in the 1970s, Fordism enters a crisis and post-Fordism emerges as its successor. This period is characterized by the introduction of new information technologies, small-scale production processes, the relaxation of standardized production tasks, the growing significance of the service sector and new lifestyles as stimuli of consumption. However, neither the crisis of Fordism nor the characteristics of post-Fordism are delineated clearly. For example, the exhaustion of Fordism is attributed at times to the demand side and, at other times, to a vaguely explained exhaustion of Fordist modalities of exploitation of the workers. Moreover, nearly 30 years after its purported emergence, a coherent definition of post-Fordism has yet to be aired. The regulationist periodization of capitalism hinges upon highly debatable stylized facts or empirical generalizations. Two of these are critical for the regulationist edice. First is that mass production only became dominant in the interwar era. However, Marx himself had correctly posited the real subjugation of labor to capital as simultaneous with the predominance of the extraction. 307 308 of relative surplus value long before the 20th century, which has been confirmed by later studies. Second is the belief that capitalist products dominated workers' consumption only after World War II. This hypothesis is also unsustainable, since the commodity-cation of the workers' consumption is necessary for the formation of a class of wage laborers and, therefore, for the establishment of capitalism. Indeed, workers' consumption provided a mass market for capitalist products long before the Fordist era, and this mass market was created without an institutionally secured wage. Last but not least, the post-war social contract between capital and labor has been heavily disputed. If these two crucial stylized accounts do not hold, then the importance placed by the regulation approach on both the interwar and the post-war periods becomes #cult to justify. Regulation considers the RST period as the harbinger of Fordism, and the second as Fordism per se. Setting aside the unclear historical and analytical case for post-Fordism, Fordism itself represents the main object of study of the regulation approach, and the historical era whose putative specificities have dictated the very form of regulationist theory. Duminil and Levy have aired a meticulous examination of these stylized accounts, by comparing the pre-war, interwar, and post-war eras for the USA and France, and their results, especially for the USA, do not support key regulationist claims. Despite their neatness, the regulationist stylized facts do not stand up to historical scrutiny, which is a grave problem for a theory whose main focus and attraction lies in historical specificity. A middle-range theory. Regulation is a middle-range theory which, in contrast to grand theory, either rejects abstract general principles or remains agnostic towards them. A middle-range theory is based on intermediate concepts with a more immediate identication with concrete phenomena. Because of close identication with concrete historical reality, middle-range theories tends to evolve dolorexibly in response to more or less shifting empirical evidence. However, their explanatory power remains limited by virtue of their selective use of historical evidence and the loss of a general picture of social transformations. These shortcomings pose grave limitations to the analysis of periods of socio-economic change, when relations and processes that were previously significant are downgraded or even disappear altogether. Regulation belongs to the set of middle-range theories springing out of the crisis of radical theory after the high point of activism in the 1960s, and which also include dolorexible specialization and social structures of accumulation. Characteristically, the regulation approach departed from Marxism by maintaining that it needed historical specificity. Attention focused on the post-war period by presuming that major transformations took place which radically changed the modus operandi of capitalism. There was recourse to the concrete, and an attempt to discover within it the appropriately renet theoretical tools. Initially, these drew upon abstract general laws and, later, in conformity to the more general fashion for relativism, eschewing essentialism or its scapegoat, usually. 308. The regulation approach 309. Economism, deploying intermediate concepts based on a multi-causal framework including the economy, politics, ideology, culture, and so on. In this vein, most regulationist intermediate concepts focused on institutional forms for two reasons. Firstly, institutions aired to disillusioned left intellectuals a suitable explanation for the supposed structural incorporation of the working class within capitalism. Secondly, institutions provide the most appropriate material for the construction of intermediate concepts. They are immediately observable and variegated, and encompass a wide variety of factors which can be incorporated at will. Regulations, historicism and institutionalism were underpinned by the philosophical trends of the times. These trends began with the relativized structuralism and, eventually, evolved towards post-structuralism and postmodernism. In retrospect, the regulation approach failed in its most important aims, as is redirected in its meteoric rise and fall. Instead of unifying economics and politics, it ended up juxtaposing them, and instead of resolving the structure-agency riddle, it degenerated into methodological individualism. Drawing on its middle-range nature, it has incorporated selectively the theoretical fashions of successive periods. Hence, it prioritized economics and structure during its RST phase and politics and subjectivity in its later phases, especially as its postulation of a post-Fordist regime proved theoretically ill-founded and empirically grounded in, at most, a small number of marginal phenomena. 309. 310. 49 Rent and landed property. Eric Swingadu. The Marxist analysis of land rent is one of the most intricate, contested and debated themes in the history of Marxist intellectual thought, not least because Marx never completed a full analysis of rent. The third volume of Capital and Theories of Surplus Value are the most systematic accounts of Marx's theorization on rent. The contours of the problematic are nevertheless clearly drawn. As Hale puts it, the main theoretical questions related to the vexed problem of rent are: how does rent emerge, that is, why does land have a price, expressed in the form of rent, why and how does land rent vary over space and in time, who or what are its agents, what are their behavioral patterns and mutual social relations, and what is the economic role of rent in the process of capital accumulation and coordination. The theoretical #culti resides not only in explaining why land has an exchange value but apparently no value, but also in accounting for its apparent anomalous character in the process of capital accumulation. While land rent constitutes a potentially major source of income for landowners, the private and exclusive ownership of land also obstructs the accumulation of capital, for which the payment of land rent constitutes a major drain on pro-TS competition for and the mobilization of land of d. A rent absolute, relative, or relational qualities plays a pivotal role both in allocating capital $hours as well as in generating extraordinary pro-TS. Marx's theory of rent, developed primarily with an eye towards agricultural land and other resources, but which was subsequently extended to include urban or locational land rent, draws on, but radically reformulates, Ricardo's classical theory of the origin of and differences between agricultural land rents. For Ricardo, who takes an embryonic marginalist position, the origin and the level of rent are determined by the differential fertility of agricultural land. Farmers will keep cultivating new lands until the point that the least fertile land will not yield pro-T. This marginal land, for Ricardo, generates no rent. The difference of yield between the more and the least fertile land constitutes for him both the origin and magnitude of land rent. That difference accrues to the landowner in the form of rent. In other words, for Ricardo, the origin of rent resides fundamentally in the intrinsic, albeit possibly humanly transformed, characteristics of the soil. In his analysis, Ricardo necessarily abstracts away from the historically constituted process of the formation of private land ownership. His theory was later extended by Johann Heinrich von Thunen, who spatialized rent by including location in 310. Rent and landed property 311. The analysis. For von Thunen, land rent is not only determined by the natural characteristics of the soil, but also by the cost of location, or, rather, the cost of overcoming the distance and other obstacles between the farm or market and the particular plot of land. In the 20th century, William Alonso would bring this perspective to the theorization of urban land prices and use. These classical theories of rent were radically revised and reformulated by Marx. For Marx, value does not arise from the natural characteristics of things. These characteristics are a free gift of nature. Value, in contrast, arises from the socially necessary labor time required to produce a given commodity under capitalist social relations of production. The starting point for Marx is that land, like interest on capital for the owner of money capital, is an entitlement to the landowner in return for surrendering the use of that land to someone else. The fundamental relationship through which rents arises is a social one, that is, between landowners, on the one hand, and those who wish to make use of the land, on the other. As Marx put it, and property is based on the monopoly by certain persons over finite portions of the globe. Forms of rent. The owner of the land will not surrender ownership without proper recompense. However, this understanding of the foundation of rent does not reveal anything about the magnitude of land rent, the origin of landed property, or the role of rent in capital accumulation and coordination. Obviously, different pieces of land have different and often competing uses, different prices and play, depending on the social relations and struggles that are articulated around them, different roles in different places and at different times. Determining the magnitude of rent, however, remains theoretically complex and empirically intractable. Marx basically distinguishes between four forms of rent: monopoly, absolute, differential rent I, and differential rent II. These different, but interrelated, forms of rent, taken together, determine the magnitude of land rent. However, each form plays a different role and has a different origin, although all are appropriated by the capitalist landowner. Monopoly rent, as the word suggests, relates to the specificity and unique characteristics of a particular piece of land. Consider, for example, how the ownership of a waterfall, A plot of land in the #Chailly designated Champagne region in France or an ice cream stall near a summer tourist attraction generate surplus pro-T for the owner by virtue of the unique character of the land or location. Monopoly rents are basically redistributions of surplus value between different forms of capital. Absolute rent, in contrast, derives from the imperfect mobility of capital as a result of fragmented and dispersed land ownership. The latter leads to a situation, in contrast to an otherwise unobstructed equalization of rates of pro-T across sectors, whereby the organic composition of capital is lower in agriculture because rent takes a part of the surplus value that would otherwise result from greater accumulation, a higher organic composition and productivity increase. The classic example is agriculture where, historically speaking, the organic composition of capital was or still is 311 312 lower than in other sectors. This lower value composition results in a situation whereby agricultural products tend to trade above their price of production and, therefore, yield absolute rent. Here again, absolute rent derives from the distribution of surplus value from sectors with a higher to a lower organic composition of capital as a result of the manner of equalization of rates of pro-T in a context of dispersed land ownership and monopoly control over land, and the payment of rent as a condition of access to land. Until the 1960s, most Marxist thought on rent focused on these two forms of rent. The political implications of this were sine qua non. Most Marxists, like Ricardo, considered land ownership as a historically archaic feudal remnant that, although transformed by and incorporated into capitalism, constituted a drain on capital accumulation. It also pitted landowners against both industrial capitalists and tenanted farmers. Landowners were both parasitic on capital accumulation elsewhere and a formidable barrier to the proper functioning of the law of value. Both absolute and monopoly rent express the relative political economic power positions and struggles between landowners and non-owners over the appropriation of the surplus value produced. This approach has changed since the late 1970s, when greater attention began to be paid to the other two forms of rent that Marx identified. This was also a period during which the theoretical and political attention shifted from a focus on agriculture to urban land rent production and distribution. Indeed, the levels of DRI and DRII derive from an entirely different process. These forms of rent refer to the way in which the mobilization of a particular piece of land x the value of the commodities produced in or through it. In other words, DRI and DRII are strictly parallel to the role of technological and organizational change in determining value as socially necessary labor time. While it is still the landowner who is entitled to these rents, the origins of these parts of the total land rent are very different. DRI is related to the absolute, relative, or relational qualities of land as a means of production. It refers to the different qualities of land with equal amounts of capital invested in it. These differing qualities are the result of given, but usually historically produced, socio-natural differences between different plots of land with respect to their ability to sustain the production of value when mobilized in a specie capital circulation process. Indeed, agricultural, resource or urban land of different qualities requires different mobilizations of living labor to produce a given commodity with a given magnitude of capital investment. Consider, for example, how oil wells differ in terms of ease of oil extraction depending on, among others, geological conditions. The difference in the average labor time it takes to produce a given quantity of, say, oil or wheat as a result of differential quality of the land denotes the level of DRI. As such, Marx combines Ricardo's theory of rent with his own theory of value as socially necessary labor time. Rent here modifies or represents the mechanism through which the law of value operates, even in a context of dispersed and private monopoly ownership of land that obstructs the equalization of productivities over time through competition and the capital accumulation process. The Difference in DRI between two pieces of agricultural land resides in the extra surplus value that is generated by cultivating the more fertile land. DRII also derives from rent qualities of land. However, in contrast to the differences underpinning DRI, DRII 312 rent and landed property 313 derives from rental capital investments in pieces of land of equal quality. In other words, the fertility of agricultural land can be enhanced by capital investment. Similarly, the productive capacity of urban land can be improved by new investments in the built environment. This form of investment is strictly speaking identical to other forms of capital investment in the form of technological or organizational improvements in the production process. To the extent that capital investment in the labor process reduces the socially necessary labor time, extra surplus value is generated. Marx denies the surplus, made possible by the sinking of capital into land, as DRII. In sum, while rent accrues to the landowner by virtue of the monopoly ownership of land, the magnitude of land rent is composed of four distinct components: monopoly and absolute rent, and DRI and DRII. It is empirically extraordinarily called to disentangle these four parts in the actual determination and movement of land prices, but, analytically speaking, they are both clearly distinct and of fundamental importance in understanding land rent and its role in the capital accumulation process. It is now also possible to extend the above analysis to locational rent. Urban land rents are forms of locational rent par excellence. The existence of urban rent too is rooted in a species social relationship, that is, the private ownership of land. While absolute rent and DRII are identical to the examples above, concerning agricultural land, DRI takes a slightly rent form. While DRI as net above derives from the socio-natural differences of plots of land, DRI in the case of urban rent relates primarily to locational differences. The latter refer to the position of a particular plot of land in relation to all other possible positions and/or to its position within a larger geographical configuration. This locational rent in the case of production, that is, the superior qualities of a particular place to engage a labor process that requires a lower socially necessary labor time than another location and so generates surplus pro-T, is exactly the source of surplus pro-T that Marx denies as DRI. What is intriguing here is that superior location does not derive from naturally given conditions but, entirely, from historically and socio-spatially produced conditions. The historically geographically produced conditions place a species location in a distinctive position vis-a-vis other places. Consider, for example, the difference in rent between a central Manhattan location, on the one hand, and a rival location on the outskirts of, say, Cairo, on the other. In sum, urban DRI derives from the accrued advantages that have been produced over time as the collective outcome of many successive rounds of capital investments in space and its associated uneven development. These collectively or socially produced locationally, X have a great ECT on land rents, something that can be cashed in freely by the landowner, irrespective of his or her own capital investment in the land. It follows that all manner of individual investments, collective interventions, or state policies directly ECT the magnitude of DRI. In addition, this opens up a vast terrain of possible trade-offs or choices for capitalists. For example, they can decide either to invest in superior technologies or to relocate to cheaper locations. Much of the changing geographies of capital accumulation and its associated dynamic. 313 314 Mosaic of uneven geographical development derive exactly from the space/technology trade-offs that capitalists make on a daily basis. Rent and capital accumulation. Now that we have summarized Marx's theory of the origins and magnitude of land rent and some of its applications, we are in a position to explore the vital but highly contradictory roles that land rent plays in the capital accumulation process. Land rent constitutes a drain on capital accumulation in the sense that, while value is generated through the labor process, rent is appropriated by the landowner purely by virtue of ownership of the land. From this vantage point, land ownership is fundamentally parasitic. Moreover, it pits landed capital against productive capital, often resulting in frenzied inter-capitalist struggles between landowners and other capitalists. However, this parasitic function is complemented by a series of vitally important functions of land ownership. First, land ownership serves a decidedly ideological function as it helps to legitimize the commoditarian and private ownership of everything as the basis of and for social organization. Although land ownership constitutes a barrier for capital accumulation, ownership of land is one of the pillars of a system of generalized commoditarian and private ownership of means of production and reproduction. Second, land rent also plays powerful economic and regulatory roles in capital accumulation. The rent relation orders the uses of land and organizes the spatial division of labor through its indulgence in allocating rent moments, activities, and socio-technical forms of production to rent places and, as such, land rent organizes and regulates the landscapes of production and consumption. Third, through this allocation mechanism, land rent helps to coordinate capital investment by assigning rent forms of capital to distinct locations and activities, producing an unequal and uneven spatial division of labor. Finally, rent mediates and helps to regulate the distribution of investment across interest-bearing, productive, and landed capital. All this turns land rent into one of the most powerful and contradictory aspects of the political economy of capitalism. Not only does it pit landed capital against productive and interest-bearing capital, but it also shapes the condolarists between land for reproductive use, land for resource exploitation, land as a form of capital investment, land as a productive asset, and land as a form of titious capital that circulates as a purely financial asset. This complex set of contradictions points to the need for the state to regulate and coordinate the uses of land so that, of all the diverse means of production and reproduction, land is among the most tightly regulated and intensely contested. Not only is land ownership often strictly regulated by the state through zoning, building codes, planning and so on, the state is itself an active agent in land markets. Needless to say, an intense social struggle unfolds over land use, land rights, and access to land. Small changes in the rules governing land can have an extraordinary impact on the level of rent and, consequently, on protests generated through land ownership. Rent, finance, and fictitious capital. In recent years, attention has moved to the increasing role of land rent and the role of land as a financialized asset. As David Harvey argues, titles to land are functioning increasingly as forms of titious capital, comparable to other financial assets. Rent has become one of the possible forms of generating future claims on value, and land titles have become integral parts of financial capital investment portfolios. Land markets increasingly function as markets in titles to future returns, and they have become an integral part of, often speculative, titious capital circulation and accumulation. Arguably, this is the fully developed capitalist form of the mobilization of land. While ultimately still grounded in the formation of absolute, monopoly, DRI and DRII forms of rent, there is a complex and dynamic relation at work under capitalism that combines the continuous production and transformation of locational rents, the production of temporary monopoly rents, the involvement of the state in producing geographical configurations that enhance DRI for specie locations, and so on. The financial crisis starting in 2007 undoubtedly arose out of the extraordinary speculative carousel of increasing rents while turning these promises into titious capital assets through complex derivative financial instruments. As with all forms of titious capital formation, these speculative carousels are sustained as long as the promises for securing future value entitlements are maintained. The recent history of global capitalism conclusively shows how land and land rent play a pivotal role in capital accumulation while intensifying the very contradictions that are the signature hallmark of mature capitalism. 315 316 50. The social structures of accumulation approach. Stavros D. Mavroudias. The social structures of accumulation approach is a current of contemporary U.S. radical political economy. The latter emerged out of the student militancy and other social movements of the 1960s. These, particularly in the USA, were fomented by the 1973 economic crisis and the Vietnam War. The expansion of radical political economy led to formidable disputes with mainstream economics. This was coupled with the rediscovery of older radical theories, especially those inspired by the Marxian tradition. Remarkably, this new radicalism attempted to renovate these older theories by producing new synthetic versions. Student radicalism slowly trickled into academia and spawned vibrant and indoloriential currents of radical political economy, which dollarized until the conservative onslaught of the 1980s. The creation of the Union of Radical Political Economics provided an organizational umbrella for these initiatives. The emergence of radical political economy was a global phenomenon in the late 1960s. For example, at the same time and with very similar aims, indoloriences and assumptions, the regulation approach was proposed in France. As the term suggests, radical political economy was not simply a continuation of the old political economy traditions but a new breed which combined different versions and theories. One of its main features was a new appetite for the historically concrete as opposed to the abstractness and generality of older traditions. Hence, most of the emerging approaches to radical political economy attempted either to marry contemporary features with grand traditional theory or to supersede the traditional. This appetite for historical concreteness was expressed in radical political economy's quest for intermediate theories that would bridge the abstract general analyses of the old political economy traditions with everyday reality. The vehicle for these intermediate theories was usually the adoption of a middle-range methodology. Intermediate concepts directly established links between abstract and the most concrete phenomena, often focusing on the relationship between the economy and the social and political institutions prevailing in specific historical periods. Indeed, the re-emergence of institutionalism was one of the main aspects of radical political economy. In this way, radical middle-range theories were born, and RA and SSA represent the two most popular versions. SSA's founding hypothesis is that the reproduction of the capitalist system is not based solely on capital accumulation but also requires appropriate institutional structures. This was RST tentatively proposed in an essay by David Gordon, and it was followed by a series of books co-authored by Gordon, Edwards, Reich, and Bowles. The main aim of these works was 316. The Social Structures of Accumulation Approach 317. 2. An intermediate level of analysis, focusing on the logic of long swings and stages of capitalism. The central question was how to explain the dollaructuations over capitalism's long-term evolution and, in particular, the emergence of acute economic and social crises. From this stemmed the SSA's emphasis on long-run dynamics and long waves. However, traditional long-wave theory was considered too economistic and mechanistic, paying insufficient attention to social aspects and the impact of class struggle. Thus, long waves were replaced by long swings and institutionalism, borrowing from the traditional Vebelnian school but also bordering on the new neoclassical institutionalism. Although a demand-side perspective was rejected as inadequate on its own, Keynesian indoloriences came through the emphasis on the uncertainty acting investment decisions. A functional SSA should create security and predictability and, thus, facilitate investment. Unlike RA, which spread from France all over the world, the SSA remained a predominantly US approach with limited indolorience elsewhere. Overall, it followed the same trajectory as other radical middle-range theories. After an inauguration followed by high expectations, it experienced a period of consolidation and expansion both in content and appeal. Similar to RA, SSA has expanded to other branches of the social sciences, particularly sociology and regional theory, while withdrawing to a significant extent from economic analysis per se. In contrast with RA, SSA has strengthened its attachment to Marxism and avoided falling under the sway of postmodernism. As the post-1968 era passed, many of its associated empirical beliefs proved unfounded or dollar-eating. This has prompted a crisis in almost every radical middle-range theory, because of their close identication with particular empirical foundations. Thus, RA has been unable to deny post-Fordism securely and, in the same vein, SSA theorists cannot agree on whether the current period represents a new SSA and, if so, what are its main features. More recent analyses, though not unanimously accepted, argue that there is a new SSA, constructed around neoliberalism, globalization, and nationalization, one not necessarily promoting rapid economic growth as previously asserted for other newly emerging SSAs. Theory, concepts, and periodization. SSA's main intermediate concept is the economic, social, and political institutions that constitute the environment within which the capital accumulation process operates. These institutions are posited as external to the decisions of individual capitals, but they are internal to the macrodynamics of capitalist economies. A period of vigorous accumulation requires the existence of an appropriate SSA. However, every long expansion contains the seeds of its own destruction and, ultimately, both the SSA and capital accumulation collapse, ushering in a possibly long period of stagnation. This is surpassed only when a new SSA emerges. It is posited that the main function of a SSA is to stabilize capital-labor class struggle, intra-capitalist competition, and international relations in directions that are functional to the historically SPCC pattern of capital accumulation. In particular, the construction of deterrent regimes of labor control constitutes the main basis of the SSA approach. 317 318 An SSA includes two boundaries. The inner boundary separates the capital accumulation process itself from their institutional framework. The outer boundary is more $UID since deterrent elements fall within or outside it. It separates the structures and processes that directly and obviously impinge upon the accumulation process from those that affect it only tangentially or occasionally. On the basis of this historically contingent relationship between capital accumulation and its institutional framework, SSA theory distinguishes periods and stages in the evolution of capitalism. In contrast with RA, SSA theory does not propose a universal periodization of capitalism but simply a general toolbox facilitating an appropriate periodization for each country. The model example was proposed for the USA, with 3 SSAs. The RST extends from the end of the Civil War to the turn of the 20th century. The second runs from the beginning of the 20th century until World War II. The third covers the post-war era. As mentioned previously, there is a debate over whether the neoconservative wave of the 1980s onwards led to a new SSA and, if so, what are its defining features. Similar to other such radical middle-range theories, the main benchmark, against which other periods are denied, is the post-war era. This SSA, in the case of the USA, is described by 3 institutional elements: acting the power of capital vis-a-vis labor, foreign countries, and U.S. citizens, the Capital-Labor Accord, which assured management control and labor peace in exchange for rising wages and job security, Pax Americana, which established an international system favorable to U.S. capital, and the Capital-Citizen Accord, which protected capitalists' pursuit of pro-TS while covering some basic citizen needs through public sector provision and demand management. Accordingly, SSA theory constructs elaborate macroeconomic models geared towards empirical testing. In a typical case, vice Boffo. ERS2 such models, a neo-Marxian model focused on class struggle as decisive for the pro-T rate, which determines the rate of accumulation, and a neo-Keynesian model focused on social conditions acting investors' expectations and, thus, determining demand growth. In these respects, the SSA tends to pick an ambiguous path around emphasizing class struggle between capital and labor as dysfunctional and class compromise as functional with, As exemplary illustration, the wage settlement as too high at the expense of pro-TS or too low as the expense of demand, although other institutionalized factors addressing such dualisms in class relations can be incorporated. SSA and Middle Range Theory. SSA theory SUG. ERS from the general descience of radical middle range theories. Its close identication with particular rightly or wrongly emphasized empirical beliefs and the corresponding eclecticism severely curtail its explanatory power. Moreover, its attachment. 318. The social structures of accumulation approach 319. To theory drawn from empirical beliefs associated with particular epochs weakens its analytical power when these epochs pass. With such transformations, intermediate middle-range concepts become notoriously unable to meet their purpose, explaining historical reality, unless the more abstract concepts are amended as history proceeds. As such, the middle-range analytical toolbox tends to become at best a theoretically informed empirical taxonomy. Together with a tendency to theoretical eclecticism, around Keynesianism, Marxism, and varieties of institutionalism, there is a corresponding dolorexability in accommodating national and chronological differences and details across national SSAs themselves. Both theoretical and empirical elements tend to be chosen to tee whatever is focused upon as appropriate national characteristics, with the features of U.S. capitalism to the fore. The SSA approach also suffers from a series of other problems. Its conceptual toolbox is far from elaborate and cannot explain precisely, despite copious attempts, how an SSA supports accumulation and why expansion and stagnation phases last long and why they end. The gist of its answer is to appeal to the indeterminacy of class struggle, which ends up functioning as a black box. The same holds for the crucial transitions from one regime of labor control to another, for which decisive factors from the labor process through trade unionism to political and institutional forms require close examination of corresponding systemic developments in the rhythms and patterns of accumulation. In this light, another problem with SSA is the questionable prioritization of the relationship between the capital accumulation process and the institutional framework as the main locus of intermediate analysis. The institutional framework and social, political, and ideological relations are a derivative of economic relations. But if stages change when economic are disarticulated from institutional relations, then the two are equated. In practice, this results in focusing on institutional changes and thus embracing institutionalism, which relativizes even more the whole analytical toolbox and jeopardizes its explanatory power. After all, given the great dolorexability of institutional forms, it can always be argued that whatever course capital accumulation takes, it has been institutionally sustained or, as necessary, impeded in case of crisis. This is more a phenomenology than an explanation. And crisis theory poses another problem. In general, the SSA approach does not ascribe to a particular general theory of crisis but argues that economic crisis can take any of these forms depending upon specific historical circumstances that can be tracked empirically. However, there is a marked sympathy towards the pro-T-squeeze theory, with low-wage underconsumptionism not far behind, with one or other of these taken as the inevitable consequence of successful accumulation. This is evident in the explanations of the 1973 crisis and its aftermath, but also in the late 19th century U.S. slowdown. The pro-T-squeeze theory of crisis has been proposed by Glynn and Suckley. And, similar to the SSA approach, overemphasizes the role of class struggle. But such theories of crisis have themselves been shown to be inadequate both theoretically and in their scope of factors considered. Finally, there are also problems with several of the SSA's empirical postures. The most controversial is the post-World War II Capital Labor Accord. It suggests that the post-war Golden Age was founded on social peace in the shop dollar, or which was itself based on a 320 compromise between capital and labor. Labor dropped revolutionary and political aspirations in favor of wage increases conceded by capital. The SSA approach adopted this argument from an indulgential USA liberal thesis proposed by Commons and Perlman with particular reference to the USA as an American exceptionalism. SSA held the more moderate but also more general version. The accord was limited and did not imply a total cease of class struggle. Further, the accord was not unique to the USA but a global phenomenon in advanced capitalist countries after World War II. It is supposed to have lasted from the early 1950s until the early 1970s. However, this stance has been criticized on both analytical and empirical grounds. Analytically, it has been disputed whether there can be such a long-term truce in class struggle. And the empirical validity of the accord thesis has been disputed even by those sympathetic to the SSA approach. Ferris accepts that the accord was wishful thinking more than a reality and workers' shop dollar over power actually decreased over the post-war period. McIntyre and Hillard are a devastating critique by surveying the labor relations literature and concluding that there was no accord but simply a short-lived truce. Overall, the SSA approach has aired significant insights into the functioning of modern capitalism. Its focus on historical specificity and its use of empirical evidence has contributed by invigorating contemporary political economy. On the other hand, its middle-range perspective and many of its associated empirical beliefs have limited its contribution. In particular, its general project of constructing an intermediate analysis as a way of understanding both the long-run transformations of the capitalist system and its everyday life, similar to the aims of other radical middle-range theories, has proven to be a dead end. 320 320 321 51 Socialism, Communism, and Revolution. Al Campbell. From the development of his version of historical materialism in the 1840s to his death, Marx consistently referred to the society that would arise from the resolution of the contradictions of capitalism as communism. This can be understood in terms of the use of the terms communism and socialism in Europe in the 1840s. Even as Marx closely mirrored Feuerbach in his materialist rejection of Hegel's idealism, he sharply, and crucially for his theory of history, went on to reject Feuerbach's materialism because the thing, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the percent object or of contemplation, but not as percent sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively. It was from his interaction with the French communist secret societies that Marx discovered the concept of worker self-emancipation, and with that the broader philosophy of praxis that is such an essential element of Marxism. Engels emphasized this in 1890 when explaining why they had called their 1847 work the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Socialism in 1847 sine et a bourgeois movement, communism a working class movement %. And since we were very decidedly of the opinion as early as then that the emancipation of the workers must be the task of the working class itself, we could have no hesitation as to which of the two names we should choose. Preface, 1890 edition. By the 1870s the usage of these terms by Marxists changed, but they continued to be concerned with the same issue Marx expressed 30 years earlier in his famous comment to Ruga: "We do not dogmatically anticipate the world, but only want to end the new world through criticism of the old one." Socialism whose historical action was to come from the ideas of some advocate was referred to as utopian, while socialism whose historical action was to arise from the struggles of the working class in its own self-interest was referred to as scientific. Marxists at the time used the terms scientific socialism and communism as synonyms and, while Marx himself generally described the system likely to arise out of capitalism as communism, he too occasionally used the term scientific socialism as a full synonym. For Marx and his co-thinkers, not only were all social structures in a constant state of change but, in particular, the change from one mode of production to another had to be understood as a transformation that could only occur over time. In his critique of the Gotha program, Marx referred to two phases in the development of a post-capitalist communist society. Concerning the RST phase, he wrote, "What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, 321 321. 322. On the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. In this RST phase of a cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, the key characteristic for Marx was that individual labor no longer exists in an indirect fashion but directly as a component part of total labor under a conscious collective plan. Then the individual producer receives back from society, after the deductions have been made, exactly what he gives to it %. The same amount of labor which he has given to society in one form, he receives back in another. Marx argued that this defect of the dependence of the organization of work on the exchange of equivalents, a bourgeois principle of right, is inevitable in the RST phase of communist society. And it was only by transcending this with the principle of distribution according to need that one could establish a communist society that rested on its own foundations, a communist mode of production, a second and higher phase of communism. In a higher phase of communist society only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. While the NAL transformation of the usage of the words socialism and communism to that used by most Marxists today is often ascribed to Lenin, this change was widespread among Marxists and non-Marxist social democrats at the beginning of the 20th century. Lenin went to great lengths to point out that Marx himself did not use the terms that way, but that this was nevertheless their current usage. Socialism became identi-ed with Marx's RST phase of communism, and full communism or simply communism with his higher phase of communism. For Marx, socialism as a phase in the process of the transition from capitalism to full communism would be characterized by the elimination of many of the negative characteristics of capitalism. That capitalist production decisions are made by individual capitals, are directed toward capital accumulation and are coordinated by markets results in two particularly important restrictions on human development. The RST is a socially #C application of human labor to the transformation of nature. The second is the restriction of workers to being objects of the social process instead of its subjects. And this economic system is enforced through the political rule of the capitalist class. Hence, as seen above, Marx considered as one negation of capitalism that with socialism the means of production would be owned collectively by the producers themselves, thus ending the capitalist system of production decisions and labor allocation. These would now occur according to a plan of conscious cooperation generated by the entire society, acting as a single entity serving its own collective interests. Politically, this socialist economic system would be enforced through the democratic rule of the majority, the working class. Similarly, full communism would be characterized again by a criticism of the old, the elimination of further barriers to authentic human development that still existed under socialism. Above all, this would involve a change in both the nature of the work by which humans reproduce their conditions of existence, and how they understand their collective and individual need for work. Work time would be further cut as the forces of production increased and all the springs of cooperative wealth out more abundantly. Work would no longer stunt human development through the subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and % also the antithesis between mental and physical labor. Note 322-322. Socialism, Communism, and Revolution 323. That this does not mean an end to the division of labor. Most crucially, work would no longer be external forced labor. But for Marx to complete the change in the nature of work to really free work required more than the negative removal of external imposition, it required that work assume a character that could develop the worker's individual and species human potential, and thereby become something that has become not only a means of life but life's prime want. Revolution. Between capitalist and communist society there lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Marx's theory of revolution concerns the how and why of that transformation. The Marxist theory of revolution can be formulated in two ways, as the resolution of the $ICT between forces and relations of production, and as the pursuit of human development. The two formulations are not incompatible, and both are repeatedly presented in Marx's work. Either by itself, however, through its emphasis on one aspect of the nature of revolution, is subject to being interpreted in a partial and one-sided way that would be incorrect. For Marx, the two formulations are two different aspects of a single theory of revolution. Revolution as resolution of the ICT between forces and relations of production. Already in 1847 Marx and Engels wrote of how both the $ICT between the constantly more powerful forces of production and the relations of production had led to the bourgeois revolution that overthrew feudalism, and the same type of $ICT was then unfolding which would lead to the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. At a certain stage in the development of these means of production and of exchange, the conditions under which feudal society produced and exchanged, the feudal organization of agriculture and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces, they became so many fetters. They had to be burst asunder, they were burst asunder %. A similar movement is going on before our own eyes %. For many a decade past the history of industry and commerce is but the history of the revolt of modern productive forces against modern conditions of production, against the property relations that are the conditions for the existence of the bourgeois and of its rule %. The productive forces at the disposal of society no longer tend to further the development of the conditions of bourgeois property, on the contrary, they have become too powerful for these conditions, by which they are fettered, and so soon as they overcome these fetters, they bring disorder into the whole of bourgeois society, endanger the existence of bourgeois property %. Bourgeoisie forged the weapons that bring death to itself. The importance of this formulation lies in its emphasis on the contradictions in the current economic, political, and social order as the root cause of the revolution and the new future that it engenders. This gives rise to Marx's position indicated above that we can see the general shape of the future by studying the present $ists and considering likely forms of 323 324. Their resolution. It is also the source of Marx's many famous laws of motion of society, again understood as tendential and not mechanically determined outcomes. This position is presented in opposition to the approach of the utopian socialists, that a better future will come from the desirable ideas of the minds of social reformers. The weakness of this formulation, when taken by itself, is its openness to a one-sided interpretation that ignores or greatly underemphasizes the role of humans as the necessary active agents to resolve these contradictions. We saw above that this was at the heart of Marx's break with Feuerbach's philosophy. Here care must be taken not to settle for attacking a straw man, in order to understand the depth of what this involved for Marx's theory of revolution. Feuerbach of course knew that social contradictions do not resolve themselves without human agency. But for him the proletariat would exercise a passive practice, directed by philosophy. By 1845 Marx and Engels moved to replace this weaker idea of human agency in the revolution with the concept of a much more active practice and stronger agency, that of self-activity or revolutionary praxis. Revolution as pursuit of human development. From their earliest writings Marx and Engels saw socialism/communism, and hence the revolutionary process that would give rise to it, as the result of the human vocation for self-development. Most often this was stated negatively, in terms of the limitations that capitalist society and its relations of production placed on authentic human development. Marx wrote extensively on this, especially in terms of alienation, well before he immersed himself in his detailed studies of how capitalism functioned. Both Marx and Engels maintained this view throughout their lives. Occasionally they stated so positively and directly. Consider the following two from among the many references to this formulation of socialism/communism as the removal of capitalism's barriers to the development of all human powers or what is truly human. From Marx's early work. If man draws all his knowledge, sensation, etc., from the world of the senses and the experience percent gained in it, then what has to be done is to arrange the empirical world in such a way that man experiences and becomes accustomed to what is truly human in it, and that he becomes aware of himself as a man. If correctly understood, interest is the principle of all morality. Man's private interest must be made to coincide with the interest of humanity. And from Marx's later work. In fact, however, when the limited bourgeois form is stripped away, what is wealth other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces, etc.? Percent. The absolute working out of his creative potentialities, with no presupposition other than the previous historic development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. the development of all human powers as such, the end in itself. This presentation of Marx's theory of revolution, less common than the former presentation during the 20th century, has attracted growing attention today as a complement to that position, particularly as a current in the discussion of socialism of the 21st. 324. Socialism, Communism, and Revolution 325. Century. Two works that present this formulation of Marx's theory of revolution at greater length are Draper and Lowy. The importance of this formulation lies in its addressing Marx's concern with Feuerbach by placing human self-activity at the center of his theory of revolution, as Marx held was necessary. It makes clear an aspect of Marx's revolutionary worldview too often downplayed or ignored by some advocates of scientific socialism, what Fromm referred to as Marx's faith in man, in his capacity to liberate himself, and to realize his potentialities. If this latter is not possible, then the Marxist political project itself becomes utopian. When understood as a complement to Marx's theory of revolution as the resolution of the $ICT between the forces and relations of production, it precludes a politically sterile theory of revolution that counterposes a focus on the laws of motion of capitalism to a focus on the human actors who must ECT all changes. The weakness of this formulation, when taken by itself, is its openness to voluntarism, an incorrect understanding of the potential for change that downplays or ignores the objective limitations imposed by the environment that the protagonists are operating in. Attempts to ECT revolutionary transformations that are inconsistent with the existing state of the contradictions in a particular capitalist formation can be much worse than inactive. Such voluntarism can give rise to actions that retard the movement to remove the capitalist barriers in beginning the process of building a socialist/communist society. Conclusion. Socialism/communism for Marx arose from, and was denuded by, a resolution of the Condolarists in capitalism, contradictions that limited the realization of humanity's potential. This was understood to be a historically contingent and not mechanistically determined process. Among other negations of capitalism, socialism as the RST phase of this process would be characterized by two essential transformations. The RST is the economic liberation from the capitalist market system through its replacement by an economy run according to a democratically determined collective plan. The second is the political liberation from the rule of the capitalist class through the institution of working class or popular democracy. Among other negations of socialism, full communism as the second phase of this process would be characterized by three essential transformations. The RST is the reduction and humanization of work, including an end to the subordination of the individual to the divisions of labor and with that the antithesis of manual and mental labor. The second is an accompanying change in the understanding of work from something negative that is externally imposed and which is merely necessary for physical survival, to something that develops humans as individuals and as a species. The third is the replacement of the old principle of right, the exchange of equivalents, by a new principle of right that yields distribution to each according to his needs. Marx's theory of revolution then concerns the how and why of the transformation from capitalism to the socialism/communism. Marx presented his theory of revolution in two complementary ways. On the one hand, This revolutionary transformation is the working out of the condolorists of the forces and relations of production in capitalism. On 325 326. The other hand, this revolutionary transformation results from the vocation of humans as individuals and as a species to achieve their potential. The former formulation stresses the objective basis for the revolutionary transformation and guards against a revolutionary voluntarism that could arise from the second formulation by itself. The second formulation stresses the necessary central role of self-activating humans in creating a better world, and guards against a mechanistic determinism that could arise from the RST formulation by itself. Both of these presentations appear throughout Marx's work, and one can only understand Marx's theory of revolution as the simultaneous presentation of them both. 326 326. 327. 52 Sociology Alberto Toscano. Among all the academic disciplines, sociology is today alone in according more or less canonical status to Marx. The presence of Marx among the founding fathers, and the absorption of a number of Marxian concepts into sociological common sense, have nevertheless been accompanied by an abiding suspicion of the supposedly reductive assumptions of Marxism, perceived as a tradition of thought that subsumes the social to the economic. As the political and ideological underpinnings of the contrast between sociology and Marxist political economy have become less urgent, however, greater possibilities for constructive critical dialogue have opened up. At the same time, much contemporary social theory, from actor network theory to post-colonial studies, is predicated on the repudiation of what are regarded as foundational tenets of Marxism, above all the assumption of totalizable entities like history, capitalism, and the social. Widespread emphasis on constructivism, historical difference and multiplicity poses interesting challenges to Marxist political economy, which are in many respects from the criticisms levied at Marxism by mainstream sociology in the 20th century. Marx's own intellectual development overlapped with the disciplinary prehistory of sociology. Though Marx took a dim view of the positivist system building of Auguste Comte, who had coined the neologism sociology in 1838, Comte's own erstwhile mentor Saint-Simon, alongside Charles Fourier and Robert Owen, was presented by him and Engels as a utopian forerunner of a modern, scientific socialism. Writing in the aftermath of the French Revolution, the utopian socialists registered the class antagonisms and economic tensions characterizing an emergent industrial society. But the immature character of the class struggle, as well as their hostility toward revolution, meant that their transformative vision, devoid of a real historical subject, could only devolve into sterile and fantastic plans, or ameliorative projects of reform. Ironically, the formation of a new social science, searching after new social laws, as Marx and Engels write in the manifesto, appears as a result of the inability to discern the real historical conditions of class struggle and capitalist development. The gradualist, evolutionist and anti-political nature of these utopian doctrines, seeking harmonious progress rather than disruptive revolution, can also be fruitfully linked to the class perspective of their advocates, who present the struggle as one between the industrious and the idle, rather than the exploiters and the exploited. Whatever its accuracy, the analysis of utopian socialism marks an important dimension of Marxism's contribution to sociology, to wit the study of the historical, political, and economic context for the emergence of particular views of society. This social science may be viewed as a precursor of various sorts of redolorexive sociology, for instance, in the work of Pierre Bourdieu. Marx's historical and theoretical explanation of the uniqueness of capitalism, or 327 327. 328. Modern bourgeois society is at the heart of his contribution and challenge to sociology. Many of the social phenomena identified by Marx in Capital and other writings, from the increasingly abstract character of social relations under capitalism to the descaling of labor, from the dynamic of technological innovation to the destructive impact of capitalism on traditional modes of life and production, became the stock in trade of sociological narratives of industrial modernity. Yet, as Marx himself repeatedly noted, his primary contribution lay not in the depiction of the effects of capitalism, nor even in the identikation of class struggle, but in the understanding of the logical structure and historical tendencies of modern bourgeois society. Here, Marx's critical insight that the legal, political, and ideological facets of social life were to be grounded in what Enlightenment thinkers and Hegel called civil society, and that the anatomy of civil society was to be located in political economy is crucial. Classical sociology tended to view the individualization of society as a problem to be countered by corporatism, as a vehicle of freedom or as a kind of inexorable fate. Marx's turn to political economy permitted him to evade the moral antinomy of individualism and collectivism for a systematic investigation of capitalist society which accounted for the simultaneous reality of atomization and socialization. This dialectic was entirely missed by the Parsonian view of Marx as a utilitarian. Though Marx had argued philosophically in his early writings for a view of human individuals as fundamentally social beings, he did not juxtapose a normative view of the social to the realities of capitalism. Rather, he sought to identify the manner in which capitalism both fostered and brutally denied the potential for the development of polyvalent social individuals. Instead of playing social interests against individual interests, as the likes of Durkheim would later do, Marx's imminent critique of political economy sought both to show the weakness of the liberal faith in the benevolence of the market mechanism and to outline the possibilities for emancipation borne by modern bourgeois society. The very idea of contradiction can be regarded as a powerful way of thinking about the relationships between systemic tendencies, political economic constraints, and social potentials. Thus, the dynamic of technological development harbors a promise to escape the realm of social necessity, at the same time as the imperatives of capitalist accumulation result in the continued exploitation of otherwise superdollar use work and the reproduction of an immiserated reserve army of labor. An understanding of the restless dynamism of capitalism, but also of the several limits that capital accumulation throws up to its own perpetuation sets the Marxian tradition apart from those sociologies which perceive the problems of order, stability, or cohesion as ones that could be addressed without transforming or indeed abolishing the class relation. Like early variants of utopian socialism, contemporary calls for revitalizing social capital, rebuilding communities, or establishing a harmonious society, which often nd their way into the normative or prescriptive dimension of much academic sociological writing, neglect the underlying necessity in capitalist society of 328. Sociology 329. The production of social inequality and instability. Is this to say that the accusations of economism and determinism are on the mark? Like many sociologists after him, Marx presents modern society as a complex system of compulsions and constraints, in which the free will of the individual may be a legal and political postulate, but cannot lie at the basis of social explanation. The agency of capitalists, for instance, is that of personifications of the accumulation process, which in some of his pages appears as an automatic subject. Though their individual actions may be the object of denunciation and disgust, as they often are in Marx, they are the bearers of a historical logic they do not master. But as his early preoccupations with alienation and estrangement suggest, Marx never forgets the source of this seemingly autonomous system of abstract domination in labor power. Though the ECT of capitalist imperatives on the organization of production and society may be similar to a Weberian rationalization, or to other narratives of modernity as an increasingly depersonalized, mechanized, and nihilistic time, the contradictory reliance of capitalism on living labor, and the formation of this living labor into a class, means that, even in brands of Marxism which have let go of any teleological perspectives on the inevitability of socialist revolution, the possibility of collective agency can never be excised. Despite Marx's own protestations, the analysis of classes remains at the core of the contribution of Marxist political economy to sociological research. While not denying the realities of the antagonism between labor and capital, classical sociology had already questioned the idea of a class structure deriving principally from placement in the production process, presenting class identity in terms of relations to the market, life chances, and emphasizing the codeterminant role of status. The past 3 decades, beginning with diagnoses of the qualitative and quantitative marginalization of the industrial working class in advanced capitalist economies, have witnessed an increasing attack on the centrality of class analysis, which has been taxed for its essentialism and inability to register the complexities of identity formation and power in contemporary societies. Thus, approaches that had at one point appeared as complementary or corrective to Marxian class analysis, from the study of the powers and knowledges that discipline the individual bodies of docile workers to the feminist emphasis on the role of housework in the reproduction of labor power, and of patriarchy in the perpetuation of class domination, have grown estranged from the materialist investigation of relations of production and relations in production. Faced with the persistence or exacerbation of inequality, much sociology has bypassed a systematic account of the economic basis for its production, resorting instead to a vocabulary of exclusion, whose moral impetus is rarely matched by analytical acumen. Strands of contemporary social theory that still retain an orienting reference to Marxism, for instance, the post-workerist tradition whose most prominent guru is Antonio Negri, maintain a view of capitalist exploitation as the basic fact of contemporary life but, perceiving this exploitation as increasingly directed at society as a whole, they present the exploited not as a class but as a multitude. Relying on remarks in the Grundrisse about the increasing insignificance of individual labor time, they underscore the contradiction between increasingly cognitive productive forces grounded on immediately social cooperation and the individualizing relations of production based on imposing the wage form and property. 329 330. Rights. In this case, we can see that denials of some of the fundamental tenets of Marxist political economy can be accompanied by reinstatements of some of its most orthodox schemas. Aided in this by politically expedient forms of Marxist dogmatism, it can be said that much contemporary social thought has latched onto the changing appearance of class phenomena to dismiss their reality. The lost centrality of the paradigmatic male industrial worker, and of the working class as a social identity, together with the apparent ubiquity of cultural, cognitive, and active work, has produced a kind of disciplinary blindness to the persistence, or even intensification, of many of the class dynamics analyzed by Marxist political economy. The continual commodification of social relations, the active increase in working hours, and the often pitiless taylorization of cognitive labor are opaque phenomena unless we maintain a Marxist focus on class as exploitation, and a continued engagement with the contradictory reproduction of class relations in the institutions and ideologies of capitalist society. Rather than treating variations in the forms of state power, economic institutions, and modes of subjectivity as objects of a purely descriptive or empiricist social science, Marxist political economy can allow sociology to delve into the mechanisms that make it so that capitalism can only reproduce itself by continually transforming its institutional and ideological environment, by justifying class exploitation in novel ways and by eliciting cultural forms in keeping with its regime of accumulation. Attention to the dynamics of capitalist reproduction, and the resistance to it, can allow a rich political economic contextualization of a number of prominent themes in recent social theorizing, from the emergence of the network as an organizational form to the Foucauldian concern with the politics of life and populations, from the preoccupation with materiality and the body to debates on the aesthetics of postmodernism. Some fruitful dialogue between Marxist political economy and sociology can already be seen in recent depictions of neoliberalism as a utopian ideology, a form of governmentality, or a project aiming at the restoration of class power. Teleological formulations which Marxism inherited from a certain 19th-century ideology of progress have also led many Marxists and sociologists to ignore the capacity of Marxist political economy to account for the centralizing and homogenizing tendencies of capitalism, together with its abiding reliance on differentiation and division. As Marxist geographers have perspicuously indicated, the unique inherence of capitalism to specie use values and concrete labors is a source of the kind of production of sameness decried by critics of modernity, but it also underlies a fundamental opportunism, today exacerbated by the predatory mobility of natural capital, for which difference appears as an asset. The return of varieties of formal subsumption of labor, the reliance in certain sectors on absolute rather than relative surplus value, the persistence of primitive accumulation to compensate for the limits of expanded reproduction, the creation of artificial rents in intellectual property, or indeed the persistent resort to cheap manual labor where investment in automation is not lucrative, all of these are phenomena that a non-teleological political economy with roots in Marx's analysis of capitalism is well equipped to account for, while in mainstream sociological thought they 330 Sociology 331 are often treated either as manifestations of globalization or as arguments against any underlying logic of social change. Though polemics against Marxism have waned, contemporary sociology still remains in many ways determined by its attempt to demarcate itself from the critique of political economy. Turns to difference, complexity, culture, and materiality can be made intelligible in part through their negative reference to an essentialist, deterministic and economist Marxism. But a broad move from explanation to description, from totality to multiplicity, and from macro to micro sociological perspectives has also entailed the abandonment or attenuation of many preoccupations of classical sociology. Thus, rather than providing a different form of class analysis, class has been sidelined as a preoccupation. And, whilst departing from sociology's traditional concern with the uniqueness of modern industrial capitalism, post-structuralist and post-colonial perspectives have questioned the very existence of capitalism as a uni-ed system or category. Ironically, much of this anti-essentialist attack has taken place not so much against Marxism as against the understanding of economic behavior in neoclassical economics, mainstream development theory and neoliberalism. Economic sociology and economic anthropology have thus been enlisted to demonstrate the precariousness and constructed character of markets, monies, and the economy, in many ways breaking with the implicit reliance on marginalism and neoclassical economics of earlier mainstream social research. Much of this research has generated important insights into the technological, relational, and cultural embeddedness of social relations of production, consumption and distribution, as well as pointing to the kinds of symbolic and material force necessary to reproduce the conditions for accumulation. But, aside from references to the substantivist vision of livelihood in Karl Polanyi, the sociological exploration of the socio-technical devices that make the tion of Homo economicus possible has generally refrained from combining its empirical inquiries with a broader critical explanation of the dynamics of capitalism as a whole. Recent sociological inquiries provide rich descriptions of the underpinnings of economic behavior. However, they have a hard time accounting for the broader systemic compulsions which set the parameters for the strategies and operations of individuals, RMS, and states. This is largely because of their neglect of the specificity of capitalism as a society in which the social form of labor is dictated by the value form, and in which concrete labors and human differences are subsumed by the commensurability of abstract labor and the general equivalence of money. Thus, inquiries into the role of mathematical theories in performing the economy, or attention to the ubiquity of technical devices that make market transactions possible, often ignore the potent contribution of Marx's theory to account for the real abstractions that dominate a society uniquely driven by an accumulation inherent to its content, just as they forget that non-human agency takes specie forms in a world of commodity fetishism where social relations between individuals really appear as social relations between things. The Marxist critique of political economy should not be presented as a REIED, nostalgic description of 19th-century industrial capitalism. It is, instead, a method for understanding a society dominated by the value form, founded on exploitation and reproduced through historically mutable institutional and ideological arrangements. Seen in this light, it becomes possible to envisage ways in which detailed sociological ethnographies of economic life can be brought into dialogue with Marxist. 331 332 Method, understood as a method that ascends from the simple abstractions it extracts from the critique of political economy to their complex, concrete, and conjuncturally specific existence in different domains of accumulation and production. Throughout its history, Marxism has been alternatively viewed as precursor, a component, or a rival of sociology. A constitutive resistance to academic disciplinarity, and a principled objection to treating the social as a distinct sphere of human life, means that, despite Bukharin's attempt in the 1920s, Marxism could never truly present itself as a system of sociology. This has not precluded the production of important sociological research founded on Marxian methods, from the writings of Koskay and Mehring at the end of the 19th century, to the studies of fascism in the 1930s and 1940s by associates of the Frankfurt School, to inquiries into the labor process and class reproduction in the 1970s and 1980s. Burawa and Wright have even proposed sociological Marxism as a platform from which to build a non-teleological Marxism and a project of socialist emancipation after the collapse of communist orthodoxy. The recent return of economic preoccupations to the forefront of sociological research, and the widespread delegitimation of neoliberalism, can provide a rich context for a redolorexive, critical Marxism once again to ECT the shape and trajectory of sociological research. 332 333 53 The State Bob Jessup. This entry is primarily concerned with the contributions of Marx and Engels to the critical analysis of the state in capitalist societies, the richness and strengths of which are often overlooked due to exaggerated concern with the more propagandistic and relatively early text of the Communist Manifesto or with the more abstract and more directly economic analyses of works such as Capital. Here more attention is given to the full range of the work of these gurs. The entry then turns to the theoretical and political analyses of the social democratic and communist movements and also examines the contributions of the Frankfurt School, Antonio Gramsci and successive generations of post-war Marxist theorists. Marx and Engels. Marx and Engels engaged in several sorts of analyses of the state, critiques of political theory analogous to Marx's critique of economic categories in classical and vulgar political economy, historical analyses of the development, changing architecture, and class character of specific states, conjunctural analyses of particular political periods and or sine Kant events, analyses of the form of the capitalist type of state, albeit primarily from the viewpoint of its with the logic of capital accumulation, historical analyses of the state in pre-capitalist modes of production and in contemporary societies outside of Europe and the United States, and more strategic, politically motivated accounts that were intended to indulgence the course of political debates within the labor movement. In his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right and his introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx argued that the emerging bourgeois social formation was characterized by the institutional separation of the public sphere, with the state at its center, in which politics is oriented to the collective interest, and civil society, in which private property and individual self-interest are dominant. Against Hegel's claim that the modern state could and would represent the real common or organic interests of all members of society, Marx argued that it could represent only an illusory community of interest beneath which would lie the continuing antagonisms, crass materialism, and egoistic condolorists of a society based on private property ownership and waged labor. Thus he concluded that Hegel had failed to recognize that the real world itself was contradictory and undermined attempts to secure political unication, and that true emancipation and a true community of interests required the abolition of private property. 333 333. 334. The state in historical materialism. The specie economic form, in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of direct producers, determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and, in turn, reacts upon it as a determining element. Upon this, however, is founded the entire formation of the economic community which grows up out of the production relations themselves, thereby simultaneously its specie political form. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers %%, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specie form of the state. This implies that the social relations of production shape the social relations of domination and servitude. It does not mean that specie state policies can be read directly from the current economic conditions. Rather, Marx argues that the form of political organization corresponds to the form of economic organization. Thus an economic order based on private property, the wage relation and pro-T-oriented, market-mediated exchange naturally ts or corresponds with a political order based on the rule of law, equality before the law and a uni-ed sovereign state. This highlights the formal adequacy of bourgeois democracy to a consolidated, pro-Torient, market-mediated capitalist mode of production. In this context, economic struggle will normally occur within the logic of the market and political struggle will normally occur within the logic of the representative state based on the rule of law. This means that class is absent as an explicit organizing principle of the capitalist type of state. There is no legal monopoly, no exclusivity of political power for the dominant class. It must compete on formally equal terms with members of subordinate classes for power. This leads Marx to write in The Class Struggles in France, 1848-1850, that there is a basic contradiction at the heart of a democratic constitution. For, whereas it gives universal suffrage to the proletariat, peasantry and petty bourgeoisie, whose social slavery the constitution is to perpetuate, it sustains the social power of the bourgeoisie by guaranteeing private property rights. From the RST group it demands that they should not go forward from political to social emancipation, from the others that they should not go back from social to political restoration. This contradiction explains why Marx rarely resorts to directly economic arguments in explaining the development of specie political regimes or the content of specie state policies, for this depends on a specie dynamic of political struggles rather than on immediate economic circumstances. He therefore pays careful attention to state forms, political regimes, political discourses, the balance of political forces and so on, as well as to changing economic circumstances, economic crises, underlying contradictions, and so on. Marx's historical materialist approach highlights the formal analysis of the relation of sovereignty and dependency in the capitalist mode of production. A formal analysis is not superficial, it focuses on social forms and their materially, form does make a difference. But his approach also considers, when appropriate, the historical dimension, that is, state building. An adequate state form must be constructed. It does not emerge automatically along with bourgeois relations of production. As the Communist Manifesto 334-334, the State 335 notes, it took many centuries of political class struggle before the bourgeoisie, aided by the establishment of large-scale industry and the world market, nally gained exclusive political control through the modern representative state. This and other analyses highlight the zigs and zags, leads and lags in the rise of the modern representative state, if it does, indeed, emerge. Moreover, given its inherently contradictory nature, it is also vulnerable to destabilization if the compromise between subordinate and dominant classes around their political and social power respectively breaks down. Capital, nation, and the state. Marx considered capitalism to be a political as well as economic phenomenon. This is clear from his many discussions of the state's role in promoting primitive and routine accumulation and in securing the conditions for social order in class-divided social formations. An important point that would merit further development is his observation that axes are the existence of the state expressed in economic terms. But he never wrote the missing book on the state, with the result that he focused more on the economic than the political dynamic of accumulation and, indeed, given the absence of the proposed book on labor, on the viewpoint of capital more than the working class. Some key points nonetheless emerge. First, individual capitals are prevented from using direct coercion in the labor process and in their competition with other capitals, but the state protects private property and the sanctity of contracts on behalf of capital as a whole. This enables capital to insist on its right to manage the labor process, to appropriate surplus labor and to enforce contracts with other capitals. Second, capitalism requires free wage labor, and the state creates this through its role in ending feudal privileges, promoting the enclosure of the commons, punishing vagabonds, imposing the obligation to enter the labor market, but the state also enables workers to exercise ownership of their own labor power freely, secures conditions for the reproduction of wage labor, imposes factory laws, responds to the housing question, secures cheap food, and so on. Third, the modern representative state does not itself engage in pro-table economic activities. Capital prefers to provide them itself and to get the state to undertake economically and socially necessary activities that are unpro-table. The nature of these latter activities changes across social formations and over time. Fourth, the modern state finances its own activities from taxation. This is a necessary burden on capital, or from public debt, which limits the state's freedom of maneuver under threat of a capital strike or capital dollarization. Thus the modern state's activities depend on a healthy, growing economy, which ties political programs to economic imperatives. Marx and Engels often note that, while capitalism tends to develop the world market, there are many states. In their time, the uneven development of capitalism even in Europe and the weakness of many small states prompted the emergence of national states to organize large internal markets and compete with other economies and their national capitals. Most states also adopted protectionist policies, whether national or imperial in organization. Further, when Marx and Engels wrote, Individual Citizenship. 335 336. And democracy could be better organized around national states or nation states, which could provide the basis for an illusory community of interests. Accordingly, Marx and Engels generally backed the development of national states on the grounds that they facilitated the organization of democratic struggles, initially for an ascendant bourgeoisie, later for the working class movement. Their views on nationalism, however, were mixed. On the one hand, they recognized that, historically, some nations are oppressed and deserved political freedom. On the other hand, they believed that not all nations could build states and exercise self-determination, and that nationalism also divides the working class. Marx analyzed legislation on the length of the working day and the employment of women and children as instances of the need for state intervention in the organization of labor markets and working conditions in the interests of capital itself as well as working class families. Competition between capitals prevented any individual capitalist from being the RST to cut hours, reduce female and child labor and improve working conditions. Yet cutthroat competition produced growing infant and adult mortality, demographic decline, and declining productivity, all of this reported by factory inspectors and other state #chales. Trade unions, bourgeois socialists, philanthropists and progressive capitalists allied to press the state to pass legislation against the will of many individual capitalists. This is an example of what Engels would later call the role of the state as the ideal collective capitalist. Marx was also strongly interested in what the French Revolution and the subsequent development of the French state suggested about the contribution of the bourgeois democratic regime to capitalist economic and political development. The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte is justifiably the most famous of his writings on France. It is a study in the specificity of political struggles on the terrain of the modern state. There is no class that is directly and unambiguously represented as such on the political scene, and Marx takes great pains to decipher the class bases and / or class relevance of different political forces, for example, political factions, political parties, the army, paramilitary forces, political mobs, intellectuals, journalists and so on. Marx did not regard these linkages as transparent or straightforward but as deeply problematic and highly mediated. He thereby shows that the state is not a simple committee for managing the common heirs of the whole bourgeoisie and / or the executive committee of the ruling class. Different regimes have different effects on class struggle, privileging different interests and making it easier or harder to build economic stability, political order, and social cohesion. Bonaparte's coup d'état was an opportunistic effort to seize power that was accepted because of a growing political crisis and widespread fears about the collapse of social order in a period when the dominated classes were politically pluralist and / or inclined to support a strong leader. Yet the very autonomy of the Bonapartist dictatorship as the consolidated dictatorship of the whole bourgeoisie also threatened the economic interests of the dominant classes. Within a short period, however, state power was once more tied. 336. The state 337. To capitalist interests through the growth of state debt and the Bonapartist state's role in promoting economic expansion, the expropriation of the peasantry and overseas economic adventures. This text also studied the organizational problems facing subordinate classes in moving from being classes against capital to classes for themselves, that is, from resisting to abolishing capital. Two famous examples are the small-holding conservative peasantry, which, because of their rural isolation, relations of production and dependence on usurious capital and local political gers, form a class like potatoes in a sack form a sack of potatoes and therefore need to be represented by others rather than doing this themselves. Louis Bonaparte performed this task rhetorically but not in practice, and the lumpenproletariat, déclassed elements, that are inherently disorganized, side opportunistically with one camp or another, and hence prove unreliable allies. More generally, Marx developed a rich vocabulary for analyzing political class relations, for example, class in charge of state, supporting classes, literary representatives, political parties, the class relevance of political discourses and so on. This vocabulary is politically specific and not reducible to issues of economic class relations. Engels discovered the class state in action in Manchester when Marx was still critiquing Hegel's idealist theory of the state. In The Condition of the Working Class in England, Engels explored the class nature of the local and national state in promoting industrialization and suppressing working class organization. He was an expert on military affairs and warfare and wrote much, as did Marx, on specific political conjunctures and particular aspects of state policy. In later life, he attempted to develop a general theory to explain the origins of the state and its contribution to economic development. He also elaborated sine-cant arguments on the autonomy of the legal system in capitalist societies and the importance of legal ideology. These insights cast important light on the autonomy of the modern state. In other work, he studied the specificity of the capitalist state, which he described occasionally as the ideal collective capitalist. This denotes the state's role in articulating and promoting the collective interests of capital against those of particular capitals, a task it could perform precisely because it was not a real capitalist but a political force standing over and against civil society and hence capable of acting on behalf of all capitals. Later Marxist views. This entry cannot provide a comprehensive historical and thematic survey of subsequent Marxist theories. Instead, it identifies some broad trends and notes some major lines of analysis. The Second International and the Comintern inclined to one-sided accounts of the state. These were closely linked to political practice, that is, they served party political and trade union purposes, rather than more academic interests. Both movements tended to see the state either as an instrument of particular capitalist interests or the wider ruling class in specie national or imperialist contexts or as having changing forms and functions that largely redirected the underlying economic base. Whereas the Second International tended to believe that a parliamentary road to socialism might be possible, the Comintern followed Marx and, more importantly, Lenin in arguing that even the bourgeois democratic 337 338 Republic was essentially capitalist and should be replaced with a new state form based on direct democracy, an aspiration that condolerized with the eventual development of party dictatorships. These theories were mode-ed in light of continuing changes in capitalism, imperialism, militarism, the clash between the capitalist and socialist blocs, and, likewise, as more crisis-prone periods alternated with more stable periods. But these modifications left the basically instrumentalist and/or reductionist nature of the overall approach untouched. The interwar period saw two significant developments in Marxist theorization. First, early critical theorists debated contemporary trends towards a strong, bureaucratic state, whether authoritarian or totalitarian. This allegedly matched the development of organized or state capitalism to an enhanced role for the mass media in securing the ideological power of the dominant class, and to to incorporate or else brutally repress the trade union movement. These ideas are still indulgential. And, second, albeit largely unnoticed at the time outside Italy, Antonio Gramsci, a leading figure in the Italian Communist Party who was imprisoned by the fascist government, developed a radically new approach in his prison notebooks to the state and state power. This approach has been very important since his work was published in the 1960s and 1970s. Gramsci rejected instrumentalism and class reductionism and aimed to develop an autonomous Marxist science of politics as it operated in capitalist societies, as well as to establish the most likely conditions and suitable strategies for revolution in the West as opposed to the East. He argued that a Leninist vanguard party and revolutionary coup d'état were inappropriate for the West, and he advocated a mass movement that would establish its national popular hegemony before an eventual politico-military resolution. Gramsci denounced the state as the entire complex of practical and theoretical activities with which the ruling class not only justifies and maintains its dominance but manages to win the active consent of those over whom it rules. He focused on the state in its inclusive sense, suggesting that the state 5 political society 1 civil society, and that state power in the West is best analyzed in terms of hegemony armored by coercion. He identified two modes of class domination, force and hegemony. Force was not exclusively identified with the state nor hegemony with civil society. In this context, Gramsci focused on the relative weight in different societies of coercion, fraud, corruption, passive revolution and active consent. Three of his arguments are especially noteworthy. First, he argued that ethico-political ideas were important elements in the reciprocal shaping of the economic base, the juridico-political superstructure, and the moral and intellectual eld. He used the notion of historical bloc to refer to the resulting structural unity of a social formation. Second, he proposed the concept of hegemonic bloc to refer to a durable alliance of class forces organized by a class that has proved capable of exercising political 338 the state 339 intellectual and moral leadership over the dominant classes and the popular masses. Gramsci gave a key role here to organic intellectuals, that is, intellectuals with an organic link to either the ruling or revolutionary classes, able to articulate hegemonic projects that express their own long-term class interests in national popular terms. Third, he emphasized the need for a decisive economic nucleus as the basis for long-term hegemony and criticized efforts to construct an arbitrary, rationalistic, and willed hegemony that ignored economic realities. Marxist interest in the state, going well beyond the main pre-war approaches and arguments, revived in the late 1960s and 1970s. Orts were made to show that states in advanced capitalist economies could not abolish capital's contradictions and crisis tendencies through measures such as Keynesianism, planning, and the welfare state. Such work also sought initially to derive the necessary form and functions of the capitalist state from the basic categories of Marx's critique of political economy and to prove that contemporary states could not escape the basic constraints of the capital relation. This literature rapidly became more abstract and inward-looking, and most of it is now forgotten. But several of the better analysts did formulate two key insights that remain highly relevant. First, in turning from functional analysis to form analysis, Marxist state theorists discovered that form threatens function rather than following from function. Thus this generation of Marxist scholars explored how the institutional separation of the state from the market economy, a separation which was regarded as a necessary and inane feature of capitalist societies, results in the dominance of different institutional logics and modes of calculation in the state and the economy. There is no guarantee that political outcomes will serve the needs of capital, even if the state is operationally autonomous. This conclusion fueled work on the structural contradictions, strategic dilemmas, and path-dependent development of specie state forms. Similar conclusions were reached, of course, by Marx and Engels in their theoretical and political studies. Second, gradually abandoning views of the state apparatus as a simple thing or a unitary class subject, Marxist theorists analyzed state power as a complex social relation. They studied the biases inscribed in different forms of state and political regime and the factors that shape their strategic capacities. They showed that the state as an ensemble of institutions had a specie differential impact on the ability of various political forces to pursue particular interests and strategies in and through access to and control over given state capacities, themselves always dependent for their effects on links to forces and powers beyond the state. More attention was also paid to the variability of these capacities, their organization and exercise. This prompted greater emphasis on the relational nature of state power and on states' capacities to project their power into social realms well beyond their own institutional boundaries. And, as with the RST set of insights, it also led to more complex studies of struggles, institutions and political capacities. These views were also anticipated in the work of Marx and Engels, especially in their historical analyses and their overall emphasis on the nature of state power as a social relation, and, equally importantly, especially for post-war scholarship, in the work of Antonio Gramsci. 339 340. Conclusion. It is surprising in many respects how much recent scholarship has recovered some key of Marx and Engels. They argued that capitalism requires a clear separation between the economy within the capitalist mode of production and the juridico-political system within this same mode of production. Each system had its own logic, pro-T-oriented, market-mediated exchange versus orientation to the national interest that aired some prospects of reconciling competing individual interests. While the bourgeois democratic republic was the best means to achieve this formally, it does not follow that all capitalist states will be democratic. Once democratic regimes are established, they cannot be overturned, or the specie policies pursued by bourgeois democratic states, let alone by all states in capitalist society, will be substantively adequate to capital accumulation or the overall reproduction of capitalist relations of production. Indeed, it would be a great mistake to treat every state in a capitalist society as possessing the features of the capitalist type of state as analyzed in more abstract terms in Marxist work. There is no obvious, one-to-one correlation between economic class interests and the forms of political representation and the organization of political forces. In particular, one must recognize tendencies towards state failure and the distinctive features of political and state crises. It is therefore necessary to explore the specificities of political class struggle through a conjunctural analysis of the horizons of action of various political forces, their class relevance, if any, and their implications for the reproduction of economic, political, and ideological class domination over different time periods. but it is also important to relate these specificities to the overall critique of political economy, without which one risks falling into one-sided political analyses and misses the connection to the overall logic or dynamic of capital accumulation. 340 340 341 54 Transformation problem Alfredo Saad Filho. The transformation of values into prices of production is one of several shifts in the form of value examined in Capital. These shifts are introduced sequentially, as Marx gradually reconstructs the processes of capitalist reproduction and accumulation across increasingly complex levels of analysis. $Y, in Capital I Marx reviews the process of production of value, including the determination of commodity values through the competition between capitals producing identical use values. Capital II examines the conditions of social and economic reproduction through the circulation of the value produced across the economy. Finally, Capital III addresses two aspects of the distribution of value. First is distribution across competing industrial capitals in different sectors, which concerns the possibility of capital migration and, consequently, the allocation of labor across the economy and the composition of the output. Second are the relationships between industrial, commercial, and natural capital and the landowning class, showing how part of the surplus value is captured in exchange as commercial property, interest, and rent. The Anglo-Saxon literature has tended to see these processes in isolation from one another, with treatment of the TVPP focused narrowly on the quantitative relationship between vectors of equilibrium values and prices, and the corresponding redistribution of surplus value and property. This analytical separation is incorrect, because these processes are integrally related to one another, and to the logic both of capital accumulation, and of Marx's Capital. Nevertheless, this separation is, largely, due to the fact that this literature perceives the TVPP, uniquely, to articulate the intangible domain of values with the visible realm of prices. Other contributory factors include the dollarizing engagement of mainstream economists, who saw in the TVPP an opening to attack the logical consistency of Marxism, and the wish of SRA and economists to sideline their most significant rival amongst the heterodoxy. At another level, the TVPP has often provided the canvas for contrasting rival interpretations of Marx's theory of value, and the pretext for shunning it altogether. The problem. Capital III opens with Marx's conceptual distinction between surplus value and property. This is followed by the examination of the impact on the rate of property of changes in turnover time, the rate of surplus value, and in the quantity, quality, and value of inputs. In Chapter 8, Marx points out that these factors, which govern changes in the general 341 342 property rate abstracting from competition, may also explain differences amongst property rates of capitals competing across distinct sectors of the economy. This observation introduces the concept of intersectoral competition, marking a shift in the level of analysis. However, instead of immediately exploring this development, Marx turns to the differences between the technical, organic, and value compositions of capital. He addresses the TVPP only in the following chapter. In Chapter 9, Marx contrasts VE capitals equal to 100 but with different proportions of C and V, illustrating that capitals produce distinct use values with varying combinations of living labor, raw materials, and machinery. Marx points out that these capitals will produce different amounts of surplus value because of their distinct OCCs, net as C/V. For example, using only two sectors instead of Marx's VE, 1 unit of capital invested in the steel industry typically employs less workers, and, therefore, directly produces less surplus value, than 1 unit of capital in the textile industry. Using Marx's notation, these capitals might be represented as, say, 80 C120V and 20 C180V. Supposing the rate of surplus value is 100%, or the output values will be 80 C120 V120 S5 120 in the steel industry, and 20 C180 V180 S5 180 in the textile industry. Therefore, their Pro-T rates are 5S/R, respectively, 20% and 80%. Classical political economy recognized that this difference is incompatible with intersectoral competition, which creates a tendency towards the equalization of Pro-T rates. For Ricardo, a more sophisticated analysis was required, which he unsuccessfully endeavored to provide. In contrast, for Marx, while the abstraction that commodities exchange at their values permits the explanation of the production of value, this level of analysis is insufficiently developed to account for intersectoral competition and, therefore, the composition of output and the distribution of labor. Their explanation requires a more complex form of value, which Marx called prices of production. This shift, or transformation, in the form of value does not simply erase and replace the previous abstraction as if it were wrong or merely a special case. Nor is Marx confronting a purely logical problem of ending a price vector that satisfies arbitrary static equilibrium conditions. Finally, Marx was fully aware that the input values had not been transformed in his presentation in Capital. Rather, in Marx's presentation the abstract content of value is being reproduced in a more complex and concrete form as prices of production, preserving the prior analysis and addressing additional aspects of capitalism on this basis. Unfortunately, Marx's presentation of the transformation is hampered by the unniched status of Capital 3. This has contributed to overlapping disagreements about what Marx really said, what he would have said if he had been able to niche this volume, and what he should have said in order to be right according to erring interpretations. In Capital 3, Marx calculates the average of the Pro-T rates of the VE capitals in his example, and derives the prices of production of the output as Pi5, where I represents the capital and the average Pro-T rate is R5S/, where S, C and V are the total surplus value and constant and variable capital. Therefore, while commodity values include the surplus value produced by each capital, the prices of production distribute the surplus value produced to equalize the Pro-T rates across. 342. Transformation problem 343. Different sectors. In the numerical example provided above, the values of the output are 120 and 180. The average Pro-T rate is 50%, and the prices of production of the output are 150 and 150. The distribution of surplus value to equalize Pro-T rates amongst competing capitals gives rise to Pro-T as a form of surplus value. This conceptual difference mirrors the difference between the production of surplus value and its appropriation as industrial Pro-T. Marx claims that the sum of prices is equal to the sum of values, and that the sum of surplus values is equal to the sum of Pro-Ts. These aggregate equalities illustrate Marx's claims that prices of production are transformed values, and that Pro-T is transformed surplus value. In other words, each capitalist shares in the surplus value produced according to their share in capital advanced, as if receiving a dividend on an equity share in the economy's social or total capital as a whole. Marx's transformation procedure has been criticized primarily because of a supposed logical inconsistency. He calculates the price of production of the output on the basis of untransformed values of the inputs, whereas capitalists will have bought their inputs at prices of production, not values. However, these commodities cannot be purchased as inputs at one set of prices and sold at different prices as outputs, because every sale is also a purchase for one or other capitalist. Further, this implies that the value rate of Pro-T, as calculated by Marx as S/, is also not the monetary rate of Pro-T at all, since both numerator and denominator need to be recalculated at their prices of production as opposed to their values. In other words, Marx gets the rate of Pro-T wrong, and, even if he did not, he still gets prices wrong. Alternative interpretations. The charge of inconsistency was issued soon after the publication of Capital III, and it was brought into prominence in the Anglo-Saxon literature by Paul Sweezy. The subsequent debate has focused on the algebraic difficulties of transferring monetary quantities across sectors in an economy in static equilibrium, starting from direct prices, a single value of labor power and equal rates of exploitation, and arriving at an identical material equilibrium with a single wage rate and an equalized pro-T rate, while, at the same time, validating Marx's aggregate equalities between total price and total value, and total surplus value and total pro-T. These controversies became especially prominent with the emergence of radical political economy in the late 1960s, and even attracted the attention of leading mainstream economists, especially Paul Samuelson, Michio Morishima, and William Baumol. Alternative solutions to the transformation problem proliferated, depending on the structure of value theory envisaged by competing authors and their choice of starting conditions, constraints, and desired outcomes, including, almost invariably, which aggregate equality should be sacrificed in order to preserve the other. These transformation procedures were deemed to be sine qua non because they would either validate or deny selected aspects of Marx's theory of value, or, even, the entire logical core of Marx's theory. 343 343 344 Neoclassical and Sraffian. The neoclassical and SRA # critiques of Marx are essentially identical if differently motivated and rooted. They postulate two equilibrium exchange value systems, one in values and the other in equilibrium prices. The value system is described by L5LA1 L5L21, where L is the vector of commodity values, A is the technical matrix and L is the vector of direct labor. Given the same technical matrix, the price system is described by P5, where P is the price vector, W is the wage rate and R is the pro-T rate. These systems provide the basis for a critique of both alleged inconsistencies and incompleteness in Marx, leading to the conclusion that the attempt to determine values from embodied labor, and prices from values, is logically $odd. In brief, while the value system can usually be solved, the price system has 2 degrees of freedom. A solution would require additional restrictions, for example, denying the value of labor power as the value of a XED bundle, B, of workers' consumption goods, plus one of Marx's aggregate equalities. However, the other aggregate equality would normally not hold, which is allegedly destructive for Marx's analysis. Furthermore, this representation of Marx can scarcely distinguish between the role of labor and other inputs, in which case it cannot be argued that labor creates value and is exploited, rather than any other input, such as corn, iron, or energy. This critique of Marx is insubstantial for 4 reasons. First, it presumes that the production structure is determined exogenously and purely technically while, for Marx, technologies and social forms are mutually constituting. Second, it assumes that, for values to have conceptual legitimacy, they should be necessary and substantial for the calculation of the pro-T rate and the price vector. Since this is not the case in this model, value analysis is allegedly redundant. However, this claim is based on a misrepresentation of Marx's theory, where labor values, direct prices, prices of production and market prices are forms of value belonging to distinct levels of complexity, rather than sequences in deductive calculation. Third, the neoclassical and SRA # value equation is inconsistent. If L represents concrete labor time, these labors are qualitatively distinct and cannot be aggregated, but if L is a vector of abstract labor, values cannot be calculated in practice because abstract labor data are not directly available. Fourth, in this system the social aspect of production is either assumed away or projected upon the sphere of distribution, through the inability of the workers to purchase the entire output with their wages. Value form theories. Value form interpretations of Marx draw upon the social division of labor and the production of commodities by separate producers. Separation brings the need to produce a socially useful commodity, one that can be sold. Consequently, for this 344. Transformation problem 345. Tradition, commodities are produced by private labors that are only potentially abstract and social, the conversion to value form only happens when the product is exchanged for money. Value form approaches have helped to shift the focus of Marxian studies away from the algebraic calculation of values and prices and towards the analysis of the social relations of production and their forms of appearance. Nevertheless, the claim that separation is the essential feature of commodity production subsumes capitalist relations under simple commodity relations of production. This limitation helps to explain this tradition's stunted contribution to the theory of capital, including the TVPP, which is frequently bypassed through the direct assimilation of values with market prices. The new interpretation of Marx's value theory was developed in the early 1980s, drawing heavily upon value form analysis. It eschews equilibrium analysis, and postulates that money is the immediate and exclusive expression of abstract labor. Since this interpretation remains at the aggregate level, it bypasses the relationship between individual prices and values that was normally associated with the TVPP. The NI denies the value of money as the quantity of labor represented by the monetary unit or, conversely, the abstract labor time that adds £1 to the value of the output. The newly produced money value is allocated as price across the net product. Further, the NI denies the value of labor power as the ex post wage share of national income, while the surplus value is the residual which con RMS that pro T is merely redistributed surplus value. The NI has contributed to closer attention to Marx's value analysis, as opposed to imposing equilibrium interpretations of price theory, and it established a channel for empirical and policy studies. Nevertheless, the NI is limited at three levels. First, its focus on the net product short-circuits the production of the means of production, rendering invisible a significant proportion of current production and the entire sphere of exchanges between capitalist producers. Second, the NI's concept of value of money short-circuits the real structures, processes and relations mediating the expression of social labor into money, which Marx was at pains to identify across the 3 volumes of Capital. This weakens the NI's ability to examine disequilibrium, $ICT and crises logically rather than arbitrarily. Third, the NI definition of value of labor power is limited to one of the X of exploitation, the inability of the workers to purchase the entire net product. This was also the same aspect of exploitation which the Ricardian socialist and SRA #in economists contemplated. However, for Marx, capitalist exploitation is not due to the unfair distribution of income, and the net product is not shared between the classes at the end of each production cycle. Rather, wages are part of the advance of capital, whilst pro T is the consequence of how much surplus value is extracted. In sum, while addressing crucial issues for value theory, the NI resolves none of them. Rather, it connects value theory to a sequential if not static sociological theory of exploitation in which selective aspects of Marx's transformation are subject to piecemeal attention, independently of the structures and processes by which surplus value is produced and distributed competitively through the market. 345 345. 346. Dynamic analysis. Benfino. Erdespici dynamic interpretation of the TVPP. This interpretation departs from conventional views, which tend to focus on the differences in the value composition of capital across different sectors. Paradoxically, nearly all treatments of the TVPP, especially but not exclusively those who reject Marx, deploy the OCC in terminology but the VCC conceptually. However, this is not the case for Marx, who examines the transformation entirely in terms of the OCC, properly conceived and distinguished from the VCC. For him, the TVPP is concerned with the X on prices of the differing rates of increase at which raw materials are transformed into outputs. This attaches Marx's TVPP to the preceding theory of accumulation and productivity theory of capital I, the circulation of capital from capital to and to the law of the tendency of the rate of pro-T to fall that immediately follows upon the TVPP in capital 3. For standard interpretations of the TVPP, there is no reason why it should not come earlier than capital 3, and none why it should have any connection to falling pro-stability. For this dynamic view, Marx's problem is the following. If a given amount of living labor employed in sector I works up a greater quantity of raw materials than in another sector J, regardless of their respective costs, the commodities produced in sector I will command a higher price relative to value. That is, the use of a greater quantity of labor in production creates more value than a lesser quantity, regardless of the sector, the use value being produced and the cost of the raw materials. This completely general proposition within value theory underpins Marx's explanation of prices and pro-T. The use of the OCC rather than the VCC in the transformation is sine qua, because the OCC connects pro-Ts with the production of value and surplus value by living labor. In contrast, the VCC links pro-Ts with the sphere of exchange, where commodities are traded and where the newly established values measure the rate of capital accumulation. His emphasis on the OCC shows that Marx is mainly concerned with the impact on prices of the different quantities of labor transforming the means of production into the output, regardless of the value of these means of production. This is analytically sine qua because it pins the source of surplus value and pro-T down to unpaid labor, substantiating Marx's claims that machines do not create value, that surplus value and pro-T are not due to unequal exchange, and that industrial pro-T, interest, and rent are shares of the surplus value produced by the productive wage workers. In short, the passage from abstract value to the complex form of prices involves a multiplicity of structures and processes, which need to be ordered in relation to one another and distinctively. This cannot be done by a direct mediation between values and prices, monetary or otherwise. Furthermore, for this interpretation Marx's own selection of the distinctive role of the TCC, OCC, and VCC in the processes of price formation has been seriously misread even by sympathetic interpretations. 346–346. Transformation Problem 347. Conclusion. Commodity values and prices can be analyzed at distinct levels. At the most abstract level, value is a social relation of production. Value can also be seen, at increasingly complex levels, as the labor time socially necessary to reproduce each kind of commodity, direct price, price of production in the presence of commercial capital and market price. The value form is transformed at each one of these levels of analysis. As it becomes increasingly concrete, it encompasses more complex determinations of the value relations of capitalism. The development and implications of these analytical shifts comprise a large part of Marx's work in Capital. In the TVPP, Marx is not addressing the Ricardian problem of calculating equilibrium prices from labor magnitudes in the presence of capital and time. Rather, Marx is attempting to capture conceptually a relatively complex form of social labor. This approach has a fourfold impact upon the structure of capital. It explains why market exchanges are not directly regulated by labor time, shows that price is a relatively complex form of social labor, allows a more complex understanding of the forms of value, and explains the distribution of labor and surplus value across the economy. Even though it was left incomplete, Marx's procedure is important because it develops further his reconstruction of the capitalist economy, and substantiates the claim that living labor alone, and not the dead labor represented by the means of production, creates value and surplus value. 347–347. 348. 55. The transition from feudalism to capitalism. David Laibman. Everyone has absorbed, from countless textbooks, treatises, and documentaries, the chronicle of the dawn of the modern era, or emergence of our times. This parable recounts in broad strokes the history of the rise, from the European Middle Ages, of centralized states, markets, and trade, and representative political systems. The story is accompanied by a more or less subtle assumption, This great transition represents an enlightenment, the coming of a NAL form of social, economic, and political organization, which may be tuned and amended in minor ways, but never transcended or replaced. In that sense, we have reached the end of history, except for developing countries need to cross the same threshold into modernity. Marxist social theory, by contrast, sees the same era in Europe, roughly from the 12th through the 18th centuries, as the transition from feudalism to capitalism, from one exploitative, class-antagonistic mode of production to another. The even more fundamental passage from capitalism to socialism-communism, which is simultaneously the abolition of all forms of surplus extraction, lies ahead. Feudalism and capitalism. To $esh out this story, and to provide grounding for the social movement driving present-day revolutionary challenges to capitalist rule, Marxist scholars have produced a large literature on the transition from feudalism to capitalism. The pioneering contribution to this project in the English-speaking world was the publication in 1947 of Maurice Dobbs' Studies in the Development of Capitalism, which led to a celebrated debate in Science and Society, involving Dobbs, Paul Sweezy and others, subsequently published as Hilton. A second wave of debate, largely in past and present, was occasioned by the work of Robert Brenner on the English Revolution and its source in the agrarian class struggle and capitalist development of the 17th century. A third wave focused on the relation of feudalism to capitalism transition to more general themes of determinacy versus contingency and structure versus agency in historical materialist theory. The emergence of the analytical Marxist school in the mid-1980s produced yet another stream of discussion. Some of this work arose in response to the seminal contribution by G.A. Cohen published in 1978, and has led to alternative theories of the driving forces of history, including those that emphasize non-intentional processes at work. 348. The transition from feudalism to capitalism 349. Early in the development of the debates, it became clear that one's theory of transition out of feudalism would be closely connected to one's conception of the feudal mode of production as such. Dobbs' feudalism was denuded by a class relation of personal subservience and domination. He then located the source of tension, and transition, in a growing need of the lords for revenue, which prompted them to commute labor services and rent in kind as forms of surplus extraction from the serfs, and replace them with money rent. The three stages, labor services, rent in kind, money rent, are in fact those described by Marx in Capital 3, Chapter 47, Genesis of Capitalist Ground Rent, as the foundation for his analysis of the specificity of capitalist forms in agriculture, as these emerged later. The commutation of feudal dues and their replacement by money rent, however, facilitated the growth of markets for consumption necessities and means of production, and weakened the ties of serfs to the feudal manor, thus undermining the feudal system as such, an instance of the role of unintended consequences in social change. Dobbs also devoted much attention to the problematic later phase of transition, the transformation of commerce and merchant enrichment into the mature capitalist form of surplus extraction in which producers become propertyless wage laborers, whose subordination to capital is secured by the capitalist's ownership of the means of production and control within the workplace. This passage from proto-capitalism to capitalism as such is the object of Marx's attention in Capital I, Part 8, on primitive accumulation, but also, and importantly in many respects, the work on machinery and modern industry and much of the rest of Part 4, production of relative surplus value. Paul Sweezy aired a view with a very different emphasis. Feudalism in his conception was a system of production for use, its demise was sparked by the rise of the market system and trade, which are essentially capitalist in character from the outset. In descriptive terms, either approach will support the grand narrative of the rise of towns, the declining power of the feudal lords faced with the emergence of powerful absolute monarchs, the alliance between king and the merchant class, the growth of trade, and the eventual drive towards devolved sovereignty and representative government. Sweezy's emphasis, however, was on trade as the prime mover, whereas Dobb focused on internal developments within feudal-class relations. Robert Brenner's theory of the agrarian origins of capitalism, in England, as well as elsewhere, returned to the internal, but centered more generally on class struggle as the source of monoreal decline. Some of his critics introduced an additional element, cyclical swings in population, or in population growth, which became evident throughout Europe from the 13th century onward. Population shifts, of course, were in many cases determined by plagues, an external factor that did not sit well with any attempt at systematic explanation. Both the Dobb-Sweezy exchange and the subsequent Brenner debate evolved into enormously learned but generally inconclusive examinations of empirical evidence emerging out of the complex transitions of the late feudal/early capitalist centuries. Solid theoretical synthesis seemed all but impossibly, as the dei ex machina of trade, population, plagues and wars crossed swords with the dei intra machina of class struggle and the Lord's need for revenue. Why did any of these phenomena, all of which are undoubtedly present historically, become sine qua non and to the extent they did? Why did they have the precise X they did? What would drive the feudal 349 350 mode of production into crisis? Why would this crisis eventuate in marketized social relations that increasingly laid foundations for capitalism? Missing was a robust theory of social formations and transitions in general, which might provide a general structure to synthesize the enormous wealth of information, data, and partial insights generated by the debates to this point. Stages of social evolution. A stadial theory of social evolution identifies an abstract set of stages of development. Unlike empirical descriptive stages, based on apparent commonalities evident within a given period of time, such theoretical stages are interrelated by necessity. A given stage rests upon the preceding one and derives its central character from its predecessor. It has its own contradiction, a necessary feature that increasingly undermines it and makes its existence problematic. Finally, it provides a decisive contribution to the succeeding stage, making that stage possible and shaping its defining qualities. Theoretical stages are thus chain-linked. The number of stages, and the order of their succession, are determined by their essential nature and are not arbitrary. Our task is to identify the feudal mode of production as a theoretical stage within this sort of construction. Resistance to the project of identifying a determinate ladder of modes of production has been widespread. It stems from the perceived multiplicity of paths of development in the historical record, and the role of a host of incalculable contingent factors, geography and climate, warfare, personalities, ideologies, and capacities of leaders, and the occurrence of chance events. This objection becomes moot, however, so long as two levels of abstraction are carefully distinguished, the concrete, variegated unfolding of actual history, on the one hand, and the distilled core of that process, embodied in the theoretical stadial model, on the other. The second does not substitute for the RST, it only helps organize our thinking about the empirical record, and must receive continuing validation from its usefulness in accomplishing that task. At the level of the stadial model, succession is orderly and determinate, only because that model abstracts from accident and from the fortuitous complexity of the real world. In that world, societies at different stages of development come into contact, usually through trade or conquest, and social formations that combine multiple features of different modes of production develop. Stages are skipped, disease, migration, and resource depletion cause regressions to occur, blockages intervene to prevent development, and so on. Feudalism and stages theory. Feudalism is not a general term for any sort of pre-capitalist tributary social form. It is a precise solution to the defining tension of the slave system of antiquity, the crisis of surplus extraction arising from extensive growth of the productive forces, due in turn to the brutal and primitive slave method of exploitation, and the associated costly and #CN structures of control. Direct 350. The transition from feudalism to capitalism. 351. Physical restraint and confinement of slaves and compulsion of labor based on actual or threatened intoleration of pain are ultimately incompatible with productivity-enhancing methods of production, and the potential power such methods would place in the hands of the direct producers. Increased surplus from slave production thus means more slaves, and larger plantations, mining, and construction sites. Disproportionate growth in allocations from the surplus to internal and external means of coercion and control make the system increasingly unviable, and vulnerable. The feudal monoreal economy, by contrast, is a small-scale, self-sufficient system, combining partial devolution of control over land, tools, and animals to the direct producers with indirect physical constraint, an important role for ideology in the overall system of control, the hierarchy of vassalage masking the source of authority and power, and the advantages of certain shared means of production. This far more sophisticated complex of incentive, control, and coercion makes possible the extraction of a surplus from the labor of serfs, in the form of work on the lord's domain, rent in kind and other service obligations. The inherent limitation of scale economies resulting from the parcelization of control combines with enhanced incentives arising from serfs' personal ownership of tools and animals, and vested rights in personal plots of land. This unique combination creates a thrust towards intensive productive development, intensive agriculture, mechanical engineering and handicraft industries. Intensive productive forces development, in turn, establishes the possibility, therefore, eventually, the reality, of a sine qua non, dependable surplus in individual production. The individual surplus, created in the incubator of the feudal manner, is marketable. Feudal development is thus the foundation for both the possibility and the necessity of markets, with their eventual outcomes, towns, cities, population growth, money, accumulation, polarization, and their shift from the sidelines of social reality to the center. The entire movement establishes the historic role of feudalism as the sea bridge from the slave empires to capitalism. Capitalist surplus extraction, a still more advanced and sophisticated form, relies on the complete generalization of market relations, which have progressed from accidental, ceremonial, and long-distance trade, to trade in luxuries, then to trade in basic consumer and producer goods and, finally, to trade in the capacity to perform labor as such in return for a wage. Surplus extraction now operates by mystifying the social relations of exploitation, which come to appear as something natural and eternal. Feudalism's contribution to the stadial chain, its necessity as one rung on the ladder of theoretical modes of production, is precisely its capacity to develop the productive forces in an intensive direction, and therefore to ground the later expansion of the market. The rise of the market, therefore, is explained, it does not simply fall from the sky. That rise, however, is also the death knell of the very feudal system that made it possible. It shapes the general character of the class struggle, by providing the very exit opportunities for the serfs whose absence in the earlier period of high feudalism was central. 351. 352. To feudal surplus extraction. It is also the foundation for the novel capitalist system of coercion that will eventually be consolidated to carry forward productive forces development, within a general framework of class antagonism, in a form that is simultaneously extensive and intensive. Capitalism, with its unique, market-based form of exploitation, occupies the highest rung on the ladder of class antagonistic modes of production, a claim whose substantiation, however, would take us far beyond the purpose of this entry. Stages and social transformations. The story told here may sound teleological, it is not. Teleology is the imputation of will and purpose to objects and processes that do not have these qualities. It is also, in a broader definition, an assumption that social evolution, or any particular step in social evolution, being necessary in some sense, is also inevitable. The necessities and regularities that lie behind the variety and accident of the perceived historical record derive from certain requirements of human existence. There is the obvious, the need to maintain a constant metabolism with the external environment, by means of labor. Increase in productive power is inherent in human symbolic consciousness, even though it emerges irregularly. When it does emerge, it requires a corresponding evolution in social relations. The latter of class-divided modes of production is the succession of systems of incentive/coercion/control, moving from those that are comparatively crude and work best in connection with lower levels of productive development, to more sophisticated forms that enable, and shape, the higher levels. Required transformations, however, in either methods of production or the social relations surrounding them, do not happen independently of consciousness and will. Nothing is ever done that human beings do not do, acting individually or collectively. And nothing is inevitable. Any given social formation may, for example, stagnate indefinitely, if this is dictated by some standoff between forces making for change and those making for stasis. Scenarios of collapse, even on a global scale, such as those traced by Jared Diamond, can and must be entertained. Historical materialism can only point to a chain of evolutions that are necessary if human potential is to continue to unfold. It cannot assert that humanity will survive to witness the higher links along that chain. And the actual choreography, as, for example, the diverse paths of feudalism to capitalism transition in Eastern and Western Europe, the unique cases of Japan and Russia, the contrast between the class and state formations propelling and shaped by the English and French revolutions, to take just a few examples, depends on diverse circumstances that the stadial model cannot and should not try to explain. The stadial model, however, does place feudalism to capitalism within a larger explanatory frame. The thinkers of the bourgeois Enlightenment turn the Great Transition into a one-time apocalyptic event, which in ECT elevates capitalism to the status of grand terminus, the end of his story. Marxist or Marxism-Mandalorianist thinkers who make the market central to their definition of capitalism, and the rise of trade the signal event triggering the transition, concede the high ground to the mainstream historians. All roads that are visible to social theory lead to capitalism, and socialism/communism becomes a utopian doctrine with no objective. 352. The transition from feudalism to capitalism. 353. Basis. The stadial model, by contrast, suggests that markets are at RST engines of social and technical progress, but later become, especially in their capitalist form, a brake on progress. The transition from feudalism to capitalism, then, presages, in theory, not just in wishful thinking, the more profound later transition, to post-capitalist social relations, and beyond. It remains to be seen, of course, whether this subsequent transition will occur successfully, against the resistance of retrograde social forces and facing unprecedented demographic, ecological, and cultural challenges, not to mention the threats associated with the destructive potential of present-day technology. 353. 354. 56 Transnational corporations. Hugo Radis. Transnational corporations are widely acknowledged as an important form of capitalist enterprise, denoted by the ownership of productive assets in more than one country. In modern times, the globally largest and most powerful enterprises, in all sectors of economic activity, are transnational. Their precursors include the remarkable global trading RMS of the early era of European colonial domination, the most important of which were chartered corporations established by the rival great powers of France, Britain and the Netherlands, and the banks that financed intra- and extra-European trade from the Middle Ages, with the most developed forms originating in the Italian city-states. The modern TNC dates from the late 19th century, and is associated with the forms of mass production and mass consumption that developed from that time on. Typically, the classic TNC has its origin in the concentration and centralization of capital within a particular sector, The few RMS that emerge as dominant may then possess technological, financial, or other advantages that enable them to go beyond the export of their output to foreign markets, and invest abroad in production facilities. This form of cross-border investment is termed foreign direct investment, or FDI, which is thus intimately related to the emergence and growth of TNCs. The earliest discussions of FDI and TNCs can be found in the descriptive industrial, economics, and business literature of the late 19th century, together with contemporary journalistic accounts. At that time one can already distinguish two main varieties of TNC. First, there are those business enterprises, mostly American and German, in the vanguard of the Second Industrial Revolution in sectors such as chemicals, engineering, transport equipment, household durable goods and agricultural machinery, in a period when much industrial activity took place behind tariff barriers in protected markets. FDI was a way to gain access to new markets and thereby generate further increases in sales and pro-TS. The second type of TNC was oriented towards securing natural resources, whether minerals or agricultural products, whose availability was limited in the most dynamic consumer markets for reasons of climate or geology. In the context of growing imperial rivalries in the advanced capitalist countries, the leading traders in raw materials sought to secure supplies through the ownership or control of the most pro-table sources, nitrates in Chile or palm oil in West Africa, for example. In Marx's Capital, many of the key elements of the organization and business practices of TNCs can already be found: the concentration of capital, the centralization of ownership, especially based on credit and the joint stock system, the subordination of labor within production to the valorization of capital, and the sine qua non of technological development. The RST systematic treatment of FDI and TNCs, however, is found in the work of the second-generation classics, in the context of the development of theories. 354. Transnational corporations. 355. Of Nan's capital and imperialism. While Hilferding's finance capital for the most part abstracts from questions of national location, Part V on the economic policy of Nan's capital provides a systematic account of the tendency towards capital export and thereby to the development of imperialism. Here, the evolution of competition towards cartels and trusts is seen as favoring policies of tariff protection, and this in turn encourages tariff jumping in the form of setting up production within foreign markets. Banks are seen as critical, both in funding FDI and in undertaking their own foreign investments to provide support to client RMS. In Hilferding's account, almost every element of the present-day descriptive analysis of TNCs can be found, notably the lure of cheap foreign labor and land and the weakness of local competition, but especially important is the close link to the systematic colonial annexation that formed a core feature of early 20th century imperialism. It is well known that Hilferding's rich analysis provided much of the material for Lenin's later imperialism, the highest form of capitalism. But Bukharin, in Imperialism and World Economy, took Hilferding's work and developed a striking new analytical framework which anticipated many later theoretical developments. He identified two interacting dynamics in the capitalism of his day: a trend of internationalization, which centered on the boundless and therefore potentially global reach of capital accumulation, through international trade and capital export, and a trend of nationalization, centered on the emergence of Nan's capital, which was organized on a national basis, and had become more and more intertwined with the state. For Bukharin, the relation between the two was that the process of internationalization was shaped by the process of nationalization into imperial expansion, and thus exacerbated the global rivalries of the great colonial powers. As a result of the innovative work of Hilferding and Bukharin, together with other contributions by Bauer, Koski, and Lenin, Marxist study of FDI and TNCs very largely took place right up to the 1970s in the context of the political economy of imperialism. It is also important to note that these classic contributions drew heavily on the work of the German historical school and their Anglo-Saxon equivalents such as Hobson in Britain and the institutionalist school in the USA. The development of TNCs and FDI between the wars shows two contrasting phases. In the 1920s, U.S. enterprises rapidly developed their international production, both in natural resource sectors and in the more market-oriented manufacturing and financial services sectors. UK, French and Japanese businesses concentrated their FDI very much on their colonial possessions, while in Germany, lacking an extensive empire, the focus was on exploiting technological advantage to establish foreign production in industries such as chemicals, electrical and mechanical engineering and machinery. After the 1929 crash and through the subsequent depression and the collapse of world trade, FDI stagnated and many RMS retrenched to their home markets. By 1939, about two-thirds of the world's FDI stocks were investments in less developed regions by businesses headquartered in the leading capitalist countries, especially the USA, the UK, France, Germany, and the lesser colonial powers. During this period, there was little sign of any original work by Marxist scholars on these developments, although there were some important contributions by descriptive industrial economists with relatively progressive politics, such as Plummer on international cartels and combines. 355 356. Post-war developments in TNCs and their analysis. After 1945, both the international environment and the diverse national reconstruction processes in the advanced capitalist countries initially did not favor FDI and TNCs, in particular because of very widespread controls on international capital movements, coupled with equally widespread nationalizations of important businesses, especially across Europe. But by the 1960s the upward trend of the 1920s was newly resumed. Capital controls were steadily lifted, and the development of offshore capital markets and cross-border banking investments provided the financial infrastructure for a dramatic acceleration of FDI, RST from the USA into Latin America and Europe, then a European response, and newly in the 1980s the even more dramatic growth of Japanese FDI. This growth was very largely focused on cross-investments within the advanced capitalist economies. By the 1970s, the ratio between the stock of FDI in the North and the South had reversed, with two-thirds now in the former. This also meant that natural resource sectors became relatively eclipsed by FDI in manufacturing up to the 1970s, and in services thereafter. By the turn of the century, following widespread privatizations of state enterprises, the demise of Soviet-style socialism and the emergence of new industrial economies in Asia and Latin America, the TNC had become the universal form of the large corporate capitalist RM. Post-war mainstream economics had great difficulty in coming to terms with the TNC. In part this was simply a variation on the difficulty that neoclassical theory had in dealing with the question of market power. Market conditions of oligopoly or contestable monopoly were not amenable to the modeling of predictable outcomes. But, in addition, large-scale FDI could not easily be accommodated in the neoclassical theory of international trade, except by making assumptions about the nature of investments, especially the malleability of capital, that were patently at odds with reality. Economists seeking to develop realistic theories of the TNC tended to follow something like J.B. Clark's inductivist method in seeking to understand workable competition. They developed stories about the decision mechanisms and managerial practices of TNCs, typically focusing on analytically messy aspects like technological change, product diversity, and co-respective behavior. By the 1970s, TNCs had emerged as a distinctive area of scholarship, but given the errance of analytical economics, most scholars gravitated rapidly to the US-style business studies ELD. The study of TNCs thereby contributed substantively to the training of those who ran them, a new breed of internationally mobile executives, and international business became one of the key ELDs of teaching and research in business schools. The ideological openness of business studies, as compared with economics, made it easy for Marxists and other heterodox scholars to collaborate in empirical research and analytical inquiry with mainstream scholars whose approach was mostly not dogmatically neoclassical. but there were other reasons for a significant overlap of interests and scholarly research between Marxists and the mainstream. First, the rapid growth of FDI and TNCs required the development of new areas of government policy and intergovernmental coordination, and this led to vigorous and unusually open debates about the 356 transnational corporations 357 causes and consequences of these phenomena. Second, the theoretical precocity and empirical grounding of the classic Marxist work of Hilferding, Lenin and Bukharin meant that Marxists had something of a head start in coming to grips with TNCs. This was to become increasingly clear when, from the late 1980s, the study of TNCs became a central object in the globalization debates that cut across all the social science disciplines. Notably, Bukharin's dialectic of internationalization and nationalization closely prefigures the market/state dichotomy that became common currency in the eld of international political economy in the 1990s. A third reason was the emergence of the interdisciplinary eld of development studies, in close relation to the anti-colonial struggles that brought the old European empires to a close. Although subject to the same ideological divides as other elds, the focus of development studies on long-term post-colonial transformation had a natural attraction for Marxists schooled in a historical approach to socio-economic change and a strong normative commitment to challenge exploitation. Finally, the founding of the European Economic Community in 1958 led to a broader movement for regional integration. Again, a historical political economy approach was well suited to the analysis of this trend, focused on the relation between the state and the internationalization of capital. Marxist contributions to the study of TNCs. Turning to the distinctive contributions of Marxists to the study of TNCs in recent decades, these can be divided into four subject areas. First, a number of important elements of Marxist economic theory have been deployed in the analysis of TNCs. By the 1970s, the latter were being examined under the rubric of the internationalization of capital, and in particular Marx's concept of the circuits of capital aired analytical purchase. The different stages in the general circuit MC%.%.P%.%.C9M9 could take place in different countries, linking together national patterns of capital accumulation either through trade in inputs or outputs, or by the location of production in another country. Such an approach has a #nitties also with the commodity chain approach developed later by Gere and other progressive scholars. More broadly, the growth of TNCs and their internalization of trade intensified the problems long perceived in analyzing how the law of value functioned when its scope was tendentially global rather than simply national. Second, the post-war renaissance of Marxian work on imperialism included attempts to grapple with the consequences of the rise of TNCs for the state and interstate relations. In the 1960s, the orthodox communist understanding of contemporary capitalism, the theory of state monopoly capitalism, faithfully endorsed the classic Bolshevik position of Lenin and Bukharin, that the locational pattern of global capital accumulation was fundamentally structured by imperial rivalries and close ties between monopoly capitalists and their states of origin. Broadly speaking, this view was shared by Marxists who in other respects strongly criticized the Soviet orthodoxy. The rise of TNCs, however, raised the possibility of a denationalization of the capital-state relation, as a result of what Murray called territorial non-coincidence. States were choosing to 358 recognize reciprocally the legitimacy of, and benefits from, the presence of foreign-owned business, following in a ECT the most favored nation principle well known in international trade policy. This in turn led some to postulate that at last the renegade Koskai, who had proposed against Lenin that the imperial powers might end a common cause in collectively exploiting the globe, had come into his own. European integration could be seen as a RST step towards Koskaian ultra-imperialism. These two areas of scholarship, on the internationalization of capital and on the role of the state, clearly anticipated some of the key themes of the globalization debates that got underway around 1990. It is important to note, however, that in both periods, Marxists were deeply divided over many of the issues under discussion. These divisions centered, as Jenkins argued, on the division between classical Marxist and neo-Marxist approaches. In the classical Marxist approach, competition is understood as a dynamic process founded on the extraction of surplus value, capital is seen as intrinsically global, and the state as intrinsically capitalist. An example of this approach would be the open Marxist school, which characterizes the state as a form of the capital relation. In neo-Marxist approaches, present-day capitalism is seen as characterized by monopoly as a market structure, a tendency to stagnation and the pervasive need for state intervention. FDI is a business strategy, and the direction of the relatively autonomous state is contested by competing social interests. The monthly review school is an example of this approach and, to a large extent, also the present-day neo-Gramscian school of international political economy. Third, the analysis of underdevelopment, and especially the approach of the dependency school, identified TNCs as a major agent of international exploitation and the subordination of the Third World. Underdeveloped countries lack the capital, technology, and skills to undertake rapid industrialization and development. TNCs aired all these, plus access to northern markets, RST for natural resources, and from the 1960s for low-cost labor-intensive industrial products. But their financial, technological, and political clout meant that TNCs could drive a hard bargain with host countries, something that was equally apparent to many non-Marxist scholars. While dependency theorists often seem to restrict their critical analyses to condollarists of national interest rather than class relations, Marxist work stressed that dependent capitalism was nevertheless capitalist. The various types of dependent forms of development were shaped very largely by the accumulation dynamics of the advanced industrial economies via the investments of TNCs, but the outcome was the creation of cadres of domestic collaborators in the state and the private sector, as a modern form of barons comprador bourgeoisie. Fourth, the 1970s also saw a new focus in Marxist scholarship on production and labor, notably focused on the labor process. Given the dominance of TNCs in capitalist enterprise, their transnational organization of production became a sine qua topic in the field of labor process studies, although in this regard there is little distinctively Marxist scholarship that is specifically concerned with transnationality. More important has been work on the new international division of labor, which provided a new analytical framework that was less contentious than dependency theory. But Marxists also participated in the study of international trade unionism, where their political economy approach proved particularly fruitful. 358. Transnational corporations 359. In conclusion, TNCs have in the last FTY years become increasingly sine qua as the main organizational vehicle for capital accumulation. As such, they are an important subject of study for the contemporary Marxist critique of political economy. The results of that study not surprisingly re-rect the diversity of approaches within the Marxist tradition. 359. 360. 57. Unemployment. Gary Slater. Modern economic theory tends to treat unemployment as the result of individual or market pathologies, where the latter variously involve a range of rigidities or imperfections preventing wages adjusting to a market-clearing equilibrium. In sharp contrast, Marx argues that unemployment is inherent within capitalism. Indeed, unemployment is both the condition for, and a effect of, capital accumulation, and it cannot simply be explained as the outcome of malfunctioning markets. Rather, unemployment plays a crucial role underpinning capitalist development as it variously impacts on the evolution of wages, work effort, and poverty. Accordingly, the nature and sine qua of unemployment in Marxist analysis runs much deeper than within modern economic theory. This is, however, often overlooked in discussions of Marx's contribution. Instead, commentators tend to focus on the more polemical passages from the Communist Manifesto which suggest rising and relentless immiseration for the working class. In contrast, a much more detailed and mature analysis can be found in the Grundrisse and Capital. This presents a much more nuanced view, and one which highlights fluctuations in the position of the working class rather than a slide into absolute poverty and worklessness for many. The Industrial Reserve Army and Accumulation. For Marx, unemployment presupposes employment under capitalist conditions. That is, unemployment is a historically specie category, intimately related to the nature and dynamics of employment under capitalism. Marx's theory of unemployment is succinctly put in the Grundrisse: it is a law of capital % to create surplus labor, disposable time. It can do this only by setting % necessary labor % in motion, i.e. entering into exchange with the worker %. It is therefore equally a tendency of capital to increase the laboring population, as well as constantly to posit a part of it as surplus population which is useless until such time as capital can utilize it. But what is the connection between employment and unemployment? To see this, it is necessary to unpack the ideas encapsulated in this quotation. Under capitalism, the source of surplus value is located in the sphere of production. Whilst in the labor market the exchange of labor power for the wage occurs between free agents, the sphere of circulation or commodity exchange, within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on, is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. Production is managed and directed by the capitalist. It is here, in production, that the labor process becomes a valorization process, as capitalists employ various strategies that extract more value from workers than the value of the 360. Unemployment 361. Labor power paid for their capacity to work. Marx refers to the capitalist control of the labor process, and the attendant exploitation of workers, as the subjection of labor under capital. There is, however, an important distinction drawn between the formal and real subjection or subsumption of labor, the direct production process, formal subsumption of labor under capital. The former refers to the inclusion of pre-existing processes % of production by capitalist relations, corresponding to the emergence and development of capitalism. Here the character of the labor process remains unchanged, but the economic relations between worker and employer have been transformed. Given the inherited mode of labor, at this stage surplus value can only be created by extending the % working day, that is, through the creation of absolute surplus value. In contrast, the real subsumption of labor occurs as the capitalist mode of production proper develops. Capital I contains a wealth of theoretical, historical, and empirical detail outlining the emergence of large-scale production, mechanization, the changing division of labor and, above all, the way in which the rising social productivity of labor is brought about at the cost of the individual laborer. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over, and exploitation of, the producers. These developments, entailing the transformation of the labor process, are intimately bound up with Marx's analysis of unemployment. Capital accumulation, based on relative surplus value, gives rise to and, in turn, depends upon a relative surplus population, termed the reserve army of labor. With capital accumulation comes centralization, driven by competition and by the greater availability of credit due to innovations in the financial system. Larger, more #C capitals tend to drive out the smaller in the process of competition, leading to their takeover or elimination and greater centralization. Similarly, the greater availability of credit allows for an increased scale of production. It is this result of the centralization of capital which is the starting point for a more comprehensive organization of the collective work of many, for a wider development of their material motive forces, in other words, for the progressive transformation of isolated processes of production, carried on by customary methods, into processes of production socially combined and scientifically arranged. This impacts on the demand for labor by intensifying and accelerating the X of capital accumulation. In particular, from centralization follows more mechanization and the development of new production technologies. As discussed by Marx in the Resultate, the direct production process, the real subsumption of labor under capital or the specie capitalist mode of production, the greater the use of, refinement and development of machinery, the greater the specialization of the worker and the greater scale of production that allows for these innovations, the higher is productivity, the greater is relative surplus value and the less is the demand for labor power relative to constant capital within these modernizing industries. Does this mean a secular decline in employment and ever-rising unemployment? Marx is careful to note that the accumulation of capital, and the changes wrought to production, occur unevenly across industries and at a varying pace. Thus, as total social capital expands, there is a dual process by which the absolute number of workers required may rise, but relative to expanding capital they fall, as redirected in a rising organic composition. 361 362 Of capital, in all spheres, the increase of the variable part of capital, and therefore of the number of laborers employed by it, is always connected with violent fluctuations and transitory production of surplus population %. Whether this takes the more striking form of the repulsion of laborers already employed, or the less evident but not less real form of the more #cult absorption of the additional laboring population through the usual channels. For Marx, then, the generation of a surplus population, the industrial reserve army, constitutes the law of population under capitalism. Contra Malthus, who is roundly criticized for failing to develop a historically specie analysis, this surplus population is independent of any general increase in population. Rather, its size and composition depend upon the rhythm of capital accumulation. As economic activity expands and contracts unevenly over time and between industries and, as new areas emerge, there is a $out of workers between branches of production and into and out of employment. Crucially, however, the reserve army is necessary to allow for growth in expanding areas without damaging others. The coarse % characteristic of modern industry % depends on the constant formation, the greater or less absorption, and the reformation of the industrial reserve army or surplus population. There is a further step in the argument. Not only is a reserve required to allow for the expansion of production and the emergence of new branches of production, but the very rises in productivity that contribute to the generation of a surplus population are, in turn, underpinned by the reserve army. Capital works on both sides at the same time. If its accumulation, on the one hand, increases the demand for labor, it increases on the other the supply of laborers by the setting free of them, whilst at the same time the % pressure of the unemployed compels those that are employed to furnish more labor, and therefore makes the supply of labor, to a certain extent, independent of the supply of laborers. This reserve army has an additional, important role to play, as a short-term regulator of wages. The expansion and contraction of the reserve army over the business cycle acts as a stabilizer to accumulation, preventing wages rising so far as to endanger profitability. During downturns or periods of normal activity, the reserve army weighs down the wages of the active workforce, whilst, in the boom phases, it holds its pretensions in check. Again, Marx's approach stands distinct from that of earlier political economy in that total population is, for him, irrelevant to the outcomes for workers or capitalists. Movements in the reserve army overwhelm any longer-term shifts in population, hence only changes in the reserve army serve to regulate wages. Taken together, the above discussion sets out the basis of Marx's theory of unemployment. The reserve army of labor is both a systemic outcome of the capitalist mode of production and a necessary foundation for it. It is both the product and lever of accumulation. The composition of the reserve army. So far, the concept of the reserve army of labor has been treated as essentially synonymous with unemployment. However, there is an important distinction between Marx's 362 unemployment 363. concept and that of unemployment as it appears in #Chale government statistics or in modern economic theory. In short, Marx's concept runs much more widely and takes as its starting point the potential for the non-employed to be incorporated within capitalist production. To see this, it is instructive to consider the components of the reserve army identi-ed in capital, the dollar-eroding, latent, and stagnant. The dollar-eroding refers to those with the closest recent experience of capitalist production and, therefore, those for whom periods out of work tend to be temporary. It consists of the workers variously incorporated into and repelled from industrial production with the rhythms of capital accumulation, in terms of both the business cycle and the extension of mechanization. Here Marx suggests a tendency for older workers to be displaced by younger, with the former entering the reserve army or, if successful in securing alternative employment, often seeing a drop in status and wage. Thus, although unemployment is temporary for these workers, the size and composition of this component of the reserve army is predicted to vary across the cycle. The latent comprises those who are not or who have never been wage laborers, but who form a potential source of labor power for capitalist expansion. Here Marx discusses the surplus rural population, increasingly struggling to end employment due to the capitalist penetration and industrialization of agriculture, and who must migrate to urban areas in search of work. Finally, Marx identifies a stagnant element which refers to those rendered redundant by technological change and industrial reorganization, but who are able at most to secure only very irregular employment. These workers, expelled from agriculture and independent or small-scale manufacturing, comprise an inexhaustible reservoir of disposable labor power, when they are able to secure work. In domestic service, for example, it is characterized by maximum of working time, and minimum of wages. For Marx, this segment is predicted to become relatively more important, both as a result of the continual upheaval wrought by accumulation and as a consequence of its relative poverty. This leads the stagnant layer to become both a self-reproducing and self-perpetuating element of the working class, not least from rising family sizes which follow from low wages. Paupers and orphans are also included within the stagnant segment and may similarly join the active army of labor at times of exceptional increases in production. However, there are also those who do not or who cannot. The former are identi-ed as the lumpenproletariat, vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes. The latter comprises the demoralized, injured, sick and old, those who cannot work but whose condition is often the result of their experience in work. It is within this stagnant segment of the reserve army that Marx identifies the source of poverty, he more extensive, namely, the Lazarus layers of the working class, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is #Chale pauperism %. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. This is not to be interpreted as some iron law leading to the absolute immiseration of the working class as a whole, an idea contained within the younger Marx's Communist Manifesto. Indeed, Marx notes immediately after stating this law that its operation is modified in practice by many other tendencies. Rather, for Marx, it encapsulates his analysis of the relation between accumulation, population, and poverty. Against contemporary political economy, Marx sought to demonstrate that, despite appearances, poverty and worklessness were not a result of overpopulation, but rather they were a necessary and unavoidable condition of the capitalist system, the fact that the means of production, and the productiveness of labor, increase more rapidly than the productive population, expresses itself, therefore, capitalistically in the inverse form that the laboring population always increases more rapidly than the conditions under which capital can employ this increase for its own self-expansion. As capitalists seek to raise relative surplus value through mechanization and productivity increases, this generates a reserve army of labor and, to a varying degree, generates poverty. The problem is one of capitalism's making, not of some excessive population. The continuing significance of Marx's theory of unemployment. Clearly much has changed in the structure and operation of capitalism since Marx developed his theory of unemployment. What is the contemporary significance of the reserve army? What light can it shed on the functioning of labor markets? Modifications to the form and function of the reserve army have come variously from the increased role of the state, the rise in organized labor, and in the continuing internationalization of capitalism. The role of the state has been twofold. First, the rise of welfarism has removed for most the threat of absolute poverty consequent upon job loss, moderating the depressive function of the reserve army on wage growth. Second, in the so-called golden age of the 1950s and 1960s, governments committed to policies of full employment, using broadly Keynesian policies, and with some apparent success in eliminating measured unemployment. However, in both cases since the crises of the 1970s and 1980s, capitalist states have executed marked U-turns both in welfare and macroeconomic policy. The slowdown in productivity and squeeze on pro-TS that presaged the end of the Golden Age led to more or less conscious attempts to replenish the reserve army with restrictive macroeconomic policies. At times, this intention has been explicit, as with the admission by a British Chancellor of the Exchequer that unemployment was a price well worth paying to curb indolarationary wage pressures. Similarly, on welfare policy, governments have generally sought to restrict the coverage and generosity of payments since the 1980s to create greater pressure on the non-employed to seek work, increasing the compulsion to accept often low-paying and insecure work. Most recently, this pressure has been heightened in parts of Europe by increased migration from new members of the European Union and, as discussed below, this can be seen as replenishing the reserve army and its depressive effect on wages. It would be naive to map these changes directly onto Marx's original arguments, but they signal the wider role and function of the reserve army, famously highlighted by Kalecki in his discussion of the political economy of state economic policy. He argued it was a fallacy to assume that what prevented governments from delivering full employment was the absence of the right set of policies. Even were these available, the experience of full employment would lead to overwhelming political pressure to 364. Unemployment 365. Abandon the measures, due to lobbying from big business, discipline in the factories and political stability are more appreciated than pro-TS by business leaders. Their class instinct tells them that lasting full employment is unsound from their point of view, and that unemployment is an integral part of the normal capitalist system. Even though full employment would raise pro-TS in the short term, the stronger position of workers would lead to strikes for higher wages and, crucially, erode work effort and discipline, as the sack would be no threat with work otherwise easily available elsewhere. In other words, full employment would emasculate the fundamental functions of the reserve army, threatening accumulation and leading to a political revolt among the capitalist class. Relating to the above, the rise of organized labor has moderated the reserve army function, with unions resisting wage cuts in recession and regulating the intensification of work. The success of unions has been uneven across sectors, not least in the presence of the segmentation of labor markets. Although not the sole preserve of Marxian economists, the argument, in short, is that labor markets in contemporary capitalism are straight-ahead, largely redirecting varying approaches to control of the labor force and differing degrees of industry or specific skill amongst the workforce. In the large-scale, capital-intensive primary segments of the economy, systems of bureaucratic or technical control are used to regulate worker effort, entailing positive incentives within internal labor markets or machine-based monitoring within #CE or factory-based production, respectively. The sine qua non of this is that it is only in the smaller, more labor-intensive, largely non-unionized RMS, the secondary sector, that harsh disciplinary techniques, the threat of the sack and unstable job opportunities regulate work effort. On this argument, in modern capitalism the reserve army effect is felt most keenly in secondary labor markets. Notwithstanding the controversy surrounding segmentation theory within and without Marxist political economy, some support has been found for the proposition that the disciplinary effect of unemployment on work effort is greatest in secondary jobs. However, This is not to say that the boundaries are immutable. As union power has declined, not least following deliberate state actions in some countries including the UK, so-called primary employment has declined and secondary conditions have tended to apply to wider sections of employment, redirected in growing non-standard employment, in-work poverty and work-intensification. This can be seen as enlarging the stagnant section of the reserve army which, in turn, has underpinned the dismantling and restructuring of previous labor market shelters in the primary sector. These movements are well described by Braverman, who also remarks upon the widening of the latent component of the reserve army in contemporary capitalism. With movements of labor from agriculture to industry largely exhausted in developed capitalist economies, the latent reserve army has become international. This is seen most clearly in migration to capitalist economies, from former colonies or neighboring countries, but this is not a process that goes unchecked. Importantly, it is a process that is encouraged or impeded according to the demand for labor and needs of accumulation. This internationalization of the latent reserve is further strengthened by the threat and practice of multinational RMS 2. 365 365 366 relocate operations in less developed regions of the world, moves which can be seen as further curbing the pretensions of workers in developed economies. It could also be said that women have played an important role as a latent reserve in recent decades, with an increasing tendency for married women to return to work over the past few decades. Braverman, however, sees rising female participation as contributing to the dollar-eroding and stagnant layers of the reserve army, the latter following from women's occupational segregation, tendency to be overrepresented in insecure and short hours jobs, and as a result of the continuing female pay gap. For Marx, then, employment and unemployment cannot be separated, and the notion of the reserve army runs much wider and deeper than measured joblessness. This connection can be seen in one NAL implication of Marx's analysis. The release of workers attendant upon mechanization and the increasing application of science and technology leads to labor piling up in the lower productivity areas associated with services such as sales, caring, hospitality and cleaning. As Braverman notes, this leads to the paradox that periods of rapid scientific and technical advance tend to raise employment in sectors least affected by those advances. This process both creates and depends upon an enlargement of the reserve army, the downward pressure on wages underpinning the pro-table expansion of low productivity areas and leading to an expansion of the stagnant component of the reserve army. Although discussed some 3 decades ago by Braverman, just such a pattern of polarized jobs growth in industrialized economies has recently been remarked upon by some economists. However, in falling back on exogenous technological change and theories of supply and demand in trying to make sense of these outcomes, they miss the essential connections between accumulation, employment, and unemployment highlighted by Marx. Conclusion. For Marx, unemployment and employment under capitalism are intimately connected. The concept of the reserve army of labor is much broader than the common or #chail meaning of unemployment, in that it incorporates wider categories of potential and underemployed workers. It is also an integral part of the analysis of capitalist accumulation, leading Marxists to point to the impossibility of full employment under capitalism. The dynamics of the reserve army re-ect upon the wages and work ord of the employed and, indeed, play an important role in the evolution of the employment structure. Marx's contribution is to establish the inevitability of worklessness for some within capitalism and to demonstrate the unequal distribution of the benefits of rising productivity. Rather than increase leisure time under capitalism, it tends to expand the surplus population. Despite modifications to the form and function of the reserve army wrought by the changing institutions of capitalism, the concept and Marx's analysis of unemployment remain powerful tools with which to understand contemporary developments in capitalism. 366 366 367 58 Value Form Approach. Samuel Nafo. The value form approach emerged in the 1970s as a reaction against the economistic bias of traditional interpretations of capital. In response, it aired a distinctive reading of Marx's late work which was meant to be more social and philosophical. One of the recurring themes of this approach is that the philosophical early writings are too often ignored when interpreting value theory. By contrast, value form theorists see in Marx's early works the key to the sine qua of value theory and, more generally to Marx's later works, especially Capital. The theme of Hegel's indulgence on Marx is often a central component of the value form approach. It argues that Marx's Hegelian background imparted a specie logic to his argument about value that is too often missed within more economistic readings of Capital. Such interpretations convey the impression that capital is about the production and distribution of wealth in capitalist societies. For those who hold this view, Marx would have shown that workers do not get a fair share of what they produce, by contrast to what political economists such as David Ricardo had claimed. However, such economic readings accept the terrain set out by liberal economists too readily. Hence, value form approaches seek to problematize the specie form wealth takes historically under capitalism and its social purpose. In doing so, they seek to read the object of value theory and its purpose. Underpinning this argument is the contrast established by Hegel between form and content and their articulation through the dialectical method. In the value form literature, this contrast serves to highlight that, beyond the apparently straightforward discussion about the production and distribution of value, there is a social dimension too often ignored. Hence, the idea of a social form, such as the value form, indicates a level of determination that is more profound and often less easy to perceive. 1nds in this argument a direct reproduction of Marx's critique of political economy in the introduction of the Grundrisse. There, Marx argues that classical political economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo identified important features of capitalist dynamics but naturalized these characteristics by failing to grasp their historical specificity. In a similar way, value form approaches criticize both neoclassical economics and Marxist economists for conglomerating, each in their own way, historical manifestations of capitalism with the specie features of capitalism itself. In light of this problem, the notion of form serves two important purposes. The RST is to distinguish what is specie about capitalism. Here, the notion of form is used as a specie abstraction that encapsulates the essential features of capitalism. The second is to re-rect on the mediation between the concrete and historical level of analysis and more abstract and theoretical analysis. The distinction of form and content is thus often used to 367 368 link an emphasis on class struggle with a more theoretical appreciation of the distinctive features of capitalism. Precursors of the value form approach. The foundations for the value form approach were largely established by German and East European scholars, most notably Russian. This explains their belated indulgence in the Anglo-Saxon world where many of their works were only translated in the 1970s. The basic argument of the approach was RST sketched by Hilferding in his reply to von Bombach. The latter had criticized Marx's labor theory of value for seeing labor as the common denominator behind commodities. Because many other factors were involved in their production, Bombach considered the focus on labor to be arbitrary and rejected the idea that labor was the main determinant of value. In response, Hilferding argued that Bombach misunderstood the purpose of value theory by assessing it as an economic theory meant to explain how prices are determined. According to Hilferding, the emphasis on labor was not primarily justified on the basis of labor's contribution to the production of value per se. Rather, it came from a social perspective based on the importance of labor in society. For him, the contribution of value theory was to highlight the social nature of value as a distinctive product of alienated labor rather than as a natural form of wealth. Hilferding had a profound indulgence on Isaac I. Rubin, who is often credited for having established the key pillars of the value form approach. Rubin was a Russian economist who published in the 1920s, most notably his indulgential book Essays on Marx's Theory of Value. His writings explored some of the implications of Marx's Hegelian roots for understanding his theory of value. According to Rubin, value can easily appear as a content, that is, a quantity of abstract labor embedded into the commodity. Yet such conceptions of value lend themselves too easily to ahistorical interpretations which cast value as a transhistorical category. For this reason, Rubin insisted that value be taken as a distinctive product of capitalism. It only emerges, he argued, at the intersection of circulation and production, or, more specifically, through the process of exchange which socializes labor. Exchange is thus a necessary moment in the creation of value because it is at this point that different labor processes are compared in order to determine the socially necessary labor time for producing a commodity. This emphasis on the social process through which abstract value comes into being would be a important contribution. For Rubin, the process through which value emerges as an abstraction is something that cannot be taken for granted and is the focus of value theory. The attempt to recover value as a distinct and central social form of capitalism required a reworking of accepted notions about capital. According to Rubin, the labor theory of value in the 1920s was too often perceived as the starting point to explain the logic of capitalism. The structure of capital can reinforce, at RST, this conception since labor and value appear RST in the analysis, as if they represent the means to explain something else that comes later. For this reason, the emphasis is often put on commodities and their prices or the economic crises which result from this logic of capital. Against such a perspective, Rubin inverts the directionality of the argument in Capital by putting the emphasis on the beginning rather than the end. In a classic Hegelian move, Rubin sees 368. Value form approach 369. The starting point as the focus of the analysis, that is, as an object to be further specified as the argument proceeds. Labor thus becomes a central object of analysis, one that is increasingly specified as the analysis of capital unfolds, rather than being slotted as a starting point used to explain the end point. An important consequence is the new conception of value that emerges from this inversion. Indeed, value is no longer seen simply as a product of labor in itself, but becomes more significantly a structure that regulates social labor. In other words, the importance of value as an object of research comes from its impact on labor. This inversion led Rubin to a third important contribution by shifting the emphasis of value theory towards the alienation of labor rather than the traditional focus on exploitation. Hence, instead of showing that workers do not get their fair share of what is produced, value theory was used by Rubin to examine the consequences for labor from production becoming subjected to the objective logic of value. Capitalism was thus criticized here from the perspective of the reification of labor. Indeed, more important than the exploitation of labor is that workers are increasingly subjected to imperatives that are alien to their aspirations. It is the inversion between subject and object which becomes emblematic of capitalism as people no longer control their own lives and are increasingly subjected to the impersonal force of capital. In bringing alienation to the forefront of the analysis, Rubin emphasized the continuity in the evolution of Marx's work, seeing capital as a further development of his early works. Another important foundation for the value form approach was the rediscovery of Marx's rough draft of Capital, which provided a crucial bridge between the more philosophical work of the young Marx and the later so-called economic writings. The key figure in the rediscovery of the Grundrisse was Roman Rostalski, a Ukrainian Marxist who had ed Stalinist persecution and then survived Nazism, narrowly to emigrate to the USA after the Second World War. His book The Making of Marx's Capital became an important classic tracing the Hegelian underpinnings of capital. As Rostalski pointed out, the nature of Marx's rough draft, rapidly written in 1857, provided a glimpse of how the Hegelian dialectic had helped him to develop his key insights. According to Rostalski, Marx had later removed the traces of this methodological scaffolding from Capital as his ideas became more mature and no longer needed the explicit recourse to these philosophical foundations. However, without them, it was too easy for subsequent generations of Marxists to miss the significance of Capital and the centrality of Hegel's logic. For this reason, the return to the Grundrisse represents for Rostalski an important step to grasp the process by which Marx formulated his ideas. It contributed to the growing interest in Marx's method since the 1970s, a theme Rostalski considered to be largely ignored in the 1960s. Contemporary approaches. In an Anglo-Saxon tradition which had largely been impervious to Hegel's indulgence on Marx, the value-form approach had to wait until the 1970s to exert a presence. At the time, the growing interest in German debates, notably on the capitalist state, and the translation of authors such as Rubin and Rostalski generated sine qua interest in the idea of social form. It provided various promising ideas for pushing debates in Marxist theory, notably about value and the state. Geo. Ray Pilling mobilized these ideas to recast the debate on value theory which had ensued from the Cambridge controversies of the 1960s. Indeed, in response to SRA hashtag and critiques of Marx's labor theory of value, Pilling published his famous article The Law of Value in Ricardo and Marx, which established the value form approach in the English world. In a manner reminiscent of Hilferding's rebuttal of Bohm-Bawerk, Pilling argued that the critiques of Marx's value theory were misguided because they misunderstood its purpose. Theories of value were not to be judged on the basis of their ability to prove the existence of value. Rather, the relevance of this theory was to be assessed in relation to the effects of the law of value on labor. The main contribution of Pilling was to draw a sharp contrast between David Ricardo's and Marx's value theory in order to overcome the Ricardian bias which had plagued Marxist theory. For Pilling, the embodied theory of value, so often targeted by the critiques of Marxism, belonged in fact to Ricardo. Marx's contribution, on the contrary, consisted precisely in problematizing the very thing taken for granted by Ricardo, the process by which concrete labor takes the abstract form of value. Rejecting the embodied labor theory of value generally meant clearly separating value from concrete labor. This solved the problem of rei cation associated with the Ricardian labor theory of value, but it introduced an indeterminacy regarding the source of value. It was now held that the physical expenditure of labor did not translate directly into abstract labor. But without any obvious quantity and magnitudes to start from, the value form approach was generally forced away from quantitative considerations. One of the original and rare attempts to bridge this gap was made by Ira Gerstein in 1976. Gerstein argued that the transformation problem was not a mathematical problem that consisted in correctly transforming abstract labor into prices, but rather an analytical step for articulating two different levels of analysis. He used quantitative analysis on the basis that categories such as value, which are associated with circulation, are implicitly present at the level of production. But his goal was not to capture the causal mechanism through which prices are determined. Rather, the sine qua of value theory was analytical. It helped to account for apparently contradictory phenomena. More generally, Gerstein wished to ground structural Marxism within value theory and secure the argument of the autonomy of the state. To this end, he used the distinction between the level of production where one can analyze the extraction of total surplus value, and circulation where one can examine how surplus value is distributed. From this perspective, value theory emphasized the primacy of total surplus value extraction and thus helped to deny what was fundamental about capitalist class interests. From there, Gerstein argued that a relatively autonomous state was necessary to guarantee this extraction because individual capitalists were narrowly focused on pro-TS and thus short-sighted in their emphasis on how surplus value was distributed. Gerstein's argument brought to a close a RST period in the development of the value form approach, which was prompted by the debates around the transformation problem. Since the late 1970s, this approach has grown sine qua to encompass two broad schools of thought. The RST remains more RMLY anchored in political economy and focuses on the central role of money. It is often linked to the work of open Marxists. The second is more philosophical. 370. Value form approach 371. and linked to a sustained engagement with Hegel's work, and is often associated with the label of systematic dialectics. For the RST group of authors, the notion of the form was initially articulated in relation to the state debate. Seeking to emphasize the centrality and open-ended nature of class struggle, the notion of form became a useful means to theorize the nature of capitalism without prejudging its future trajectory. In other words, it provided a template that could be used to problematize history and which had to be substantiated with a concrete study of class struggle. When theorizing about the form of capitalism, open Marxists focused on linking different aspects of capitalist reality too often isolated from one another. More importantly, they sought to show how abstract forms of mediations, such as money or the state, appear neutral and apolitical but are rooted in class condollerists. These ideas were extended most notably to think about money as the key mediator shaping capitalist social relations. Already in the work of Rubin, the idea that abstract labor only emerges through exchange put the emphasis on the pivotal role of money. No longer seen primarily as a commodity, money was conceived by Rubin as the socializing agent of capitalism. In this way, money was identified as a key element of value theory. This analysis was extended by open Marxists who conceive of money as a social relation. Here, the money form becomes a crucial mediator accounting for both the objective and subjective features of capitalism. On the objective side, open Marxists examined, for example, how power is exerted through the regulation of money in ways that shape the relations of exploitation. On the subjective side, the money form also helps to explain how capitalist dynamics are experienced by people, thus accounting for the objective appearance of capitalism. Finally, the value form approach has also been a crucial stepping stone for the development of systematic dialectics, a more philosophical trend which insists on the importance of a close study of Hegel's logic as a key for unlocking capital. Whereas open Marxists use the value form to put class struggle at the heart of all aspects of capitalism, systematic dialectics starts with a critique of empiricism where the main problem is the #culty in distinguishing necessary from contingent aspects of capitalism. Geert Rutten and Michael Williams, for example, seek to delineate the necessary logic of capital from its concrete historical manifestations. This distinction carves a theoretical space for conceptualizing the inner logic of capital without falling into historical determinism. Hence, the logic of capital is reconstructed by starting from the most fundamental and abstract forms of capitalism, which are then further enriched by adding new specifications that progressively ground this concept into history. By reconstructing capitalism on this systematic basis, rather than a historical one, the purpose is precisely to avoid refeeing the contingencies of history. Of particular interest in systematic dialectics is the theme of the inversion of subject and object under capitalism. Reappropriating this central theme of Hegel's work, this approach seeks to show how the requirements of capital lead society to disregard the needs of people or, more specifically, labor. Particularly noteworthy in this tradition is Moishe Postone's reading of Capital. He radicalizes the theme of the subject/object inversion. He reads value as the key structure behind modernity, thus extending the theme of alienation by fusing it with ideas from the Frankfurt School. This enables him to dissociate further the abstract forms of capitalism from their historical concrete. 371 371 372 Manifestations. Value theory is thus cast as a means for examining how capital objects social reality, subsuming social reproduction to its own imperatives. One of the notable features of this proposal is that Postone separates the systemic contradiction of capitalism from class struggle, which only represents here a symptom of the former. For Postone, the main contradiction opposes capital as an impersonal objectifying force to the people who are caught in its logic, including the capitalists themselves. These two broad schools within the value form approach exemplify how the value form has generated a rich and diverse body of work. In general, it provides an important conceptual space to articulate more philosophical and social redirections in relation to classic and more economic themes of political economy. It has provided a rich avenue for reconsidering debates about value theory and its centrality to Marxism. Although the approach has tended to be con-net to a small but dedicated group of scholars, their intolerance has been greater than might appear at RST site. 4. Within Marxist scholarship, it has had the ECT of sharpening the divisions between SRA hashtag and type interpretations of value theory that draw entirely upon Ricardian value theory and $IRT with orthodox economic methods, and those more conscious of value form itself and true to Marx even if less wedded to the research agenda and positions of the value form schools themselves. These tend to be seen as salutary in their critique of economistic and deductive methods but too extreme in dividing the logic of capital from its history, and in correspondingly being too unduly preoccupied with form over content. 372 372 373 59 Vladimir I. Lenin Prabat Putnaik. Lenin's theoretical contributions to Marxist economics were meant as interventions in the struggle for correct revolutionary practice, they were not dissertations developing Marxist economics as such. The subject matter is far-ranging, but is located within a common perspective that characterized Lenin, namely his view of revolution as a concrete project. This required the delineation of a road map between the here and now and the revolution, an examination of the relationship between the proletariat and other classes in society, and the perception of revolution as a process that unfolds through stages. This approach underlay Lenin's theorization of the revolution in a backward society like Russia. Later, it also enabled him, on the basis of his understanding of imperialism, to theorize a world revolutionary process, by unifying the two main revolutionary strands of the 20th century, the proletarian revolutionary strand of the advanced countries, and the national liberation strand of the oppressed and backward countries. Marx's theoretical opus, arguing that the development of capitalism created the conditions for its own revolutionary supersession by socialism, had clearly visualized this revolution as occurring in the advanced capitalist world. In their writings on colonialism, Marx and Engels did anticipate the possibility of an anti-colonial revolution in countries like India, but they did not explore the relation of such revolutions in the periphery to the socialist revolution. Late in his life, Marx turned his attention towards Russia, and agreed with Vera Zasulich that a direct transition was possible from the Russian village commune system to socialism, but only if socialism triumphed in Europe to support the process. Lenin, while also stressing the centrality of the European socialist revolution, visualized an interlinked world revolutionary process where even countries less capitalistically developed could move through stages towards socialism, helped by the European socialist revolution, no matter where the revolution occurred. RST. The exact class nature, stage, and tasks of the revolution in each country, and how it would progress, had to be worked out, even for countries with underdeveloped capitalism. For Russia, Lenin believed that the village communes had disintegrated, making way for capitalist development, so that the Zasulich vision of a direct transition from Mir to socialism had lost relevance. The development of capitalism was proceeding apace in Russia, because of which the working class had emerged as the main revolutionary force. The Russian bourgeoisie, having arrived late on the scene, and threatened by the working class, was incapable of carrying forward the democratic revolution, in particular the 373 373 374 overthrow of Tsarism and the seizure of feudal estates, as the bourgeoisie had done in France, for instance, during the French Revolution. Hence, the working class had to take on the job of the bourgeoisie, of leading the democratic revolution, and moving on to socialism, rallying to its cause at each stage substantial sections of the peasantry. Pre-war writings. Much of Lenin's economic writings of the pre-war period were meant to establish these perspectives. Since the Narodnik economists had been arguing that the narrowness of the home market in Russia, arising from the poverty of its people, made capitalist development impossible in that country, Lenin, given his argument that Russia was developing capitalism to the point that the Mir had been actively destroyed, engaged in a theoretical debate with them drawing upon Marx's expanded reproduction schemes. Lenin made three basic points. First, the market was simply the outgrowth of the process of division of labor in the economy. When we move from a situation where the peasant household also engages in craft production to one where peasants specialize in agriculture and a separate group of producers undertake craft production, there necessarily follows the emergence of a market. Second, there may be imbalances in the production undertaken by different branches, some producing in excess of demand and others producing less than demand, but such imbalances giving rise to crises are an inherent feature of capitalism. The system proceeds through crises rather than being rendered an impossibility because of them. Third, the imbalance between production and consumption is a hallmark of capitalism, which keeps the workers at an abysmal standard of living. To argue from this that the system cannot develop at all is illegitimate, since the aim of production in capitalism is not to cater to consumption. Indeed, Department I, producing means of production of various kinds, can and does grow quite independently of Department II, which produces the means of consumption, by catering to its own internal requirements that keep growing because of the rising organic composition of capital. Lenin's discussion of the market question was no doubt indulgenced by Baranovsky, who had argued that capitalism was characterized by production for production's sake and had believed in Say's law, but to see Lenin as merely echoing Baranovsky's argument is erroneous. Lenin remarked that the dynamics of capitalism he sketched, by putting numbers to the reproduction schemes, was not meant to capture reality, since the Narodnik economists had argued the impossibility of capitalism, it was enough for him to show its possibility, which is what he did. It follows that Oscar Lange's later criticism, that the entire Marxist discussion on the market question at the turn of the century was marred by the fact that it simply put numbers to the reproduction schemes, without postulating a plausible investment behavior, and therefore settled nothing, does not really apply to Lenin, who was interested only in rebutting the Narodnik argument about the impossibility of capitalism. He succeeded in this, and in the process also drew attention, like Baranovsky, to how capitalism could grow by ending markets for itself through a rise in the organic composition of capital even as the wage bill, and hence Department II, languished. That capitalism was developing in Russia despite the Narodnik's insistence on its impossibility was shown by Lenin in his classic study The Development of Capitalism in Russia. The implications of this for the forthcoming Russian Revolution were spelt out in his two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, where Lenin argued that the bourgeoisie is incapable of carrying the democratic revolution to its consummation, while the peasantry is capable of doing so. Hence the proletariat must carry to completion the democratic revolution, by allying to itself the mass of the peasantry in order to crush by force the resistance of the autocracy and to paralyze the instability of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat must accomplish the socialist revolution, by allying to itself the mass of the semi-proletarian elements of the population in order to crush by force the resistance of the bourgeoisie and to paralyze the instability of the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. Central to this conception was a distinction between the different agrarian classes, and the role they played in the process of agrarian change. In societies embarking late on capitalist development, the bourgeoisie, though incapable of breaking up the feudal estates, as the consummation of the democratic revolution required, could enter into an alliance with the erstwhile feudal lords to develop what Lenin called a semi-feudal capitalism, of which the Junker capitalism of Germany was an example. This was in contrast to peasant capitalism, which represented a more broad-based, vigorous, and less oppressive capitalist development. That would ensue with the breakup of the feudal estates. The bourgeoisie's inability to follow the peasant capitalist path meant that the democratic aspirations of the peasantry could be fulfilled only under the leadership of the proletariat. Lenin, at that time, had argued for the nationalization of land as the sequel to the breakup of feudal property, which would rid the producers of the burden of absolute ground rent and, hence, encourage accumulation. It was only at the time of the Bolshevik Revolution that he changed his position to argue that the breakup of feudal estates should lead to the distribution of land to the peasants, something which the left social revolutionaries, heirs to the Narodnik tradition, had been demanding. The issue of class differentiation within the peasantry, also central to the conception of the two-stage revolution, was to occupy him much, since the relevance of this conception went far beyond Russia, and it underlay the Comintern's analysis of backward societies. In his preliminary draft theses to the Second Congress of the Comintern, Lenin put forward a criterion based on labor hiring to distinguish between different peasant classes, which was to form the basis of all subsequent analyses of the issue, including the celebrated one by Mao Zedong. Imperialism and War. Lenin saw World War I as a climacteric for capitalism, which heralded the arrival of the world revolution on the historical agenda. Marx's famous remark that, at a certain stage of the development of a mode of production, the property relations characterizing it. 375 376 become fetters upon the further development of productive forces, had naturally raised the question, how do we know when this fetters stage has arrived? Or, more generally, when can a mode of production be said to have become historically obsolete? The revisionist tradition in German social democracy had argued that this obsolescence would manifest itself in a tendency towards the breakdown of the system and, since there were no signs of such a breakdown, the working class had to reconcile itself to capitalism continuing, that it should struggle only to improve its economic lot within the system, and that Marxism accordingly had to be revised. The revolutionary tradition in Germany epitomized by Rosa Luxemburg argued against this, that the system did inevitably head for a breakdown, but, in the process, it accepted the problematic of the revisionists that the proof of the obsolescence of the system lay in its actual tendency towards breakdown. Lenin broke with this problematic and saw the war as epitomizing the moribund nature of capitalism. It gave workers a stark choice. They had either to kill fellow workers across trenches or turn their guns against their capitalist exploiters. Lenin developed his theory of imperialism both to explain the war and to deny the moribund nature of capitalism, of which the war was an expression. Lenin's theory of imperialism is much misunderstood. The commonest misunderstanding is to attribute to Lenin an underconsumptionist position and the view that imperialism is a device to counteract this tendency. It is because of this interpretation that several authors later argued that Keynesian demand management of the post-World War II period had made Lenin's theory of imperialism obsolete. But Lenin, though intellectually indebted to Hobson, was not an underconsumptionist like the latter. Indeed, Lenin's theory is not a functional theory of imperialism at all, that is, imperialism is not perceived by him as providing an antidote to any particular tendency of capitalism. For Lenin, imperialism is the monopoly stage of capitalism. The process of centralization of capital leads to the emergence of monopolies in the spheres of production and finance, which in turn reinforce each other to the point where a small financial oligarchy, straddling the spheres of finance and industry, decides on the disposal of vast masses of finance capital. These oligarchies are nation-based and integrated with their nation-states, creating a personal union among those presiding over industry, finance, and the state in each of the advanced capitalist countries. The competition which always exists between capitals now takes the form of rivalries for the acquisition of economic territory between these powerful oligarchies, each backed by its nation-state. The acquisition of economic territory is not just because of its existing usefulness as markets or sources of raw materials or spheres of financial investment, it is because of its potential usefulness from which rivals have to be excluded. And when the quest for economic territory has succeeded in dividing up the entire world, only redivision remains possible, which can be effected through wars. The era of imperialism, as monopoly capitalism, is characterized by wars. Lenin's concept of finance capital has been variously criticized, that it is based on a confusion between stocks and dollars, or that it oscillates between Hobson's notion of finance and Hilferding's notion of finance capital, or capital controlled by banks and employed in industry. These criticisms miss the point of Lenin's theory. The stocks and dollars. 376. Distinction assumes sine cans only within an underconsumptionist perspective, where capital exports in the sense of an export surplus nance through an extension of credit can boost aggregate demand. In short, $hours matter from the point of view of aggregate demand, but capital exports as a redirection of portfolio choice, with no accompanying export surplus, do not ect aggregate demand. Once we detach Lenin from underconsumptionism, the criticism that he did not distinguish between stocks and $hours ceases to matter. Likewise, since Lenin sought to characterize a whole phase of capitalism, covering the specificities of a number of countries, his use of somewhat elastic and overarching concepts is understandable. His theory, though extremely simple in its economic conception, and almost unexceptionable within its context, was rich in capturing the variety of relationships of domination that imperialism entailed. The attempt at repartitioning an already partitioned world took complex forms: colonies, semi-colonies, undermining the sovereignty of nominally independent countries and acquiring hegemony over even colonial powers like Portugal. Lenin's theory opened up the world of international relations to Marxist analysis. Lenin had attempted in 1908 to explain revisionism in the European working class movement by suggesting that the $UX of petty producers, dispossessed by capitalist competition, into the ranks of the proletariat, brought with it an alien ideology that constituted the soil for revisionism. But in Imperialism, taking a cue from some remarks of Engels, he explained revisionism in terms of a section of the working class, and in particular its trade union leadership, being bribed out of the superproteas earned by the monopoly combines. Lenin's position here must be distinguished from later arguments based on unequal exchange, which have gone much further in claiming that the advanced country proletariat is part of the exploiting segment itself. Lenin not only restricted the perceived beneficiaries of imperialist exploitation to a narrow stratum, but linked the phenomenon to monopoly. Theories of unequal exchange that do not invoke monopoly are ill-founded. They lack validity if the metropolis and periphery are not specialized in particular activities, but they cannot explain such specialization in the absence of monopoly. The Leninist emphasis on monopoly is a more fruitful approach to the issue, even if the circle of beneficiaries is sought to be widened beyond a narrow stratum. In Imperialism, Lenin had criticized Karl Koskai's invoking of the possibility of the joint exploitation of the world through peaceful agreement by internationally united Nan's capital as ultra-imperialism. Lenin's argument was that any such agreed division of the world among the different Nan's capitals, assuming it came about, would redollarize their relative strengths at the time, but uneven development, endemic to capitalism, would necessarily alter these relative strengths, giving rise to condollarists that would burst into wars. Ultra-imperialism could only be an interlude of truce between wars. Many have argued on the basis of post-war experience that the Koskaian perception rather than the Leninist one has come to pass, and inter-imperialist rivalries have become less intense under Pax Americana. 2 points, however, have to be noted here. Rst, we have of late not a unity among different nation-based and nation-state-aided Nan's capitals, as Koskai had visualized, but a new international Nan's capital, and hence a new imperialism, which is a product of further centralization of capital and the removal of restrictions on cross-border capital $hours, that is, of the process of globalization of Nan's. This is a new phenomenon that transcends altogether the Koskai-Lenin conjuncture. Second, the emergence of international Nan's capital, while restraining wars among imperialist powers, has not prevented wars. The types of wars have changed, but wars persist in all their viciousness. The present conjuncture is different from Lenin's, but his opus remains the benchmark against which it has to be analyzed. Post-revolutionary writings. Lenin's voluminous post-revolutionary writings remain immensely significant and require separate and more exhaustive treatment. As the Civil War ended, the period of war communism gave way to the new economic policy, which opened up the possibility of a capitalist tendency that had to be kept in check through the proletarian state retaining control over the commanding heights of the economy. This emphasis on the centralized state as a bulwark against capitalist restoration has been seen by many as containing the seeds of the subsequent decay of the system. Lenin accordingly has been seen as the conscious progenitor of the centralized system that was perfected in the Stalin era. But this is a misreading of Lenin, whose basic libertarian vision of socialism never deserted him, even as the centralized state apparatus was being built to protect the beleaguered Soviet Union after the prospects of a German revolution had faded and Lenin was beginning to look eastwards to China and India. This libertarian vision, outlined in the State and Revolution written in August 1917, visualizing the proletarian state as withering away from the very day of its formation, was reiterated in October 1917 in his remark, "We can at once set in motion a state apparatus consisting of 10 if not 20 million people." Even at critical moments, after circumstances had forced him towards a centralized state apparatus, his interventions, such as against the militarization of trade unions, sprang from this libertarian vision. And even after Soviet democracy had given way to what was actively a dictatorship of the party, Lenin was concerned that the party at least must not become a centralized bureaucratic force, whence his last struggle in attempting to remove Stalin and take steps to prevent the bureaucratization of the party. He saw with great clarity and prescience that the pursuit of democratic centralism in a society emerging from feudal autocracy can easily degenerate into bureaucratic centralism. The image of Lenin as apatheticizing centralism against the libertarian promise of socialism is a false one. 378 378 379 60 The welfare state. Daniel Anker. When, in the opening sentence of Capital, Karl Marx establishes that capitalist wealth emerges as an immense accumulation of commodities, he is also mindful of the social relations between the individuals who produce these commodities. The process of accumulation entails the social production of the relationships creating labor power as a commodity. The social form of wage labor is both the prerequisite and the chief product of the capitalist production process. The natural and social conditions for the reproduction of capital have been recurring themes in Marxist political economy. This entry examines the role of the welfare state in the reproduction of capitalist social relations, leaving aside other sine qua aspects including family reproduction, demography, and ecology. This is justified not only by the sine qua of the welfare state for social reproduction today, but also by the centrality of claims that the emergence of the welfare state after World War II refutes some of the central claims of Marx's analysis in Capital. Forerunners. Analyses of the welfare state were, obviously, not present in the works of Marx and Engels nor in the writings of Marxist theorists in the early 20th century. Nevertheless, the question of social reform was a major challenge to Marxist-inspired movements and in the Second International. In countries with a mass party of social democratic character, like Germany and, later, Sweden, social reform became one of the key differences between Marxism and revisionism. Specifically, should social reform be regarded as a step and even an alternative to social revolution or as an obstacle to it? Marxist perspectives on the issue were put forward by, among others, Rosa Luxemburg and Anton Pannekoek in Germany and, subsequently, by representatives of the Swedish labor movement, especially Gustav Mahler. Their analyses had in common a sharp distinction between those social reforms that were handed down from above, which were viewed as handouts to pacify the workers' movement or, even worse, to create reformist illusions of avoiding the necessity of revolution, and those reforms that were imposed on capital through the workers' independent struggles to better their social and economic conditions under capitalism. While the RST type of reform was strongly rejected, the second type was of considerable sine qua for socialist movements. In his Taktisken Differenzen in der Arbeiterbewegung, Pannekoek summarized this viewpoint: hard-won social reforms are stages on the road to the goal inasmuch they carry with them a strengthening of our power. Only. As such, as the enhancement of our power, they do have value for socialism. Another indulgential precursor of Marxist analyses of the welfare state can be traced in the writings of Paul Baron and Paul Sweezy. For them, Rising state expenditures emerged, in general, as an attempt to deal with the contradictions of underconsumption in monopoly capitalism, for which welfare spending is a special case. This approach entailed a shift in emphasis away from the contradictions in capitalism and the forces leading to socialism. In its place, rationality to fulfill human needs has increasingly been counterposed to waste and degradation. Notwithstanding the critique that Barron and Sweezy's analysis depart sine Kantly from Marxian categories, their analysis is sine Kant in pioneering the Marxist notion that state expenditure is related to the contradictions of capitalism. Worth mentioning is also the work of Herbert Marcuse, who tried to ground the contradictions of post-war welfare state societies not so much in the economic logic of the system as in a contradiction between the drivers of contemporary capitalism and basic human needs and instincts. To Marcuse, the industrial working class is no longer an agent for socialist revolution and transcendence of capitalism. In the end, no such identifiable agent exists, argued Marcuse, but only a new sensibility and praxis in response to everyday life under capitalism. The Marxist lineage of this approach has been questioned but, again, notwithstanding Marcuse's using Marx as departure rather than starting point, his work predates some of the concerns and themes of subsequent Marxist accounts of the welfare state, not least the integration of the working class into accepting capitalism and the repressive and alienating elements of conformism. Post-war Marxism and the welfare state. From the Marxian theory of the state, that it is the basis of the class rule of capital, the conclusion is immediately drawn that the welfare state exists to enhance the social reproduction of capital and wage labor. However, in the post-war debate, not least in the work of democratic socialist analysts such as Gösta Esping-Andersson and Walter Korpi, the welfare state fulfills the function of decommodification of labor power. In particular, the Scandinavian social democratic welfare regimes are, according to this argument, if not socialism itself, at least a step towards realizing socialist values such as equality and social reproduction beyond the logic of capital. The welfare state is perceived as a countervailing force against the market. A host of theories of the welfare state under capitalism emerged in neo-Marxist circles in the 1960s and 1970s, partly as a response to the ruling Keynesian paradigm, the notion of a crisis-free capitalism and a mixed economy with full employment, which their advocates attributed, in part, to the benign indolence of the welfare state. For the sake of expositional convenience, these theories can be grouped as follows: the welfare state supports the reproduction of capital, the welfare state weakens the reproduction of capital, and the welfare state is contradictory and fulfills both roles simultaneously. 4. There is a focus on how welfare state institutions sustain the commodification of labor power. The nationalization and socialization of certain welfare functions such as education and healthcare, and the socialization of the family by way of childcare and a social security net, are #scient ways to guarantee the availability of a well-trained, healthy, and disciplined workforce at the disposal of capital. Hence, capital accrues net gains from the welfare state. Moreover, some of the social costs associated with capitalist production, including unemployment, sickness, the maintenance of the family and the education of future generations of workers, are transferred from capital to the workers themselves, as taxpayers. Since the welfare state socializes the costs of the social reproduction of the workers, while ensuring that capital's gains remain private, it is ultimately perceived as a creation by capital for capital's interests and, accordingly, against the interests of the working class. The claim that the welfare state does not redistribute economic and social resources from capital to labor but, rather, redistributes costs and benefits within the working class itself has been put forward by several Marxist analysts, such as Ian Goff and Anwar Sheikh. Furthermore, so the argument goes, the welfare state recommodifies labor power in at least two ways. One is that many of the services and social security nets supposedly available to all are conditional on active participation in the labor market, in other words, social security, both in terms of qualification and compensation levels, is connected to the commodification of labor power. Hence, the purpose of healthcare is not good health, and the purpose of education is not the expansion of knowledge per se, but making sure that currently unavailable or unemployable labor power is made available to capital as rapidly as possible. Moreover, the welfare state institutions of education, social services, and social security discipline the workforce into a work ethic. This has been stressed in those critiques focusing on the normalizing, stigmatizing, and repressive aspects of welfare provision. Finally, welfare provision is carried out by a middle-class stratum of state functionaries and bureaucrats, whose primary function it is to maintain hierarchy, dependency, and stigma within the working class and other marginalized groups, weakening their resistance against capitalism through the state regulation of the poor. A different strand of functionalist Marxist analysis focuses on how the welfare state serves capital through its attempts to pacify the working class, essentially, the economic and social gains from welfare provision by the workers in the Western world, legitimizing the capitalist system. The most extreme version of this stance is associated with the Danish Maoist, Gert Appel, who developed a theory of the parasite state in the 1960s and 1970s. Appel argues that the welfare state is a bribe for the working classes in the Western world, at the expense of marginalized groups and the poor countries. In milder versions, the idea that the welfare state diffuses working class resistance against capitalism stretches far and wide among Marxist circles, without necessarily referring to poor countries. For, by contrast, the welfare state is seen as deriving from the struggle of the working class itself to better its conditions, as concessions from, and weakening of, capital and augmenting the strength of organized labor. These concessions may legitimize and secure capitalist social reproduction, but further concessions to the workers eventually bring costs to capital that slow down its growth and threaten social reproduction. Two aspects of this approach are worth mentioning. First, presumably, welfare concessions to the working class weaken capitalist growth through rising social wages, incremental decommodification of labor power and services, and a corresponding squeeze on pro-TS. Hence, the welfare state will eventually lead to an accumulation crisis and or a skull crisis of the state due to excessive borrowing to enhance welfare provision. Second, and more controversially, welfare provision has been linked to Marx's distinction between productive and unproductive labor. The post-war welfare state has entailed the mass expansion of government employment, which squeezes overall pro-TS, hampering the potential for further accumulation. The mix of analyses across and inevitably induces an implicit synthesis that stresses how welfare expresses the inherent contradictions of capitalism. These contradictions operate at several levels, the most basic being between labor and capital in general. However, the development of post-war welfare states reveals other contradictions both within capital itself and amongst the expanding and, increasingly, socially and culturally fragmented working class. These are sine qua non for the development of the welfare state and the social reproduction of capital, not least in explaining how differentiated welfare states have emerged. For James O'Connor, welfare state provision fulfills two contradictory functions, accumulation and legitimation. Consequently, social policies can be analyzed as a combination of social investments increasing labor productivity and serving the accumulation function, for example, universal education and healthcare, social consumption supporting the reproduction of labor power through social security, and also serving the accumulation function, and social costs that are not productive for capital but are necessary to serve the legitimation function. Examples of this are retirement benefits and care for the elderly and the disabled. In predicting a skull crisis of the state and an accumulation crisis of capital, O'Connor relies on the contradictions inherent in meeting accumulation functions while, at the same time, sustaining legitimacy for capitalist reproduction within the working class. In Sweden, Kurt Sjöström also pointed to the double role of the welfare state in the development of the social democratic regime and the post-war boom. Stressing the simultaneous need for the welfare state to guarantee both the reproduction of wage labor at the disposal of capital and the specific social democratic idea of Sweden as a people's home, Sjöström further highlighted the role of both interclass kondollarists and kondollarists within the state apparatus. In Sweden, collaboration between the working class and capital was achieved by a social accord across union-organized labor, a state governed by social democracy, and the promotion of big business, at the expense of small businesses. Hence, Swedish social policy was instituted in place of socialism, not as a road towards it. As regards the Swedish state itself, Sjöström deepened the analysis of its contradictory functions, focusing specifically on the expanding strata of welfare and social workers. These were increasingly recruited from within the working classes, particularly among women. Situated both as members of the working class and as state functionaries whose ultimate role was to secure the social reproduction of labor at the disposal of capital, social workers found themselves caught in irresolvable contradictions, and increasingly compelled to take sides. Ideological battles between radicalized social workers and the state apparatus were significant contributing factors leading to the progressive social legislation introduced in 1980. 382. The welfare state. 383. The welfare state after neoliberalism. Marxist analyses of the welfare state lost much of their indolence and vitality since the 1980s. Instead of developing specifically Marxist interpretations, more eclectic paths were pursued either in terms of mainstream concerns of typology or in mapping the regulatory move from welfare to workfare as part of more general theories of the state. This is unfortunate since, in the neoliberal era, there have been severe attacks on the levels and forms of state welfare provision calling for a Marxist response. However, these have been overshadowed either by a direct defense of the welfare state within the context of capitalism, or by postmodernist and post-structuralist critiques of state welfarism as a form of personal and social control. In retrospect, what are now the classic Marxist critiques of the welfare state can be seen to be in part a product of their own times, when capital and welfare were both expanding on an unprecedented scale, at least in the rich countries. Although some of the predictions and aspirations of these analyses have not withstood the test of time, their virtue was to focus on the accumulation and reproduction of capital at both economic and social levels and to tie these to the contradictions and kondollarists engendered by that particular configuration of capitalism. By the same token, in hindsight, it could be argued that these Marxist analyses often exhibit a degree of reductionism to the needs of capital without #science sensitivity to variation across time and place, inherent elements of provision and other constituencies in social reproduction than class. 383. 384. 61 World Economy Gong Ho Gim. It has been traditional for Marxist political economy in general, and Marx's own value theory in particular, to conceptualize the world economy as such in addressing capitalism both abstractly and concretely, whether they call it empire, commerce, transnational corporations or, most recently, globalization, imperialism and even nationalization. Equally frequently, such concepts have either derived loosely from an aggregation across constituent elements or by appeal to generic concepts such as neoliberalism, without these being developed sciently in advance. This raises questions about the way in which Marxist political economy should deal with the nature of capitalism as a world economy. Specifically, how should the world economy be located at the most abstract level, as mode of production, whilst also addressing its more concrete and historical forms? This potential d-culti is most striking in Marx's own value theory. Moreover, increasingly, as the world economy spawned new and more complicated developments, so the concept of world economy experienced a series of transformations both in its meaning and place in theory. For example, during the period of actually existing socialism, it was posited that there were two world economies, capitalist and socialist, requiring different approaches within Marxist political economy. This raises issues over whether the world economy can be connected to capitalism alone and, if not, how account is taken of non-capitalist participation within it. Marx on the world economy. For Marx, capitalism had been a world economy from the outset and, based upon this fundamental understanding, he made a number of commentaries on the issue in his personal correspondence, public addresses, and newspaper columns. These serve as a vivid record of the development of the world economy, and the world economic crises he witnessed from the 1850s. Also, Marx undertook a formidable amount of empirical research on these crises, which was incorporated into his value theory. Although Marx could not complete this task, he regarded consideration of the world economy as essential to a theory of the capitalist economy. This is not simply a matter of his occasional expressions of intent to devote a whole book to this theme. Even more significant is the imperative to incorporate the world economy for the nature of his value theory itself. Note RST, though, that for Marx capitalism as world economy is often crystallized. 384. World economy 385. In the concept of the world market. Selection of this term, on the one hand, $x the intellectual background from which Marx's conceptualization derived. Long before him, political economists had dealt with the globality of the modern economy, which they observed most immediately in the form of, to employ Sismondi's expression, le marche de tout l'univers. On the other hand, however, especially in Marx, the world market is neither simply a geographical entity nor purely the sphere of circulation, but a concept pertaining to the spatial dimension of the totality of capitalist economic processes, encompassing the production and distribution of value, the accumulation of capital and so on. The world market is both an aggregate and a systemically reproduced totality which, for Marx, can be appropriated in theory only through the movement from relatively abstract to relatively concrete determinants. In this sense, the world market is, theoretically speaking, an abstract concept onto which such categories as value, labor, production, and so on are projected. For this reason, these categories themselves can be developed sciently, both logically and historically, only at the world level. More technically, whilst the 3 volumes of Capital O are an abstract analysis of the different types of production of value, and their forms in circulation and distribution, the world market is constituted logically and historically out of their interaction as a totality, different types of capital, with different modes and levels of development, variously distributed across nation-states. Second, Marx regards the world market both as a precondition for the capitalist economy to come into existence and as a result that is reproduced through capitalist mechanisms. The world market itself forms the basis for this mode of production. At the same time, his tendency to create the percent world market is directly given in the concept of capital itself. One of the key features of Marx's method is to look upon the basic categories of the capitalist economy both as presuppositions and as results of the specifically capitalist process of production. This duality also $x the way capitalism emerged, and how it evolved in relation to economic forms which predate capitalism historically, but survive within it. This is also characteristic of the world market. Marx shows in a number of places how the world market paved the way for the emergence of capitalism, and how the latter, eventually, subsumed the former. For example, in the 16th, and partially still in the 17th, century the sudden expansion of commerce and emergence of a new world market overwhelmingly contributed to the fall of the old mode of production and the rise of capitalist production. This was accomplished conversely on the basis of the already existing capitalist mode of production. The world market itself forms the basis for this mode of production. On the other hand, the imminent necessity of this mode of production to produce on an ever-enlarged scale tends to extend the world market continually, so that it is not commerce in this case which revolutionizes industry, but industry which constantly revolutionizes commerce. This capitalist transformation of the pre-capitalist world is necessarily gradual. Therefore, the coexistence of capitalist and non-capitalist forms within the capitalist world economy is a normal condition, which helps to explain why Marx was so passionate in studying non-European and non-capitalist societies, especially in his later years. Whilst this brings to mind the basic distinction between the mode of production and particular social formations within it, it also points to an essential task for the Marxist theory of the world. 385 385 386. Economy, how to track the interactions between capitalist relations of production and the non-capitalist elements that are gradually drawn into the orbit of the capitalist world economy. Third, although the historical precedence of the global over the national is systematically recognized in Marx's value theory, in Capital he abstracts from this opposition, simply regarding the whole world as one nation. We here take no account of export trade %. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is everywhere established and has possessed itself of every branch of industry. Abstract as it is, the world economy still has a spatial dimension through which other elementary categories such as value, money, labor, and capital are projected. This is why the spatial dimension needs to be held back until these value categories have been developed in the abstract, before they can be attached to a system of nation-states, for example. Accordingly, to extend value theory by developing its world dimension is equivalent to the dual process of locating value in its more complex and concrete historical forms. Marxist theories of the world economy. Underdeveloping Marx's insight. Although Marx had a clear conception of the meaning and the place of the world economy in the fabric of his value theory, he did not develop a theory of the global in his work. The first Kant step in this direction was taken by the generation of Marxists working in the Second International, including R. Luxemburg, R. Hilferting, N. Bukharin and V.I. Lenin, who developed the classical Marxist theories of imperialism. These theories were mainly, if not exclusively, concerned with the leading capitalist economies at that time, that is, with so-called inter-imperialist rivalry. However, the post-Second World War world looked very different. The political independence of the colonies highlighted aspects of the world economy that had not been sine qua non previously, and the USA emerged as the sole hegemonic power in the West, albeit in rivalry with the USSR, while the former European empires collapsed more or less rapidly. Yet, in the wake of the recovery of those war-stricken economies, the economic relations amongst the leading world economies re-emerged in new forms. From the late 1960s, new theories of the world economy arose, including dependency theory, world systems theory, theories of U.S. economic and political hegemony, and other theories concerning transnational corporations as the new agents of international economic relations. These approaches to the world economy re-ect, and aspire to incorporate specific aspects of contemporary capitalism. However, given the sine qua non transformations of the world economy, few amongst these theories were adequately embedded in Marx's value categories. Moreover, some of Marx's works were not even widely available to serve as points of departure, especially the Grundrisse. Despite these limitations, there were sine qua non attempts to construct a general Marxist theory of the world economy grounded on value categories. These include 386 World Economy 387. The Marxist International Value Theory, which dates back to Otto Bauer and Henrik Grossman, in the 1920s, but which was most seriously debated in Japan from the 1940s, and the German world market debate in the 1970s. These were attempts to complete the unniched latter half of Marx's six-book plan, based upon his commentaries on the modification of the law of value in an international context. However, these efforts were severely limited both temporally and geographically, and were almost extinguished with the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the emergence of the discourses of neoliberalism and globalization. Continuing issues, emerging challenges. As the globalization debate came of age, it became increasingly necessary to address it through the deployment of value theory, especially in order to examine the material reproduction of global capitalism. Thus, it is not surprising that, Since the late 1990s, the emergence of theories of the global have claimed to be grounded upon Marx's insights, for example, those developed by Giovanni Arrighi, Robert Brenner, Alex Kallinikis, Andrew Glynn, and David Harvey. Whilst a fully developed value theory is a condition for understanding the world economy, this relationship has tended to be overlooked, or at least implicitly set aside in several cases, because of the presumed deficiencies of value theory in addressing the complexities and differentiations of contemporary capitalism. For example, in the discussion of one of the most important topics at the global level in contemporary capitalism, the source of development, value theory tends either to be set aside completely or modified beyond recognition. Inevitably, then, especially for those theories focusing upon non- or pre-capitalist forms, these particular elements in the world economy swing between two defective extremes. One explains underdevelopment by simply neglecting the prior determination of the world economy as in theories of the developmental state, with all capable of being successful if only adopting the right policies. The other takes too rigid and determining a role for the world economy as independency and world systems theories. Each in its own way sets aside the unevenness and complexity of capitalist development that necessarily dollars from value theory. In any case, it would be wrong, historically and methodologically, to take the individual national economy as the unit or the methodological starting point of the analysis of the world economy as opposed to vice versa. It is essential, then, to recognize that the world economy is one of the basic categories in Marx's approach and, accordingly, the categories concerning the national domain are, RST and foremost, particular moments of the reproduction of the world economy, in Marx's re-net framework of analysis in capital %%. National economies %%. R%. Particular moments in the reproduction of a differentiated capitalism %%. On a global scale %%. The existence and persistence of such differentiated societies in the world market requires an abstract theory of capital to be developed, in its different forms in production and exchange, in its different stages of development, and in the way these mutually coexist. In other words, not least as laid out in Capital, value theory provides the constituent elements of a theory of the world economy, but the elements can only be put together through incorporating a historical content. Therefore, once the relationship between the global and the national is established in this manner, it follows that other elementary categories should also be viewed from that global perspective. For example, in the early chapters of Capital, Marx examines money in its simplest and most abstract forms. At this stage, he regards money as a global as well as a national category, under the heading world money. Note, further, that the precedence of world money is not only logical but also historical, as Mark Bloch demonstrates. Even though money was constituted at the national or local level in medieval Europe, it was most frequently used as means of circulation for international transactions, while within national economies its role was largely connected to that of measure of value. In conclusion, it is not only money but also production, capital, labor, and other central categories of Marx's value theory that must be projected onto the canvas of the world economy. This logical conclusion can only be taken forward by incorporating the historical development of global capitalism, which includes a combination of historical and spatial disjunctures. Thus, logically, value theory introduces the category of the state, for instance, to signify the spatial, but, historically, it allows the state to take different forms and to adopt different roles, ranging from imperial to colonial and from welfare to developmental, or even Chinese. In this way, the concept of the world economy represents the totality of value, theoretically and historically expressed, from simple to transnational commodity production, and from commodity money through to financial derivatives. The world economy articulates all forms of capital, together with their corresponding logics associated with the production and circulation of value. However, the composition and nature of that articulation can only be derived historically. This also requires a periodization of the world economy prior to periodization of its national components.